Welcome to the cultivation universe where everything abnormal is normal. And today's main character, Bai Xiaochun, is living proof. A young man who fears death more than the sky falling. A genius whose main talent is causing trouble. And also the only person who can make the entire sect want to beat him, protect him, and avoid him as much as possible. A will eternal, a cultivation story full of laughter. But beneath it is the emotional journey of a seemingly useless person who carries within him a will that can shake heaven and earth. If you want a story that's addictive from the first listen, humorous, touching, and extremely captivating, then this is the perfect choice. Now let's embark on a journey where just one thought is enough to shake eternity. Bai Xiaochun's face turned as pale as a sheet of paper. He suddenly retreated, using his highest speed to dodge, and, by time, his mouth was not idle, immediately shouting, "Hang Chen, you despicable wretch! Your Grandpa Bai isn't easy to kill, just wait, Grandpa Bai. Wait until I become a demigod, then I'll get revenge." Damn it! Hang Chen was furious. She had attacked several times but couldn't kill Bai Xiaochun. At this point, the surrounding teleportation power was very weak. Hang Chen's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The red mist around her erupted, forming a red mist storm that enveloped everything, directly penetrating the small holes. She wanted to block the holes for a moment. Even if the red mist disappeared in an instant, for Hang Chen it only took a few breaths. As long as she blocked the beams of light hitting her, she could use more cultivation to kill Bai Xiaochun. She quickly realized that the impact of the radiant light on Bai Xiaochun was meaningless, repeatedly inflicting considerable damage on her. She also knew she had fallen into Bai Xiaochun's trap. The words Bai Xiaochun had erased were undoubtedly a warning. As the red mist blocked the small holes around them, Hang Chen's eyes shone brightly, and she stepped towards Bai Xiaochun. The moment her foot landed, the void around her caved in, transforming into a massive mouth capable of devouring the heavens and the earth. Bai Xiaochun's body was uncontrollable. He automatically plunged into that mouth. Bai Xiaochun was terrified, his soul almost leaving his body. He shouted, his hands forming a hand seal and pointing towards the terrifying mouth. "Water marsh." As he spoke, the ground of the burial palace twisted for a moment, and countless streams of water vapor appeared, forming a pool of water. At the same time, an astonishing aura erupted from the swamp, an aura seemingly from ancient times. When it erupted, it could affect space and time, transforming the entire swamp into an ancient kingdom. Hang Chen's eyes widened in surprise. Just then, Bai Xiaochun shouted, "Kingdom!" Bai Xiaochun was risking everything. As soon as he finished speaking, countless enormous, mountain-like thorns shot out from the swamp and lunged towards Hang Chen. Simultaneously, Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth, leapt high into the air, and let out a loud roar, human mountain technique. In an instant, his body exploded, transforming into a 10-jan-tall stone figure, attacking Hang Chen in conjunction with the sharp thorns of the Water Swamp Kingdom. As the Water Swamp Kingdom appeared, Hang Chen's eyes still showed surprise, but she coldly laughed and spoke. "The magic is incredibly mysterious. I don't know where the guardian beast is. What a pity. You can't summon it, and you don't have the chance. I'll eliminate this beast first, then kill you." As soon as she finished speaking, Hang Chen raised her right hand and chanted a spell. A blood-red mist erupted, transforming into a spear she held in her hand. Instead of piercing the mountain like spikes, she thrust it into the swamp beneath the ground. A deafening explosion resounded. The red spear directly pierced the ground, seemingly traversing through the void of time and space, reappearing at the edge of the swamp below, unleashing a terrifying force that attacked the ferocious beast in the Water Marsh Kingdom. Bai Xiaochun had never seen the appearance of the beast he had summoned. An angry roar erupted from the swamp, followed by a deafening explosion. Hang Chen's spear shattered into pieces, collapsing completely. Even the magic that formed her large mouth was torn apart. From the swamp beneath the ground, 5 gigantic, mountain-like spikes shot up. These 5 colossal mountains weren't upright, but twisted and turned. Upon closer inspection, they weren't mountains at all, but the hands of a giant beast, only so enormous that its claws were as big as mountains. It seemed that Hang Chen had angered it, causing it to extend its hand from the Water Marsh Kingdom. With his cultivation level, Bai Xiaochun couldn't withstand it. In an instant, the claws attacked, causing Bai Xiaochun to spit out fresh blood and scream in agony. He almost lost all his life force and cultivation. He felt that even being sucked dry wouldn't be enough for the claws. This terrified him, forcing him to stop the spell, and the Water Marsh Kingdom dissipated. Hong Chennu's expression changed drastically. She immediately retreated a few steps, her face filled with ferocity. What kind of beast is this? Bai Xiaochun's face also turned pale. He knew his Water Marsh Kingdom was very powerful, but he didn't expect it to be this powerful. Just thinking about how the beast's claws almost took his life, Bai Xiaochun was extremely frightened. He worried that one day he might accidentally use the Water Marsh Kingdom and lose his life in the spell. He was truly annoyed that Hong Chennu, having nothing better to do, was attacking the ferocious beast. Only a madman would do that. If you attack the thorns, you yourself would be fine. The thorns could even stop Hong Chennu from helping you, allowing you to coordinate with the human mountain technique. With the Water Marsh Kingdom gone, Bai Xiaochun, transformed into a 10-john-tall stone figure, was caught in a dilemma. Just then, the red mist covering countless small holes disappeared, and beams of light shot straight towards Hong Chennu. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun roared in anger, knowing that the time for the human mountain technique was limited. He flew like a meteor, attacking Hong Chennu. Hong Chennu also recovered her composure. Seeing the beams of light shooting towards her, she was furious. If it weren't for these damned beams of light blocking her way, killing Bai Xiaochun wouldn't have been so troublesome. These bizarre beams of light were causing her increasing pain, and she absolutely had to suppress them. Any delay would lead to irreversible consequences. Bai Xiaochun was thick-skinned and had many strange artifacts on his person, which was why he could endure until now. Hong Chennu sneered, her eyes filled with murderous intent as she looked at Bai Xiaochun. There's not much time. Hong Chennu took a deep breath. In an instant, a burst of red mist erupted, blocking the attacking beams of light. Immediately afterward, she abandoned maintaining the red mist, raised her right hand, and chanted a spell, condensing the red mist into a long spear that thrust straight towards Bai Xiaochun. This attack truly carried the power of a celestial being. Just as she wielded her spear, while Bai Xiaochun was in midair, an arrow appeared in his hand. A fire-red arrow refined 11 times. As the arrow appeared, he used his body as a bow, his arm as the bowstring, and then hurled the arrow with all his might towards Hong Chennu. The fire-red arrow produced a whistling sound, its tip emitting a dazzling golden light. In an instant, it collided with the red spear, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The red spear's momentum was like a rainbow. The fire-red arrow was originally powerless to stop it. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun, without hesitation, shouted, "Explode!" A deafening explosion erupted as the Fire Soul arrow blasted, creating a shockwave that spread outwards. The red spear paused briefly, but even that brief pause was enough for it to pierce through the Fire Soul arrow, easily striking Bai Xiaochun. Just as Bai Xiaochun was about to face the red spear, a deafening explosion shook the surrounding palace, shattering the walls and ground. Bai Xiaochun, transformed into a 10-john giant, crumbled into pieces. A thunderous roar followed, and Bai Xiaochun's figure appeared in midair. Before him was the turtle-patterned toad. While blocking the spear, the turtle-patterned toad had spat out blood and been thrown backward. Although not dead, his internal organs were nearly shattered, his bones and flesh completely destroyed, leaving him on the verge of death. His body was sent flying by the force of the attack. Bai Xiaochun smiled bitterly, his eyes filled with despair. He knew that if it weren't for the turtle-patterned cauldron in that instant, he would undoubtedly have died. After all, this was a celestial being. The life force of the divine void pill in his body was almost depleted. He struggled, and Bai Xiaochun took out another divine void pill and swallowed it. This was the last one in his storage bag. After eating the last one, his injuries were so severe that he almost died. Without the divine void pill, he would certainly have perished at the hands of Hong Chennu. In this battle, he had used every means possible under the cover of the celestial being's power. He was simply too insignificant, completely powerless to retaliate, giving Hong Chennu even more reason and desire to kill him than before. Whether it was for the celestial soul, the secret method of using the celestial soul, or the hatred between him and the barbarians, Hong Chennu had every reason to kill him. At the same time, the teleportation force within the inner palace was spreading rapidly. In Bai Xiaochun's perception, He feared he wouldn't survive until the teleportation force was complete. Still not dead, Hong Chen-nu was about to go mad. She, a celestial being, had killed a great golden core cultivator, and even though she herself was being harassed by the aura, she still couldn't kill her opponent after several attempts. If this news spread, it would cause a world-shattering event, and everyone would laugh at her. Especially since that cauldron could block her red spear. Hong Chen-nu's eyes lit up, and she took a step closer to Bai Xiaochun. In her anger, a Dharma manifestation even appeared behind her. It was a gigantic skull, the skull of Hong Chen-nu herself. Whether a celestial being had a Dharma form or not, their combat power was completely different. Although manifesting a Dharma form consumed a great deal of cultivation, it was only used when celestial beings fought each other. Currently, because she was anxious to kill Bai Xiaochun, Hong Chen-nu didn't care. When the Dharma form appeared behind Hong Chen-nu, Bai Xiaochun let out a bitter laugh, his eyes blazing red as he laughed maniacally. There's no other way. That's right, there's only one way to buy some time, perhaps until the teleportation is complete, avoiding this life or death calamity. Even if it's this method, since I've been forced into this desperate situation, to protect my own life, I'll risk it. Bai Xiaochun went mad, a thought flashing through his mind. He had no other choice. Just as Hong Chen-nu was about to be annihilated, Bai Xiaochun let out a loud shout, raising his storage bag, and a green jade ring appeared in his hand. Within the jade ring, the heavenly human soul radiated a dazzling light. When Bai Xiaochun took the jade ring out, Hong Chen-nu's expression changed drastically. She seemed to remember something and immediately roared in anger. Bai Xiaochun, you dare! Before she finished speaking, Hong Chen-nu's speed increased. She raised her right hand and struck Bai Xiaochun, absorbing all the energy within the burial ground. Hong Chen-nu intended to use a single blow to crush Bai Xiaochun, a heaven-shattering blow. The Dharma manifestation behind her widened its eyes, and as Hong Chen-nu attacked, the Dharma manifestation became blurry and lunged towards Bai Xiaochun. Hong Chen bitch, you forced me. Bai Xiaochun shouted resentfully. As Hong Chen-nu approached, he didn't hesitate to crush the jade ring. The moment the jade ring shattered, the heavenly human soul inside flew out. Bai Xiaochun's eyes were filled with determination. He formed a hand seal and roared, heavenly human soul, melt. As Bai Xiaochun spoke, the heavenly human soul flew straight into him, then merged into his chest. In an instant, Hong Chen-nu's palm struck Bai Xiaochun, causing the void to collapse. Bai Xiaochun spat out fresh blood, his hair and clothes disheveled, his face contorted, and even his flesh and blood seemed to peel off. At this moment, an extremely shocking shock occurred. A loud explosion erupted within Bai Xiaochun, and a phantom image superimposed itself on his body. After this phantom image appeared, it detached. It seemed as if a person had stepped out of Bai Xiaochun's body, and this person's appearance was identical to Bai Xiaochun's. A heavenly human soul clone. Hong Chen-nu's eyes were filled with murderous intent. That figure was Bai Xiaochun's heavenly human soul clone. The clone, upon appearing, possessed the same cultivation level as Bai Xiaochun, with virtually no significant difference. Upon appearing, it lifted Bai Xiaochun's main body and stood in front of him, using its own strength to resist Hong Chen-nu's wrath. Bai Xiaochun's clone, though in a state of disarray and bled, gritted its teeth and protected Bai Xiaochun's main body, retreating to the rear. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun's main body didn't stop. In this moment of imminent danger, facing the enraged Hong Chen-nu, he immediately potted his storage bag. Damn you, I've already absorbed the heavenly human soul. 1 is 1, 2 is 1, play with me, Grandpa Bai will play with you to death. Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with malice. He took the heavenly human soul that Du Lingfei had given him, patted it against his chest, and, following the method of using the heavenly human soul, absorbed it. You! Impossible! Hong Chen-nu witnessed everything firsthand, her mind reeling. She couldn't believe it. No matter what, she never imagined Bai Xiaochun would possess a heavenly human soul. Damn it! Hong Chen-nu was furious. With a wave of her hand, her palm strike crushed everything in its path, intending to completely annihilate Bai Xiaochun's main body and clones. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun's main body overlapped again. Immediately afterward, the main body and water clone were reduced to a bloody mess, their life force nearly extinguished. Then, a second clone appeared. It was the fire clone. The clone immediately stood beside the water clone, relying on its cultivation and combat power to roar and forcefully resist. In an instant, the fire clone spat out blood, its body instantly obliterated, its flesh and blood torn apart, bones exposed, and even some bones shattered. Nevertheless, she had to persevere and hold him back for a moment. Bai Xiaochun's main body wasn't killed, and his clones still existed. So what if there are two clones? Die for me. Hong Chen-nu felt humiliated. This was the most difficult and unimaginable killing attempt of her life, and also the one she regretted the most. She never imagined Bai Xiaochun possessed two heavenly human souls. If she had known, even if she were severely wounded by those beams of light, she would have used all her strength to kill him. Even more unexpectedly, her mind went blank as if struck by lightning. While the two clones were resisting and protecting Bai Xiaochun's main body, Bai Xiaochun took out a new heavenly human soul, a large, walnut-sized sphere, and crushed it, pressing it into his chest. This was the third heavenly human soul absorbed by Bai Xiaochun, and with clones appeared within his body. The three clones stood before him, blocking Hong Chen-nu's palm strike. Along with the main body, all four roared simultaneously, their cries filled with unwillingness and an unyielding struggle. Hong Chen-nu felt utterly devastated by this scene. She found it absurd. Even looking at Bai Xiaochun was like looking at a monster. She never dreamed that Bai Xiaochun possessed three heavenly human souls. Impossible. You, how many heavenly human souls do you have? Hong Chen-nu shrieked, her heart aching with unbearable pain and overwhelming regret. No matter how many heavenly human souls you have, even if you immediately achieve the heavenly Daonasan soul, you will die today. Hong Chen-nu was extremely flustered, her face contorted, her voice sharp, her breathing rapid. Her Dharma form expanded and transformed into a sun, enveloping Bai Xiaochun. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun's main body and three clones were fully resisting Hong Chen-nu's heavenly human palm. Any other clone would have been annihilated by this palm strike. The combined resistance of the three clones and the main body, while undoubtedly leading to death, significantly delayed his demise. In that same instant, as the burial palace continued to collapse, with walls falling over a large area, a gigantic teleportation array appeared on the inner palace floor. After a brief preparation, it began to operate. When the teleportation array opened, in an instant, the underground palace, regardless of the area, whether it was a labyrinth, a trial ground, or the inner chambers of the burial palace, everyone was enveloped in a teleportation aura. The teleportation array was omnipresent, covering the entire underground palace. When the teleportation aura appeared, the survivors in the labyrinth were extremely excited. In the trial ground, Chen Zhuoxian gathered everyone to blast through the void, only to find that behind the void lay another void. They didn't feel despair. After the teleportation aura appeared around their bodies, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, we can get out. Although this teleportation array is incredibly huge, we don't know where we'll be teleported to this time. What's there to fear? We are originally from the Holy Clan. As long as we're in the savage wilderness, anywhere is the same. Haha, maybe we'll be teleported to the Tongshan world. Discussions echoed everywhere. Everyone relaxed as the teleportation began. Similarly, within the burial palace, a teleportation aura appeared around Bai Xiaochun, and so did Hong Chen-nu. As Bai Xiaochun's spirits lifted, Hong Chen-nu was consumed by rage. If she let Bai Xiaochun escape, she would feel utterly useless. Perhaps this would be the greatest humiliation of her life. Burning with anger, she screamed loudly, "Bai Xiaochun, you can't escape." In a mournful cry, her Dharma form flew straight towards Bai Xiaochun, as if intending to crush him and everything around him into dust. In an instant, a teleportation aura enveloped him. Bai Xiaochun saw that his perseverance had finally yielded hope. The next moment, however, he saw the Dharma manifestation attacking, and Bai Xiaochun's hope was like a lamp in the wind, liable to be extinguished at any moment. "I can't die here." Blood vessels appeared in Bai Xiaochun's eyes, which turned completely crimson. Not only his main body, but also his three clones roared in anger. Bai Xiaochun went mad, looking up at the sky and letting out a fierce roar. At this moment, he didn't care about his cultivation or spiritual power. Hope was right before his eyes. If he didn't overcome it, he would perish. Human mountain technique. Even though Bai Xiaochun's main body was severely injured, his body transformed into a 10-jan tall stone figure. At the same time, his three clones also roared, their cries echoing in all directions. Human mountain technique. Human mountain technique. Human mountain technique. The three clones transformed, three identical stone figures, each 10 jung tall, simultaneously appearing as four stone figures standing side by side. All four simultaneously blocked the Dharma manifestation, and at this moment, they continued to roar and unleash their cultivation power. Water Marsh Kingdom. The four stone figures simultaneously chanted incantations and pressed their hands against the ground. As they pressed down, the ground shook violently, transforming the burial palace into a world of swamps. Even at the border of the burial palace, in the distant void, four water marsh kingdoms appeared, overlapping each other. Because the four water marsh kingdoms shared the same origin, their power didn't simply superimpose upon each other, but spread outwards, expanding the water marsh kingdom's range fourfold. Because the distance was quadrupled, the water marsh kingdom took on a completely different meaning. The moment the water marsh kingdom was activated, an ancient beast's roar echoed directly from beneath the water into the burial palace. The sound alone caused Hong Chen Niu's expression to change. The sound not only reverberated within the burial palace but also spread into the trial area and the labyrinth. In an instant, everyone heard the beast's roar. "My life-bound beast, come out!" Bai Xiaoqun looked up to the sky and roared, his voice hoarse, his body trembling. His cultivation and life force continuously erupted outwards. At the same time, his three clones did the same. After the roar, the swamp on the ground no longer had the huge, sharp thorns like mountains. Instead, 5 winding mountains appeared, directly breaking through the swamp and soaring into the sky. If you looked closely, you would find that these were not mountains, because they were the claws of an unimaginably huge beast. As the 5 claws tore through the water and shot out, Bai Xiaoqun even saw the enormous, tree-like hairs on the beast's hands, beneath which was green skin. Because the claws were so huge, even if the water marsh kingdom expanded 4 times, it couldn't fully extend them, only the claws could be exposed. After appearing, it immediately struck directly at the palm print and the Dharma manifestation. If this scene were depicted in a painting, it would undoubtedly terrify viewers. In an instant, the 5 claws collided with the palm print and the Dharma image. The palm print trembled first, then directly collapsed, torn apart. The Dharma image, like a sun, erupted with dazzling light before exploding violently, transforming into an incredibly violent shockwave that swept around. At this moment, the surrounding ruined palace also completely exploded, turning into countless fragments that scattered far and wide. The rubble covering the pitch-black void outside the burial palace area. Even Chen Zhaoxin and his group, standing further away, clearly noticed this, their faces pale and their hearts trembling. Bai Xiaoqun's body was thrown backward by the impact, his stone figure disintegrating and collapsing, finally revealing his body. Bai Xiaoqun spat out fresh blood. His 3 clones transformed into beams of light and merged into his main body. Bai Xiaoqun felt that all 3 clones were severely injured. The water clone had lost half its body, the fire clone had a large hole in its chest, and the wood clone was the worst off, with only its head remaining. Although Bai Xiaoqun's main body's limbs were still intact, the injuries were extremely severe. His bones were shattered, less than half of his flesh and blood remained, and even his head had cracks that looked like it could explode at any moment. Fortunately, before unleashing the Water Marsh Kingdom, Bai Xiaoqun had used a human mountain technique. With the protection of the human mountain technique, he survived despite his serious injuries. Without the protection of the human mountain technique, the impact would have likely reduced him and his clones to dust. Bai Xiaoqun no longer had the strength to smile, his eyes were hazy, his body was immobile, and he felt his life force flickering. Without proper care, it would take a long time for his physical strength to recover. He had already used every means possible, yet he was still alive. In the distance, Chen Zhaoxin and the others watched in astonishment. Zhao Qianzhou and Chen Yuesan were worried, Chen Zhaoxin's pupils contracted, and Zhou Yixing stood excitedly among them. Bai Xiaoqun, you finally met your match. Zhou Yixing couldn't clearly see Bai Xiaoqun's clone, and not only him, but everyone else couldn't see anything either. Just as Zhou Yixing was about to laugh out loud, a loud explosion rang out. The explosion came from beneath the inner burial palace, and everyone was about to be teleported out, their bodies glowing. Zhou Yixing hadn't even finished laughing before his body was teleported out, as were the others around him. Bai Xiaochun was waiting for the moment of teleportation, his body beginning to feel hazy. Bai Xiaochun. At this moment, a mournful roar rang out. Hong Chen-nu crawled out from the ruins of the burial palace, her hair disheveled. Hong Chen-nu, usually stunningly beautiful, with smooth skin and a captivating figure, was now in a terrible state, trembling all over. This wasn't from injury, but from rage. Before, no matter what, she could never have imagined that Bai Xiaochun would be so difficult to kill. Her entire body was covered in red marks, the curse she had to endure. This was the price she paid for trying to kill Bai Xiaochun, a price too great for a woman. Even if she could slowly dispel the curse, today her whole body ached and she looked like a madwoman. Bai Xiaochun. Hong Chen-nu shrieked. Her hatred for Bai Xiaochun was so deep-seated, a hatred she could never forgive. Even though her entire body was enveloped in a teleportation aura, her figure blurry. Upon seeing that Bai Xiaochun was still alive, Hong Chen-nu's eyes blazed with madness. She wanted to rush forward and kill Bai Xiaochun. She wanted to eliminate Bai Xiaochun immediately before teleporting away. As long as Bai Xiaochun was alive, she couldn't rest easy. Before the events in the burial palace, although she disliked Bai Xiaochun, it was largely due to the soul-gathering pill and the furnace explosion that caused damage and humiliation to the savage wilderness. Furthermore, in the previous battle, the true spirit on the high tower had unleashed countless vengeful spirits to attack the savage wilderness, and the battle she had commanded for so many years had all ended in defeat, hence her murderous intent and hatred for Bai Xiaochun. But in reality, deep down, given her status and cultivation level, Bai Xiaochun was just an insignificant insect destined to be eliminated sooner or later. Although he might have slightly affected the course of the battle, he posed no threat to her personally. Today was different. In the inner palace of the burial hall, if it were anyone else, even a nascent soul cultivator would have had little chance of surviving her attack until now, let alone a great perfection core cultivator. Yet Bai Xiaochun did it. Not only did he do it, but he even covered Hong Chen-nu in dust. Especially when she thought of the 3 heavenly human souls in Bai Xiaochun's hands, Hong Chen-nu couldn't remain calm. He possesses a great secret he's developing too rapidly today. If he's given more time to grow, he'll become even more terrifying in the future. If he becomes even more formidable than he is today, he'll become a great threat to the savage wilderness. And he and I are locked in a life-or-death struggle. How can I possibly let him go? Hong Chen-nu gritted her teeth. Her body was about to be teleported, and she even vaguely began to want to get closer to Bai Xiaochun. She raised her right hand, intending to kill Bai Xiaochun right there. If he died here, before her eyes, only then could she rest easy. Bai Xiaochun was extremely difficult to kill and had the potential to reach astonishing heights in the future. She was extremely wary of him. In this moment of crisis, although Bai Xiaochun was teleported, his body was indistinct. At this speed, it was likely that he would be killed by Hong Chen-nu before he was even teleported out, his soul and spirit almost certainly scattered. Even if he was teleported out, it would only be his corpse. In that instant, Bai Xiaochun's lifeless eyes suddenly shone with light, as if a last glimmer of life force within him was forced out. His body remained motionless, his cultivation withered, his body severely injured. He didn't want to die, he wanted to live. He still had so much left undone, he hadn't achieved immortality yet. I want immortality. I cannot die. Bai Xiaochun's inner self roared loudly. He opened his eyes, the Tongchen Dharma eye on his forehead opening. Not only his main body, but also the 3 clones within his body simultaneously opened their Tongchen Dharma eyes on their foreheads. For Tongchen Dharma eyes overlapped and then stared directly at Hong Chen-nu. Boom! 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 Within the Tongchen Dharma eyes, Bai Xiaochun unleashed his power. Even if the Tongchen Dharma eyes were in agonizing pain and threatened to shatter, he didn't care. He stared intently at Hong Chen-nu. Amidst the shattering sounds, Hong Chen-nu's figure, who was rushing forward, paused. Even though it was only a momentary pause, she had truly stopped. Bai Xiaochun's heaven-penetrating Dharma eye bled profusely. His body became indistinct, and the teleportation force erupted. Finally, he vanished. The moment he disappeared, Hong Chen-nu's right hand formed a spell and struck the spot where Bai Xiaochun had been lying. Bai Xiaochun. Hong Chen-nu's body trembled, her voice sharp and shrill. her eyes filled with hatred as she stared at the spot where Bai Xiaochun had disappeared. Her body was also teleported out immediately afterward. As the two were teleported out within the underground labyrinth, teleportation light erupted continuously, and figures vanished one after another. Shen Xuanzi, Zhao Long, Song Qiu. Even the Great Wall cultivators, the two natives, and the savage wilderness soul cultivators were all affected. After everyone was out, the labyrinth completely collapsed, and the ground where the labyrinth had been located sank. In an instant, the teleportation force erupted, and a towering white pillar of light appeared across tens of thousands of miles, replacing the 9 black pillars of light from before. This single pillar of light shot straight up into the sky, creating ripples of vibration spreading outwards. Whether it was Bai Lin, the natives, or the soul cultivators of the savage wilderness, the armies of both sides, watching from afar, were deeply shaken by this sight. Even now, they didn't understand what was happening underground. About a month later, the Great Wall and the savage wilderness gradually received news. Bai Lin and his group understood that the teleportation array in the burial palace had opened, and everyone had been teleported to various areas within the savage wilderness. Some were very close, some extremely far, some deep within the savage wilderness, and some so far that the communication jade slips couldn't reach them. From the few monks who returned from the Great Wall, all the monks who participated in the labyrinth expedition had experienced near-death experiences. News related to Bai Xiaochun spread, and his name once again shook the savage wilderness and the Great Wall. The number 1 person in the trial grounds. The first to enter the 3rd inner palace. After Hong Chennu entered the burial palace, the two engaged in a fierce battle, ultimately being buried beneath the burial palace. Bai Xiaochun was able to withstand Hong Chennu's relentless attacks for an extremely long time, until the teleportation was activated. As for whether Bai Xiaochun ultimately lived or died, it became a secret. Except for Hong Chennu, no one knew. 2 months later, news spread from the savage wilderness that Hong Chennu had increased the bounty for hunting Bai Xiaochun to an unprecedented level, using 5 parts of heavenly beast soul and 1 part of heavenly human soul to kill Bai Xiaochun. Upon hearing this news, the savage wilderness and the Great Wall were shaken to their core. Even Chen Zhaoxun wasn't wanted at such a high level, yet Bai Xiaochun's name became the number 1 on the savage wilderness's kill list. It was precisely because of this that the Great Wall learned Bai Xiaochun was not dead. It's good that he's not dead. It's good that he's not dead. Xiaochun, I apologize to you this time. Inside the Great Wall, Bai Lin sat holding a wine gourd, sighing deeply as he gazed into the distance with a mixture of emotion and melancholy. Where are you now? The savage wilderness is vast. Its exact size is unknown to many, but cultivators around the world have a general understanding of its dimensions. Because this world is a circle, the Tangshan Sea is located in the center, surrounded by 4 large river branches. Calling them river branches is also accurate, as are calling them streams, or perhaps it's more like tree roots spreading outwards from the 4 upper reaches of the rivers penetrating deep into the savage wilderness. The place where the Tangshan River is located is the Tangshan world, but the Tangshan River cannot extend to other places. It only occupies half of the circle, the remaining area being the savage wilderness. This is just one way of saying it. There's another way to put it. Beyond the Great Wall lies the savage wilderness. In the Tangshan world, the Great Wall is located in the middle of each of the 4 major river branches. These 4 great walls are the 4 gates that lock down the savage wilderness, simultaneously sealing off the Tangshan world. If you fly high enough and look down, you can see 4 sections of the Great Wall connected to form a circle. It's like 2 concentric circles, 1 large and 1 small. Inside the circle is the Tangshan world, and outside is the savage wilderness. Therefore, theoretically speaking, simply circling the savage wilderness once, without needing to travel by boat in the Tangshan Sea, one can reach the 4 river branches in the east, west, south, and north. At this moment, deep within the savage wilderness, in an unknown area, lies a dense tropical forest. Inside, countless dense, towering trees stood, their canopies intertwined, scattering sunlight into tiny rays that shone down upon the foliage. Beneath the canopy lay a muddy, decaying area of leaves. The entire savage wilderness was filled with such tropical forests. Although it lacked the heavenly river's spiritual energy, all living things thrived, even seemingly under some kind of restraint, resulting in lush vegetation and exceptionally robust natives. Beneath a towering tree lay countless white bones, along with bird feathers and shattered bone fragments. In the midst of this pile of bones, a figure leaned against the tree trunk, his body filthy and foul-smelling. He relentlessly tore at the flesh of birds in his hands, stuffing it into his mouth and devouring it. The sounds were terrifying, like someone consumed by extreme hunger, willing to eat raw meat. Looking at the surrounding animal bones, it was clear this person had eaten too much. The scene was horrific. Not far away, beneath another tree, lay a corpse. The corpse appeared to have been dead for several months. It was heavily decomposed, its features unrecognizable, but judging by its clothing, it was likely a cultivator. Beside it lay a storage bag. The living person devouring the raw meat was Bai Xiaochun. As for the dead man, Bai Xiaochun also wanted to know who he was. 2 months ago, on a stormy night, Bai Xiaochun was teleported here. He was severely injured, but he struggled to crawl to the foot of this ancient tree. He used his spiritual power to forcibly retrieve the damaged eternal night umbrella, which was planted nearby, relying on its oppressive aura to protect himself. He was completely exhausted and could only lie motionless. At that moment, he saw a young man lying not far from him under the tree. The young man, not yet dead, stared at Bai Xiaochun with wide eyes and an open mouth, seemingly unable to believe it, and also unable to comprehend it. The two couldn't speak, only staring at each other. After a while, the young man tilted his head and died. Bai Xiaochun was startled by his death, extremely anxious, but unfortunately, his body couldn't move. A feeling of weakness enveloped his entire body, his heart was deeply shaken, and his fatigue increased, causing him to fall unconscious. When he woke up, 7 or 8 days had passed. Unfortunately, his body was immobile, and his injuries were so severe that calling them near-fatal wouldn't be an exaggeration. He had no spiritual power left. Not only did Bai Xiaochun need time to recover, but he also lacked the spiritual power to open his storage bag to retrieve healing elixirs. Around him lay some animal corpses. Bai Xiaochun remembered that these weren't there before he fell unconscious. Obviously, during the days he was unconscious, the surrounding animals had been killed by the pressure of the eternal night umbrella. The young man's body lying under the nearby large tree was also preserved. Fortunately, I brought the eternal night umbrella to protect myself. Otherwise, when I woke up, I might have found myself devoured alive. Bai Xiaochun's face was filled with anguish, and he sighed inwardly. He looked up at the sky, his expression filled with indignation. To think that I, a dignified commander of 10,000, have fallen to this level. Old woman Hong Chen, one day I will show you how powerful the Bai family is. And as for Chen Zietia, I swear I will never forgive you. Sai, my injuries are too severe right now. Bai Xiaochun wanted to cry. The more he thought about it, the more sorrowful he felt. He couldn't turn his neck, only able to stare blankly with his eyes. Looking at his surroundings, he sighed inwardly. It took him a long time to accept the truth. Judging from the absence of the Tongshan River's spiritual energy, he knew he had been teleported into the savage wilderness. After a long while, Bai Xiaochun sighed, finding it boring to just stand there, so he looked at the corpse under the large tree. At the time, Bai Xiaochun couldn't figure out the cause of death, but now he gradually saw the trick. The young man's corpse had turned black. Obviously, he had died from poisoning. This poison corroded his heart, causing him to be consumed by the heart fire, not only withering his heart meridians, but also poisoning his entire body. After discovering all this, Bai Xiaochun felt his fatigue increase significantly, and he fell into a coma again. The next time he opened his eyes, it was 7 or 8 days later. This time, he felt his head could move, his body was no longer numb, and he felt a painful sensation, like countless needles piercing him. Bai Xiaochun struggled to endure such pain, but inwardly he breathed a sigh of relief. Quite good, the pain means it's gradually recovering, Bai Xiaochun murmured. He noticed that the number of corpses around him was decreasing. He felt dizzy from hunger, but unfortunately, he could only turn his head to look around. Other parts of his body lacked strength. So he could only swallow, then continue to stare blankly at the corpse, studying it again. It's a cultivator roughly at the early foundation establishment stage. Not someone who was teleported out of the underground palace like me. This person is a soul cultivator. Judging by their appearance, they were probably being chased and fled for their lives. Bai Xiaochun, bored and with nothing to do, kept speculating about the cause of death. He didn't encounter anyone else and thought that since there was no one around, even if there were, he wouldn't have a way to ask for help. Time passed, and Bai Xiaojun continuously observed the corpse, watching it decompose many times, drawing various conclusions. He doesn't look like a rogue cultivator. He must be a member of some clan. I remember he looked very haggard before he died, and there was a hint of resentment. Perhaps he had unfulfilled wishes. He wasn't very old, quite young, and handsome, though not as handsome as me, Bai Xiaojun muttered to himself occasionally. He had nothing else to do but slowly recuperate here, his only activity being observing the decaying corpse. Unable to stop watching, Bai Xiaojun became increasingly engrossed in his thoughts. One day, 2 months later, when Bai Xiaojun opened his eyes again, he was thrilled to find that his body could move. The first thing he did was to crawl and kill a wild beast that hadn't been killed by the power of the eternal night umbrella. He relentlessly gnawed and devoured, his eyes green with hunger for the past 2 months, especially since his body needed recovery, and he felt like he was about to collapse. Because he was so hungry, he ate everything edible around him, even tiny birds the size of his palm, plucking their feathers and tearing them apart. The more he ate, the warmer his body became, and he gradually regained strength. In the end, Bai Xiaojun ate everything around him, patted his stomach, and felt that he had survived. "I'm back," Bai Xiaojun shouted excitedly. He was thrilled to have survived the ordeal, and recalling the events in the burial palace, Bai Xiaojun felt like he had taken a step into the gates of hell. In a moment of reflection, Bai Xiaojun looked towards the corpse. "Brother, thank you for your companionship these past 2 months. Our meeting here can be considered fate. If I have the chance, I will avenge you," Bai Xiaojun murmured, then walked over to pick up the corpse's storage bag. At the same time, outside the tropical forest where Bai Xiaojun was staying, on a barren hilltop, there was a cave. Inside, a person was sitting cross-legged in meditation. Before him were 7 or 8 corpses, all foundation establishment cultivators, their body, skin, and bones, as if all their flesh and blood had been drained. After a while, the meditating person opened his eyes. The light in his eyes had vanished, replaced by a dull, lifeless gaze, as if he had suffered injuries. He didn't look at the corpses on the ground, but raised his hand to touch his empty forehead, gnashing his teeth in hatred. "Bai Xiaojun, even if you die, the humiliation you inflicted on me, Xu Yixing, I will one day repay your family and friends 1,000-fold. This person was Xu Yixing. In the forest, Bai Xiaojun held the storage bag and looked at the skeleton before him. He felt that being teleported to this place and befriending the other party for 2 months was a kind of fate, so he sighed. "Brother, I will dig a hole to bury you." After saying this, Bai Xiaojun sensed the situation in his body. His injuries were recovering, but his spiritual power was replenishing very slowly. He still hadn't enough to support him opening the storage bag once. He took a deep breath and used the eternal night umbrella to dig a deep hole to bury the young man's remains. "Don't rush. I guess in a few days, the spiritual power in my body will be enough to support me opening the storage bag once. Then I can see the things inside. Maybe I'll find your name, and then I'll erect a tombstone." Bai Xiaojun patted he brushed off the dust, then returned to the ancient tree to continue his cultivation. Unfortunately, the savage wilderness had no spiritual power whatsoever. He could only rely on himself to recover, slowly absorbing the spiritual power contained within his flesh and blood. Several days passed. The sky was gloomy, and although it was twilight, the sun was extremely dim. The entire tropical forest was indistinct. Bai Xiaojun, sitting in meditation, opened his eyes, which now shone brightly. "My spiritual power has recovered a little." Bai Xiaojun was extremely excited, his heart beating faster. The depletion of his spiritual power in this unfamiliar place had made him feel seriously insecure. He took a deep breath, patted his storage bag, and immediately took out a small, glittering bottle. This was a bottle of spiritual liquid. After holding the bottle of spiritual liquid in his hand, Bai Xiaojun excitedly gulped it down. After drinking it all, the spiritual power that entered his body transformed into tiny streams of water, merging into his meridians throughout his body. This small stream of water was cool and refreshing, and when it enveloped his meridians, it was like nourishing dew, comforting his entire body. Bai Xiaojun enjoyed the feeling of complete relaxation. This is the feeling. Tears welled up in the corners of Bai Xiaochun's eyes as he circulated his cultivation, dissolving the spiritual liquid into his body and forming spiritual power. After several hours, Bai Xiaochun looked up at the sky and laughed loudly, a radiant light shining in his eyes. Although his spiritual power had only recovered half of its original level for Bai Xiaochun, half a level of cultivation was enough to allow him to open his storage bag countless times. He opened his storage bag again, took out 10 bottles of simmering spiritual liquid, drank them all, and sat down to meditate. The spiritual power flowed throughout his body, soothing his meridians. 3 days passed quickly. At noon on the third day, Bai Xiaochun opened his eyes again, overjoyed to the point of almost crying. Finally, I'm completely recovered. It wasn't easy for me. My body is fine, my cultivation is stable, everything is restored. Old woman Hong Chen, you'll see Grandpa Bai settles the score. Bai Xiaochun stood up and laughed loudly, feeling the spiritual power flowing through his body. His spirits were incredibly high, and he also noticed that he seemed a little stronger than before. It seemed that after the life and death battle, although he was still at the great perfection of the golden core stage, his physical strength and cultivation had increased considerably. Especially his body. He felt like he was touching the third layer of shackles, and Bai Xiaochun vaguely felt that he could break free from the shackles that were restraining his body at any moment. With that feeling, Bai Xiaochun sighed deeply. After recalling the battle with Hong Chen Nu, he felt like he had just died once. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, looked around for a while, and the excitement he felt earlier faded considerably, replaced by worrying. I need to know where I am. This is the savage wilderness, too dangerous. I should quickly find a way back to the Great Wall. Bai Xiaochun thought about how if anyone knew his true identity, he feared that too many soul cultivators and barbarian tribesmen would rush forward to kill him. Imagining himself being dismembered, Bai Xiaochun trembled for a long time. While he was thinking of a solution, he noticed the tomb nearby and casually picked up a storage bag. The bag contained a jumble of things, most of which were useless to Bai Xiaochun. After all, it was just a storage bag for an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Bai Xiaochun's focus was on the bone slips. These bone slips function like jade slips, capable of recording information. After searching for a while, Bai Xiaochun found 3 bone slips. He held them in his hand and used his spiritual power to examine them, hoping to find useful information. The first bone slip was a map, quite large, depicting 4 regions. Bai Xiaochun stared for a long time, but couldn't figure out where the description was. He didn't see any key points marked in it. Obviously, this place was very far from the Great Wall. This won't do. Bai Xiaochun felt a little anxious. He looked at the second bone scroll, and after reading it, his gaze shifted to the tomb beside it. Your name is Bai Hao? Bai Xiaochun whispered. The bone scroll clearly stated the young man's identity, seemingly his last words before death. This person was named Bai Hao, the son of a concubine from a nearby silk refining family. He seemed unwelcome, mocked and ridiculed by his family members, and now he was secretly hunted down by his clansmen, thus ending up here. He was born into a silk refining family, seemingly a not-so-small family with a great reputation. A silk refining family. Bai Xiaochun pondered, then looked at the third bone scroll. After reading it, his eyes lit up. Although the scroll didn't contain the information he was looking for, its contents were related to silk refining masters and contained much information Bai Xiaochun didn't know. It could even be said that this scroll contained a method for entering the path to becoming a silk refining master. Several opening sentences struck Bai Xiaochun's 3 senses, causing him to sigh repeatedly. Soul refining. The soul isn't the main point. The word refining is the key. A so-called soul refining master combines spirit refining, medicine refining, and treasure refining into one. Because everything uses the soul as its foundation, that's why they're called soul refining masters. Bai Xiaochun had initially found it strange that the savage wilderness possessed so many spirit refining artifacts, and even harbored some suspicions. However, after examining the bone scroll, his understanding suddenly cleared, and he continued to examine it. As time passed, he finished reading the bone scroll, and Bai Xiaochun stood there in a daze for a long time. In his eyes, the savage wilderness wasn't incredibly mysterious. Everything seemed to have curves, and when sketched together, they formed a complete image. At the very bottom of the savage wilderness were the indigenous tribes. The giant tribesmen within these tribes were like uncivilized beings belonging to the enslaved class, who served as guardians to soul cultivators. The status of soul cultivators in the savage wilderness was far higher than that of the indigenous people. They were no different from cultivators, except that while one relied on the spiritual power of the heavenly river for cultivation, the soul cultivators relied on the soul essence refined by soul refiners. In the savage wilderness, although the number of soul cultivators wasn't as large as the indigenous people, it was still considerable. Some came from powerful families, some from large forces, and many were like rogue cultivators. As for soul refiners, they were the nobility of the savage wilderness. Any soul refiner held an extremely prestigious position. Not only can they refine soul essence to supply soul cultivators, but they can also refine magical artifacts and even imbue them with spiritual power. Because of all these reasons, soul refiners can maintain their core position in the savage wilderness. Soul refiners are also divided into levels, and their level is judged by flames. Savage wilderness soul refiners are similar to spirit refiners on the Tongshan continent, but there are also differences. Spirit refiners on the Tongshan continent need to find spiritual refining materials and multicolored fire fuel, while savage wilderness soul refiners don't need any materials at all. Their spiritual refining process has a very high failure rate. It can be said that they only need flames as their material. These flames don't exist in the world. They need vengeful spirits, refining them according to a specific method. The ability to refine 3-colored flames makes one a first-grade soul refiner, 4-colored flames a second grade, and 7-colored flames a third grade. These 3 levels of soul refiners constitute the vast majority of soul refiners in the savage wilderness. As for 10-colored flames, that's the peak of third grade. Not many soul refiners reach this level, because after the peak of third grade, soul refiners enter a new transformation stage, which is divided into heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. Refining 11-colored flames makes one a yellow-grade soul refiner. In the savage wilderness, any yellow-grade soul refiner can intimidate all directions. Entering the profound grade soul refiner level is rare. Any soul refining family with a profound grade soul refiner is already a peak existence, becoming a grand elder or even a key figure in the family, because to reach the profound grade, one needs to refine 15-colored flames. Reaching the earth grade level, this is already a legendary existence. In the entire savage wilderness, there are only 3 earth grade soul refiners, and the key to becoming an earth grade soul refiner is to cultivate the 18-colored flames. Above the earth grade level, there is another level, the heaven grade soul refiner. This level has never existed in the savage wilderness before. It only exists in theory. Therefore, according to legend, to become a heaven grade, one needs to refine 21-colored flames. Refining the soul is refining the spirit, Bai Xiaoqun muttered softly. He looked at the bone scroll in his hand, his heart unsettled, especially since the scroll described all the multicolored flames in the savage wilderness as being refined by soul refiners themselves. Reading that, Bai Xiaoqun's heart raced. From single-colored flames to 14-colored flames, the people of the savage wilderness had studied them for generations, having long since discovered methods for refining them. In fact, there weren't just one method, but many. In the savage wilderness, the methods for refining single-colored flames to 14-colored flames weren't top-secret information. Even so, not every soul refiner could master them, and every soul refining family had records. The method for refining the 15-colored fire is only in the hands of mid-level clans. Only great families or powerful forces have the qualifications to possess such methods. The method for refining the 16-colored fire has become top secret. Regardless, the level of spirit refining in the savage wilderness has surpassed that of the Tongshan continent by a vast margin. They are fundamentally not on the same level. The bone scroll also states that possessing multicolored fire does not guarantee successful spirit refining. The higher the level of spirit refining, the greater the failure rate. Similar to the spirit refining process on the Tongshan continent, after failure, the item will collapse and be destroyed. Bai Xiaoqun felt as if this place was the origin of spirit refining. Thinking about being able to refine multicolored fire himself, and using flames to differentiate the levels of soul refiners, Bai Xiaoqun breathed heavily. If we have a way to refine multicolored flames, he had the turtle pattern cauldron. For others, refining 14-colored flames didn't necessarily mean successfully refining 14 times, but for Bai Xiaoqun, As long as he had the flames, he could refine them. Thinking about this, his heart was filled with excitement. At the same time, besides recording the levels of soul refiners, the bone scroll also described soul essence, which is the soul medicine provided to the soul masters of the savage wilderness for cultivation. Like spirit stones, soul medicine is the currency in the savage wilderness. Refining soul medicine isn't difficult. When refining multicolored flames, stop the process the moment it becomes fire, preventing it from transforming into flames. This will form the soul medicine. Soul elixirs refined under the 10-colored flame are all low-grade, and the classification varies depending on the type of flame. For example, a soul elixir refined from a single-colored flame is equivalent to 1 portion of low-grade soul elixir, while a soul elixir refined from a 10-colored flame is equivalent to 10 portions of low-grade soul elixir. Only those refined using 11-colored flames can be called mid-grade soul elixirs, possessing immense value. In other words, only emperor-level soul refiners can refine mid-grade soul elixirs. High-grade soul elixirs are extremely rare, and only 15-colored flames can form a soul essence. Legend also mentions a type of soul elixir called the ultimate grade, but this is merely a legend, as the ultimate grade soul elixir requires 21 colored flames to form. This clearly demonstrates that soul refiners are the root cause of the rise of the savage wilderness. Externally, they can provide soul elixirs for cultivation and can refine souls to form flames for refining magical artifacts. Internally, soul refiners are fortunate enough to possess either soul slaves or soul slaves. They could enslave countless vengeful spirits to follow them, often summoning a multitude of soul slaves when attacking. Not only could these be used to kill enemies, but they could also be used at any time to refine soul elixirs and multicolored flames. It could be said that soul refiners were omnipotent beings. This was Bai Xiaochun's only impression after reading the information in the bone slip. Soul refiners, it seems there's nothing they can't do. Bai Xiaochun recalled the scene of himself refining spirits in the trial grounds. He remembered the omnipotent soul refiners, and he felt that they were not only nobles in the savage wilderness, but also the true children of this world. I want to become a soul refiner. Bai Xiaochun's eyes were filled with fervor. He clutched the bone slip tightly, and after a long while, he lowered his head to search through Bai Hao's storage bag again. After searching for half a day, Bai Xiaochun suddenly discovered that, besides the bone elixir, he had no way to refine multicolored flames. Is Bai Hao's cultivation level too weak, or his status in the family too low? That's why he can't refine the multicolored fire. Bai Xiaochun was frustrated. He looked at the tomb, then waved his hand, and the words Bai Hao's tomb were carved into the trunk of the large tree next to the tomb. After finishing, Bai Xiaochun bowed to the tomb and turned to leave. Although Bai Xiaochun was tempted by the news of the soul refining master, he understood that he needed to find out more important information, where he was and how far he was from the Great Wall. I should change my appearance. Bai Xiaochun pondered for a moment. He took the mask and put it on his face. As his appearance changed, it transformed into Bai Hao's face when he was alive. As time passed, the mask became Bai Hao's true face. For now, I'll use Bai Hao's identity. Bai Xiaochun flew away at top speed. This mask also has its drawbacks. As he advanced, Bai Xiaochun frowned. He knew that this mask was an artifact from the savage wilderness, an item belonging to a terrifying force within it. They could transmit information to him through the mask. The fact that they could find me through the mask means there's an unknown mark on it, a mark belonging to them, which is why they were able to do this. Bai Xiaochun pondered. Although that force didn't harbor much hostility towards him, he didn't dare take the risk. After a while, he recalled the situation in the trial grounds. After refining the spirit, the leaves would change state 11 times, all the marks would be erased, and then they would have to become their master again. Bai Xiaochun thought for a moment. This is a good method. Bai Xiaochun made up his mind. He increased his speed, following the markings on the map, and flew towards the border area of the dense forest. Shortly after Bai Xiaochun left, a gray mist silently appeared outside the tomb where he had been standing, instantly enveloping the area. The mist thickened, and simultaneously, the sound of footsteps crunching on fallen leaves echoed through the fog. A figure was faintly visible within the mist, stopping beside Bai Hao's tomb. It was an old man, dressed in a green robe, his face expressionless. If Bai Xiaochun had still been there, he would have recognized this person as the tomb guardian. The old man silently gazed at the tomb before him. and after a long while, he looked in the direction Bai Xiaochun had left. Then he withdrew his gaze, and the mist vanished without a trace. Bai Xiaochun sped through the forest, getting closer and closer to the border. In the mountains near the forest, Zhou Yixing emerged. His complexion had recovered considerably, and his eyes were much more alert than before. Although he hadn't fully recovered, he had at least regained a significant portion of his strength. Recalling his losses in the labyrinth, Zhou Yixing gritted his teeth in frustration. It's all because of Bai Xiaochun. This man's death is well deserved. Zhou Yixing snorted coldly, looking around and thinking. More than 2 months ago, he was teleported to this place. Because he had suffered serious injuries, he hadn't fully recovered in the trial area before being teleported here. He was very lucky. He encountered a group of Foundation establishment cultivators. He held back his strength, and after killing several Foundation establishment cultivators, he used a secret technique to devour their flesh, blood, and cultivation to recover some of his injuries. He knew that even though he was a soul refining master, this place was not within his family's territory, and was even very far away. In this unfamiliar area, even he could be in life-threatening danger. Therefore, he didn't leave immediately. He set up a protective barrier around the area to heal his wounds. 2 months later, soul cultivators inadvertently entered the barrier one after another, eventually becoming his nourishment. This tropical forest, if I'm not mistaken, is probably the Netherworld Forest. From my judgment, this place is too far from my family. Zhou Yixing frowned and sighed. This place is within the territory of the Giant Ghost King. The Giant Ghost King is one of the 4 great heavenly kings of the savage wilderness. His own cultivation is demigod, and he has 5 great heavenly beings under his command. The only way for me to leave is to go to the royal city and use the teleportation array there. Zhou Yixing thought for a moment, then set up another protective barrier around the barren hill. Many soul cultivators retreated from the Netherworld Forest. I devoured some of them, and after recovering my cultivation, I went to Giant Ghost City. Zhou Yixing made up his mind. Just as he was about to enter the mountain cave, his expression suddenly changed. He looked up towards the forest and saw a figure flying out. An extraordinary cultivation level. This is a core formation soul cultivator. Zhou Yixing's eyes narrowed, his heart pounding. He watched the figure flying out of the tropical forest, licked his lips, and after a moment of thought, made up his mind. If this person goes in another direction, that's fine. If they enter my forbidden zone, I must devour them, even if it costs me my life. Devouring them will be enough to overcome over 100 Foundation establishment soul cultivators. In fact, devouring them will not only heal my injuries, but also restore my cultivation to its peak. Zhou Yixing quickly retreated, seriously observing his prey. This person was Bai Xiaochun. Following the map, Bai Xiaochun flew out of the tropical forest. He looked around at the sky and noticed the eerie atmosphere. Although there were mountains, forests, and animals on the ground, it was a desolate area, devoid of anything remarkable, yet emanating an indescribable pressure. Especially with the surrounding mist of vengeful spirits, the entire place was shrouded in gloom and darkness. Compared to the area outside the Great Wall, this place is even more desolate. Bai Xiaochun sighed, continuing his journey. Zhou Yixing, hiding in the barren hill, watched as the soul cultivator flew out of the rainforest but didn't head towards his area. His eyes flickered for a moment, then a ferocious glint appeared in them. Never mind all that. Devouring this person will restore me. I am a soul refining master, and this person must be a soul cultivator. I can definitely crush him. Thinking this, Zhou Yixing's expression grew even more ferocious. He raised his right hand, gripping the 9-refined black bow. He flew directly out of the barren hill, suddenly drawing the bowstring and aiming 18 arrows at Bai Xiaochun. As Zhou Yixing flew out, Bai Xiaochun sensed a great danger. He turned his head and saw Zhou Yixing emerging from the barren hill. Upon seeing Zhou Yixing, Bai Xiaochun's jaw dropped. He stood there dumbfounded, staring at his opponent. A deafening roar echoed through the heavens and earth as 18 arrows transformed into 18 streaks of rainbow light, aiming directly at Bai Xiaochun. The arrows flew at incredible speed. They were far away before, but in the next instant, they were right next to Bai Xiaochun. Zhou Yixing. Bai Xiaochun stared intently, his heart filled with excitement. He never expected to encounter an acquaintance here, especially one who was his lucky star. All of this made Bai Xiaochun overjoyed, even ecstatic. He had been despondent about his unfamiliar surroundings, and yet Zhou Yixing had appeared before him. He truly was a lucky star. I can't let him know my identity. Bai Xiaochun made a decisive move, his heart pounding with anticipation. Suddenly, he raised his right hand and pointed a finger at the 18 incoming arrows. With a single gesture, a vortex appeared before Bai Xiaochun. This vortex spun continuously as 18 arrows approached, their explosive sounds echoing throughout the heavens and earth. The 18 arrows exploded, creating an astonishing shockwave that swept around, sending dust and sand flying. Bai Xiaochun took a step forward, completely unharmed. Zhou Yixing was greatly frightened. His body trembled violently, his heart pounding intensely, and an ominous feeling enveloped his mind. Damn it, this person is far stronger than me. Zhou Yixing inwardly lamented, regretting his impulsiveness. He had landed and entered the Forbidden's formation beneath the barren hill, intending to lure this person into it. The moment he landed, Bai Xiaochun smiled, taking a step forward, his body appearing as overlapping illusory figures. In an instant, a wooden clone emerged, transforming into a beam of light and flying straight towards the barren hill. Bai Xiaochun hadn't carefully examined the Forbidden's formation on the barren hill, so he underestimated it. Upon closer inspection, he detected a murderous intent within, but he didn't bother to pay attention. He waved his hand, and another clone appeared within him. Because Bai Xiaochun's main body wore a mask, both clones transformed into Bai Xiaochun's appearance and flew into the barren hill. Zhou Yixing trembled with fear upon discovering his opponent's situation. A clone! In Zhou Yixing's mind, anyone capable of cultivating clones was no ordinary person, let alone someone who had cultivated two clones. This further shook his heart, thinking that this place belonged to the Giant Ghost King's territory, and that the person before him was strongly connected to the Giant Ghost King's power. Even if he successfully devoured the opponent, he was no match for him. He regretted his actions deeply. Fellow Taoist, stop, I am Zhou Yixing of the eastern branch of the Chu family. The previous incident was just a misunderstanding. We have no enmity between us. A misunderstanding. I was merely passing through this place, and you ambushed me. Is that what you call a misunderstanding? Bai Xiaochun chuckled coldly, deliberately speaking in a hoarse voice. He raised his right hand and pointed at the barren hill. Immediately, two of his clones charged straight into the barren hill and stormed the mountain peak, breaking through all the obstructing restrictions along the way. These restrictions were extraordinary. Although Bai Xiaochun's two clones rushed through, their speed was still somewhat slowed down. Even though they could break the formation, it still took them about half an incense stick's time. Bai Xiaochun felt it was too slow, and Zhou Yixing's spirit was greatly shaken. He felt the speed of breaking the formation was too fast. He knew that this restriction was a secret technique of his family, incredibly powerful, and today it was broken so quickly that his heart turned cold. Bai Taoist, let's take things slowly. I am a soul refining master, a third-grade soul refining master. I can compensate with soul medicine. Zhou Yixing controlled the restrictions to block Bai Xiaochun's two clones, and then spoke up to compromise. After hearing that the other party's surname was Bai, he didn't think too much about it. Bai Xiaochun's heart swelled with joy. He even felt a sense of familiarity with Zhou Yixing. He still maintained his arrogant demeanor, raising his right hand and pointing forward. A terrifying surge of soul power erupted from him, carrying an overbearing force clearly beyond what a soul cultivator could possess, a vibration belonging to a soul refining master. I am also a soul refining master, Bai Xiaochun declared, his voice noble and lofty. When it reached Zhou Yixing's ears, Zhou Yixing's heart trembled, his eyes blazing red. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Zhou Yixing roared, his hands forming a hand seal. He grabbed his great bow, and black smoke emanated from the bowstring, subtly transforming into a demonic face that flew straight towards Bai Xiaochun. Zhou Yixing pulled the bowstring taut. You don't know your own limitations. Bai Xiaochun spoke arrogantly, and a phantom image appeared on his body. In an instant, his water clone stepped out, transforming into a beam of light and flying straight towards the bald man. You still have clones. Zhou Yixing choked, seeing three clones flying straight towards the barren hill. Their speed in breaking the restrictions greatly increased. Zhou Yixing's expression changed. He let go, a sharp whistling sound rang out, and a black arrow transformed into a rainbow, flying straight towards Bai Xiaochun. Even as it flew, the arrow formed a mist and transformed into a demonic face, the demonic face screaming as it appeared before Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun arrogantly tilted his chin up. Even at Chu Yixing's peak, he wasn't his match, and his injuries hadn't healed yet. And he himself had not only reached his peak, but was even much stronger than when he was in the labyrinth. With such confidence, facing the approaching arrow, Bai Xiaochun didn't care. He raised his right hand and, with lightning speed, caught the incoming arrow. Boom! The arrow stopped. The demonic face screamed in agony, struggling desperately, but to no avail. Chu Yixing's head buzzed as he witnessed this scene. Impossible! While Chu Yixing was still reeling in shock, Bai Xiaochun's 3 clones shattered the restrictions on the barren hill in just a few seconds. As the restrictions collapsed, the 3 clones surrounded Chu Yixing. No matter how much Chu Yixing struggled, Bai Xiaochun's 3 clones easily subdued and captured him. After sealing his cultivation, Bai Xiaochun's main body stepped forward, quickly clearing his throat, his strange gaze scrutinizing Chu Yixing several times. This gaze terrified Chu Yixing, his breathing quickening. He stared intently at Bai Xiaochun, gritting his teeth and roaring, "I, too, have guarded the eastern branch of the 9 Nether King's town for generations. I am a direct descendant of the Chu family. If you kill me, you will surely face the Chu family's revenge." Bai Xiaochun chuckled softly, ignoring Zhou Yixing's threats. He took Zhou Yixing's storage bag, erased the markings, and opened it to examine its contents. Zhou Yixing's storage bag was quite empty, containing only a few items, including 4 7-colored flames, which surprised Bai Xiaochun. He immediately took them, and as for the 9 times refined spirit bell, Bai Xiaochun threw it into his own storage bag. Zhou Yixing saw Bai Xiaochun examining his storage bag, his eyes filled with anger, and a feeling of bitter defeat welled up inside him. He didn't know what to say to himself. He had been bullied by Bai Xiaochun in the labyrinth, and now outside, he was being bullied by another Bai. I hate the Bai family. Zhou Yixing felt devastated, tears streaming down his face. Every item in Zhou Yixing's storage bag was scrutinized by Bai Xiaochun. There weren't many items in the bag, and even fewer that caught Bai Xiaochun's eye. You, being a member of the main branch of the Chu family, why does your storage bag only contain these things? You're too poor. Bai Xiaochun was a little displeased, raising his head and glaring at Chu Yixing. You're too late. Before you, there was a damned beast who snatched so many good things. Chu Yixing was indignant, gritting his teeth as he glared at Bai Xiaochun, feeling like someone had stolen his belongings and then complained about his poverty. He was furious, thinking to himself that he wasn't that poor. His storage bag once contained the 9-colored flame, the fire soul arrow, many soul slaves, and even quite a few soul medicines. These things were either stolen by others in the labyrinth or used up by him to heal his wounds. Seeing Chu Yixing's indignant expression, Bai Xiaochun narrowed his eyes, realizing that the other party's mention of the damned beast was most likely referring to him. He quickly cleared his throat, ignoring him, and then picked up 7 or 8 bone slips to examine them. There was no news here, mostly things Bai Xiaochun already knew. He searched all day but couldn't find a way to concoct the multicolored fire. In fact, this was what Bai Xiaochun cared about most. Finally, after reading the last bone scroll, Bai Xiaochun was greatly relieved to find it was a map. This map was much larger than the one Bai Hao had wanted, even encompassing the savage wilderness. Although only a rough sketch, it broadened Bai Xiaochun's horizons considerably. On this map, he had marked 5 cities. These 5 cities were scattered, seemingly guarding the 4 cardinal directions, east, west, south, and north. They were, in order, the 9 Nether City, the Giant Ghost City, the Fighting Saint City, and the Spirit Forest City. These 4 cities occupied extremely vast areas. Further into the savage wilderness, between the Fighting Saint City and the Spirit Forest City, lay a 5th city marked as the Imperial City. Bai Xiaochun seemed lost in thought. After retrieving the bone slip, he assessed Zhou Yixing. Under Bai Xiaochun's intense gaze, Zhou Yixing knew his chances of survival were slim. He glared back at Bai Xiaochun with a resentful look. "Kill me if you want." Zhou Yixing gritted his teeth. "Don't be nervous. I just want to ask you a few questions. If you tell me the truth, perhaps my Bai family will be pleased and spare your life." Bai Xiaochun smiled, squatting before Zhou Yixing and trying his best to appear friendly and amiable, even worried that his clones might scare Zhou Yixing. Bai Xiaochun waved his hand, and 3 clones transformed into beams of light and entered Zhou Yixing's body. You're dreaming if you think you can get any information out of me. If you have the guts, just kill me. The soul refining masters of my family will avenge me. Zhou Yixing roared loudly. He knew he was a soul refining master, and the other party was also a soul refining master. Therefore, his soul was a crucial resource for the other party, so the offer of mercy was nothing more than child's play. Zhou Yixing's heart was bitter in his despair. He had prepared for his impending death, and at this moment, he was being defiant regardless of the consequences. Bai Xiaochun was stunned by Zhou Yixing's roar. Even the saliva from the other party had sprayed on his face, enraging him. Zhou Yixing, you're very arrogant. I haven't even asked you a question, and you're already refusing. Bai Xiaochun glared at Zhou Yixing, feeling that this man was too arrogant and presumptuous, daring to bully someone as a prisoner. HMPH, no matter what the question is, you're dreaming if you think you can get any information out of me. I'll tell you, my Chu family has research into torture. All clan members, from young to old, undergo training in this area. I really want to see what kind of ability you have to make me speak. Zhou Yixing sneered. He was certain he was going to die, so he didn't care about anything else. This contemptuous look provoked Bai Xiaochun's anger. Bai Xiaochun glared back, patted his storage bag, and directly took out an aphrodisiac pill. Without waiting for Zhou Yixing to see it clearly, he shoved it into his mouth, then patted his chest to make the pill enter Zhou Yixing's stomach. I'll show you my power. Let's see if you'll speak or not, Bai Xiaochun said angrily. Zhou Yixing's heart was filled with panic. He felt heat spreading throughout his body. Although he appeared calm, he was extremely nervous. At this moment, he stared intently at Bai Xiaochun. Zhou Yixing's expression quickly turned unnatural. He found his whole body heating up rapidly, a surge of emotion welling up inside him, his eyes blazing red, his breathing ragged, and his heart pounding with an indescribable unease. The more he trembled, the more violently his body creaked and groaned. He struggled to restrain himself, staring intently at Bai Xiaochun. Time passed, the duration of an incense stick gone by. By this time, Zhou Yixing was burning intensely, yet he gritted his teeth and remained silent. Even Bai Xiaochun was moved. Why do you need to be like this? I merely wanted to ask a few questions. Bai Xiaochun sighed, intending to reason with him. But Zhou Yixing laughed maniacally, his eyes filled with contempt, and roared, "Stop wasting words. Is this all you've got? Use whatever other tricks you have." Zhou Yixing spoke with a trembling voice, seemingly extremely delirious. When he yelled, he even spat phlegm in Bai Xiaochun's face. Bai Xiaochun dodged but was furious. He glared at Zhou Yixing, who glared back. After a few seconds of staring at each other, Bai Xiaochun, visibly enraged, pointed directly at Zhou Yixing. "Zhou, you forced my hand." With that, the wooden clone within Bai Xiaochun stepped out, flying directly out of the cave and into the tropical forest. A moment later, the clone returned, holding a pig with skin and fur as hard as steel. The pig was a full 10 feet tall, like a bear. The wooden clone threw it in front of Zhou Yixing. The pig cautiously looked around, squealing, but was suppressed by Bai Xiaochun's oppressive aura and dared not move. Zhou Yixing was stunned, not knowing Bai Xiaochun's intentions. Bai Xiaochun waved his right hand, removing the restraints on Zhou Yixing. Although the seal remained, Zhou Yixing was now able to move. Zhou Yixing's expression changed drastically. In an instant, he felt a bad premonition. His gaze fixed on the pig, and he almost lost control, instinctively wanting to leap towards it. He screamed, suppressing the inner turmoil, his skin turning bright red, his whole body trembling, sweat pouring down like a waterfall, his eyes bloodshot. The torment was far more intense than before. "Speak, why are you like this? Don't worry, just tell me, and I won't kill you," Bai Xiaochun said sympathetically, trying to comfort him. "I'd rather die than say anything. Don't even dream of getting any information out of me." Zhou Yixing felt like he was about to collapse. He struggled to control his body and then roared. His face contorted, veins bulging, as he desperately suppressed his inner turmoil. "You underestimate the willpower of the Chu family patriarch too much. My willpower is very strong. Even the Chu family's ancestor praised me." Zhou Yixing was drenched in sweat. At this moment, he felt the torment subsiding. He looked up at the sky and laughed loudly, his eyes filled with contempt as he looked at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's expression changed when he realized the other party was looking down on him. His heart trembled, and when he looked at Ji Yixing, Bai Xiaochun admired him from the bottom of his heart. He felt that this person was too terrifying. His willpower and perseverance were not something ordinary people could achieve. Chu Taoist, I understand. Your willpower far surpasses that of ordinary people. It's very powerful. I only wanted to ask a few questions. I had no choice but to do this. You shouldn't hate me. Bai Xiaochun sighed, his gaze shifting from the pig to Chu Yixing. I hope this pig also has the same willpower as you. Bai Xiaochun shook his head with a sigh, then took a lust-enhancing pill, crushed it into powder, and put it to the pig's nose. Seeing this scene, Chu Yixing, who had been laughing loudly with his head tilted back, was terrified to the point of near death. He gasped for breath, his face as pale as a sheet. His laughter stopped, and his legs trembled. At this moment, he truly collapsed. Just thinking about how the opponent's elixir could drive him almost insane like this, and then thinking about the pig that had just inhaled the elixir and gone just as crazy. Chu Yixing's scalp tingled. He could imagine his own fate afterward. He didn't dare bet on whether this pig had the same self-control as him. At this moment, a terrifying image flashed through his mind, an image of utter misery, but his mouth remained firm. Come on, let's see who's afraid of whom. Chu Yixing roared. Indeed, a true hero. Bai Xiaochun was also moved. He felt that even after going this far, Chu Yixing could still stand firm and endure it. He felt that this was what a true hero was. It turned out that besides himself, there were still others in this world. Unexpectedly, he had met a hero like himself today. Bai Xiaochun felt a great deal of emotion, and when he looked at Chu Yixing, he still regretted not meeting him sooner. Good man, I apologize for what happened today. To show my respect, I will definitely fulfill your request, and I absolutely won't look at your pathetic state. Bai Xiaochun sighed, speaking very seriously. He couldn't bear to see a hero shed tears. If you can persevere through this step, I will absolutely not ask you any more questions. Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth. The more he looked at Chu Yixing, the more he felt he was truly a man of iron will. Therefore, with respect, he increased the dose of the medicinal powder for the pig to inhale. After the pig inhaled the powder, its body trembled violently. Its reaction was even faster and more thorough than Chu Yixing's. Its eyes turned bloodshot, and it let out a mournful howl like it was in heat, excitedly looking around. Upon seeing this scene, Chu Yixing's entire body trembled. Even his strong will couldn't withstand it. Especially when the pig turned around, its eyes blazing with madness, its forehead shaking uncontrollably as it looked at Chu Yixing. Then it let out a cry, and Chu Yixing was terrified. If it weren't for Bai Xiaochun standing behind the pig and restraining its body, it would have likely lunged at him. Chu Yixing screamed, his fear unparalleled. At this moment, he was truly terrified, his fear exceeding his self-control. The image in his mind became increasingly clear, a truly horrifying image. He couldn't bear to think about it any longer. Just then, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. His eyes filled with determination, respect, and regret as he released his right hand. After no longer restraining the pig, Bai Xiaochun turned and left the cave. Bai Xiaochun admired Chu Yixing like a raging river. He felt he was keeping his promise. If he said he wouldn't look, he wouldn't. He felt regret mixed with a touch of sadness. I can't bear to see a hero shed tears. Why are you forcing me like this? Bai Xiaochun shook his head. As he left the cave, he could still hear the pigs squealing and Chu Yixing's heart-wrenching screams as he dodged. Bai family, I was wrong. Don't be like this. I'll tell you whatever you want. Chu Yixing said tremblingly. He had used all his strength to dodge, knowing full well what would happen if the pig pounced on him. At this moment, his scalp felt like it was splitting open. He forgot his image and his earlier defiant words, his voice utterly mournful. As he spoke, Bai Xiaochun stopped, his eyes filled with triumph and ecstatic joy. He turned to look at Chu Yixing, who was still dodging. Hero, are you willing to answer me? Chu Yixing was truly terrified, tears streaming down his face. He dodged and screamed desperately, pointing at the pig and shouting at Bai Xiaochun, I'll tell you everything. Just make it stop. Bai Xiaochun was pleased, but also felt a little regretful. He shook his head as he looked at Chu Yixing, thinking, from now on, the world has lost one true hero. It seems I'm the only true hero in this world. Bai Xiaochun coughed, stepping forward to the pig. He pinned it down with one hand, and his clone appeared, carrying the pig and throwing it into the rainforest. As the pig was taken away, Chu Yixing felt completely drained. He leaned against the cliff, his face pale and his breathing heavy, his whole body drenched in sweat. His face still showed a mixture of relief at surviving the ordeal and fear as he looked at Bai Xiaochun. He hadn't seen a person, but the most terrifying demon in the world. Look, Chu Yixing, I have no ill intentions towards you. I just want to ask a few questions. Come here, listen to me. Quickly tell me how to concoct multicolored flames, starting with single-colored flames and gradually progressing to higher levels. Bai Xiaochun quickly reassured the other party, squatting in front of Chu Yixing and then asking expectantly. As soon as he asked this question, Chu Yixing's eyes widened as he stared at Bai Xiaochun like an idiot. You want to ask about this? Chu Yixing couldn't believe it. He asked again, and sure, of course, I'm asking about this. What's wrong? Are you going to change your mind? That pig hasn't been taken far yet. Seeing Chu Yixing's expression, Bai Xiaochun was furious. He stood up, ready to confront him immediately. I'll tell you. Chu Yixing said dejectedly. Filled with resentment, he looked up at the cave entrance, tears streaming down his face. He felt suicidal. He had expected the other party to ask about some highly confidential information, but he never imagined they would ask about these things. He knew that the methods for concocting multicolored flames, from single-colored to 14-colored, were passed down within soul-refining families, and even in the royal city. They could be purchased for a small amount of soul medicine. If he had known they would ask this question, why would he have stubbornly refused? Thinking about the suffering he had endured earlier, Chu Yixing felt dizzy. His mind became unbalanced, and he immediately realized something was wrong. The man named Bai before him was also from a soul-refining family. He couldn't possibly be unaware of how to concoct multicolored flames. He knew all this, yet he still asked him, repeatedly withholding the information and only asking a few questions. This clearly indicated he wanted to toy with him. Chu Yixing's eyes blazed red. The more he thought about it, the more certain he felt. His gaze fixed on Bai Xiaochun, he deliberately tried to remain calm, but the thought of the pig's crimson eyes from earlier shook him violently. He breathed heavily, then began explaining the method of refining the one-color fire to the 14-power fire. Bai Xiaochun's spirit was stirred. He took out a jade slip and took notes, listening attentively. Even after Chu Yixing finished, he deliberately asked questions, repeatedly verifying his answers. Only after Chu Yixing answered fluently did he feel relieved and let it go. Chu Yixing cursed inwardly. He had told Bai Xiaochun the refining method without concealment, and there was no need to lie. After all, the other party was a soul-refining master. He thought Bai Xiaochun was just pretending because he was addicted to it. Damn you, stop pretending. Chu Yixing muttered, gritting his teeth. He felt like he was being made a fool of. Bai Xiaochun happily retrieved the jade slip and continued to ask other questions, all of which Chu Yixing felt were just teasing him. Especially since they were mixed with all sorts of nonsensical and confusing information, Chu Yixing felt even more frustrated. Then Bai Xiaochun asked another question. No, Chu Yixing, there's also a method for concocting the 15-colored fire. Tell me quickly. Bai Xiaochun looked expectantly at Chu Yixing. Hearing this, Chu Yixing finally couldn't hold back. His eyes blazed with anger, and he roared at Bai Xiaochun, "Bai, stop pretending. Don't you know this is Ghost King City? Don't you know Ghost King is one of the 4 heavenly kings? Don't you know about the teleportation array? Is that interesting? You even asked me how old I am and how many companions I have. What do you mean by that? You're also a soul-refining master. Don't you know that the method of refining the 15-colored flames is in the hands of the great families? Damn it, Bai, how long do you intend to torment me?" Chu Yixing roared in anger, tears streaming down his face. After he finished shouting, Bai Xiaochun felt embarrassed. He touched his nose. Many of the questions he'd ask were merely amusing. The things he wanted to know were intertwined with those questions. Seeing Chu Yixing so agitated and delirious, he chuckled and knocked Chu Yixing unconscious. Ignoring Chu Yixing, Bai Xiaochun's expression turned serious as he stood at the cave entrance, gazing at the world outside. So the power structure of the savage wilderness is so strange. Why didn't I know anything about it while I was inside the Great Wall? And obviously, these things aren't secrets. Someone must have deliberately erased them. Bai Xiaochun murmured softly, his heart pounding. The savage wilderness has 5 major forces, which are the 5 great cities. The 5 great cities are known as 1 emperor and 4 kings. In order, they are the 9 Nether King City, the Giant Ghost King City, the Battle Saint King City, the Spirit Forest King City, and finally, the Kui Emperor City. Unlike the sects on the Tongshan continent, the savage wilderness has a supreme leader, the Kui Emperor, at the very top, and below him are the 4 great heavenly kings. The 4 great heavenly kings are like vassals, controlling for other cities, and can be said to possess their own armies. Besides the heavenly kings, within the imperial city, below the heavenly kings are the heavenly generals, and then the heavenly marquises. The power structure of the savage wilderness is similar to that of a dynasty. When Bai Xiaochun inquired about the issues, he summarized the answers. Although Bai Xiaochun was surprised by this answer, careful consideration confirmed it. After all, based on what he knew, soul cultivators and soul refiners in the savage wilderness were the rulers of this world. The only problem is that countless years ago, the heavenly venerable on Tongshan Island overthrew the previous dynasty and replaced it. The remnants of the former dynasty fled into the desolate wilderness, leading to the current situation. His current location is within the territory of the Giant Ghost King, one of the 4 great heavenly kings, and also within the sphere of influence of his city. He also knows the location of the Giant Ghost King's city. If marked from the Tongshan continent, the city is located in the western branch of Tongshan. The Starry Sky Dao Extreme Sect is located in the eastern branch of Tongshan, a vast distance apart. If he wants to return to the eastern branch of the Starry Sky Dao Extreme Sect from here, he needs to cross the Tongshan Sea. Such difficulty is impossible even for a nascent soul cultivator. Only those with cultivation reaching the heavenly human realm had the qualifications to cross the Tongshan Sea. This wasn't the only option either. If he could use the teleportation array, he would need to go to the savage wilderness near the eastern heavenly vein, which wouldn't be difficult. However, Bai Xiaochun had just inquired, and the veiled hint suggested a certain difficulty. Because Zhou Yixing had said that the teleportation array was only effective for those born in the savage wilderness. That teleportation array used savage wilderness soul power as its foundation, so it had many peculiarities. Zhou Yixing didn't confirm it, saying it was just a rumor he'd heard. Bai Xiaochun remained silent, looking at the sky outside the cave, and after a long while, sighed. Never mind, I should try. Maybe if I'm lucky, I can teleport back. Bai Xiaochun shook his head, looking at Zhou Yixing. He thought that this man had tried to kill him 3 times. It would be a pity to kill him. If he could kill anyone he wanted in the Great Wall, he could, but here, alone and unfamiliar with the local life, he needed a guide. Bai Xiaochun felt that Zhou Yixing was his lucky star. Every time this person appeared, he experienced good fortune. If he had him by his side, perhaps he would thrive in the savage wilderness. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaochun became even more reluctant to kill Zhou Yixing. So, after a moment of contemplation, he chanted a spell and placed over 100 restrictions on Zhou Yixing. He could control the other's life and death with a single thought, only then feeling at ease. It's not good if he has no cultivation at all. If he unfortunately encounters trouble and is killed, it wouldn't be good. Bai Xiaochun considered releasing 1/10 of Zhou Yixing's cultivation, but felt unsafe, so he reduced it to half a tenth. With only half a cultivation level, even if he encountered a foundation establishment cultivator, he could still put up a fight. At least escaping death wouldn't be a problem. Bai Xiaochun felt he was very fortunate to have this lucky star, and didn't dwell on it. He sat down beside Zhou Yixing and began studying the method of concocting the multicolored fire that Zhou Yixing had just mentioned. To guard against any unforeseen circumstances, the illusory figure stepped out of Bai Xiaochun's body, and all 3 clones went outside. One went out to guard, and 2 clones sat beside Bai Xiaochun's main body as protectors. 3 days passed quickly. Zhou Yixing had long since woken up, still lying there motionless. Feeling that his cultivation was only half sealed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Knowing that the other party didn't want to kill him now, and had sealed his cultivation, it seemed his life wasn't lost. From the moment he entered the labyrinth until now, he had encountered nothing but misfortune. Zhou Yixing was sorrowful. He lay there looking up at the cave wall, tears welling up in his eyes. While Chu Yixing was lost in thought, Bai Xiaochun was completely absorbed in studying the multicolored flame. The more he studied, the more astonished he became, and in the end, he often exclaimed in admiration, "So this is how you refine multicolored flames." Using different types of soul attributes as materials, and even demanding such strict requirements for the soul itself. If one wants to refine a two-colored fire, they must start with a single-colored fire as a foundation. Only after adding more souls to become a two-colored fire can it become a three-colored fire. Bai Xiaochun's eyes flickered with great interest. He discovered that refining fire was similar to refining medicine. Although not exactly the same, the similarities could be deduced. Interesting? Bai Xiaochun licked his lips, his eyes filled with even more interest. He knew exactly where he was, so he was even more motivated to refine. At this moment, he didn't pay attention to the method of refining the two-colored fire. His focus was on the first-grade refining of the single-colored fire. While he was studying the method of refining the single-colored fire, the water clone beside him opened its eyes, stood up, picked up Bai Xiaochun's storage bag, and went outside, constantly flying around searching for vengeful spirits. Chu Yixing observed everything, his eyes flickering. He carefully examined Bai Xiaochun's clones, becoming increasingly astonished. He especially recalled the scene of the 3 clones breaking through his restrictions. They had destroyed them with ease, their power immense. What kind of divine ability does Bai Xiaochun cultivate? I've never seen clones like this before. Most other people's clones are illusory. Possessing even a fraction of their own cultivation is already extraordinary. This person's clones are as powerful as his main body. How did he do it? Chu Yixing pondered, his thoughts wandering. After several hours, the sky outside darkened, and suddenly a figure entered. The sight startled Chu Yixing, who recognized it as one of Bai Xiaochun's clones. When the clone approached the main body of Bai Xiaochun, it handed him the storage bag. He sat down cross-legged, motionless. The main body of Bai Xiaochun opened his eyes, took the storage bag, and with a wave of his hand, took out 7 or 8 vengeful spirits. These spirits were vague and indistinct, like mist about to dissipate, sometimes transforming into the faces of natives or ferocious beasts howling at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun didn't bother to look at them. His expression was extremely serious. He entered a state of alchemy, raising his right hand to capture the 7 or 8 vengeful spirits. After capturing them, through some strange rule, a spark clearly appeared in Bai Xiaochun's fist, but the spark quickly disappeared. Bai Xiaochun opened his hand, and there was nothing in it. Chu Yixing saw this and sneered disdainfully. He's using our Chu family's flame refining method. Hemph, our Chu family's flame refining method was bestowed upon us by the 9 Nether King. Although not the most advanced, it's extremely extraordinary. It's difficult to master without decades of research. Even achieving the single-color flame requires at least a year or more to succeed. I have a talent for soul refining that even the clan leader laments, yet it still took me 3 months of thousands of trials to succeed. You just looked at the refining method and want to replicate our Chu families. You're overestimating yourself. Bai Xiaochun frowned. He looked at his palm, his eyes filled with thought. After the deduction, he pulled out 7 or 8 vengeful spirits from his storage bag. With a serious expression, he raised his right hand and squeezed the vengeful spirits. As he manipulated the scene that had just appeared, the vengeful spirits condensed into a shimmering, unquenchable flame that grew brighter and brighter. When Bai Xiaochun opened his hand, a blazing fire was burning fiercely. This scene astonished Chu Yixing, leaving him wide-eyed and speechless. He was bewildered because he understood that different refining systems were difficult to integrate. That said, a soul refining master who only mastered one method of refining flames would find it very difficult to master another, and even if they did, it would take a long time to learn. Yet, Bai Xiaochun had accomplished it in less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. This left Chu Yixing breathless and stunned. It's just good luck. It must be. Bai Xiaochun's luck isn't bad. Chu Yixing swallowed hard, reassuring himself, his gaze fixed on the flame in Bai Xiaochun's palm. It's not that difficult, Bai Xiaochun said proudly, looking at the flame in his palm, realizing that refining fire and refining medicine weren't actually that different. Although the methods are different, the experience is similar. For example, in fire cultivation, he needs to master the timing of soul fusion and the integration of the attributes of the vengeful spirits. This will cause transformations, and adjustments can be made based on these transformations. It's difficult, but everything is possible if you understand the method. Otherwise, missing the opportunity will lead to failure. This process requires the coordinated use of cultivation. Whether it's spiritual power or soul power, both are considered forces of heaven and earth, so they don't affect the fire refining process. These methods, if used by outsiders, require mastery of timing. Bai Xiaochun's first attempt failed because the frequency and speed were incorrect. After thinking it over, he decisively treated fire refining like alchemy, viewing his hand as a furnace and his own spiritual power as the flame. From then on, his train of thought became clearer. Success in just one try. Looking at the flame in his hand, Bai Xiaochun's spirit soared, as if a new door had opened before him, a path to heaven behind it. Bai Xiaochun was uncontrollably excited. Soul refiners are the darlings of heaven and earth, and I am a soul refiner too. Bai Xiaochun laughed, his heart filled with joy, knowing that refining the first-grade fire proved he had become a first-grade soul refiner in the eyes of the barbarians. Next is the second-grade fire. Bai Xiaochun's eyes gleamed as he looked at the flames in his hand. He took out the vengeful spirits from his storage bag and followed the same refining process as in alchemy. He adjusted the proportions of the spirits, harmonizing them in various ways, and also adjusted the strength of his entire body's spiritual power. Finally, his hand closed like a furnace. The process was complex, but Bai Xiaochun, having refined alchemy for many years, was already proficient. His eyes shone with confidence as he wholeheartedly immersed himself in each vengeful spirit. He incorporated them into the single-colored flame. As time passed, the flame's color changed, eventually transforming into a two-colored flame. Zhou Yixing, lying beside him, was greatly surprised. His eyes fixed on the two-colored flame, he couldn't help but sit up, staring intently at the flames in Bai Xiaochun's hand, watching its color change. He found it unbelievable. Impossible. It took me 3 years to refine the two-colored flame back then. Zhou Yixing gasped as if he'd seen a ghost, unable to believe his eyes. What's so difficult to measure? It's just a two-colored fire, isn't it? It seems this Bai fellow's luck isn't bad, Zhou Yixing said bitterly. Bai Xiaochun watched the two-colored fire take shape in his hand. Not finished yet, Bai Xiaochun poured more souls into it again, this time using 40 or 50 vengeful spirits, employing a more complex method to integrate them into the two-colored fire. As time passed, a three-colored fire appeared in his hand. Bai Xiaochun didn't bother with the three-colored fire in his hand. He didn't stop, continuing to extract hundreds of vengeful spirits, his eyes emitting a strange radiance. He threw the vengeful spirits into the three-colored fire. They shrank into a small group, but in reality, there was a sequence of events. Bai Xiaochun controlled his spiritual power and adjusted the process. The amount of work was incredibly complex, yet it was completed in an instant. After a while, a four-colored fire appeared in his hand. How is this possible? Zhou Yixing's eyes almost popped out. His spirit trembled uncontrollably. He stared at the four-colored fire in Bai Xiaochun's hand, his breathing heavy. 1 or 2 times might be due to luck, but the scene before him was too sudden. He couldn't convince himself anymore. This couldn't be explained by luck. To be able to refine a four-colored fire in a single attempt clearly indicated that Bai Xiaochun was already a second-grade soul refining master. The refining speed was too fast, so fast that Zhou Yixing even doubted whether the person in front of him was one of his own clansmen. This thought flashed through his mind but was immediately dismissed. His eyes, filled with excitement, stared intently at Bai Xiaochun. His heart clenched, and a feeling of jealousy and resentment arose in his eyes. I don't believe it either. It's just four-colored fire. This person is using my two family's refining method. He absolutely cannot refine five-colored fire, because five-colored fire is a difficult hurdle. Zhou Yixing was trying to reassure himself, but Bai Xiaochun had already fused over 1,000 vengeful spirits with the flames. The four-colored fire in his hand flickered uncontrollably, almost extinguishing. Bai Xiaochun's face was serious as he clenched his fist. When he opened his hand, it was five-colored fire. Zhou Yixing's jaw dropped. He felt his brain couldn't process it, and his heart screamed in despair. Even if you're incredibly skilled, can you possibly refine 9-colored fire? He can't refine it, but I can. Even if he's a prodigy, so what? There are many prodigies, and talent needs time to mature. Chu Yixing was furious. Bai Xiaochun didn't know any of this. He was completely focused on refining the fire. If he knew, he would probably be even more arrogant. At this moment, he stared intently at the five-colored fire, not continuing the refining process. He pondered why the flames were about to extinguish. Why was this happening? After a long while, Bai Xiaochun understood. It's a conflict. This refining method isn't perfect. When the five-colored fire appears, it creates a conflicting fusion, causing it to erupt. If it can be suppressed, it becomes fire. If not, it fails. It seems the refining method can't be completely trusted. Bai Xiaochun pondered for a moment, then continued refining, preparing to create the green fire. The green fire required over 3,000 souls. These vengeful spirits had to be perfectly coordinated, and the timing of their fusion had to be precise. For many second-grade soul refiners, this was the most difficult hurdle, but for Bai Xiaochun, 3,000 souls were nothing. Very quickly, 3,000 souls appeared. Bai Xiaochun adjusted the process and sequence, then fused them with the five-colored fire. When he opened his hand, it was already the green fire. Immediately after, the seven-colored fire appeared. When the seven-colored fire was in Bai Xiaochun's hand, Zhou Yixing was utterly terrified. His eyes, filled with intense jealousy, were filled with disbelief, even despair. No matter what, he couldn't believe what kind of talent it took to observe another family's refining method and then achieve the seven-colored fire in a single attempt. This was a monstrous talent. Chu Yixing knew very well that although he had explained the method of refining, he hadn't mentioned the important points, such as the need to suppress the five-colored fire. Even though he hadn't said it, Bai Xiaochun seemed to understand it instinctively, so Chu Yixing had to fear the other party's monstrous talent. Even when Bai Xiaochun opened his hand to observe the eight-colored fire, Chu Yixing was almost speechless, his eyes wide with disbelief. He felt everything was too unreal. When the nine-colored fire blazed fiercely in Bai Xiaochun's hand, Chu Yixing let out a loud cry. The flames awakened his senses, and he stood up abruptly, pointing at Bai Xiaochun. His eyes were like those of someone who had seen a ghost, his face pale, his expression one of fear and bewilderment, unable to speak, his eyes unfocused, as if he were about to collapse. Impossible! This is impossible! Except for the first failure. All subsequent attempts, from refining the single-colored fire to the nine-colored fire, were successful on the first try. No third-grade soul refiner would dare claim to have achieved this. Only a Huang-grade 1 could. Who exactly are you? Chu Yixing roared like a madman. Even though a miracle had occurred before him, he still considered it nonsense. Bai Xiaochun frowned. He was annoyed at being interrupted by Chu Yixing, but at the same time, he felt very pleased that he had successfully refined the nine-colored fire. What a fuss! He put on a senior's demeanor. After speaking, Bai Xiaochun looked at the nine-colored fire in his hand, suppressing his excitement. Bai Xiaochun adjusted his breathing, directly taking over 30,000 souls. The vengeful spirits scattered in all directions, and he released the nine-colored fire, forming a sea of flames. At the same time, he with his attention focused on 30,000 souls. His spiritual power continuously merged with the vengeful spirits, some alone, some in groups of 5, some in groups of 3. The merging process was flawless. All situations clearly indicated an extremely precise sequence. After 10 seconds, when all the souls entered the flames, Bai Xiaochun raised his right hand and opened it. Boom! A black hole appeared in Bai Xiaochun's hand, absorbing the surrounding sea of fire, and within his palm emerged the 10-colored flame. As soon as the 10-colored flame appeared, the entire cave shone brightly, even the radiance imprinted on the walls, clearly visible from the outside. A powerful pressure emanated from the 10-colored flame, causing Bai Xiaochun to widen his eyes in astonishment. He stared blankly at the 10-colored flame in his hand. His body trembled slowly, his breathing became rapid, and his eyes were filled with excitement and exhilaration. Success! I've successfully refined the 10-colored flame. Bai Xiaochun was overjoyed, feeling a sense of accomplishment at having successfully refined the 10-colored flame with his own hands, even more so than when refining medicine. Bai Xiaochun was ecstatic, while Zhou Yixing was astonished. His mind buzzed, and he was completely speechless, staring blankly at Bai Xiaochun, carefully observing the 10-colored flame in his hand. He desperately wanted to tell himself it was all an illusion. He couldn't deceive himself anymore. He had truly witnessed the other party using his family's refining method to refine the 10-colored flame from a single color to a 10-color flame. This shattered his understanding. Even if his family had a Huang-grade soul refining master ancestor, they couldn't have accomplished this. Especially since the other party had just learned his family's flame refining method for the first time and succeeded on the first try. Everything shattered Zhou Yixing's common sense. He felt like the world had turned upside down. That's impossible, impossible. How could this be? Zhou Yixing muttered deliriously, his face as pale as a sheet of paper. The immense blow made him realize that the Bai family member was a genius, while he himself was a failure. What do you call a prodigy? This is a prodigy. Zhou Yixing was disheartened, a feeling of despair enveloping his entire body. He no longer had the strength to be jealous. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. He had no right to be jealous. He knew that the 10-colored flame represented the peak of the third-grade soul refining master level. Looking across the soul refining masters in the savage wilderness, not many could refine the 10-colored flame, and any one of them would be a powerful figure in their region. Even a peak third-grade soul refiner can attract quite a few soul cultivators to follow them. After all, a peak third-grade soul refiner refining the 10-colored fire into soul medicine yields 10 portions of low-grade soul medicine. The vast majority of soul refiners are willing to have soul cultivators accompany them, as refining fire requires a huge number of vengeful spirits. For example, the 10-colored fire requires 30,000 vengeful spirits. Relying on soul refiners to capture them themselves is too troublesome, so having someone else do it saves a lot of time. Not all soul refiners like having people follow them. Many, due to eccentric personalities or other reasons, prefer to be alone. As for the necessary souls, if they can't capture them themselves, they can directly go to the royal city or a soul refining family and directly purchase them through soul medicine transactions. In short, a peak third-grade soul refining master will have considerable prestige. If they have the opportunity to advance further, they will undergo a world-shattering transformation, becoming a Huang-grade soul refining master. That would be a figure whose name would be renowned far and wide, a vast difference from a third-grade master, not a world apart, but certainly not far off. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, his gaze finally shifting from the 10-colored flame to Zhou Yixing. Zhou Yixing and Bai Xiaochun met. At this moment, his arrogance and stubbornness had been shattered by Bai Xiaochun's 10-colored flame, leaving him bitter and unable to look at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun was inwardly pleased, knowing that the 10-colored flame had intimidated Zhou Yixing, and from now on, he could easily command him. That's good. I've already intimidated him. I should scare him even more. I've refined the 11-colored fire again, transforming it rapidly, becoming a Huang-grade soul refining master. I guess Zhou Yixing will be tormented and terrified. Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun smirked. He took out the jade slip containing Zhou Yixing's flame refining technique to study it. Zhou Yixing hesitated but whispered, "By Taoist, there's a significant difference between the 10-colored fire and the 11-colored fire." Just wait and see, Bai Xiaochun said proudly. He had successfully refined the 10-colored fire, and his heart was filled with confidence, feeling that refining fire was too simple. Hearing this, Zhou Yixing's heart raced. He looked at Bai Xiaochun, thinking that if he could see the 11-colored fire appear, it would be a great opportunity for him. Especially since the other party was only using his family's refining method, Zhou Yixing was no less powerful than the fire refining ancestor before him. Zhou Yixing took a deep breath and sat up straight, observing Bai Xiaochun. Seeing Zhou Yixing's reaction, Bai Xiaochun became arrogant and self-satisfied. Holding the 10-colored flame, he pondered how to refine the 11-colored flame. He potted his storage bag, and at that moment, 60,000 vengeful spirits flew out, forming a storm of resentment. Bai Xiaochun's expression turned serious as he raised his right hand and controlled the vengeful spirits to fly into the 10-colored flame. After 10 breaths, Bai Xiaochun's expression changed. Although he had successfully fused 60,000 vengeful spirits into the flame, as time passed, a strange transformation occurred during the fusion with the 10-colored flame. The flame's power was too great, and Bai Xiaochun, not being very familiar with it, experienced considerable vibrations during the fusion. Not good. Bai Xiaochun's expression changed. He couldn't control it. The 10-colored flame had already absorbed 60,000 vengeful spirits. If he didn't successfully refine the 11-colored flame, he would surely fail. A cloud of green smoke rose and then disappeared. Bai Xiaochun's mouth dropped open, and Chu Yixing was also stunned. Bai Xiaochun gasped for breath. Just moments ago he was boasting, but in an instant he had failed. His face burned with embarrassment. He potted his storage bag, adding more vengeful spirits to his refining process, starting from the first colored fire to the 10th colored fire. He stared intently at the 10th colored fire for half a day, and after learning his lesson, he tried refining the lowest colored fire. Before long, green smoke rose. He had failed. I don't believe it. Bai Xiaochun was utterly furious. He potted his storage bag, but there were no more spirits. Zhou Yixing looked over, his expression returning to normal, and gave Bai Xiaochun a strange look. What's so interesting? Find some spirits for me. Don't come back until you've caught 100,000. Under Zhou Yixing's intense gaze, Bai Xiaochun was overcome with shame and anger. He angrily threw Zhou Yixing out of the cave. Outside the cave, Zhou Yixing gritted his teeth in resentment, feeling that this Bai fellow was too overbearing. Clearly lacking talent. I advised him, but he wouldn't listen, and then he boasted loudly only to vent his anger on others when he couldn't accomplish anything. HMPH. Becoming a high-grade soul refining master isn't that easy. Chu Yixing sneered. He was helpless. He had a restriction left by Bai Xiaochun, so he could only obey Bai Xiaochun's orders and go around capturing souls. The vengeful spirits here had all been captured by Bai Xiaochun's clones, and Chu Yixing searched for a long time without success. Worried about returning empty-handed and being retaliated against by Bai Xiaochun, he gritted his teeth and searched further. He continued until nightfall. Dark clouds gathered, and soon it started raining. The rainwater smelled sour and was unpleasant to the touch. Occasionally, lightning flashed across the sky. Under normal circumstances, Chu Yixing wouldn't care about this rainwater while cultivating his power, but with 95% of his cultivation sealed, he was heartbroken and cursed inwardly. I hate the Bai family. It would be best if the Underworld Emperor opened his eyes and directly unleashed a bolt of lightning to kill them. Zhou Yixing went out to search for souls, and Bai Xiaochun also arranged for 3 clones to search for vengeful spirits, even directly entering the tropical forest to capture them. The clones' cultivation was identical to the main bodies, and they carried soul-gathering pills, making them much more convenient to use than Zhou Yixing. The 3 clones quickly returned. Bai Xiaochun remained silent for a long time, analyzing the reasons for his failures before attempting to refine the 10-colored fire again. Once, twice, 3 times. Time passed, and 7 days went by. Bai Xiaochun had refined the 10-colored fire more than 10 times, but none of them succeeded in refining the 11-colored fire. This only fueled Bai Xiaochun's anger and shame. His eyes turned bloodshot, his hair disheveled. He made many frantic gestures, frantically searching for the reasons for his failures and making corrections. In the end, Bai Xiaochun significantly altered the method of refining the 11-colored fire. During the refining process, he failed every time. It seemed that the 10-colored fire and the 11-colored fire were a bottleneck. Not only did the refining method need improvement, but even controlling the 10-colored fire was crucial. As time passed, Bai Xiaochun continued refining the fire. While Bai Xiaochun was refining the fire, suddenly, not far from the valley, the figure of Zhou Yixing appeared, his hair disheveled and in a terrible state. He even spat out fresh blood, and he ran back to the cave, shouting in grief and anger, with over 100 natives chasing after him. You're too arrogant. Zhou Yixing roared, his heart filled with resentment. Bai Xiaochun had asked him to capture 100,000 vengeful spirits, but his cultivation was sealed, and he couldn't find that many when he went out to search. Now, his cultivation was only half sealed. Although he had late-stage core formation cultivation, his body was injured, and he could only exert the strength of early-stage foundation establishment. He wasn't unwilling to take the opportunity to escape, but he discovered that after leaving Bai Xiaochun's vicinity, the restrictions within him would flare up, scaring him into turning back, cursing Bai Xiaochun in his heart. That was fine, though, along the way, he was being watched by ill-intentioned individuals. When he realized something was wrong, he fled quickly, only to be intercepted by a group of natives. Although he killed a few along the way, more and more natives appeared, eventually hunting him from all directions, making him their prey. In this moment of peril, Chu Yixing could only unleash his secret techniques, risking his life to escape. Seeing him use his techniques, the natives became excited and pursued him relentlessly. Chu Yixing felt utterly frustrated. If his cultivation hadn't been sealed, he wouldn't have spared a single one of these Foundation establishment natives. If they angered him, he could have razed the entire tribe to the ground. But now, with his soul power sealed, too many spells were unusable. Just thinking about being chased by these natives, tears welled up in his eyes. He knew that if he didn't escape quickly enough, he would die. I am a third-grade soul refining master. How dare you pursue me? Chu Yixing roared mournfully, his voice echoing in the void. Behind him, two soul blade spells flew towards him, exploding near him. The impact caused Chu Yixing to spit out blood, and he staggered as he continued to flee. Then, over 100 natives widened their eyes and pursued him even faster. Two soul cultivators looked at him with greedy eyes, gazing at Chu Yixing as if he were a priceless treasure. After hearing Chu Yixing claim to be a third-grade soul refining master, their expressions changed rapidly, even frightening the surrounding natives. A soul refining master, the soul power emanating from him, is extremely weak. It's impossible to determine his identity. Even if he really is a soul refining master, he must be injured. His cultivation isn't Foundation establishment, but Golden Core. Once his injuries heal, our murder and robbery could even cause great disaster. While the natives hesitated, the two soul cultivators exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and spoke. You say you're a third-grade soul refining master. If you produce a cluster of 7 colored flames, we'll believe you. Immediately apologize to the soul refining master and confess your sins. Hearing this, Chu Yixing became even more frustrated. He currently lacked the 7-colored fire, and even because his cultivation was sealed, he was incapable of refining fire. Not knowing how to prove his identity, he could only roar loudly, urging his secret technique to flee. He dares to lie about being a soul refining master. He hasn't gone far. Chase him quickly. Killing this man might resolve the crisis for our Black Mountain tribe, especially since he's severely injured and his cultivation has dropped to Foundation establishment. This is a great gift from the Underworld Emperor to help our Black Mountain tribe overcome this difficult obstacle. Seeing Chu Yixing accelerate his escape, the two soul cultivators chased after him again. This pursuit lasted a day and was still not over. Chu Yixing had used all his strength to flee like a madman, his heart filled with suppressed rage, wanting to self-destruct. I hate the Bai family the most. I hate every Bai family member in the world. Chu Yixing regretted his actions to the extreme. I told him before that cultivating the 11-colored fire was extremely difficult, but he didn't listen, and I left. Unexpectedly, after failing, he became enraged and ashamed. If it weren't for Bai Xiaochun's anger and Shang forcing me to go out and search for the soul, how could I have ended up like this? Chu Yixing gritted his teeth. The pursuers were getting closer and closer. Chu Yixing screamed, desperately using secret techniques to widen the distance, blood continuously flowing from the corners of his mouth. He flew towards Bai Xiaochun's mountain cave. As time passed, today was the most memorable day of Chu Yixing's life, the time he was chased and used so many secret techniques, completely disregarding his own life. His life force was greatly depleted. Even his hair had turned gray. He had paid such a heavy price to persevere and escape until now. When he saw the barren hill where Bai Xiaochun was, he burst into tears. At that moment, his longing to return to Bai Xiaochun's side was unprecedented. You all wait for me. Chu Yixing roared, flying straight towards the barren hill. The natives and the two soul cultivators behind him all changed color. Seeing the barren hill, they sensed something was wrong. They exchanged glances, gritting their teeth and chanting incantations, unleashing their soul power. Their soul power condensed into two massive soul blades, each dozens of meters long. The two soul blades merged, directly transforming into a soul blade about 10 meters long. The surrounding natives all screamed. After screaming, the blood energy within them erupted, transforming into strands of black smoke that merged into the 10-meter-long soul blade. This blade was bizarre. It had a large mouth that absorbed the natives' blood and energy. The blade expanded to over 50 meters, and at that moment, it flew straight towards Chu Yixing. After everything was done, the two soul cultivators looked weary and exhausted, and the faces of the more than 100 surrounding natives were also pale. At this moment, they looked at Chu Yixing with expectant eyes. Tribal secret technique? Chu Yixing's spirit trembled violently. He shouted, clenched his chest, and spat out 7 or 8 mouthfuls of fresh blood, then cast a secret technique to protect himself. His speed increased, dodging the approaching soul blade. He approached the barren hill and roared, "Brother Bai, save me!" The moment Chu Yixing cried for help, the soul blade accelerated, plunging straight into the barren hill, not only intending to kill Chu Yixing, but also to bury the entire hill beneath. At this moment, inside the cave, Bai Xiaochun's 3 clones had gone out to capture souls, while his main body was meditating. His face was ferocious, his hair disheveled, and his eyes were bloodshot and filled with madness. In his hand was a cluster of 10 colored flames, and countless vengeful spirits were constantly merging with the flames all around him. Bai Xiaochun was completely focused, not daring to be distracted. He saw what was happening outside, but didn't have time to pay attention. His eyes were red with anger. In the past few days, he had failed countless times, and each failure required him to start over. The price was too great. This time, I will definitely succeed. I will definitely be able to do it. Bai Xiaochun breathed heavily, immediately letting the 10 colored flames continuously devour the vengeful spirits. When the 11 colored flames appeared, they trembled violently, seemingly on the verge of instability. Bai Xiaochun's expression changed. He anxiously chanted a spell, accelerating the merging process. During the soul fusion, the flames flickered even faster. Immediately afterward, Bai Xiaochun's expression changed drastically, and the 10 colored flames in his hand became violent. At the same time, Zhou Yixing's cries for help rang out, along with the screams of over 100 natives. As these sounds echoed, a powerful explosion occurred, followed by a self-destruction. The already unstable 10 colored flames, for some unknown reason, exploded. Bai Xiaochun shouted, retreating backward and directly using the Eternal Night Umbrella to protect himself. At this moment, an earth-shattering explosion erupted. The entire barren hill exploded, shattering before the soul blade could even collide. A terrifying flame spread outwards. Countless fragments of rock scattered and then melted into molten lava. The soul blade, upon colliding with the flame, crumbled into dust as if it had never existed. Everything happened so suddenly that neither Chu Yixing nor the natives had time to react. They watched helplessly as the barren hill erupted like a volcano. After the deafening explosion, the entire hill not only collapsed but also turned into molten lava. As the flames spread, they felt as if they had encountered their natural enemy. Everyone screamed and retreated. Fortunately, the flames didn't spread too far before disappearing. Chu Yixing's entire body was charred black because he dodged quickly, fearing that a moment's delay would have reduced him to ashes. This scene terrified Chu Yixing, and the natives and soul cultivators chasing him were even more frightened, their hearts filled with terror and their bodies trembling. "You are so audacious! You dare disturb my fire refining!" When the sea of fire disappeared, an angry voice echoed from within the molten lava below. The voice, filled with towering rage, reverberated in all directions. Finally, as the sea of fire vanished, Bai Xiaochun's figure appeared, his face grim as he surveyed his surroundings. His body was tattered, but inwardly he was extremely angry. Bai Xiaochun felt that he was about to succeed this time, and the reason for his failure was that he had been disrupted by others. At this moment, his eyes were blazing red. When he came out, the soul cultivators and natives saw Bai Xiaochun holding a 7-colored flame in his right hand and trembled. A 3rd-grade soul refining master. Bai Xiaochun held the 7-colored flame in his hand, and the bodies of the surrounding natives trembled. They were extremely nervous and instinctively felt fear in their hearts as they looked at the 7-colored flame in Bai Xiaochun's hand. Not only the natives were afraid, but even the 2 Foundation Establishment Great Perfection Soul Cultivators were terrified, their eyes looking at Bai Xiaochun with intense shock. Their hearts trembled even more. They knew that the ability to refine the 7-colored fire indicated a 3rd-grade soul refining master. Such a soul refining master could easily summon a group of soul cultivators as followers. Obviously, the person before them, casually holding the 7-colored fire, was at least a 3rd-grade soul refining master, and the person they were chasing was a follower of a soul refining master. Not only had they offended the follower, but they had also disturbed a 3rd-grade soul refining master's fire refining. The 2 soul cultivators were terrified, sweating profusely. Especially seeing Bai Xiaochun's bloodshot eyes and remembering the terrifying sea of fire just now, they immediately bowed deeply. Soul Master, please don't be angry. We truly didn't know that Soul Master was refining fire here. We respectfully ask Soul Master to forgive us. We are willing to compensate. The voices of the two soul cultivators trembled. From the moment they bowed, the surrounding natives immediately knelt down in reverence. Seeing these people like this, Bai Xiaochun couldn't vent his anger. He realized that the failure of refining the 11-colored fire was somewhat related to these people, but this wasn't the main factor. The main reason was the flaw in his refining process. Although he had solved all the problems, a new problem had appeared, and this one was very serious. The self-destructing power was so great that even he was frightened. Could it be that the internal factors are unstable? If it was unstable, why didn't it self-destruct before? Bai Xiaochun pondered, searching for an answer. The two soul cultivators were anxious, apologizing again. Suddenly, their expressions changed slightly. Remembering the predicament their tribe was in today, they exchanged glances and immediately spoke up. The Grand Master's cave dwelling has been destroyed. If you don't have anywhere to go for the time being, you can come to our tribe to rest. Seeing that the cave was uninhabitable, Bai Xiaochun nodded in agreement. He also needed to find a place to rest and investigate the reason for his failure. Looking at the two soul cultivators and the surrounding natives, Bai Xiaochun realized that the status of soul refiners in the savage wilderness was very high, even higher than he had imagined. Zhu Yixing was extremely indignant. He had witnessed everything and felt deeply wronged. He thought to himself that he had previously claimed to be a third-grade soul refining master, yet these natives and soul cultivators had repeatedly ignored him. At this moment, the entire group respectfully and cautiously invited Bai Xiaochun back to their tribe. This tribe wasn't large, with only a little over 1,000 people living in a mountain valley. Although surrounded by fences, it gave off an extremely primitive feeling. The surrounding caves were built into the cliffs. Upon Bai Xiaochun's arrival, he was treated as a distinguished guest. Two soul cultivators offered him a cave dwelling to stay in and daily sent many vengeful spirits as compensation. All sorts of treatment made Bai Xiaochun feel that the status of soul refining masters in the savage wilderness was extremely high, especially the natives. Every time they saw him, they looked at him with a mixture of reverence and fear. Bai Xiaochun felt that if he gave an order, these natives would obey without hesitation. The two soul cultivators, despite their respectful and flattering demeanor, harbored unspoken thoughts. As for Zhu Yixing, because he was considered Bai Xiaochun's subordinate, he also enjoyed the same respectful treatment, though not as much as Bai Xiaochun himself. After half a month in this tribe, Bai Xiaochun consumed a large number of vengeful spirits every day, and the two soul cultivators gritted their teeth and offered them, making Bai Xiaochun feel a little embarrassed. Speak, what do you need my help with? Today, as the two soul cultivators respectfully offered their vengeful spirits, Bai Xiaochun cleared his throat and inquired. Upon hearing this, the two middle-aged soul cultivators were extremely excited. For the past few days, they hadn't known how to broach the subject, but now that Bai Xiaochun had brought it up, they exchanged glances and then recounted their situation. Because Emperor Ming had issued a decree 2 months prior, demanding an extremely harsh selection of his successor. Even the royal city and the soul-cultivating families of the savage wilderness were frantically vying to participate. Since those vying for the succession had limited cultivation levels, a large quantity of soul elixirs was needed to increase their power. Therefore, the 3 major families in the giant Ghost King city risked everything. Informing all the tribes in their territories and issuing a coercive order, they had to provide enough soul elixirs within a specified time frame. Failure to do so would put their tribes in mortal danger. The Black Mountain tribe, weakened by unforeseen events, couldn't produce that much soul elixir in a short time. Desperate, they resorted to selling their tribal possessions, seeking assistance from soul cultivators, and robbing and killing to gather enough soul elixirs. Even after trying all 3 methods, you're still at risk. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaochun was somewhat surprised. Zhu Yixing's eyes almost popped out, especially upon hearing that the underworld emperor was seeking an heir. An never-before-seen gleam appeared in Zhu Yixing's eyes, and his breathing became rapid. Bai Xiaochun's heart stirred slightly, but his expression remained unchanged. He subtly inquired about the information, and Zhu Yixing, shaken, spoke frankly to Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun then understood, his eyes also shining brightly. It turned out that in the savage wilderness, besides the imperial city of the Kui Emperor, there was also the Underworld Emperor. The information about the Underworld Emperor was a legend. According to the legend, after the first Kui Emperor died, his soul did not dissipate but transformed into a river of darkness, controlling the death of the world. And the spirit of the river of darkness was the Underworld Emperor. For generations, the people have worshipped the Kui Emperor. And even in this savage wilderness, the ignorant natives also worshipped the Underworld Emperor. Compared to the Emperor, who was the de facto ruler, they all worshipped divine statues. Legend says that deep within the river of darkness lies a palace of the Emperor of Darkness, where the Emperor resides. Historically, there have even been messengers of the Emperor of Darkness appearing in the world, each one revered by all. Even the current Emperor of Darkness treated him with respect. 2 months ago, the River of Darkness appeared in the sky above the imperial city, bearing a stone tablet containing a decree. The decree stated that within 60 years, a successor must be chosen to become the next Emperor of Darkness. This caused a sensation throughout the savage wilderness. It's worth noting that for countless years, the Emperor of Darkness had never chosen a successor. This was the first time. All the families in the imperial city, the Heavenly Marquis, Heavenly General, and Heavenly King forces were shaken, all dreaming of having their clansman become the Emperor of Darkness. To become the successor of the Emperor of Darkness, 2 conditions must be met. First, one must possess nascent soul cultivation, and second, one must meet the qualifications of a prospective candidate. Of these 2 conditions, the second one is the most important. After all, the first condition only requires nascent soul cultivation, and even in this desolate wilderness, nascent soul cultivators are not uncommon, especially powerful soul refiners. Because they can refine soul elixirs, they are more likely to break through to the golden core stage than soul cultivators and can easily enter the nascent soul stage. The qualification to become a successor is the most difficult thing. How can I obtain the qualification to become a successor? Chu Yixing's expression trembled slightly as he looked at the 2 middle-aged soul cultivators in front of him and asked. His heart was pounding. The matter of the Underworld Emperor seeking a successor was a world-shattering event in the desolate wilderness, and even he, without nascent soul cultivation, dreamed of getting a share of it. Bai Xiaojun seemed lost in thought. He glanced at the 2 middle-aged soul cultivators, who readily revealed what they knew, as this wasn't exactly a secret. To qualify as a candidate, one must first be a soul refining master, and most importantly, one must refine their own nascent soul 5 times or more. The 2 middle-aged soul cultivators said. Zhou Yixing's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed, "How is that possible?" Refining one's own nascent soul is the ultimate secret technique of legendary soul refining masters. Although theoretically it can accelerate one's cultivation speed, reaching unimaginable levels and greatly increasing strength, this method is rarely attempted, especially 5 times. Isn't this suicidal? Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened. He had never imagined refining his own nascent soul. It was unimaginable and clearly extremely dangerous. One must understand that spirit refinement has the potential for failure. Refining a spirit 5 times carries an extremely high failure rate. When refining a magic weapon, failure results in the weapon being shattered. Refining a nascent soul, it's likely the same. If it fails, the nascent soul will shatter, which is tantamount to the complete annihilation of the body and soul. Few people have ever attempted this. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. He felt that Zhou Yixing's reaction was understandable. After all, anyone who dares to do this must either possess immense confidence or be utterly insane. That's right, the Ming Emperor's selection of a successor will involve countless generations of nascent soul prodigies vying for the position. In Kuihuang City, there's a stone tablet descended from the Nether River. It's said to be able to sense those who meet the criteria in the savage wilderness and record their names and the number of times they've refined their nascent souls. All of this is revealed on the tablet. Everyone can see the rankings on the stone tablet. It's said that not long ago, 7 nascent soul prodigies registered their names on the list. After 60 years, the person at the top of the list will become the Ming Emperor's successor. The 2 soul cultivators smiled wryly. As soon as they finished speaking, Qi Crossing completely extinguished his previous thoughts. He felt this was too crazy. Just thinking about refining his nascent soul 5 times, he felt it was like deliberately walking 5 times at the gates of hell. Refining my own nascent soul 5 times. The difficulty of this isn't great. Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times, then suddenly spoke. Not great? Zhu Yixing's eyes widened as he looked at Bai Xiaochun, as if he were looking at a madman. Even if the difficulty of refining my nascent soul 5 times isn't great, the top-ranked person certainly won't be someone who refines it 5 times. These nascent soul prodigies will fight each other relentlessly, and 5 times is just the foundation. To become number 1, who knows how many times they'll refine their own nascent soul? Zhu Yixing, already feeling disheartened by the prospect of this being his own, disagreed with Bai Xiaochun's words. However, according to legend, if one refines their nascent soul 15 times, they can break through from the early nascent soul stage to the middle nascent soul stage, 18 times to the late nascent soul stage, 20 times to reach the great perfection nascent soul stage. And the further they go, the more impossible it becomes. It's rumored that refining one's nascent soul 21 times will directly lead to the heavenly human stage. Failure is impossible. But who would dare to do such a thing? Zhu Yixing sighed dejectedly, suddenly realizing he had said too much. His heart trembled slightly, and he shuddered at the thought, so he fell silent. If this is a path to certain death, it's incredibly difficult. After all, some people have used the power of a 15 refined artifact to break through to the heavenly human stage. Although the probability of becoming a heavenly human is very small, it's the safest path. Bai Xiaochun's eyes lit up. He now understood, even through Zhou Yixing's words, that the savage wilderness soul refining master's method of advancing to the heavenly human realm was related to the soul refining master S rank. That method required a spirit refining artifact that communicated with heaven and earth at least 15 times, helping the user reach the heavenly human unity realm before breaking through their cultivation. Only a Zhuan-grade soul refining master could refine 15 colored flames. It seems the cultivation system in the savage wilderness cannot be separated from soul refining masters. Bai Xiaochun felt excited. Refining his own nascent soul was a method for soul refining masters to accelerate their cultivation, a path of 1 step to heaven or 1 step to hell. Life or death depended on his own skill. But while this was difficult for others, Bai Xiaochun was overjoyed. He thought of the turtle pattern cauldron and his own spirit refining method. If one day I can become a nascent soul cultivator, perhaps I can use this method to increase my cultivation level even further. And breaking through to the heavenly human realm might not be impossible. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaochun's heart pounded even harder. Although Bai Xiaochun understood that this was too far-fetched for him, his most important task was returning to the Great Wall and searching for the heavenly human soul. He already had 3 heavenly human soul clones, and to break through, he couldn't use the heavenly beast soul. He could only search for 2 more heavenly human souls, and they had to be of the metal or earth attributes. Just thinking about the heavenly human soul made Bai Xiaochun anxious. After the 2 middle-aged soul cultivators finished speaking, they bowed to Bai Xiaochun, their heads still filled with pleading. My lord, this matter has caused a sensation throughout the savage wilderness. Even the princes of the imperial city, the prodigies of the royal city, and all the soul-cultivating families are going crazy. They're all using their own methods, all dreaming of vying for the position of heir to the Ming emperor. The Ghost King city is the same. Not only does the royal city need a lot of soul medicine, but even the 3 major families within the royal city are doing the same, intending to raise the cultivation level of their clansmen, thereby greatly increasing their tax revenue. Orders are being passed down, and when we arrive, we'll have to deliver more soul medicine than before, not just once or twice. The Black Mountain tribe can't bear it anymore and can only think of other solutions. 2 soul cultivators from the Black Mountain tribe said bitterly, we respectfully request Master Bai's assistance. We're willing to offer a soul storage tower in exchange for refining 500 portions of low-grade soul medicine. Finally, the 2 men explained their reasons and clearly stated what assistance they needed. After speaking, they clasped their hands together again, bowed deeply, and then took out a small gray tower from their chests, respectfully offering it to Bai Xiaochun. The entire structure of the small tower was gray, with gray mist swirling around it, making the tower appear both visible and invisible. At the same time, an aura of ancient times permeated the surroundings, clearly indicating it was an antique. Although it only had 5 floors, it was a single, solid piece. Bai Xiaojun carefully observed it and then exclaimed, sensing the spatial power contained within, similar to a storage bag. Soul Storage Tower. Bai Xiaojun desired to obtain it. Although he had never seen one before, with his cultivation level, he understood its function after examining it. This was a specialized artifact for storing vengeful spirits in the savage wilderness. After all, vengeful spirits stored in storage bags would eventually dissipate. This wasn't unusual. The purpose of the Soul Storage Tower was to contain vengeful spirits, keeping them alive and vibrant. Bai Xiaojun examined the Soul Storage Tower, and Qi Yixing felt a pang in his heart. He knew that Soul Storage Towers weren't particularly rare, but each one was incredibly valuable, a prized possession among soul refiners. The one before him was extraordinary, boasting 5 layers, its construction method not modern but ancient. A 5-layered soul storage tower might be insignificant to powerful soul refiners, but to others, it was a treasure. Its function, as Bai Xiaojun suspected, was remarkably similar to a storage bag. Nothing, I used to have one too. Qi Yixing muttered to himself. He once possessed a soul storage tower, albeit only 3 stories. After he entered the Golden Core stage, it was bestowed upon him by his family's ancestor. However, during the battle in the labyrinth, he was severely injured by Bai Xiaojun and fled, encountering a powerful enemy, causing it to be destroyed in the fight. While Qi Yixing felt bitter, Bai Xiaojun looked at the soul storage tower before him, his eyes filled with thought. As time passed, his gaze became serious, his mind reeling as if struck by lightning. I figured out the reason why the refining of the 11-colored fire failed. Bai Xiaojun breathed heavily, raising his right hand to grab the soul storage tower. The soul storage tower flew out of the middle-aged soul cultivator's hand and straight towards Bai Xiaojun. After Bai Xiaojun held it, he poured his spiritual consciousness into the tower. He felt a very strong spatial force contained within, and this spatial force was very special. It had the effect of nourishing vengeful spirits. The more he thought about it, the more certain Bai Xiaojun became of his earlier speculation, and a strange gleam appeared in his eyes. It's just as I suspected. The soul storing tower's function is similar to a storage bag. However, it's a specialized object for containing vengeful spirits. A vengeful spirit stored in a storage bag loses its vitality and disappears over time. If stored in a specialized soul storing tower, it maintains its perfect original state. The reason I failed to refine the 11-colored fire wasn't because my technique was unskillful, nor was there a problem with the refining method itself, but rather, the vengeful spirits used to refine the 11-colored fire lacked sufficient vitality. Although the decrease in vitality wasn't significant, each vengeful spirit lost a tiny bit of energy within the storage bag. Accumulating this energy together would create instability during the fusion process. This instability would continuously escalate during the refining process, eventually leading to self-destruction. It seems that storing the vengeful spirits in the soul storage tower will solve this problem during refining, and I'll have a better chance of successfully refining the 11-colored fire. Thinking this, Bai Xiaojun's heart raced with excitement. He was incredibly thrilled, eager to immediately begin refining the fire. At this moment, Qi Yixing and the 2 soul cultivators saw Bai Xiaojun's excited expression and seemed to be deep in thought. Qi Yixing was surprised, while the 2 soul cultivators were overjoyed, feeling that the great master before them would most likely agree to their request. Master, the vengeful spirits contained in the soul storage tower, besides being used to refine soul medicine, are our heartfelt offerings. We respectfully ask you to accept them. The 2 soul cultivators exchanged glances, striking while the iron was hot, and once again respectfully clasped their hands and spoke. Bai Xiaojun ignored Qi Yixing and the 2 soul cultivators before him. His spiritual sense swept over the soul storage tower, seeing many vengeful spirits inside. The number of vengeful spirits was considerable, showing the Black Mountain tribe's sincerity. All right, I will help you. Bai Xiaojun's mood was cheerful and he felt very satisfied, so he nodded. He had only spoken half a sentence when he looked up at the sky. In the distance, a beam of light appeared in the sky, moving at an extremely fast speed, tearing through the heavens and flying straight towards the Black Mountain tribe. Before it even got close, the aura of a great perfection core formation cultivator erupted, and the beam of light became even brighter. The already dark sky made it even more noticeable. At this moment, the entire Black Mountain tribe was shaken. Many natives gasped and looked up at the sky. Even the two middle-aged soul cultivators beside Bai Xiaochun looked up in fear. Zhu Yixing was also stunned, his eyes narrowing as he looked over, clearly recognizing that the newcomer's cultivation was extraordinary, not inferior to his own at his peak. Seeing everyone looking at him, the beam of light flew to the center of the Black Mountain tribe, then retracted, revealing a figure. He was a middle-aged man with long, flowing hair, an unremarkable appearance, but an exceptionally palpable aura of killing intent. Black smoke swirled around him, and the mist condensed into human-like faces resembling vengeful spirits, howling incessantly in the darkness. The oppressive aura surrounding this person was not that of a soul cultivator, but a soul-refining master. At this moment, the shock spread in all directions. The tall, middle-aged man, his eyes arrogant, looked down, glancing at Zhu Yixing before looking at Bai Xiaochun. When he saw the soul storage tower in Bai Xiaochun's hand, a cold glint appeared in his eyes, and he looked at the two soul cultivators of the Black Mountain tribe. The leader of the Black Mountain tribe has come to see me. His voice was cold and domineering, as if the Black Mountain tribe's meeting and speaking with him was the greatest fortune for him. As he spoke, the two middle-aged soul cultivators beside Bai Xiaochun tensed. One of them stepped forward, clasped his hands, and said, "Greetings, Soul Master. I am Li Feng. I will receive the 500 low-grade soul pills from your Black Mountain tribe. Now, bring out the soul tower." The soul refining master's tone was calm but left no room for refusal, like a promise that could not be broken. Once spoken, others had to obey, or they would be consumed by his wrath. In fact, the reason he came here was because he heard the Black Mountain tribe spreading rumors along the way that they wanted to exchange a soul storage tower for low-grade soul medicine. Li Feng was determined to obtain the soul storage tower. While it wasn't particularly important to a soul refining family, it was very valuable to a rogue cultivator like Li Feng. Exchanging 500 low-grade soul medicine for a soul storage tower would be the most advantageous option. Upon learning of this, he immediately rushed over. When he arrived, he saw Bai Xiaochun holding the soul storage tower. After a moment's thought, he realized he was a step too late. But this item was too important to him. He was confident that since he had arrived, the soul storage tower would be his. Bai Xiaochun stood there, blinking a few times without speaking. The two middle-aged soul cultivators from the Black Mountain sect stared in astonishment. If Bai Xiaochun hadn't been here and Li Feng had arrived, they would have been overjoyed. The simultaneous appearance of two soul refining masters left them in a dilemma. They couldn't afford to offend either of them. Sir, this master has agreed to our request today." After a moment of hesitation, they cautiously replied. As they spoke, Li Feng's eyes flashed with a dazzling, sword-like light as he stared intently at Bai Xiaochun. "This matter doesn't concern you. I want this soul tower. Hand it over." His gaze was terrifying, his tone seemingly calm but incredibly arrogant and clear, especially the cold glint in his eyes which implied that if Bai Xiaochun dared refuse, a thunderous blow awaited him. A contempt stemming from self-confidence also lurked within the cold glint. Bai Xiaochun felt disheartened. He felt it was already good enough that he hadn't bullied anyone, yet someone dared to bully him. Especially since Bai Xiaochun felt the soul storage tower was very important to him, he couldn't let it go, so he glared at Li Feng. "Who are you glaring at?" Li Feng angrily asked. "I'm glaring at you," Bai Xiaochun retorted stubbornly, thinking to himself, "If it comes to glaring, I'm not afraid of anyone in this world." His heart swelled with pride, his eyes shining as he looked over. The two Black Mountain tribe soul cultivators became even more anxious, looking at Li Feng, then at Bai Xiaochun. They sighed inwardly, not daring to speak. Today's matter was no longer their decision. Regardless of who they ultimately dealt with, as long as their request was fulfilled, that was all that mattered. After a few more breaths, Li Feng laughed loudly, his smile icy cold, the contempt in his eyes clear. He didn't want to waste any more words on Bai Xiaochun. He raised his right hand, and a cluster of 10 colored flames appeared in his palm. The appearance of the 10 colored flames caused a transformation in the heavens and earth, dispelling much of the gloomy twilight. The Black Mountain tribe natives trembled at the sight of the 10 colored flames, their minds unsettled. 10 colored fire, my God, he is a peak 3rd grade soul refining master. These natives trembled and knelt down. Not only were the natives terrified, but even the two middle-aged soul cultivators of the Black Mountain tribe were frightened, their faces changing drastically. They immediately stepped forward to pay their respects, their hearts pounding with extreme emotion. A peak third-grade soul refining master is rare, only half a step away from reaching the emperor grade. A soul refining master like this is willing to refine medicine for us. This is a great fortune for the Black Mountain tribe. This Li Feng is a peak third grade. Good. There's something to watch now. Chu Yixing stood beside them excitedly, full of glee and anticipation. He hoped Li Feng in the air could kill Bai, and then perhaps he would be free. Seeing everyone's reaction, Li Feng felt incredibly smug. In fact, he had just cultivated the 10-colored flame, and his heart was filled with excitement. He thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of unleashing the 10-colored flame and receiving homage from all directions. His eyes, filled with disdain, glanced at Bai Xiaochun, and he coldly snorted, "Get lost." Li Feng was confident in this. He had also noticed Bai Xiaochun's extraordinary cultivation, but he didn't care. The 10-colored flame itself contained enough power to allow him to easily overpower many others. As a soul refining master, his fighting style was based on fire. He believed that as long as the opponent's soul refining master rank was lower than his own, even if their cultivation wasn't inferior, he would still be the one to defeat them. Looking at Bai Xiaochun with a cold gaze, Li Feng sneered. He was confident that anyone who knew their place would absolutely not dare to provoke him. Bai Xiaochun frowned. He looked at Zhang Lifeng's boasting and listened to the natives' incessant chatter. He felt the other party was being too ostentatious, directly using the 10-colored flame to suppress him. Li Feng's cultivation is at the core formation stage, but his personality is too ostentatious and impulsive. Cultivators of our generation only focus on restraint and subtlety. One cannot be so high-handed, or even if so, it shouldn't be vulgar. Bai Xiaochun secretly shook his head, feeling that Li Feng was far inferior to him. He wondered whether he should kill the other party with a single flap or use action to shatter Li Feng's arrogance. While he was worrying, two middle-aged soul cultivators bowed to Bai Xiaochun. This was a subtle way of asking Bai Xiaochun to return the soul storage tower. After all, they could see that Bai Xiaochun was only a third-grade soul refiner capable of refining a 7-colored flame, while Li Feng could refine a 10-colored flame. After comparing them, the difference was clear. Although they didn't make any demands at the moment, the two of them acted somewhat tactfully, as they didn't want to offend Bai Xiaochun. Seeing them like this, Bai Xiaochun didn't care. However, Zhou Yixing coughed repeatedly, then came to Bai Xiaochun's side and whispered, "This person isn't easy to mess with, sir. Perhaps we should let him go." Bai Xiaochun glared, his heart filled with displeasure. He felt he needed this, and moreover, he wanted Li Feng and the others here to understand what true commotion was. "I hate it when people show off in front of me." Bai Xiaochun tilted his chin up, his eyes filled with disdain. He raised his right hand and held a flame. This flame was the 7-colored fire. When the 7-colored fire appeared, the surrounding natives looked at him with strange expressions, as did the two Black Mountain tribe soul cultivators. Li Feng, standing in midair, revealed a cold smile. "You don't know your own limitations." Li Feng tilted his chin up, arrogantly saying, "Li Feng, in this savage wilderness, you shouldn't utter the words 'I don't know my limits' when you encounter any soul-refining master." Bai Xiaochun spoke, his demeanor becoming profound and unfathomable. His flowing robes accentuated his ethereal and otherworldly aura. His voice, imbued with a noble melancholy, echoed through the void, like a sigh of regret, yet also like a youthful recollection. These words immediately drew everyone's attention, and they were all moved by Bai Xiaochun's words. "Because you will never know how great the being before you truly is." Bai Xiaochun shook his head, then waved his hand, instantly drawing a group of vengeful spirits from the soul storage tower. The moment the vengeful spirits appeared, Bai Xiaochun casually waved his hand, sweeping across the 7-colored flames. With a single flick, he released his hand, and the 7-colored flames formed a sea of fire that spread outwards, engulfing the vengeful spirits. Everything happened incredibly fast. In an instant, Bai Xiaochun clenched his right fist, and the sea of fire contracted rapidly. When he opened his palm, it had transformed into a new flame, an 8-colored flame. That's right, an 8-colored flame. This scene astonished the surrounding natives. 8-colored flame, is this fire refining? With a flick of the hand, 7 colors become 8 colors. The surrounding natives were stunned. The two middle-aged soul cultivators were also shaken. They had seen soul refiners refine fire before, but they had never seen anyone refine fire so effortlessly as by Xiaochun. His movements were like flowing water. With a flick of his hand, the 7-colored flame transformed into an 8-colored flame. Not only were they stunned, but Li Feng, suspended in midair, was also taken aback. Even he, who had refined the 8-colored fire, found it incredibly difficult. At this moment, he vaguely sensed something was wrong, but he suppressed his anger and chuckled, saying, "Just proficient. You must have been immersed in refining the 8-colored fire for many years. So what? You're not qualified to stand before me." Bai Xiaochun looked up at Li Feng, his eyes incredibly calm, and immediately retorted, "If the 8-colored fire isn't enough, how about the 9-colored fire?" Bai Xiaochun then grasped the 8-colored fire, which transformed into a sea of flames. The vengeful spirits in the soul storage tower flew out and merged into the sea of fire. It seemed to be completed in an instant, but the devouring process was systematic and flawless. Bai Xiaochun clenched his right hand, and the sea of fire contracted and condensed in his palm. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on his hand as Bai Xiaochun slowly opened his right hand. The flames in his hand transformed into 9-colored fire. 9-colored fire! The surrounding natives were stunned, gasps and exclamations of surprise echoing. The eyes of the two middle-aged soul cultivators were filled with fear, yet also with overwhelming reverence as they looked at Bai Xiaochun. Li Feng's body trembled slightly, his gaze fixed on the flames in Bai Xiaochun's hand. Seeing Bai Xiaochun effortlessly refine 9-colored fire filled him with unprecedented pressure. He had never imagined anyone could refine 9-colored fire so easily. This feat surpassed his imagination. He felt that even he, when refining the opponent's 9-colored fire, would need a short period of seclusion and meditation, and even with careful preparation, success was not guaranteed. "That's impossible!" Li Feng gasped, finding it unbelievable. Bai Xiaochun shook his head slightly, his expression calm. He waved his right hand again, and numerous vengeful spirits flew out, covering 100 jang radius. Everyone retreated continuously, and Bai Xiaochun transformed the 9-colored fire into a sea of flames. Watching the terrifying flames spread around, the surrounding vengeful spirits quickly rushed down and merged at an extremely fast speed. In just a few breaths, all the vengeful spirits had merged. Bai Xiaochun raised his right hand and clenched it. The controlled flames contracted into his right palm, and then the sea of flames vanished without a trace. This scene deeply shook everyone around. In their eyes, Bai Xiaochun was the lord of the 9-colored flames, and it seemed that all flames had to submit to him. Even if it's a 10-colored flame, so what? Bai Xiaochun smiled, extending his hand. In his palm was a flame. Everyone was instantly terrified. This flame was emitting a dazzling radiance. It was a 10-colored flame. Although the flame had 10 colors, it was incredibly vibrant, its burning heat distorting the void. It seemed that everyone around couldn't comprehend it. They continuously retreated, their eyes filled with utter fear as they looked at Bai Xiaochun. Li Feng also possessed a 10-colored flame, but compared to Bai Xiaochun's, it was considerably dimmer. Even though they were both 10-colored flames, the difference was significant. As soon as the 10-colored flame appeared, everyone was buzzing with excitement and discussion. The natives were stunned by Bai Xiaochun's actions, and now they revered him like a god. Peak 3rd grade. My god, Master Bai. He's also a peak 3rd grade. Two middle-aged soul cultivators gaped in astonishment. They were as if they had seen a ghost. No matter how they thought about it, they never imagined Bai Xiaochun could cultivate the 10-colored flame. And its quality was significantly stronger than Li Feng's. Li Feng trembled, his face pale, his hair standing on end. He stared intently at the flame in Bai Xiaochun's hand, unable to think. Impossible. How could this be? He couldn't accept this truth. Before, he had considered himself superior, but in the next moment, he realized he was far inferior to his opponent. Even Chu Yixing gasped in shock. He was the only one here who knew Bai Xiaochun could refine the 10-colored flame, and he had witnessed Bai Xiaochun refining it firsthand, but he had never been as terrified as this. Is this still the 10-colored flame? I've never seen such a magnificent 10-colored flame before. Chu Yixing stared at Bai Xiaochun, his eyes filled with fear. Bai Xiaochun's previous refining of the 10-colored flame was within the normal range, but the one before him was simply too astonishing. Seeing the terrified expressions of those around him, Bai Xiaochun felt immense satisfaction. He didn't hide his astonishment, appearing completely unconcerned. Bai Xiaochun looked at the flame in his hand, then glanced up at the trembling Li Feng, suddenly speaking. When he uttered these words, the surrounding Black Mountain tribe natives were in an uproar, and the two middle-aged soul cultivators were stunned and disbelieving. 11-colored fire. Only a high-grade soul refining master can refine it. Could it be? Everyone was intrigued by Bai Xiaochun's words. Li Feng stood bewildered in midair, and even Zhou Yixing took a deep breath. Before the others could react, Bai Xiaochun's eyes lit up with divine light. He also wanted to test whether his conjecture was correct. At this moment, he became serious, his spiritual consciousness entering the soul storage tower. This time, he brought out all the vengeful spirits within the soul storage tower. As soon as the vengeful spirits emerged from the soul storage tower, they roared fiercely, scattering in all directions. A cold wind swept across the land, and countless vengeful spirits with terrifying faces appeared. The vengeful spirits wanted to flee in all directions, but at this moment, Bai Xiaochun acted. Fire dispersal. After speaking, he waved his hand, and the flames within the 10-colored fire erupted outwards, a sea of fire sweeping around, forcing the natives and others to retreat further and further. The heavens and earth changed color, the wind and clouds shifted, and the heat of the flames enveloped everything. As the flames spread further, those vengeful spirits flew into the sea of fire. The vengeful spirits transformed into wisps of mist. Even if their speed of escape was faster, it couldn't match the spreading flames. In an instant, the number of vengeful spirits around them decreased rapidly. This process continued for 30 breaths, and within a 1,000-foot radius around Bai Xiaochun, there were no more vengeful spirits left. The sea of fire continuously rotated, its momentum earth-shattering. Bai Xiaochun stood in the sea of fire, his figure indistinct, causing those who witnessed it to tremble inexplicably. Bai Xiaochun had now transformed into the Fire King. He raised his right hand again, and the sea of fire contracted and condensed into his palm. Condense. Just one word, yet it contains some terrifying law. In an instant, he commanded the sea of fire, and the flames, covering a radius of 1,000 feet, gathered and flew into Bai Xiaochun's right palm. The flames visibly vanished from his right hand. As he clenched his fist, the sea of fire disappeared completely, leaving everyone around terrified, their eyes fixed on Bai Xiaochun's right hand. No one spoke, only the sound of heavy breathing could be heard. Zhou Yixing was no exception. He could hear his heart pounding, and although he felt it was impossible, he was inexplicably nervous. Bai Xiaochun's expression remained unchanged, seemingly unconcerned about everything happening around him. In reality, he was inwardly triumphant, excited, and especially thrilled by the adoring gazes of everyone. He deliberately paused for a moment before slowly opening his right hand. In an instant, he opened his right hand, revealing a blazing inferno containing terrifying heat. The void within a 1,000-foot radius twisted and warped, everyone feeling a sense of imminent mortal danger, as if the flames would incinerate everything to ashes. As the flames appeared, thunder roared in the sky, and strange phenomena occurred continuously. In a split second, countless eyes stared at the newly appeared flames, gasps of cold air echoing everywhere. The natives began whispering amongst themselves, feeling that the radiance of these flames was the only light in the world. At the same time, the ground beneath Bai Xiaochun's feet began to melt, as if everything ceased to exist under the power of these flames. Yet, time and again, his body stood within the sea of fire, unharmed. The flames' colors changed, constantly altering their previous hues, becoming vague and indistinct. The naked eye couldn't discern any trickery. Only by concentrating cultivation into their eyes could they perceive 11 colors within. This was the 11-colored flame. After a brief silence, the surrounding crowd quickly exclaimed and praised Bai Xiaochun. "My God, is this the 11-colored flame? I've never seen it in my life." 11-colored flame, 11-colored flame. Master Bai, he's not a 3rd grade, but a Huang-grade soul refining master. A Huang-grade soul refining master. That's a distinguished guest even the most powerful soul refining families would revere. Even within Giant Ghost City, he's a renowned figure. The surrounding natives excitedly chattered amongst themselves. their voices echoing throughout the mountains and forests. The two middle-aged cultivators from the Black Mountain tribe were greatly surprised. They were speechless, their bodies trembling. When they looked at Bai Xiaochun, they still felt disbelief, as if the world had collapsed before their eyes. Imperial rank soul refining master. It took the two men a long time to react. Without another moment's hesitation, they immediately knelt down and bowed in reverence. They were extremely fearful of an imperial rank soul refining master. In their eyes, an imperial rank soul refining master was a powerful figure who could destroy them with a single stomp of their foot. Having such a figure standing before them, and having previously offended Bai Xiaochun, even though they had subtly expressed their desire to reclaim the soul storage tower, they were even more terrified of what might happen. Without a word, Li Feng, who was suspended in midair, felt his eyes almost pop out. At this moment, he was trembling violently, nearly falling to the ground. "Please, master, calm your anger." Li Feng hurriedly knelt down. He was terrified as he recalled the shocking and poisonous incident from years ago. His face turned pale with fear, and his heart was filled with sorrow. He felt as if he had offended someone he shouldn't have. Cold sweat dripped all over his body, and a bitter feeling of regret and injustice enveloped him. He felt that the person before him was a dignified imperial-grade soul refining master, yet he was unexpectedly refining medicine for a small tribe for the sake of a soul tower. Chu Yixing was also startled. He repeatedly gasped for air. He knew what kind of person Bai Xiaochun was, and his eyes shone brightly. If he had felt unconvinced or even mocked him, he was now completely convinced, even feeling a surge of fanaticism. He knew that the other party had only recently been able to refine the 11 colored flames, yet the way he had just refined them felt incredibly skillful, like a perfectly pure furnace fire. This shook Chu Yixing's mind, filling him with reverence. Suddenly, he realized that if he could follow an imperial-grade soul refining master, it would be a great fortune for him. Especially since the other party was clearly a prodigy of his generation, who might even break through to the imperial grade and enter the profound grade in the future. As his first follower, he wouldn't need to flatter or compete like others. Thinking of this, Chu Yixing's enthusiasm grew even stronger. Bai Xiaochun felt a sense of satisfaction, enjoying everyone's expressions. He cleared his throat and looked at Li Feng. "Forget it. I won't argue with you. I see you have considerable talent, and I wanted to tell you that one should keep a low profile. You see, I'm so sharp, but when have I ever been so high profile?" After saying this, Bai Xiaochun waved his hand, retracting the 11 colored flames. He turned around, maintaining his chin-stroking posture, ignoring everyone else, and returned to his cave dwelling. Li Feng smiled wryly. Hearing Bai Xiaochun's words, he felt that if this master wasn't high profile, then he didn't know what was. He didn't dare say more, only gratefully agreeing. His heart was filled with the same thought as Chu Yixing's. If following this imperial-grade soul refining master, even a casual reminder would be a blessing. And if I could frequently inquire about him, wouldn't that be even better? Thinking this, Li Feng gritted his teeth. He knew the hardships of rogue cultivators, who normally couldn't come into contact with imperial-grade soul refining masters. At this moment, he felt this was an opportunity and immediately made a decision. No matter what, he had to flatter the other party and try to become his follower. After making this decision, Li Feng unconsciously looked towards Zhou Yixing. This person must be a follower of the Grand Master, and also a target I want to surpass. When Li Feng looked at Zhou Yixing had also made a decision. He glanced at Li Feng, and upon sensing his thoughts, Zhou Yixing immediately became displeased and even more vigilant. No, this person wants to compete with me for the position of follower. Their eyes met, both seeing the hostility and competitive thoughts in each other. Li Feng didn't leave. He remained in the Black Mountain tribe, actively following Bai Xiaochun, his attitude very respectful. He seemed ready to brave any fire and smoke to fulfill Bai Xiaochun's request. This put great pressure on Zhou Yixing's spirit, and he, like his rival, immediately became enthusiastic towards Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun noticed this and didn't chase Li Feng away. He watched the two of them constantly flattering him, and this feeling satisfied him. It's because I'm too charming. Wherever I go, there are people following me. It's hard to refuse them. I'm a soft-hearted person, Bai Xiaochun sighed. The natives and soul cultivators in the tribe treated Bai Xiaochun even more warmly than before, especially the two middle-aged soul cultivators who revered Bai Xiaochun like a god. The two men gathered the tribal forces to fulfill Bai Xiaochun's request, a treatment Bai Xiaochun greatly appreciated. He also brought up the matter of alchemy they had discussed earlier. Even before refining the medicine, Bai Xiaochun knew there was a requirement that had to be completed quickly. He couldn't delay. That night, he and his 3 clones set up a protective barrier around the cave, even arranging for 3 clones to cover the entrance and the surrounding earth. Only then did he sit cross-legged inside the cave and remove his mask. As he took off his mask, Bai Xiaochun cautiously looked around. His 3 clones did the same, confirming that the place was safe, and reassured Bai Xiaochun. Now that I've successfully refined the 11-colored fire, the next step is to refine the mask spirit, erase the mark on it, and officially make it mine. From now on, no one will be able to find me through the mask anymore. Bai Xiaochun's eyes lit up. He took out the turtle pattern cauldron and the 11-colored fire, then continuously refined the spirit. He took a deep breath, looked at the mask in the turtle pattern cauldron, and finally threw the 11-colored fire into it. At this moment, a brilliant radiance emanated from the turtle pattern cauldron. This light was not silver, but golden. Within the golden radiance, the cave dwelling was enveloped, and suddenly the atmosphere changed, as if the entire world was enveloped in golden light. A feint emanating from it even made Bai Xiaochun tremble. Fortunately, this wasn't his first time using the 11-colored fire to refine the spirit. He had experience from the previous illusion. At this moment, he calmly focused on refining. After the radiance was completely absorbed by the turtle pattern cauldron, a golden light enveloped the mask. It must succeed. This mask was too important. Bai Xiaochun was apprehensive. After throwing the mask into the cauldron, he stared intently at the radiance within the turtle pattern cauldron. The radiance in the cauldron brightened again, seemingly embedding golden patterns onto the mask. With incredible speed, the golden patterns seemed to weave into the mask, a buzzing sound enveloping the entire cave, and the mask dissolved visibly. From the moment it dissolved, it transformed into a milky white liquid emitting a fragrant aroma. This scent assailed Bai Xiaochun's senses, and a single breath stirred his heart. 11 times of spirit refinement, capable of reconstructing the fundamental essence. Back then, a leaf transformed into a mighty tree. Now, this mask has transformed into a drop of milky white liquid. Bai Xiaochun watched in awe as the drop of liquid rapidly solidified, condensing into a bead. The bead emitted a soft glow, and suddenly, brilliant golden patterns appeared on it. Very quickly, the glow on the turtle pattern cauldron dimmed, and after disappearing completely, Bai Xiaochun's breathing became tense. He then held the bead in his hand, sensing a strange aura emanating from within. He only sensed this aura for a moment, as if he were in an illusion. The surroundings were no longer the cave dwelling. Instead, he was entering a celestial realm. Countless immortal mountains rose up like a forest. Countless immortal cranes circled, countless spiritual flowers bloomed, and swirling mist obscured the illusion. Fortunately, everything vanished in an instant. Bai Xiaochun recovered his composure, holding the bead in his hand, breathing heavily. This thing still contains illusory power. Could it be another ability I need to explore? Bai Xiaochun was startled. After carefully observing, he was deeply moved. He confirmed that there was no other mark left on the bead, so he quickly imprinted his own mark on it. The white bead shone brightly, and he established a connection with it. Only then did Bai Xiaochun rejoice. Success! I never felt this way with the mask before. Bai Xiaochun laughed heartily. He tapped the bead against his forehead, and the bead instantly vanished within the Tongshan Dharma eye. At the same time, his appearance blurred, and when it cleared, it was no longer Bai Xiaochun's face, but had transformed into Bai Hao. He took out a mirror to observe, finding no flaws whatsoever. Neither his appearance nor the fluctuations in his soul power could reveal any trickery. If before he had worn a mask, some powerful beings like demigods might have noticed a slight difference. Even a demigod wouldn't have noticed. After Bai Xiaochun completed the process of transforming the mask into a bead, erasing his previous mark and leaving his own mark, he was in an astonishingly large city in the savage wilderness. This city was golden and incredibly massive, resembling a giant dragon radiating terrifying pressure that enveloped all directions, seemingly capable of suppressing everything. This city was the Kuhuang city in the savage wilderness. At this moment, in the area between the city walls, swirling clouds obscured the view, and a palace was faintly visible within the mists. This was the imperial palace, and in an extremely luxurious hall, an old man was meditating. His clothes were incredibly precious, and his countenance exuded an aura of authority, as if he held a high position, capable of deciding the life and death of countless people with a single word. His cultivation was unfathomable, appearing godlike from afar. He was startled when Bai Xiaochun erased the mark. He opened his eyes. A golden light shone in them, offering hope to others, yet his mind seemed restless. His cultivation level fluctuated, and this fluctuation spread throughout the imperial palace, causing the entire structure to shake violently. Disappeared. The old man fell into thought, then suddenly frowned and waved his hand. Immediately, the doors of the great hall opened, and outside, a middle-aged man, trembling with cold, knelt down. Grand Celestial Master, His Majesty is shocked and has sent me to inquire about what has angered you so much, causing your cultivation to be shaken. His Majesty's courage is too small. Considering the time, he should also go into seclusion to improve his cultivation and increase his courage. By my decree, His Majesty must go into seclusion for 10 years, starting today. The old man spoke, then closed his eyes, ignoring everything else. Meanwhile, within the sphere of influence of Ghost King City, in the Black Mountain Tribe's cave dwelling, Bai Xiaochun, after examining his appearance and feeling satisfied, summoned his 3 clones. He looked at the soul storage tower, then patted it, and many vengeful spirits flew out. As soon as the vengeful spirits appeared, Bai Xiaochun raised his right hand, and a suction force gathered them. When he squeezed and opened his hand, a single colored flame was forming. He then waved his hand, interrupting the condensation process, and a white crystal appeared before him. Is this a soul medicine? Bai Xiaochun looked at the crystal in his hand, feeling the soul power vibrating within it. After studying it for half a day, he still felt it was miraculous. The refining process is simple, the difficult part is condensing the multicolored fire. As long as I can refine the fire, I can refine the soul medicine. But I wonder, is it possible to use a pill refining method to increase the speed? Bai Xiaochun pondered, then took out the pill furnace and placed the soul medicine inside. It had no effect. It couldn't improve the effectiveness of the soul medicine. Even so, Bai Xiaochun didn't give up. He even used some other pills to refine alongside the soul medicine, incurring considerable costs. Finally, he managed to fuse the soul medicine with some cloud mist grass. After considering it, Bai Xiaochun realized the gains didn't outweigh the losses. Useless. Although it might incorporate some mist-based medicinal herbs, the consumption is too great, making it difficult to aid cultivation. It consumes a considerable amount of energy and is not beneficial at all. Unless some poisonous gas is added, it might be useful. At this point, Bai Xiaochun regretfully gave up. He felt a sense of regret. After the transformation, the soul medicine was imperceptible. Unless one was a master alchemist, it would be difficult to discern the change. It could be said to be perfect, given the unique circumstances of the savage wilderness, where no one used spiritual herbs for alchemy. After his research, Bai Xiaochun had no choice but to abandon the idea of integrating spiritual herbs into soul medicine. Although he felt regretful, he knew these were two different alchemy systems and could not be combined into one. That's right, it's good that I can absorb the poisonous energy. Who knows, I might need it later, Bai Xiaochun comforted himself, continuing to refine soul medicine. Since he had already promised the Black Mountain tribe, Bai Xiaochun felt he was an upright and honorable person, keeping his word. Therefore, he immersed himself in refining soul medicine for the next few days. All the vengeful spirits were provided by the Black Mountain tribe. This Black Mountain tribe was quite pitiful, so Bai Xiaochun felt a little soft-hearted and didn't skimp too much. After a few days, Bai Xiaochun successfully refined 500 portions of lower-grade soul medicine. Looking at the soul medicine before him, Bai Xiaochun felt satisfied. He felt very powerful. Even if I don't return to the Great Wall for a short time, it doesn't matter. I have the ability to refine soul medicine, so I can still roam freely in the savage wilderness. Bai Xiaochun muttered to himself smugly, feeling incredibly fortunate that he could survive anywhere. Perhaps this is my greatest advantage. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and indulged in self-admiration. He recalled the time he was teleported during the trial. Everyone was taken out. Perhaps Jen Swansea, Song Kyu, and Jia Long were all right. Were they teleported to some strange place? I wonder how they are. Suddenly, Bai Xiaochun felt a surge of anticipation. If he could meet them in the savage wilderness, the thought alone made him feel less alone. After a moment of self-reflection, Bai Xiaochun cleared his throat and touched his face. He realized that the mask's ability to conceal his aura wasn't just useful for him. It could even hide the vibrations of his aura during fire refining, leaving no trace. Even if he refined fire here, no one outside would detect him. This is a good treasure. Bai Xiaochun felt the mask was increasingly impressive, but his heart sank. Ignoring the mask, he examined the soul storage tower. After delivering 500 portions of low-grade soul medicine to the Black Mountain tribe, I'll complete the transaction. Although this place isn't bad, it's not a place to stay long. Bai Xiaochun pondered his next move. His main goal was to return to the Great Wall, and another was to refine a flame surpassing the 15 colored flames. More importantly, he absolutely had to find the heavenly human soul. Otherwise, he would never be able to break through the Golden Core stage and enter the nascent soul stage. It's all because of that damned Hong Chen Nu. Thinking that his predicament was due to her coercion, Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth in hatred, vowing to show Hong Chen Nu and Chen Ziatia his true power one day. Bai Xiaochun muttered something under his breath, glancing at the soul storage tower. He used his spiritual sense to scan the tower, but couldn't see anything clearly. Having finished refining the medicine, he was calm and prepared to carefully observe it, hoping to find the underlying principle. His divine consciousness spread out, observing the tower for half a day. After half a day, he found no clues. The tower was shrouded in a thick blue mist. Bai Xiaochun's spiritual sense couldn't penetrate it completely. Everything was hazy, indistinct, and elusive. Even so, he could see the general outline, and he felt that the soul storage tower had existed for countless years. Too much mist. You won't let me see, will you? Watch me collect this little soul storage tower. Humph, since this tower belongs to me, I'd better purify it with a spiritual refining method. Regardless of whether it contains anyone else's mark, one refining session should erase it. Bai Xiaochun's eyes flickered. After the mask incident, he had a strong sense of caution regarding other people's possessions. Although there were no clues at the moment, he still decided to act. He sent his clones out to search for vengeful spirits and ordered Zhou Yixing, Li Feng, and the Black Mountain tribe members to continue capturing vengeful spirits. After several days, Bai Xiaochun had gathered enough vengeful spirits to refine a portion of the 11-colored flame. This evening, he proceeded to refine the flame in his cave dwelling. Since the 11-colored flame appeared, Bai Xiaochun didn't hesitate. He used the turtle pattern cauldron to refine the spirit storing tower. The tower shone brightly, its color drastically changing. No longer gray, it resembled glass, exquisitely beautiful and unique. A golden cloud emanating from it generated terrifying power, completely transforming the tower. Even a powerful soul refiner couldn't stop it. Holding the crystal soul tower, Bai Xiaochun happily engraved his mark on it. After feeling no more obstruction, he felt relieved. Now this soul tower belongs to me. Bai Xiaochun laughed heartily, pouring his spiritual consciousness into the tower again. After examining it, he was delighted to find that the fog inside had disappeared. Everything was transparent, and his spiritual consciousness could clearly see everything wherever it went. Suddenly, Bai Xiaochun let out a loud cry, his expression extremely serious, his eyes shining brightly. He exerted all his strength to probe the soul tower with his spiritual consciousness. Deep within the soul tower was a gray fog. Previously, Bai Xiaochun hadn't noticed anything unusual, but now, staring intently, he discovered a sealing enchantment. This seal was very small. One wouldn't notice it without careful observation. A seal. Bai Xiaochun's first thought was that the Black Mountain tribe wanted to die, unexpectedly daring to dig a trap for him. But he quickly felt something was wrong. He sensed that the seal was extremely ancient, similar in age to the Soul Tower. After thinking for a while, Bai Xiaochun's eyes lit up. He tried to remove the seal to see what was inside. After trying, he discovered that the seal was formed from death energy. To open it required immense power from heaven and earth, which Bai Xiaochun's current cultivation level couldn't do. Interesting, I underestimated this Soul Tower. I didn't expect it to have such an ancient seal. Bai Xiaochun withdrew his spiritual sense, stroked his chin thoughtfully, and suddenly his eyes shone brightly. Opening it requires the impact of heaven and earth's power. Although my cultivation level isn't right, that doesn't mean I don't have other methods. Little Soul Tower, I'll show you the tricks of Grandpa Bai. Bai Xiaochun patted his storage bag. A flash of light appeared, and he took out a large water barrel. The barrel was taller than a person, about 5 meters wide, and as soon as it appeared, spiritual power emerged. Inside was a barrel of the Tongshan River. Back when Bai Xiaochun was still in the reverse river sect, because of the strange things happening in the mask, he was so scared that he soaked the mask in water. He later forgot about it. Now, the Soul Tower needed immense heaven and earth's power to open, and then he remembered that he had this in his storage bag. Bai Xiaochun licked his lips, looking at the large barrel in front of him. He was very pleased and arrogantly looked at the water barrel. Such a large barrel, it contains enough spiritual power to help me break through the seal. Bai Xiaochun's eyes lit up. He raised his right hand, chanted a spell, and pointed forward. At that moment, a suction force appeared in the Soul Tower, drawing the water of the Tongshan River into itself, using the water to break through the seal. The entire Soul Tower vibrated violently, and Bai Xiaochun's spiritual consciousness also merged with it. He observed the seal being bombarded by the Tongshan River water. He found that the seal showed signs of shattering, but then naturally closed again. Bai Xiaochun chanted a spell to increase the amount of Tongshan River water. When the water of the Tongshan River receded by half, the seal in the Soul Tower lost its ability to close and began to collapse. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the seal. Bai Xiaochun's face turned pale with fear, his mind trembling. A trace of energy spread out. He used his spiritual sense to perceive it, and his whole body shook violently. He gasped for breath, stunned with fear. This is, Bai Xiaochun shouted, then chanted a spell to stop the impact of the Tongshan River water, using all his strength to pull the Tongshan River water back. Fortunately, his movements were quick. The Tongshan River water in the Soul Tower receded rapidly, preventing the seal from collapsing, but it lost its ability to recover, remaining in a damaged state. As if just a little more force would destroy it. Bai Xiaochun adjusted his breathing, his expression constantly changing. He took several deep breaths, then looked at the Soul Tower with terrified eyes. I sense this aura surpasses that of a celestial being. The aura is extremely similar to a leaf that has undergone 21 rounds of spiritual refinement. This is an existence surpassing a celestial being. Could it be a demigod? My God, what is sealed inside this tower? Bai Xiaochun's mouth was dry, his heart pounding. He cautiously used a wisp of his spiritual consciousness to probe the seal, trembling as he entered the terrifying area. In his spiritual consciousness, the seal was full of cracks, seemingly on the verge of collapse at the slightest touch. Bai Xiaochun hesitated for a moment, then felt a wisp of aura emanating from it, an aura that exerted immense pressure on his mind. It's over. I'm in trouble again. Bai Xiaochun was troubled. He thought that he had to get a clear look before leaving, so he gritted his teeth and controlled his spiritual consciousness to approach, entering the sealed area through a crack. He didn't dare go too deep. Entering only a part was enough to get a general idea of the situation inside the seal. There was another space here. In this gray space, deep within the halo sat an old man. His face was wrinkled, his hair was bald, and 999 iron chains bound him to this place. His aura far surpassed that of a celestial being. Bai Xiaochun felt the old man was like a god. Even a single trace of his oppressive power made him tremble. This is a demigod. Bai Xiaochun held his breath outside the tower. He saw everything through his spiritual sense, feeling unbelievable and utterly terrified. Afraid of attracting attention, he cautiously controlled his spiritual sense to retreat. His mind already made up. He no longer wanted the Soul Tower. The moment Bai Xiaochun's spiritual sense retreated, the old man suddenly opened his eyes. In that instant, his body had transformed slightly. He was no longer human, but a three-headed giant serpent. This transformation made Bai Xiaochun scream in agony. "Senior, spare my life!" Bai Xiaochun cried out desperately, trying to withdraw his spiritual consciousness from the Soul Tower. He quickly stopped, because he discovered that the old man was tightly bound by iron chains, and his body wasn't real. It looked somewhat blurry. Besides that, he also sensed that the old man was incomplete. More importantly, although his eyes were wide open and majestic, they were hazy, as if he had lost consciousness. A remnant soul! Bai Xiaochun gasped, his eyes trembling slightly. After carefully observing, he dared to confirm. A remnant soul of a demigod. Bai Xiaochun's heart pounded. After confirming, he examined it thoroughly before slowly retreating. It took him a while to recover his composure after withdrawing his spiritual consciousness, and he sighed as he looked at the crystal soul tower. Where there's a celestial soul, there's also a demigod soul. Even if the soul in the tower isn't complete, it's still a demigod soul. It's very clear that this soul's essence isn't a cultivator, but a ferocious beast with demigod cultivation. Perhaps it was a powerful being countless years ago who was killed, its soul incomplete, or perhaps it was sealed by someone, or it sealed itself within the tower. Bai Xiaochun remained silent, feeling he had stumbled upon a treasure this time. He continued to observe with his spiritual sense until noon the next day. When Bai Xiaochun finally finished his investigation, his eyes filled with understanding. It's indeed a soulless remnant without consciousness. It's fused with this tower. Once the tower is destroyed, the sealed soul will also be lost. Its soul will explode upon the tower's destruction, creating a destructive aura that will spread outwards. Even a celestial being would likely be severely injured by the impact. Obviously, this is a one-time use magical artifact. Is soul storage merely an added function, or a deceptive trick? Bai Xiaochun's mind was shaken. He never imagined that some being could refine a demigod's remnant soul into a single-use artifact. He stared in disbelief at the soul tower in his hand. Even a toy capable of threatening a celestial being had fallen into his grasp. Bai Xiaochun was overjoyed, but his hair stood on end. Is it a coincidence? Bai Xiaochun pondered, recalling the events after he teleported to the savage wilderness. The more he thought about it, the more terrifying it seemed. After a moment of stunned silence, Bai Xiaochun retracted the soul tower. He raised his head and summoned two soul cultivators from the Black Mountain tribe. The two quickly entered Bai Xiaochun's cave dwelling, and, not knowing why Bai Xiaochun had summoned them, nervously bowed in greeting. Where did you get that soul tower from? Bai Xiaochun didn't beat around the bush. His eyes, like lightning, stared intently at the two men as he asked directly. To prevent them from lying, the Tongshan Dharma eye on Bai Xiaochun's forehead activated a crack to sense the changes in their bodies. Even the slightest fluctuation would be clear to him. The two soul cultivators trembled, feeling the immense pressure, and their breathing quickened. They dared not conceal anything, and they recounted everything they knew. This tower was an ancient heirloom of the Black Mountain tribe. It had been so long that they didn't know its exact origins. After all, the indigenous tribes in the savage wilderness all possessed ancestral heirlooms, some valuable, some not. Bai Xiaochun pondered for a moment. He summoned the leader of the Black Mountain tribe again to inquire further, but ultimately frowned and remained silent. Everyone indicated that these were artifacts passed down from the Black Mountain tribe's ancestors. The remaining items included not only the soul storage tower, but also other items whose origins were unknown. Bai Xiaochun still felt uneasy. He followed the Black Mountain tribe leader, who tremblingly brought out the ancestral artifacts. After examining each one, Bai Xiaochun found no clues and had to give up. In the dead of night, Bai Xiaochun stood outside his cave dwelling, gazing at the undulating mountain range, his eyes gleaming. Hopefully, I'm overthinking things no matter what. This soul tower is my trump card. Unfortunately, it can only be used once. Bai Xiaochun sighed, unable to figure it out, and decided to ignore it. A few days later, Bai Xiaochun chose to leave the Black Mountain tribe. Before he left, all the natives knelt before him, expressing their gratitude and awe. The two middle-aged soul cultivators did the same, their eyes clearly filled with respect and fear. Bai Xiaochun looked at them, deeply moved. He felt the same way when he was in the village. Everyone happily saw him off when he left. At the Lingxi sect, everyone happily saw him off. At the Nis sect, everyone happily saw him off. At the Void City Starry Sky Dao Extreme sect, everyone happily saw him off today. Arriving in the savage wilderness, the Black Mountain tribe also happily saw him off. Bai Xiaochun deliberately used his divine sense to scan the area, confirming that these natives hadn't prepared any drums or gongs. He was even more moved, feeling that these people were truly bidding him farewell. Go back, all of you. Bai Xiaochun moved, waved his hand, then soared into the air with exhilaration. Behind him, Zhou Yixing quickly followed, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. He had secretly vowed to follow the Grand Master Bai, while simultaneously glancing at the person beside him with an unfriendly look. Li Feng also followed by Xiaochun. Noticing Zhou Yixing's gaze, Li Feng also became cautious. He felt that Grand Master Bai hadn't chased him away. This was tacit approval, waiting for his future performance. His greatest enemy at the moment was Zhou Yixing. The three walked together for a short while. Then Zhou Yixing couldn't help but turn around and glare fiercely at Li Feng, shouting, "What are you following us for? Get out of here!" After saying this, Zhou Yixing quickly turned around, displaying a fawning expression towards Bai Xiaochun, an expression he had practiced many times. "Master, this person has no good intentions. He's following us, definitely with ulterior motives." Bai Xiaochun let out a soft sigh, ignoring him, and continued flying towards Ghost King City. Li Feng, seeing Zhou Yixing falsely accusing him, quickly bowed. "Master, please don't misunderstand. I have no ulterior motives. I admire you and wish to become your follower." Li Feng immediately spoke up, hoping to curry favor with Bai Xiaochun so that he could receive guidance in the future. Seeing Bai Xiaochun ignore him and turn away, Li Feng became even more anxious. Zhou Yixing was even more delighted. He glared at Li Feng before chasing after Bai Xiaochun, his face full of smug satisfaction. Li Feng was in a hurry. He felt that the Bai Xiaochun before him was a Huang-grade soul refining master, one of the most powerful soul refining masters he had ever met. If I could follow such a powerful figure, the benefits would be immense. Just thinking about how I would regret it later if I didn't seize this opportunity. He was worried and determined to make the other party aware of his value. Thinking this, Li Feng immediately spoke up to assert his presence. "Master Bai, I can do many things. With your status as a master, you can't personally go and capture souls when needed." So Bai Xiaochun stopped. Feeling that Li Feng's words made some sense, Zhou Yixing's heart trembled, filled with anger. Before Bai Xiaochun became a Huang-grade soul refiner, he felt humiliated following him. Since knowing Bai Xiaochun was a Huang-grade soul refiner, he had long revered Bai Xiaochun like a god. He felt he had to cling to his coattails, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt he should get rid of Li Feng. Hearing Li Feng's shameless words, he couldn't show weakness. "I can too." Zhou Yixing shouted loudly, afraid that Bai Xiaochun would agree to this. Bai Xiaochun calmly blinked a few times. He had long realized that these two were incompatible and competitive, which he was pleased to see. He continued walking away. Zhou Yixing breathed a sigh of relief, staring intently at Li Feng. If he recovered his cultivation, he would definitely eliminate the other party. Li Feng, disregarding Zhou Yixing's displeasure, saw Bai Xiaochun about to leave again and hurriedly shouted, "Master Bai, I know where there are many vengeful spirits. I know too. I know several places." Zhou Yixing immediately shouted, "I can provide soul medicine for you, master. With my peak third-grade cultivation, I can refine many soul medicines for you." Li Feng said anxiously, "I can also refine soul medicine." Zhou Yixing gritted his teeth. "Zhou Yixing, don't be so arrogant. I know where to find the Tangshan River water. The Tangshan River water is incredibly valuable. A single drop can be exchanged for a large quantity of soul medicine." "Zhou Yixing, how can you compare yourself to that?" Li Feng shouted. Zhou Yixing was at a disadvantage. If this were his family's territory, he might have claimed he could do it, but he had no way of learning about this. Bai Xiaochun's eyes lit up. Although he knew the Tangshan River water was incredibly valuable in the savage wilderness and perhaps worth a fortune, he hadn't expected it to be even more precious than he had imagined. "I also know where there are heavenly human souls. I can provide Master Bai with information." Li Feng stared intently at Zhou Yixing, trying even harder to sell himself, hoping to get Bai Xiaochun's agreement to take him along. Zhou Yixing's eyes blazed with anger, his face flushed with rage, about to retort when he saw Bai Xiaochun stop and turn to look at him. Zhou Yixing's heart trembled violently. Bai Xiaochun had already turned to look at Li Feng. "You just said you know where there are heavenly human souls." When Bai Xiaochun turned around, Li Feng was extremely excited. Hearing Bai Xiaochun's question, he didn't hesitate to share the information he knew. Bai Xiaochun frowned, thinking that Li Feng's words were nothing but nonsense. HMPH, the giant ghost king, is a demigod-level expert. He wouldn't casually give away a heavenly human soul. As for the three great soul-refining families, it's just rumors. Seeing Bai Xiaochun frown, Zhou Yixing felt pleased, knowing this was his chance to retaliate. He immediately added fuel to the fire. Li Feng coldly glared at Zhou Yixing, then sneered before respectfully looking at Bai Xiaochun and continuing, "I wouldn't dare deceive Master Bai." Leaving aside the giant ghost king, among the three great soul-refining families, I don't know if the other two possess a heavenly human soul, but I can guarantee that one of them does. Because I was once one of the honored guests of this family, during a grand ceremony, I had the privilege of seeing the celestial soul from afar. Its appearance was like sand and stone, yet the moment it appeared, a celestial aura enveloped all directions. Li Feng described what he had seen, and Bai Xiaochun's eyes lit up. This heavenly human soul was a treasure of the savage wilderness. Not everyone could see it, and many people didn't even know what a heavenly human soul looked like. Li Feng's description perfectly matched the appearance of a heavenly human soul. If he's telling the truth, this is an Earth attribute heavenly human soul. Today I already have fire, wood, and water. I'm only missing metal and earth, Bai Xiaochun muttered to himself. Which family are you talking about? Bai Xiaochun's eyes brightened as he asked. The Bai family of Dongjiao Royal City. Li Feng hesitated for a moment. He was willing to pay any price to follow Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun was stunned, feeling that the name Li Feng mentioned sounded familiar. After carefully recalling, his eyes widened. Dongjiao Royal City, the three great soul-refining families. The Bai family. Isn't this Bai House family? The more Bai Xiaochun thought about it, the more tempted he became. This family is one of the three major families in Giant Ghost City. It's very possible that there's a heavenly human ancestor within. Bai Xiaochun licked his lips. Besides being tempted, he also felt hesitant. He had no other choice. He absolutely had to obtain the heavenly human soul. Using Bai Hao's identity, he could then more easily approach the Bai family. Bai Xiaochun was conflicted, and Li Feng was also nervous. If he mentioned the Bai family now, he would inevitably offend them. If Bai Xiaochun ignored him, he would have no choice but to give up. Although he had only been a guest elder of the Bai family for a short time, he had no impression of Bai Hao. After all, Bai Hao's cultivation was only at the early foundation establishment stage, which meant he was a failure in the family, and naturally wouldn't attract the attention of a peak third-rank guest elder like Li Feng. Bai Xiaochun pondered for a moment, then gritted his teeth and made a decision. Regardless of whether it works or not, I have to try. Besides, I have the demigod tower. If the matter is exposed or something unexpected happens, being careful might save my life. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaochun hated Hong Chennu even more. The thought of Hong Chennu causing him to use the heavenly human soul formation filled him with immense resentment. It's all Hong Chennu's fault, you old hag, just wait. When I, Bai Xiaochun, become powerful, I will definitely get revenge on you, and Shen Jiaxin too. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. He had made his decision. He agreed to let Li Feng accompany him, and the group flew straight towards the Bai family. Along the way, Bai Xiaochun continuously read the information in Bai Hao's bone scroll. The more he thought about Bai Hao's death, the more he realized that if he returned in Bai Hao's identity, there would be some turmoil within the Bai family. That's right, I once said I would avenge you if I had the chance. This time, if possible, your enemy will jump out. A few days later, just before entering the Bai family's territory, Bai Xiaochun stopped. He thought that returning to the Bai family wouldn't be appropriate to bring Li Feng and Zhou Yixing along, so he arranged for the two to cultivate near the Bai family. After waiting for his summons, he flew back to the Bai family alone. His cultivation had changed significantly. He was no longer at the great perfection of the Golden Core stage, but had become at the early foundation establishment stage, like Bai Hao. His flying speed also slowed down, all his expressions befitting Bai Hao's status. His face became silent and reserved. Bai Hao is a secondary son, not valued by the family. Bai Xiaochun felt that everything was very fitting for Bai Hao. After returning to the family after a near-death experience, a large area east of the Demon King's city belonged to the Bai family. While called a family clan, in reality, it was as vast as a small city. The purple fortress seemed to be imprinted on the ground, surrounded by dragon and serpent statues that appeared to be soaring into the sky. And these dragon and serpent statues formed the four entrances to the Bai family. A formation swirled around it, generating an oppressive aura that enveloped the entire Bai family, making this area an independent zone. Even after entering this area, Bai Xiaochun immediately felt eyes from various directions staring at him, thankfully only glancing before looking away. The Bai family. There must be a heavenly human ancestor here. Bai Xiaochun's heart trembled as he sensed the immense power of the formation, gradually approaching the Bai family fortress. Damn it, am I still me? Bai Xiaochun felt he had transformed. Even he himself was afraid of his own transformation. There's a heavenly human ancestor here. I dare to seize the heavenly human soul from the heavenly human ancestor's face. Bai Xiaochun rubbed his eyes, but unfortunately, he couldn't wipe away his tears. He now knew what it felt like to cry without tears. Bai Xiaochun sighed incessantly. He thought to himself, if it were his old self, he wouldn't have come here even if he were killed. Now, he had actually come to his doorstep. It's all because of Hong Chennu and Chen Ziyajia. I was forced. Damn it, I'm so angry. I'm even afraid of myself. Bai Xiaochun inwardly encouraged himself, but he had no other choice. He had to calm his mind and pretend to be quiet and reserved as he walked towards the Bai family's city. The Bai family is one of the 3 silver fighting families in Giant Ghost City with a protective formation. Perhaps the formation can determine the bloodline of its members. I wonder if my mask can. Maybe it can. Bai Xiaochun's mind was unsettled. He slowly advanced, preparing to flee if anything went wrong. The closer he got, the more eyes were on him. When Bai Xiaochun was about 100 feet from the Bai family's city, he saw a dragon serpent statue seemingly about to fly upwards. The statue's eyes emitted a chilling light as it stared at Bai Xiaochun. This gaze was icy cold, containing an unspeakable danger, as if it sensed that Bai Xiaochun was not a member of the Bai family. If he dared to trespass without notice, he would face a thunderous blow from the statue. Bai Xiaochun sighed, took a few deep breaths, and then stepped forward, directly entering the Bai family's formation. He took out Bai Hao's identity token, which emitted a soft glow. At the same time, his mask slightly brightened, and a tremor appeared within the mask that only he could detect, seemingly deceiving the formation. Just as Bai Xiaochun suspected, the formation, which distinguished Bai family bloodlines, had also identified him as Bai Hao. In an instant, Bai Xiaochun successfully entered the formation. The stares that had been fixed on him disappeared, and the statue's eyes dimmed, losing their sharpness. A creaking sound even emanated from it, and the enormous dragon serpent statue, which served as the entrance to the Bai family's stronghold, opened. When it opened, a middle-aged man appeared at the main gate. This man had reached the great perfection of the Cha condensation realm, his hands tucked into his sleeves, his figure thin, his face stern, and he frowned, staring intently at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that his first step into the Bai family had been successful. At this moment, he frowned, persevering forward. He reached the main gate of the Bai family, and as he was about to enter, "Young Master Bai Hao, you've returned, but you're leaving. Have you forgotten the madam's rule that illegitimate children must enter through the side gate?" Clearly activating the family's formation, and even letting the dragon snake open the gate, it seems you've forgotten your place. This gate is not for you to enter, the middle-aged man spoke coldly, blocking Bai Xiaochun's path, his eyes filled with contempt. Bai Xiaochun frowned, raising his head to look at the middle-aged man in front of him. He knew that Bai Hao was not welcome at the Bai family, but he didn't expect that even the gatekeeper could humiliate him. This showed just how unwelcome Bai Hao was to the Bai family. This is deliberately humiliating and making things difficult to the extreme. A sharp glint appeared in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. After meeting the middle-aged man's gaze, the man's mind trembled, his whole body felt icy cold. His head felt like it was exploding in ice and snow. He was so astonished he dared not meet Bai Xiaochun's eyes. He unconsciously took a few steps back. His hands, which had been tucked inside his sleeves, loosened, and he stepped aside. Bai Xiaochun, expressionless, walked past the middle-aged man and directly entered the main gate. Only after he left did the middle-aged man regain his composure, his expression changing, filled with uncertainty and suspicion. Bai's gaze is too sharp, completely unlike his former self. Ignoring the enigmatic middle-aged man, Bai Xiaochun entered the Bai family estate. Along the way, he observed his surroundings. The Bai family estate was vast. Being a family estate, there were no shops, only residential areas for the various branches. Inside, there were luxurious carved railings and jade ornaments, and rock gardens rose up like a forest. Many Bai family members were coming and going, with birds circling in the air. Before Bai Xiaochun had gone far, a woman dressed as a maid, who had just been reprimanding someone, appeared before him. Upon seeing Bai Xiaochun, the maid froze, then her eyes filled with disdain and a cold snort. I don't know who the gatekeeper was to let him in. Not just anyone can enter through the main gate. The maid exclaimed loudly, ignoring Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun did nothing, intending to glare, but remembering he was currently Bai Hao, he restrained himself. Hold on, after all, I'm not Bai Hao. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. He looked at the maid's back and continued strolling through the Bai family's city. Along the way, he encountered many Bai family servants. As expected, upon seeing Bai Xiaochun, they were stunned, their faces showing clear contempt. This expression was too forced, seemingly deliberate, or perhaps not so deliberate, but rather a disgusted refusal to even look at Bai Xiaochun, treating him like trash. Several times, Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but restrain himself, but he remembered his purpose and held back. "I'll hold on," Bai Xiaochun muttered through gritted teeth. He looked around again. He didn't know where Bai Hao lived, and he couldn't ask anyone. Because of Bai Hao's situation, no one would answer even if Bai Xiaochun wanted to, which shows just how low his status was. What should I do now? Bai Xiaochun's head ached. Just as he was about to leave, an old man suddenly stepped out. This old man's clothes were slightly better than those of ordinary servants, and his cultivation was at the foundation establishment stage. His arrogant demeanor clearly indicated that he wasn't a member of the Bai family, but he was at least a steward. He clasped his hands behind his back, and as he was about to leave, he saw Bai Xiaochun. The old man was stunned, then his face darkened. "Bai Hao, have you forgotten your place? This isn't a place you can come to. You're so audacious, daring to disregard the family rules." The old man's eyes lit up, his words blunt and harsh, like reprimanding a servant. He pointed at Bai Xiaochun and shouted. Bai Xiaochun had already been unwelcome and endured the disgust and contempt of everyone here, but he never expected the old man to dare scold and reprimand him. Angrily, he raised his head, and at that moment, a woman's voice rang out. "Steward Chen, this is my Bai family's territory. No matter what, he has Bai family blood. Since when did it become your place, a mere servant, to humiliate him?" A beam of light flying past suddenly stopped, revealing a woman's figure. Her face was icy cold, her entire being exuding a chilling aura. Her cultivation was extraordinary, having reached the great perfection of the foundation establishment stage. She was beautiful, but her expression was displeased as she glared at the old man. Bai Xiaochun's gaze fell upon the woman in the air. He took a deep breath, suppressing the anger within him. The old man's expression changed, his eyes filled with apprehension. He immediately bowed and clasped his hands in respect to the woman in the air. "Greetings, fifth young lady." This old servant misspoke, but the family head has a rule that the second son cannot enter without being summoned. The woman in midair paused for a moment, then looked down at Bai Xiaochun, sighing. "No matter what, he is a member of the Bai family. You cannot speak such insulting words." After saying this, she shook her head and vanished in a flash of light. The old man bowed in agreement. After the woman left, he looked up at Bai Xiaochun with disgust. With the fifth young lady intervening, "I will not punish you today. Get back to the northern district. If I see you entering this place without permission again, I will definitely report it to the family head and punish you according to the family rules." The old man snorted coldly, flicked his sleeve, and turned to leave. Bai Xiaochun felt like he was about to explode. Since entering the Bai family, not much time had passed, and he had been enduring it all along the way. He felt that if he continued like this, he would explode. He never expected Bai Hao's status to be so low. How else could Bai Hao have persevered until now? What's the point of a family like that? If they weren't welcomed, they wouldn't have become like this. That's the real problem. That's right, after all, I'm not Bai Hao. For the sake of the heavenly human soul, I'll endure it a little longer. Bai Xiaochun bit his lip, suppressing the anger in his heart, and turned to walk north. his eyes secretly surveying the area, especially the 7-story tower in the distance. The 7-story tower wasn't too far from here, surrounded by shimmering light like the tower's beautiful attire. It was very luxurious, especially with the restrictions surrounding it. It seemed the tower was a crucial location for the Bai family. As Bai Xiaochun walked north, a woman stood on the 5th floor of the tower, her cold gaze fixed on his retreating figure. The middle-aged woman's clothes were incredibly beautiful, woven from spiritual silk and embroidered with 9 phoenixes. The entire outfit radiated a precious aura, as if nourishing the wearer's beauty. Such clothing was extremely valuable in the savage wilderness. Even in the Tongshan River region, it would be considered precious attire. Although the middle-aged woman was somewhat advanced in age, she maintained herself well, her figure curvaceous, her skin incredibly smooth. While not breathtakingly beautiful, she possessed a captivating charm. Though not as youthful as some, she exuded a certain mature grace. The woman gritted her teeth, glaring at Bai Xiaochun's back, her eyes filled with intense hatred. Behind her, a man in black approached, his entire being radiating a powerful killing intent, especially his bloodshot eyes, which resembled a sword about to be unsheathed. He respectfully bowed to the middle-aged woman. "Greetings, Madame Tai. Didn't you say that little bastard Bai Hao was dead?" Madame Tai didn't turn around. She just stared at Bai Xiaochun's back and spoke each word clearly. "Yes, this guy was struck by my soul annihilation seal. His heart meridian is severed. Although he was teleported away, I haven't seen his corpse, but I can conclude that he is undoubtedly dead." The man spoke coldly, his demeanor extremely confident. Undoubtedly dead? Well, what an undoubtedly dead statement. Then look, who is he? Madame Tai laughed angrily, raising her right hand and pointing towards Bai Xiaochun. The man in black was stunned. He took a few steps forward, looking in the direction Madame Tai was pointing, and immediately saw Bai Xiaochun's back. His expression changed, his eyes widening. Impossible. The man in black couldn't believe it, his mouth agape. "I don't care how you do it, but in short, kill him today." After saying this, Madame Tai turned to leave. "Madame Tai, killing this man is easy, but this is the Bai family's residence, and today is a bit troublesome." The man in black hesitated for a moment. In truth, he found it hard to understand. Even if Madame Tai didn't get along with Bai Hao and there was a conflict of interest, there was no need to be so hasty. "You don't know, this little bastard isn't human, he's a demon, a monster. I don't care what method you use, but kill him as quickly as possible. We absolutely cannot give him a chance to grow." Madame Tai's voice was sharp, her breathing rapid. After a while, she realized her impulsiveness. She took a deep breath, said nothing more, and left. The man in black remained silent. Madame Tai's mention of a demon puzzled him. The fact that he hadn't died from his soul annihilation seal was what interested him most. "This Bai Hao is quite talented. I arranged a plan, even personally intervened, yet he still managed to escape. He didn't die and dares to return. Although you survived last time, let's see how you didn't die then." The man in black sneered, turning around and unleashing the aura of a core formation cultivator. Bai Xiaochun didn't know what had happened on the high tower. There were extraordinary restrictions there. Unless Bai Xiaochun himself entered, his spiritual sense would be blocked by the restrictions. Although he didn't understand what the man and woman on the high tower were saying, he sensed their malevolent gazes and killing intent, and he understood what that meant. "Interesting?" Bai Xiaochun sneered, heading towards the northern district. The northern district was a desolate and luxurious area, a residential district where most people were servants. Not to mention those who had been selling themselves to the Bai family for generations. The vast majority were old, frail, and sickly. The surroundings were filthy and squalid, a stark contrast to the eastern district. Although the disgusted and contemptuous glances here had lessened, giving him the feeling of entering a slum, Bai Xiaochun felt a sense of awe at Bai Hao's status. "Brother Hao, young Master Hao." As Bai Xiaochun arrived, many people greeted him with joy, a stark contrast to the eastern district. Clearly, Bai Hao was very popular here. He didn't even need to find his own room. Several children excitedly approached him, leading him to a dilapidated room. The room was shaky and looked like it could collapse at any moment. Fortunately, the entire Bai family was protected by a protective formation, preventing rain from falling. Otherwise, this rundown room wouldn't have been able to shelter him. Upon entering, Bai Xiaochun looked around. The room contained only a large bed and not a single chair. For an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator, this was unbelievable. Not to mention the savage wilderness, even in the Tongshan River region, a foundation establishment cultivator would enjoy far better treatment than this place. Why, how is an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator, why is his treatment in the Bai family so poor? Although Bai Xiaochun had some understanding of Bai Hao, he didn't know too many details. Even with preparation, he couldn't know everything about this trip to the Bai family. Bai Xiaochun's eyes lit up. He could tell the woman in the luxurious clothes had a very high status. After thinking for a long time, Bai Xiaochun had too few clues, so he couldn't figure out what was going on. Bai Hao, although I want to help you, you've left too few clues. I want to know exactly what happened to you. Bai Xiaochun sighed. He sat down on the dilapidated bed, not closing his eyes, but using his spiritual sense to scan the surroundings. This was his habit. When in unfamiliar places, he needed to be careful to protect his life. He chanted a spell to guard against any hidden enemies who might attack. Bai Xiaochun's spiritual sense spread around, and suddenly he opened his eyes wide, looking at a corner of the wall. His expression changed slightly, and he walked over and squatted down to observe. The ground was perfectly normal, nothing unusual. Just now, when Bai Xiaochun used his spiritual sense to observe the surroundings, he noticed a faint magical fluctuation. The fluctuation was very small, seemingly having existed for some time, perhaps several months, and had completely dissipated. If Bai Xiaochun hadn't fused with 3 heavenly human souls, possessing 3 major clones, and his spiritual sense had tripled, although not as sensitive as a nascent soul. His spiritual sense hadn't yet transformed into divine consciousness, but its sensitivity was no less than that of a nascent soul. He wouldn't have noticed it. After observing, for a while, a bright light shone in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. Someone cast a spell here. It wasn't that long ago, just a few months ago. It seems someone cast a spell to erase something from the ground. Bai Xiaochun looked at the ground, his heart filled with curiosity. Suddenly, a crack appeared in his forehead, and the Tongshan Dharma eye appeared. In an instant, purple light burst out, controlled by Bai Xiaochun to skim the area. Upon closer inspection, Bai Xiaochun immediately guessed correctly. There had been writing on the ground. Interesting, Bai Xiaochun murmured. A series of overlapping illusory images appeared on his body, 3 large clones superimposed upon him. After he opened his heaven-penetrating Dharma eyes, 4 heaven-penetrating Dharma eyes simultaneously overlapped, emitting a dazzling purple light. Fortunately, Bai Xiaochun had prepared beforehand, so the purple light didn't leak out of the room, preventing outsiders from detecting it. The 4 overlapping heaven-penetrating Dharma eyes restored the writing on the ground, though not much was restored, but it was still legible. Looking at these characters, even with his cultivation and composure, Bai Xiaochun gasped in astonishment. He was greatly shocked. What is fire? In my research, fire. It's not a substance, unlike water. It's more like a symbol of spiritual consciousness manifested outwardly. Fire, it's like energy. It merges with a strange existence in the void, thus forming. The reason it can be seen is because of light. What we see is light. And multicolored fire is the same. So there's no problem. What is a soul? Why does burning a soul turn into multicolored fire? Bai Xiaochun breathed heavily, his eyes wide open, his mind strongly drawn in. He stared at the writing in front of him. Although it was only a part, after he saw it, many of the questions that puzzled him were answered. He felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and immediately had an epiphany. This is... Bai Xiaochun never imagined that someone would research fire to this extent. From the writing, it seemed that the writer had casually left these notes while contemplating a problem. Most importantly, these studies on fire kept appearing in Bai Xiaochun's mind, seemingly opening up a world within him. His spirit trembled, and combined with his fire refining process, in an instant he felt everything become clear and bright. Yes, the multicolored fire I'm refining is indeed this form, fire. It's not a substance like water, but a symbol, or perhaps it's a phenomenon. In a sense, it's illusory. It doesn't have a substantial existence like water. Bai Xiaojun tried to calm himself, feeling that the person who left these writings was extremely extraordinary, possessing unparalleled talent and skill in fire research, a true prodigy. Even he, who had originally researched the 11-colored fire and attempted to refine the 12-colored fire, was moved by these writings. He vaguely felt that if he studied these words, he could refine the 12-colored fire. No matter how much Bai Xiaojun thought about it, he never expected this trip to be such a stroke of luck. He increased the power of his Tongshan Dharma eye and continued to observe. The content that followed became blurry and impossible to recover. Bai Xiaojun didn't speak hastily. After he saw the last words, which were a deduction of how to concoct the 15-colored fire, and he had even deduced half of it, Bai Xiaojun was greatly shocked. How is this possible? Bai Xiaojun was stunned, his eyes fixed on the writing, on the last few sentences. Fire has high temperature, even more mysterious power, even heat and force, the heart of the flame and the center of the flame. According to my deduction method, even if I can't concoct the 15-colored fire, I can still deduce it. It's not that difficult. What about the 16-colored fire, the 17-colored fire, 20-colored fire? I'm confident I can deduce that too. Looking at the last few words in the notebook, the arrogant, confident, and bitter words in his heart, Bai Xiaojun could feel them very clearly. I didn't expect to be able to deduce the method of refining the multicolored fire. Bai Xiaojun sighed and felt excited. He stood up and used his heaven-penetrating Dharma eye to search around. He searched the room several times, feeling anxious. He saw that the floor had once contained notes and methods for refining the multicolored fire and insights into fire, but most of them had been erased after being written. Only that area, which had just been written, had unexpectedly resurfaced, so the method of erasing was different. It wasn't me who deleted it, it was someone else who deleted it. The method for concocting the 15-colored fire. Bai Xiaojun couldn't help but be moved. He could sense that these words were written by Bai Hao, but who could have entered Bai Hao's room and deleted them? If it was Bai Hao? Because although Bai Hao's cultivation level was low, his understanding of fire had reached an earth-shattering level, even surpassing Bai Xiaojun's realm by a great deal. It could be said that he had researched it to the very end. That's not right. If it were Bai Hao, as long as he displayed his talent, he would become famous in the Bai family. Why wouldn't he be welcomed? Bai Xiaojun scratched his head, unable to understand. After a long while, Bai Xiaojun stood up, pacing back and forth in the room for a moment. He looked up, his eyes gleaming. Regardless of whether Bai Hao wrote it or not, the notes definitely contain the method for concocting the 15-colored fire. Therefore, the person who killed Bai Hao also erased them. Even if it's not the same person, they're definitely related. From then on, only that person would have the complete notes. If I wanted to obtain the complete notes, I wouldn't actually need to actively search for them, because my return would inevitably provoke the murderous intent of those people. The more prominent I am in the Bai family, the faster the murderous intent will come. So we can find the cause, find the handwritten notes. Bai Xiaojun's eyes lit up, secretly making a decision. Then he sighed, looking at the incomplete writing on the ground. This Bai Hao is too regrettable, too pitiful. Bai Xiaojun shook his head, his heart already 70 to 80% certain that the person who left the notes was Bai Hao. I still need to confirm a little more. Bai Xiaojun pondered for a moment, then took out a jade slip and transmitted a message to Li Feng, telling him to activate his hidden power to inquire about Bai Hao's situation before. Li Feng didn't know Bai Xiaojun's identity in the Bai family. After receiving Bai Xiaojun's order, he was excited, knowing this was an opportunity. He didn't tell Zhou Yixing and secretly activated his connections to gather information. A few days later, after he reported the news about Bai Hao to Bai Xiaojun held the jade slip, his eyes filled with anger. Bai Xiaojun had a relatively good understanding of Bai Hao, and combining it with the bone slip Bai Hao left behind and his observations in the Bai family over the past few days, he understood Bai Hao's entire situation. Bai Hao's mother was just a lowly maidservant. His father was the current patriarch of the Bai family. His mother was humiliated by the patriarch and passively accepted, and his illegitimate son. Bai Hao was born unexpectedly. From birth, his status was low, and his mother was killed by others after giving birth to him. Because Bai Hao had quite good aptitude but lacked cultivation resources, he could only rely on his own efforts and therefore could not stand out. The main wife of the Bai family patriarch was the grandmadam, who held an extremely high position in the family because she was the daughter of another major family in Ghost King City. There was another reason. The son of the grandmadam, Bai Hao's elder brother, Bai Che, was an unparalleled prodigy renowned throughout the Ghost King City. He had already reached the great perfection of the Golden Core stage and was even highly regarded by the Bai family's patriarch. Considered the Bai family's most promising talent in the past few hundred years, he was also the top contender for the position of inheriting the Ming Emperor's legacy. With such a father, such an elder brother, and such a cruel stepmother, Bai Hao was utterly miserable. His father was cold and distant, showing no affection whatsoever, not even bothering to look at him after his death. His stepmother hated him even more, and his elder brother acted superior, berating Bai Hao like a servant. All of this contributed to Bai Hao's lowly status within the family. The grandmadam and Bai Che disliked him, and the servants, in order to curry favor with their masters, also despised Bai Hao. Bai Hao's cultivation level only reached the Cha condensation stage, progressing at an unimaginable pace. Fortunately, people perceived Bai Hao's character as weak-willed. No matter who yelled at him, he would only bow his head and tremble. As time passed, no one paid attention to him, and no one bothered to inquire about him in the northern region. Some time ago, Bai Hao also broke through to the Cha condensation stage, becoming a foundation establishment cultivator. And then he disappeared looking at Bai Hao's information in the jade slip. Bai Xiaochun's eyes blazed with anger. He didn't know how to describe Bai Hao properly, but now he recalled the image of the young man lying dead in the forest even if he's weak-willed. If it were me, I wouldn't find him weak-willed. Only by being weak-willed can one survive once you reveal your true power and make people feel threatened. Then the death tribulation will come, time and time again. It was precisely at the moment Bai Hao broke through his cultivation that he was assassinated. His foundation establishment cultivation wasn't enough to cause such a fatal disaster, Bai Xiaochun murmured, lowering his head to look at the ground. He had vaguely guessed the reason. Bai Hao revealed his astonishing fire-refining talent and was therefore killed out of jealousy. 8 or 9 out of 10 times, the one who killed him was the grandmadam. I still don't understand one thing. If Bai Hao's father knew about Bai Hao's talent, why didn't he care? After all, for a soul-refining family, such a genius is a prodigy. Bai Hao, did he tell his father about his fire-refining talent? If he didn't say anything, it would be pointless. According to Bai Hao's notes, he desperately wanted to tell his father that he wanted to research a method to concoct the 15-colored fire and give it to him. If he told his father, he had been killed. Then this matter. Bai Xiaochun fell silent. He didn't want to think about it. In the end, all he felt was sorrow, and he felt even more sorry for Bai Hao. His only dream was for his father to look at him a few more times. Bai Xiaochun sighed. Bai Hao, I once promised you that we were destined to meet, and I would avenge your death. And today, your fire-refining method moved me deeply. I won't take advantage of you. Even though you're gone, I will take you as my senior disciple. I, Bai Xiaochun, have never taken a disciple before. Bai Hao is the first. With this karmic connection, even if we are separated forever, I will still be your master, Bai Xiaochun murmured. On one hand, he felt sorry for Bai Hao. On the other hand, he wanted to give Bai Hao a proper status, since he was planning to retrieve Bai Hao's notes anyway. Now you are my disciple. I want to see who killed my disciple. Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened. The more he thought about it, the more he disliked the Bai family. The more flamboyant I am, the faster the killing intent will come. Bai Xiaochun tilted his chin up, muttering coldly to himself. Suddenly, he felt a sense of danger. Remembering that he was Bai Hao's master, he touched the crystal soul tower and felt reassured. This is a real headache. I'm someone who never likes to show off. I don't know what constitutes showing off. Bao. Bai Xiaochun rubbed his forehead, sighing and lamenting. He knew that the Bai family had several areas prepared for Bai family members to undergo trials. Every family had such areas, but the Bai family was more comprehensive, dividing them into spirit refining, fire refining, and soul medicine. The rewards would be given in order, but Bai Xiaochun didn't pay attention to the details. He had encountered this before in his sect. There's no other way. I'll just have to go to these lists. Bai Xiaochun shook his head. He, a great perfection golden core cultivator, had to play around with little foundation establishment cultivators. Thinking this, he felt a surge of excitement, even anticipation. He proceeded to the spirit refining list. Very quickly, he found the Bai family's spirit refining list. There was a stone tablet with names written on it, surrounded by several spirit refining rooms. Compared to the Starry Sky Dao Extreme Sect, the Bai family's list was much smaller in scale. Bai Xiaochun didn't mind. He saw many people standing around watching, some trying their luck, others passing by. I'm not trying to bully the weak. I just want to unleash my killing intent. Bai Xiaochun quickly coughed, his eyes scanning the surroundings before entering the spirit refining room. Since Bai Xiaochun was targeting the Foundation Establishment ranking list, there were no unexpected events. Bai Hao's name quickly appeared on the list, initially at position 100, then rapidly jumping to position 30, and then again, directly becoming number 1. The speed of his rise was so rapid that before anyone could notice, the stone tablet emitted a bright radiance. Only then did people realize what was happening. Bai Hao, number 1, 7 times refining his spirit. My God, that's too fast. Bai Hao, isn't he the second son? Why is he suddenly so powerful? As everyone cheered, Bai Xiaochun cleared his throat, letting everyone around him hear. Then he stepped out of the spirit refining room, feeling the gazes and murmurs of the crowd. He inwardly enjoyed this feeling of pride the most. Haha, it's not that I want this feeling. I'm just enjoying the world cheering for my disciple. After all, Bai Xiaochun wasn't so dark as to ignore his own feelings. He also felt that, as a great perfection golden core cultivator, competing with a group of Foundation Establishment cultivators was meaningless. Therefore, he shamefully questioned himself, then waved his hand and walked to another list. That was the Soul Medicine list. There were far more clan members here than on the Spirit Refining list. After all, refining spirits was very difficult, while soul medicines were relatively simpler. Since the Bai family was a soul refining family they needed to cultivate, so they paid even more attention to this aspect. On the soul medicine ranking, the highest ranking was achieved by refining 27 portions of low-grade soul medicine in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Bai Xiaochun glanced at it, then, with a surge of confidence, entered the soul medicine room. The same thing happened as with the spirit refining manual. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Bai Hao's name appeared on the soul medicine ranking first. Especially noteworthy was the sheer number of low-grade soul medicines he refined 50 portions. This level of achievement was astonishing. No one in the Foundation Establishment stage had ever accomplished this. The clansmen surrounding the soul medicine ranking were shocked, their disbelief echoing in all directions. First place, 50 portions, impossible. I know Bai Hao well, he's nothing special. How could he be number 1? Not necessarily. This is what you call silence makes perfect, and suddenly fame comes to light. Everyone discussed amongst themselves. Bai Xiaochun observed the scene around him, his heart filled with immense satisfaction. However, if you have the spiritual sense to see this, you don't need to thank your master. Rest assured, your master will take care of everything for you. Bai Xiaochun muttered to himself as he swaggered towards the fire refining ranking. News of Bai Xiaochun's top ranking on the spirit refining ranking spread throughout the family, causing even more commotion and uproar. Even the Bai family members were terrified. As the news spread, everyone in the Bai family knew, and it even reached the ears of the Grand Madam. Kill him, he must be killed. He absolutely cannot be allowed to rise again. In the eastern part of the Bai family, beneath a tall, luxurious pavilion, the Grand Madam was inside, her eyes filled with terrifying murderous intent. She threw a vase to the ground. Before Lady Tai stood a young man, his expression grim, his clothes extraordinarily expensive, and his appearance even more handsome. He was Bai Jie, Bai Hao's half-brother. His eyes, fixed on the vase on the ground, then on his mother, filled with murderous intent, he immediately spoke up. Mother, please calm down. He's just a bastard. There's no need to be so angry. Others may not understand, but you do. Haven't you seen his fire cultivation techniques? Lady Tai looked up at her son, her anger undiminished. If your father knew of his talent, the threat to you would be too great. This man must die. Lady Tai gritted her teeth, and the young man laughed loudly. Mother, you're worried. Before, you sent someone to kill Bai Hao. And it wasn't flawless. nor could it be hidden from father. But after that, what did he say? Did he try to stop it? The young man spoke coldly, and as soon as he uttered those words, Lady Tai was stunned. Such a small matter doesn't require mother's concern. Since Bai Hao wants to jump, I'll go restrain him now. The young man shook his head, seemingly unconcerned, and turned to leave. After the young man had gone, Madame Tai took a deep breath, her heart filled with worrying. Still feeling anxious, she took out a jade slip and sent a message outside. I want him dead tonight. Outside the pavilion, Bai Che left with a cold laugh, taking out a bone slip from his hand. He had asked someone for Bai Hao's whereabouts. After learning that Bai Hao had gone to practice the fire ranking, Bai Che laughed contemptuously and sarcastically. He also went to practice the fire ranking. I'll let you know that all your efforts to prove yourself are nothing but a joke in my eyes. I can crush all your little tricks with my feet. Bai Xiaochun, at this moment, was happily heading to the fire ranking. He flew away quickly, and not far behind him, many members of the Bai family watched in awe. He wants to go to the fire refining ranking. In the foundation establishment realm, he can rank first in the spirit refining ranking and the soul medicine ranking. If he also ranks first in the fire refining ranking, Bai Hao will soar to great heights and rise rapidly. This is very wrong. Before, Bai Hao's status was very low, and his personality was weak. Why is he so arrogant now, and his spirit refining talent is even more extraordinary? While everyone was quite shocked, Bai Xiaochun had already flown to the fire refining ranking in the Bai family. There was also a stone tablet erected there. This stone tablet was considerably larger than the other two. Beneath the stone tablet were fire refining rooms, where many members of the Bai family, including servants, had come to see what was happening after hearing news of Bai Hao. When Bai Xiaochun arrived, many people spoke up. He's here. Bai Hao has arrived. He became a fire refining disciple in a single day, refining both spirit and soul medicine. I bet he has astonishing fire refining skills. Good for Bai Hao. We didn't pay attention to him before. We didn't realize he was so hidden. While everyone was discussing, Bai Xiaochun walked forward, and those in front of him made way. Bai Xiaochun sighed at the sight. Bai Hao, my disciple, it all belongs to you. Your fire refining talent is far superior to mine. Bai Xiaochun thought of Bai Hao again, and felt even more impressed by Bai Hao's extraordinary talent. As the Bai family, I owe you a debt, and I, your master, will collect it for you. Besides bringing your killer to light, I have another purpose, to see what your father and family will decide after they discover your talent. Bai Xiaochun's eyes gleamed. He walked to the fire refining room, entered, and closed the door. The surrounding people waited expectantly. Even some of the Bai family elders noticed, with some old geezers leaving their buildings to check the fire refining rankings. It could be said that the entire Bai family was shaken, and Bai Xiaochun had achieved his goal. Shortly after Bai Xiaochun entered the fire refining room, 7 or 8 streaks of light flew towards him from afar. The leader was a young man with a cultivation level of great perfection in the core formation stage, exuding an extraordinary aura. Beside him were 7 or 8 people huddled together, each a prodigy of the Bai family, clearly with Bai Che as their leader. Their appearance caused a stir among those around them. Bai Che, a prodigy of the main branch, even achieving the title of Bai family's unicorn son. Interesting? He's Bai Hao's half-brother. The Bai family members and servants all stared at Bai Che, their eyes filled with deep thought. Some family members showed fervent admiration upon seeing Bai Che. For them, this generation's prodigy of the Bai family was the young patriarch of the Bai family. The moment Bai Che appeared, the enthusiastic family members rushed forward to pay their respects, while many in the crowd showed hostility towards him. These were all members of the collateral branches of the Bai family. They didn't get along with the main branch, especially the prodigies of the collateral branches. It's so lively here. Can someone tell me what's going on? Bai Che arrived with a smile, nodding to those who came forward to greet him. His gaze then swept around, noticing the hundreds of people gathered, which displeased him, though he concealed his displeasure. Young clan leader, it's Bai Hao, who ranked first in the spirit refining and soul medicine rankings, who's now moving on to the fire refining ranking, causing a stir. The enthusiastic clan members respectfully replied, Ah, Bai Hao, it seems my unworthy younger brother is receiving a lot of attention. Of course, as his older brother, I should congratulate him. Bai Che spoke, his words eliciting thoughtful glances from many. Everyone knew the nature of the relationship between Bai Che and Bai Hao. At this moment, a brilliant radiance emanated from the refining stone tablet, and the name Bai Hao appeared in the first position, followed by the seven-colored flame. The seven-colored flame clearly indicated Bai Xiaochun's careful control over the achievement. After all, Bai Hao was a foundation establishment cultivator. Although he acted ostentatiously, he knew that excessive enthusiasm could backfire and lead to negative consequences. The seven-colored flame was the ultimate limit, the benchmark for a third-grade soul refining master. A third-grade soul refining master with foundation establishment cultivation was an extremely rare existence, enough to cause a sensation far and wide. Not only in the Bai family, but even in Giant Ghost City, it would cause a considerable stir. Seven-colored flame. Bai Hao, he's a third-grade soul refining master. Heavens, how is this possible? I know many elders of the core formation clan haven't even reached the third-grade soul refining master level. Everyone around, whether from the main branch or collateral branches, was deeply shaken by the three words seven-colored fire. Even the clan elders present were astonished by this achievement. Seeing everyone's reaction, Bai Qi's expression remained unchanged, but inwardly he was displeased, his eyes filled with gloom. Amidst the commotion, Bai Xiaochun also emerged from the fire refining room. Hearing the surrounding discussions, he felt pleased, thinking that his high-profile achievement was not far behind. His first-place ranking in the three rankings was enough to drive people crazy with desire to kill him, and it also served to gauge the Bai family patriarch's attitude. As everyone's gaze fell upon Bai Xiaochun, their eyes held a mixture of admiration, complexity, shock, and various other emotions. Bai Che also stared at Bai Xiaochun, his eyes filled with disgust and coldness. His gaze caught Bai Xiaochun's attention. He looked over and realized it was Bai Che. Even though it was his first time meeting Bai Che, he immediately recognized his identity through the other's cultivation level and eyes. Bai Che. Bai Xiaochun narrowed his eyes and stood still, saying nothing. The surrounding crowd gradually saw through the trick, and everyone fell silent. Many members of the collateral branches watched the two brothers facing each other, their faces filled with interest, clearly wanting to know what would happen between them. Very pleased with yourself, aren't you? As everyone fell silent, Bai Che looked at Bai Xiaochun and spoke, his aura of a great perfection core formation cultivator overwhelming the surroundings. His voice echoed like thunder, instantly shaking the heavens and earth, causing many to retreat. First place in the three rankings is indeed a good achievement. Bai Che spoke as if offering congratulations, but his eyes were icy cold, not at all like someone who had come to congratulate. A glint appeared in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. He wanted to see what Bai Che had to say to everyone, and also to know his relationship with Bai Hao. He was waiting to see. Bai Hao, you've gone too far. Others may not know you, but I'm your older brother. How could I not know? How could you achieve such results with your own strength? I don't know what kind of cheating you used. You've disappointed me. Bai Che spoke up, raising his right hand and using his identity token to mark the fire refining ranking. Bai Hao's name, ranked first, gradually faded and finally disappeared completely. Clearly, Bai Che, using his status as the young clan leader, had removed Bai Hao's name from the fire refining ranking. This action stunned many, then caused a great uproar. Cheating. I wondered why Bai Hao, who was so weak before, rose so high. It turns out he cheated. Interesting. Who knows if he cheated or not? While those around them were discussing, Bai Qi's expression remained cold as he stared at Bai Xiaochun, the disgust in his eyes turning into contempt. It was as if he was telling Bai Xiaochun with his eyes that all his efforts were nothing but a farce in his eyes, easily crushed with a single stomp. Bai Xiaochun remained silent. He wasn't angry at all. He saw Bai Che deliberately framing him and directly erasing Bai Hao's achievements, and realized that his own ranking on the spirit refining and soul medicine rankings had also been erased. Without much thought, Bai Xiaochun understood that his future life would be intertwined with the word cheating. The act of directly erasing his achievements without investigation spoke volumes. Bai Hao's brother was indeed, as rumored, extremely cold towards Bai Hao. Not even a chance, Bai Xiaochun sighed. He wasn't angry, only felt sorry for Bai Hao. I can confirm, madam, Bai Che has already taken action against Bai Hao. Now I really want to know the attitude of that father. Bai Xiaochun fell silent. Then Bai Che spoke again. Bai Hao, out of respect for the fact that we share the same father, I don't want to lecture you. As a secondary son, you have no right to have your name inscribed on the achievement board. You are my younger brother, and I hope to see you excel. I originally intended to come and congratulate you, but now you have disappointed me greatly. Bai Che shook his head, saying no more, and immediately bowed to everyone around him. Fellow relatives, I, Bai Che, apologize on behalf of Bai Hao for his actions. After speaking, Bai Che clasped his hands together, not bothering to look at Bai Xiaochun, then took his people and flew into the air. Bai Xiaochun stood there silently, feeling the gazes on him. After a while, Bai Xiaochun chuckled softly, and without saying a word, turned and left. Bai Chat, I really underestimated him. Being able to do this proves he has some cunning and trickery. After returning to his room in the northern district, Bai Xiaochun sat cross-legged on the bed, deep in thought. If it were a fishing trip, I would have already cast the bait. He can erase the achievement, but he can't erase the heart. Perhaps he'll let you kill me, not giving me any chance. Bai Xiaochun pondered for a while, wondering if he should go out for a trip. After a long time, he looked up at the sky, closed his eyes, and sat down to cultivate the immortal longevity technique. After sunset, a series of overlapping illusory images suddenly appeared around Bai Xiaochun's body. One of his clones left the room and silently headed towards the city. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun's main body concealed its aura. Unless someone pushed open the door and entered, its presence would be undetectable by senses alone. Outside the Bai family, Bai Xiaochun's fire clone flew expressionlessly, its speed not fast, maintaining its foundation establishment cultivation level as it flew towards Ghost King City. Not long after, Bai Xiaochun's expression changed slightly. He stopped and turned to look behind him. He saw a beam of light approaching at an extremely fast speed in the distant sky. Within the beam of light was a middle-aged man, radiating intense killing intent and a ferocious grin. He carried a strong murderous aura, surrounded by numerous vengeful spirits. It was clear at a glance that he was a soul-refining master. This man was the same man who stood beside the Grand Madame that day, the one who had been standing next to her. Bai Xiaochun's eyes lit up, and he sneered, I've been waiting for you for a long time. You finally arrived. The middle-aged man was stunned to see Bai Xiaochun stop. In fact, he had been searching for an opportunity for the past few days, but because he was within the Bai family, he didn't dare to act. However, after Grand Madame's angry order today, he had intended to strike within the family, but he never expected her to come out. He happily chased after her, and in that instant, he saw Bai Xiaochun's cold gaze. For some reason, his heart trembled. You! As he finished speaking, Bai Xiaochun raised his right hand, pointing a finger at the middle-aged man. Under this single finger, a burst of icy energy enveloped the surroundings. Before the middle-aged man could react, the icy energy engulfed the space. His face changed drastically, his breathing became rapid, and he tried to retreat. But suddenly the surrounding space turned icy cold. Impossible, the middle-aged man in black roared, his expression one of utter terror. A feeling of imminent death exploded in his mind. He bit his tongue, spitting out fresh blood, and all the vengeful spirits around him self-destructed. He attempted to leave the area enveloped by the icy energy, but still felt unsafe, and suddenly his body self-destructed. Boom! At that moment, the lower half of the middle-aged man in black exploded. He screamed in agony, leaning on his upper body as he retreated, his face pale and utterly terrified. You're not Bai Hao. The middle-aged man in black trembled, wanting to retreat, but Bai Xiaochun stepped forward. He raised his right hand, ignoring the middle-aged man's desperate cries, and placed his hand on the top of the man's head. Fellow Taoist! The middle-aged man in black roared, his mind violently shaken. Before he could finish speaking, his cries abruptly ceased. His eyes were bloodshot, his head reeling, and he heard Bai Xiaochun say two words, soul-searching. Most cultivators possess the method of soul-searching. It's not even a divine ability, but rather a forceful attack of one's own spiritual consciousness against the opponents. A brutal method of directly retrieving memories. Although some techniques exist that can search souls without harming the opponent's soul, Bai Xiaochun, despite not being skilled in soul-searching and possessing no remarkable techniques, chose to do so for this middle-aged man in black. Not for himself, but for Bai Hao. Bai Xiaochun searched his soul for memories. The middle-aged man in black trembled uncontrollably. His memories were being read by Bai Xiaochun. Within the Bai family, Bai Xiaochun's true form opened his eyes. His name is Su Hai, so that's it. As expected, it's Madame Tai, because Bai Hao revealed his foundation establishment cultivation. She arranged for more than 10 people to chase and kill him. Bai Hao only had early foundation establishment cultivation, but relying on cunning, he used ambushes along the way, even using multicolored flames to make those 10 people miss their target, and he even killed a few of them. Bai Xiaochun was moved. Through the middle-aged man's memories, he saw the scene of chasing Bai Hao that day. He saw Bai Hao using multicolored flames as effortlessly as writing. Even the middle-aged Su Hai was startled by this. After all, he was only a third-grade soul refining master, so he couldn't see too deeply, but Bai Xiaochun was different. This kind of technique. Bai Xiaochun gasped, feeling even more strongly that Bai Hao was extraordinary, but unfortunately, his willpower was too strong. Unfortunately, my cultivation was too weak in the end, and I was struck by the soul annihilation seal. I was teleported away, and my heart meridian was severed. Bai Xiaochun remained silent. At this moment, he had proven his suspicions. Bai Hao's death wasn't due to his early foundation establishment cultivation, but rather related to his fire refining aptitude. Madame Tai, Bai Hao's notes are with you. A superimposed illusory image appeared around Bai Xiaochun, his water clone flying out. The clone directly left the room, concealing its movements as it headed towards Madame Tai's tall tower. With Bai Xiaochun's current level of divine sense, if he tried his best to conceal it, few nascent soul cultivators in the Bai family would notice. Only a heavenly human ancestor might detect it, but a heavenly human ancestor wouldn't have the time to constantly probe with their divine sense, let alone pay attention to him. It was nighttime. Bai Xiaochun's water clone reached the tall tower, concealing its aura as it entered the pavilion beneath. He found Madame Tai. While searching for the notes, Bai Xiaochun's water clone suddenly stirred. He stopped outside the Grand Madame's pavilion, his gaze fixed on the room. At this moment, besides the Grand Madame, there was also Bai Che. Kair, you should read the notes of that little bastard Bai Hao more, try to understand the principles within, and refine the 11-colored fire. That way, the ancestor will value you even more than before. Inside the pavilion, the Grand Madame, her mind uneasy, instructed Bai Che. Only then will the ancestor be firm in his resolve and agree to open the ancestral land for you. The ancestral land houses the only remaining heavenly human soul of our Bai family. Once the ancestral land opens, all clan members will enter. Although anyone can obtain the heavenly human soul, if you are chosen by the ancestor, the collateral branches will have no say, and ultimately, you will possess it. Once you obtain the heavenly human soul, immediately exchange it for the 5 elements heavenly beast soul within the family, and then you can form a nascent soul. After all, the family is so large, too many people are eyeing the 5 elements heavenly beast soul. Even your father can't directly give it to you. The Grand Madame looked at Bai Che in front of her, constantly giving instructions. Bai Xiaochun, standing outside the pavilion, eavesdropped on the Grand Madame's words, and a glint appeared in his eyes. He gradually understood the reason. Bai Che, being a prodigy of the Bai family, possessed extraordinary soul-refining talent. Although he hadn't reached the emperor level today, he seemed confident in refining the 11-colored flames. Even the Bai family's ancestor held him in high regard, completely contradicting the information Bai Xiaochun had received earlier. It seemed the Bai family truly intended for Bai Che to compete for the position of Ming Huang's successor. Anyway, with this soul cultivation aptitude, cultivating a nascent soul would give him a slightly greater chance of success. The prerequisite is that Bai Che becomes a nascent soul cultivator. However, the Bai family is too large, and to balance the various branches, they cannot directly grant Bai Che the 5 elements heavenly beast soul. Therefore, the Grand Madame and Becky's father organized a trial in the ancestral land. This trial contains the Bai family's only heavenly human soul. If a clan member obtains the heavenly human soul, they can exchange it for the 5 elements heavenly beast soul, which was secretly intended for Bai Che. Naturally, Bai Che would acquire it, leaving the other branches to fend for themselves. The crucial point, however, is that the Bai family's heavenly human agreed. But Bai Xiaochun also heard that Madame Tai's tone suggested she had considerable confidence in persuading the heavenly human ancestor. This is because of Bai Che that the ancestral land will be opened. Bai Xiaochun's heart pounded upon hearing this. This was his chance. Others obtain the heavenly human soul only symbolically, using it to exchange for the 5 elements heavenly beast soul. But it's different for me. I can directly fuse it. Bai Xiaochun smiled, his eyes shining. Just then, Madame Tai's expression changed, and a jade slip in her storage bag shattered. It was her life slip. Su Hai is dead. Bai Che was also stunned. He looked up at the jade slip. Madame Tai had sent Su Hai to kill Bai Hao. He knew Su Hai's cultivation wasn't as good as his own, but he was still a core formation cultivator. A core formation cultivator going to kill a foundation establishment cultivator and still perishing was unusual. How is this possible? That little bastard only has foundation establishment cultivation. Could it be your father? Madame Tai's face turned pale. She was terrified. Mother, don't panic. Su Hai couldn't have been killed by Bai Hao. It's absolutely not father. If my judgment is correct, that little bastard had some luck outside. Someone helped him. Su Hai was killed by someone who helped him. A cold glint appeared in Bai Qi's eyes. Anyone who dares to interfere in the Bai family's affairs, no matter who they are, has too much audacity. Bai Xiaochun, standing outside the pavilion, touched his nose. He also sensed the fire clone's actions. He didn't expect Su Hai to be so weak and unable to withstand it. His soul was scattered after the soul-searching process. In the present chamber, Lady Tai, upon hearing Bai Qi's words, reluctantly regained her composure. She wasn't afraid of Bai Hao having someone to help him. Her greatest worry was her husband's involvement. However, upon careful consideration, she felt her husband wouldn't do such a thing. No matter what, Bai Hao must die. A long night breeds many dreams. Lady Tai said anxiously, Mother, rest assured. At most, we'll wait for the ancestor to open the ancestral land. Once inside, I'll personally kill him. I don't believe anyone who assists him can enter the ancestral land. Bai Che raised his head and said with a cold laugh, That's good. I'll discuss it with your father and try to persuade the ancestor to open the ancestral land within these next few months. Madame Tai had no idea, but seeing Bai Qi's confidence, she believed him. Outside the pavilion, Bai Xiaochun heard everything. He inwardly sneered. The more he looked at this mother and son, the more he disliked them. The ancestral land, fine. If there's such a matter, I'll just wait until I enter the ancestral land to settle it. Bai Xiaochun made up his mind. He listened for a while longer before turning and leaving. After the 2 clones disappeared, in the northern room, Bai Xiaochun opened his eyes. I finally figured out the reason after working so hard. Today's harvest is the news that the ancestral land is about to open. That's good. As Bai Xiaochun thought about this, he was overjoyed at the prospect of obtaining his 4th heavenly human soul. Notes, heavenly human soul. I will obtain it in the ancestral land. Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun frowned. I need to prepare a bit. Once I make a move in the ancestral land, it will definitely alarm the Bai family, so I must ensure my safety. Bai Xiaochun pondered for a moment, pacing around the room, looking up at the sky, at the layers of protective formations surrounding the Bai family. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Xiaochun suddenly stepped forward, his body dissolving and disappearing in an instant, suddenly reappearing outside the Bai family. The unsettling feeling persisted, though slightly diminished. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath and stepped further into the northern area. The immortal Forbidden's formation can penetrate this array. But that alone isn't enough. I need 2 methods to be safe. Bai Xiaochun pondered. For the next few days, undisturbed, he began studying the Bai family's ultimate techniques, hoping to find loopholes. However, Bai Xiaochun wasn't very knowledgeable about formations, and this was the savage wilderness. If he were still in the Tongshan River, he could have searched for equipment and studied formations. But now, in the savage wilderness, he lacked the resources. I can only use the methods of the savage wilderness. I should ask Zhou Yixing about this. Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun immediately sent a telepathic message to Zhou Yixing, asking him to find a way to uncover some loopholes in the Bai family's ultimate techniques. At this moment, Zhou Yixing and Li Feng were in Giant Ghost City, but because they didn't get along, they weren't together. After hearing Bai Xiaochun's telepathic message, Zhou Yixing, who was already excited, was stunned to hear that he had to destroy the Bai family's grand formation. I can't do it. A family like the Bai family has an incredibly powerful protective formation. I can't do it. Chu Yixing replied with a bitter smile. After replying, he hesitated for a moment. The last time he met Li Feng, he saw the smug expression on the other's face, and he secretly suspected that Bai Xiaochun had assigned Li Feng some task, and Li Feng had completed it very well. So Bai Xiaochun was anxious. Bai Xiaochun frowned upon seeing Chu Yixing's reply and was about to send a telepathic message to Li Feng when Chu Yixing sent another message. Master Bai, I only have one method, but it will cost a fortune, though it will definitely succeed. All we need is a soul-slaying nail, and more than one of those. After securing it from the inside, we can use the power of the soul-slaying nail to detonate at a specific time, thus shattering a small part of the Bai family's grand formation. It will only last for a few breaths before closing again. Soul-slaying nails are too expensive. I can't afford them. Chu Yixing immediately transmitted a message, stating the methods he knew, thinking that it wasn't that he lacked solutions, but that the soul-slaying nails were too costly. In the northern part of the Bai family, Bai Xiaochun heard Chu Yixing's reply. His eyes lit up. For him, money wasn't an issue. As long as it could help him escape, preparing a little more was fine. Everything was worth it. So he transmitted a message to Chu Yixing, also arranging a meeting place, and Bai Xiaochun sent another clone out of the Bai family. Very quickly, Chu Yixing met Bai Xiaochun's clone at the meeting place. As soon as they met, without waiting for Chu Yixing to speak, Bai Xiaochun patted his storage bag and took out a pill furnace. This pill furnace wasn't large, but it wasn't small either. He threw it in front of Chu Yixing, who was stunned. Take this, go buy some soul-slaying nails. Bai Xiaochun waved his hand, saying confidently. Chu Yixing hesitated, then stepped forward to examine it and was shocked. He saw that the furnace contained water from the Tangshan River. His eyes almost popped out. This. Chu Yixing's head buzzed, feeling the spiritual energy rising from the furnace. His whole body trembled. He had never seen so much Tangshan River water in his life, and he knew that a furnace of this river water would fetch an extremely high price. Is that enough? Bai Xiaochun said proudly, only taking out half a large barrel. Enough, more than enough. Chu Yixing trembled with excitement. Buy more soul-slaying nails, and also buy lots of teleportation talismans and vengeful spirits. After giving some instructions, Bai Xiaochun swaggered away. Watching Bai Xiaochun's retreating figure, Chu Yixing felt even more deeply that Master Bai was unfathomable. To casually produce so much Tangshan River water was something no ordinary person could do. He became even more determined to follow Master Bai. Chu Yixing quickly completed the purchase of the soul-slaying nails in Giant Ghost City. After all, the soul-slaying nails were rare, not impossible to acquire. It only required some time and effort. Since Chu Yixing was unfamiliar with the situation, he hesitated for a moment before seeking out Li Feng. After discussing the matter, Li Feng didn't dare interfere. Since it was Master Bai's mission, he needed to cooperate and used his connections to help Chu Yixing find the soul-slaying nails. This led to a significant improvement in their relationship. Bai Xiaochun was waiting, so he rarely appeared in the Bai family. He rarely went out on normal days, mostly staying in his room cultivating the immortal longevity technique. Unfortunately, there were no supplementary elixirs in the savage wilderness. Fortunately, his storage bag still contained quite a few items he had acquired while serving as a commander at the Great Wall. Although the increase wasn't significant, his immortal body had already reached a high level. According to Bai Xiaochun's calculations, he needed to cultivate until his immortal body was completely perfected. Before entering the ancestral land, I must increase my immortal body to a high level, reaching the 3rd level of restraint. Only then will my life be safe, Bai Xiaochun decided. Besides cultivating, he also refined the Eternal Night Umbrella 11 times. After refining the Eternal Night Umbrella 11 times, its appearance changed. Although it was still an umbrella, it resembled metal, completely black, and it exuded a strong killing intent. The demonic face on the umbrella was even more terrifying than before. It's a pity I lack vengeful spirits, Bai Xiaochun sighed. If he had enough vengeful spirits, he would gladly refine everything within him 11 times, but he couldn't do that at the moment. Anyway, he needed vengeful spirits to test the power of the 12-colored fire. Such a massive consumable item, even if he secretly sent clones everywhere to find vengeful spirits, and with Chu Yixing and Li Feng helping, it would only be enough to sustain him. After all, buying it with water from the Tongshan River would alarm others, something Bai Xiaochun didn't want to do. Fortunately, Bai Xiaochun had the guidance of Bai Hao's notes, giving him a great chance of successfully refining the 12-colored fire. Otherwise, Bai Xiaochun wouldn't have intended to go hunting for vengeful spirits. For the past few days, besides cultivating, he had been constantly researching how to refine the 12-colored fire. Because there weren't many vengeful spirits, he didn't easily try, only able to mentally deduce and determine if he had a high chance of success before preparing to refine it. Half a month passed quickly. Bai Xiaochun's cultivation of the immortal longevity technique progressed, and he encountered a bottleneck in his deduction of the 12-colored fire. It seems I need to refine it once. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, staring intently at the soul tower. The vengeful spirits inside were enough for him to refine 3 times. After some deliberation and calming his mind, Bai Xiaochun used a mask to conceal his aura before beginning to refine the fire. When the vengeful spirits flew out, Bai Xiaochun waved his hand, directly refining the first colored fire, then quickly refining the 11th colored fire. Bai Xiaochun was nervous. He was very worried about failure. A failure would result in huge losses. At this moment, he focused his mind on refining. After stabilizing his emotions, he began refining the 12-colored flames. As many vengeful spirits merged into the 12-colored flames, Bai Xiaochun became even more serious. His speed slowed down slightly, and he even vaguely felt that his mental faculties couldn't keep up. The flames were unstable and showed signs of extinguishing. Bai Xiaochun sent out a clone and worked together with it to refine the flames. Using a clone was a method Bai Xiaochun had been practicing for many days. He found that having 2 clones was pointless. After all, it was a matter of multitasking, and 1 clone was enough. With the clone's assistance, the 11-colored flames fused stably. Time passed, and an hour later, Bai Xiaochun completed all the steps, and the surrounding sea of flames had transformed into 12 colors. Bai Hao's words are extremely accurate. Fire is merely a manifestation, not a true existence. Bai Xiaochun felt overjoyed. He took a deep breath, then understood that he had succeeded. Now, if he willed it, he could transform it into a mid-grade soul medicine. He only needed to condense the sea of fire into a single flame. He never expected to successfully refine the 12-colored fire in a single attempt. Haha, Bai Xiaochun is indeed a genius, Bai Xiaochun exclaimed excitedly. He raised his hand, condensing the sea of fire into a single point, intending to transform it into the 12-colored fire. At this moment, an unexpected event occurred. As the sea of fire contracted and erupted violently, the violent aura that erupted terrified Bai Xiaochun. The incredibly terrifying power of the explosion was about to sweep in all directions. This is the 12-colored flame. Once it explodes, it will unleash earth-shattering power, scaring Bai Xiaochun into screaming. If there were other soul refiners here, even those of the imperial grade might not be able to stop it. Fortunately, Bai Xiaochun had been constantly wary of furnace explosions over the years, so he was able to control it. At this moment, he saw the raging fire as if it were a furnace explosion. Although terrified, he reacted extremely quickly. He released his right hand and chanted a spell, causing a blast of cold energy to appear. He pushed the cold energy into the 12-colored flame with both hands. At this moment, the sea of fire was suppressed. The flames slowly disappeared, and what appeared before him was a medium-grade soul medicine. Others would certainly be overjoyed to see a medium-grade soul medicine, but Bai Xiaochun was distressed. He stared blankly at the medium-grade soul medicine. I don't want medicine, I want fire. Why is it like this? Bai Xiaochun pulled at his hair, recalling the process of refining fire. He didn't think he had made a mistake. It must be that at the very end, when condensing the flames, it didn't turn into fire. Especially remembering the terrifying power of the 12-colored fire that erupted, Bai Xiaochun was still terrified. Could it be that the frequent unexpected events in my medicine refining have also spread to my fire refining? Bai Xiaochun trembled, his heart filled with shock. After a long while, he looked at the soul tower, agonizing over whether he should continue or not. Only then could he find the mistake. After a long time, he gritted his teeth and took out the vengeful spirit to refine it. When he had refined the 11-colored fire, he gritted his teeth and stopped. I can't stay here. Bai Xiaochun's eyes rolled. He retracted his clone and the 11-colored fire, grabbed the Soul Tower, and rushed out. Instead of the Northern District, he took advantage of the night to go to the Eastern District. Even if something unexpected happens here, I don't feel uneasy. Bai Xiaochun coughed. He found an unnoticed rockery in the eastern area, hid inside, and then set up a formation. Only then did he carefully take out the 11-colored fire and secretly refine the 12-colored fire. The long night was quiet, and the oppressive power of the multicolored fire was concealed by the mask. Even if someone stood near the rockery, they would hardly notice someone inside, nor would they know that an astonishing flame was about to form. Bai Xiaochun was very nervous, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Everything seemed perfectly normal. After an hour, the sea of fire transformed into 12 colors. All that was needed was to condense them into one to form a fire. Bai Xiaochun was so nervous he forgot to breathe. Perhaps this is the moment. Bai Xiaochun waited for a while, then carefully gathered the sea of fire into his palm. Suddenly, the sea of fire began to vibrate uncontrollably, an inexplicable surge of violent energy erupting, seemingly forming a storm. A powerful sense of danger enveloped Bai Xiaochun's mind. Bai Xiaochun was so frightened he almost screamed. He tried to adjust, but the violent force was even stronger than before. Bai Xiaochun didn't adjust. The moment he did, the sea of fire exploded with a deafening roar, unleashing a fierce and destructive force. Bai Xiaochun's scalp tingled. He took a step back, then activated the Immortal Forbiddance technique, his body disintegrating and disappearing. At the moment he vanished, the sea of fire erupted, its destructive force engulfing the surrounding rockery and everything in its path. Suddenly, a bizarre scene appeared. The sea of fire vanished without a trace. Immediately afterward, the sky above the Bai family turned red, the night disappearing. This scene threw the entire Bai family into chaos. Before the Bai family could react, within the red clouds, a thunderous explosion erupted, followed by a terrifying spectacle. Fire rained down in torrents. The fiery rain, a terrifying and awe-inspiring event, fell directly upon the Bai family. The sky was filled with flames, illuminating the entire area. The Bai family trembled, and their formations were raised to their highest power to block the rain of fire. In the dead of night, all the Bai family members were terrified by this shocking and awe-inspiring scene. After seeing the sea of fire descend from the sky, they were in an uproar. What is this? Could it be an enemy attack? Oh my God, it's a rain of fire. A deafening explosion shook the heavens and earth. The temperature of the fire rain was almost equal to that of the 12-colored fire. As it descended, it distorted the formation, and figures were sent flying out of the Bai family, fleeing for their lives. What exactly happened? Bai Che and many others trembled. Madame Tai, standing on the balcony, looked out, astonished by the scene before her. 12-colored fire. This is 12-colored fire. How is this possible? A multicolored fire descending from the heavens. All the Bai family's prodigies gasped, their expressions filled with disbelief and uncertainty. While everyone was terrified, the Bai family's attention was drawn to the sea of fire. Outside the Bai family, Bai Xiaochun stood with his mouth agape, staring blankly at the Bai family, at the rain of fire threatening to engulf them. Don't blame me. I didn't do it intentionally. Bai Xiaochun felt guilty, his scalp still tingling. He didn't dare delay, gritting his teeth and taking a step forward. He used the Immortal Forbiddance technique again, taking advantage of the chaos in the Bai family to return to the northern region. When Bai Xiaochun returned to the northern district, the Bai family's formation couldn't withstand so much fire and was on the verge of collapse. Just then, a roar echoed from the eastern district, followed by 7 or 8 figures soaring into the air. These 7 or 8 figures unleashed their nascent soul cultivation. They were the nascent soul elders of the Bai family, each taking up positions in different directions and exerting all their strength to stabilize the formation. Bai Xiaochun was speechless at the sight, his heart pounding as he observed the situation from the northern district. Perhaps no one knows it was me, Bai Xiaochun thought, his eyes shifting, his lips trembling. He had anticipated that the flames he had refined would possess such terrifying power while he was still unsettled. A middle-aged man appeared in the eastern district. The man's clothes were incredibly precious and beautiful. His appearance exuded an air of dignified authority. His expression was extremely somber, and he possessed the aura of a superior being. He had an extraordinary cultivation level of mid-stage nascent soul. As he walked, all the clan members bowed in reverence. Greetings, clan leader. The middle-aged man was Baihao's father, the current head of the Bai family. He looked up at the relentless barrage of fire raining down on the formation, his face as grim as water, his lips moving as if transmitting a message. Suddenly, a cold, mournful snort echoed from the depths of the Bai family's city, a snort that surpassed even thunder, directly shaking the clouds in the sky. As if the snort merged with heaven and earth, he was heaven, and he was heaven. Shatter. Just one word caused the sky to explode, the clouds collapsing. In this resounding explosion, countless layers of clouds were obliterated by an invisible hand, and the clouds in the sky vanished. Bai Xiaochun, standing in the northern area, heard the shout and felt an incredibly powerful divine consciousness replacing the will of heaven, enveloping all directions. This feeling made his hair stand on end. Heavenly human. Bai Xiaochun trembled, concealing his own aura. The fiery rain, like ruthless water hyacinths, gradually disappeared. The entire Bai family mobilized, and the formations were fully activated. Finally, the terrifying sea of fire in the sky could not harm the Bai family. You dare to use the 12-colored fire to attack my Bai family. This matter must be investigated. I want to see whose handiwork this is. The heavenly human ancestor in the underground Bai family spoke, his domineering voice echoing through the space. Within the Bai family's stronghold, everyone's hearts were stirred, especially the clan members, who were even more fervent, kneeling in reverence. Bai Che, the Grand Madam, and the clan elders were all like this. Even the Bai family patriarch was solemn. Although he didn't kneel, he bowed respectfully. When he looked up, his expression was grim. He flicked his sleeve, his cold voice echoing throughout the area. The punishment hall, the court of justice, and the clan elders. Convey my order. Mobilize the entire clan to investigate this matter. That night, no one in the Bai family rested. Several clan elders led the punishment hall and the court of justice in investigating the matter. The investigation proceeded swiftly, uncovering the rockery where Bai Xiaochun had previously practiced firemaking. Although they traced the source, they found no clues. Upon discovering this area, the internal investigation intensified. Bai Xiaochun was terrified, knowing he had caused considerable trouble. He knew this wasn't the Reverse River sect, and the Bai family was so cold towards their disciple. He felt his actions weren't wrong. I didn't do it intentionally. Why are you so surprised? Bai Xiaochun quickly coughed. He remained in his dilapidated room. This night was anything but peaceful. The investigation continued for several days. Even his room was searched, but the Bai family found nothing, leaving it as an unsolved case. Bai Xiaochun knew his reputation had grown considerably in the past few days and didn't dare continue practicing fire cultivation. He continued to ponder. The matter wasn't over. He still hadn't found the reason for his failure. Heavenly fire descending. There must be a problem somewhere. Although the power of the heavenly fire is considerable, this is 12-colored fire. If it reaches 15-colored fire. Once the fire rains down on the Bai family, I guess the Bai family will be reduced to dust. Bai Xiaochun was both moved by the heavenly fire and confused about where he had failed. He constantly analyzed the reasons for his failure in his mind. Time passed, and in 5 days, his face was haggard and worn. All his mental energy was focused on analyzing the flame. Logically speaking, it shouldn't have failed. The process was incredibly smooth. Only the maintenance of the flame caused a violent outburst. Time and again, the condensation of the soul medicine was successful. Where exactly did I go wrong? Bai Xiaochun clutched his hair in frustration. He analyzed all the steps, and at noon that day, his body trembled violently. He immediately looked up, his breathing rapid, his eyes shining brightly. Could it be my clone? Bai Xiaochun analyzed all the situations, and finally concluded that the biggest reason was the clone, because it and his main body practiced the 12-colored fire together. If the cause stems from the clone, then everything makes sense. My clone is formed from the condensation of a heavenly human soul. Even I don't know exactly what kind of divine ability it possesses. Could it really be the clone? The more Bai Xiaochun thought about it, the more likely it seemed. After hesitating, he let the clone leave his main body. Although he knew things weren't settled yet, he was eager to verify it, otherwise his mind would be tormented. To verify whether the failure was caused by the clone, Bai Xiaochun flew very fast, leaving the Bai family's sphere of influence. After confirming there were no obstacles, he found a deep mountain and landed. This time, he no longer used his clones, but instead risked everything, relying on himself, following the same procedure as before. After trying it once, although the process was much more arduous, and he nearly gave up several times, he didn't hesitate to pay the price, swallowing spiritual liquid to maintain his spiritual power, even replenishing his depleted energy. He spent more time, and only when he was completely exhausted and his mind was hazy did he successfully condense the 12-colored flames. When the flames merged into his palm and became fire, Bai Xiaochun was drenched in sweat, and he was incredibly excited. The whole procedure is the same as before. But without using clones and refining the fire, something happened. It was indeed because of the clones. The clones are the heavenly human souls, and because they used their souls to refine the fire. That's why the heavenly fire underwent a transformation. Having found the reason for his failure, Bai Xiaochun immediately became excited, his eyes shining brightly as he smiled happily. So, does that mean I just made it up? Soul refining divine technique? Heavenly fire divine technique? I can't believe it. I'm so powerful. Bai Xiaochun was incredibly excited. He stood up, his head spinning from the excessive exhaustion, but his excitement was uncontrollable. I, Bai Xiaochun, have invented a divine ability myself. This is something only the founding ancestors could do. I'm so impressed with myself. Bai Xiaochun laughed loudly, looking up at the sky. He felt increasingly overjoyed at his own brilliance, and thinking about how Chen Zhaoxin and the Great Wall had let him go earlier. Bai Xiaochun felt that losing him was a great loss for the Starry Sky Dao Extreme Sect. One day, I want Chen Zhaoxin to regret that decision, and the Starry Sky Dao Extreme Sect will regret it too. Bai Xiaochun was so excited that he sat down to meditate and recover. After recovering, he swaggered back to the Bai family. The journey back was smooth, without any unexpected incidents. After all, Bai Xiaochun still had a clone left behind in the northern part of the Bai family, so no one suspected anything. A few days later, Zhou Yixing, along with Li Feng, purchased enough soul-slaying nails and teleportation talismans. Bai Xiaochun carefully studied the soul-slaying nails and discovered that it was a mysterious method of manipulating souls, condensing vengeful spirits into soul-slaying nails. The process was very peculiar, and the killing intent was very heavy. Holding the soul-slaying nails in his hand, Bai Xiaochun pondered, feeling that if he were to set them up now, the long-term deployment might lead to detection. Therefore, he planned to wait until before the ancestral land opened to set them up, which would be safer. Besides waiting, Bai Xiaochun also considered refining the 13-colored flame. While in his room in the northern part of the family, he continued cultivating the immortal longevity technique. Half a month had passed. At sunset today, Bai Xiaochun was meditating, attempting to break through the final few meridians, aiming to achieve the third level of the immortal longevity technique, the immortal muscle, when he suddenly looked up in surprise. In his spiritual sense, he detected 3 beams of light flying towards him from afar, heading directly towards his room. Within the 3 beams of light were 3 middle-aged men, dressed in black, each wearing a sun and moon emblem on their left chest. This attire was only worn by members of the punishment hall. Their approach attracted the attention of the people of the northern district. Their status was low, so they were extremely fearful, not daring to utter a word. The 3 men, with arrogant expressions and a deep disdain for this place, considered it a malignant tumor of the Bai family and a filth, immediately flew towards Bai Xiaochun's room. "Bai Hao, come out!" As he landed outside, the 3 clan members called out. Inside the room, Bai Xiaochun's heart trembled. Could I have been discovered? That's impossible. Bai Xiaochun hesitated for a moment, his body overlapping, not going out himself. A clone stepped out of the room. His main body's aura completely disappeared, undetectable to outsiders. As Bai Xiaochun stepped out, the 3 clan members coldly stared at him, the one who had spoken again saying, "Let's go, the clan leader wants to see you." The 3 said nothing more, seemingly unwilling to stay there any longer, and immediately turned to leave. Bai Xiaochun's eyes flickered slightly as he followed them. "The clan leader wants to see me. What does Bai Hao's father want to see me for?" Well, this is a good opportunity to see Bai Hao's father's attitude. Bai Xiaochun felt reassured thinking about his clone going to meet them, and with a confident heart, he followed the 3 men. Along the way, the 3 clan members didn't speak to Bai Xiaochun, their arrogance and contempt undisguised. Bai Xiaochun sensed this and inwardly sneered. He was an extremely arrogant person. He wouldn't bother with such people. Wait until I reveal my cultivation level. I'll definitely scare you three to death. Bai Xiaochun muttered to himself. The three quickly arrived at the Western District. This place was different from the Eastern District. It was much quieter, and few people came here on ordinary days. Bai Xiaochun observed his surroundings, surprised. He was led into a building in the corner of the Western District. The building wasn't large, and he could see several empty rooms surrounding a small courtyard. The ground was overgrown with weeds, clearly indicating that no one had lived there for a long time, giving off a distinct sense of desolation. Come in, the clan leader is waiting for you inside. Walking outside the room, the three clan members spoke up and then turned to leave. Bai Xiaochun's eyes flashed. He vaguely sensed a faint, almost imperceptible aura within the room. Based on his cultivation, Bai Xiaochun guessed that this aura belonged to someone with nascent soul cultivation. Meeting me here, do you intend to kill me? Bai Xiaochun was surprised. He thought this was his clone. If anything unexpected happened, his main body could respond in time. This was his initial thought, which was why he dared to follow the three. Why how I risked my life for you. I want to see what your father's attitude towards you will be. Bai Xiaochun entered the building and looked into the courtyard where a man stood with his back to him. Beside the man was a dry well, and he seemed to be gazing at it. His hair was streaked with gray, and although he was middle-aged, he was clearly aged, exuding a harsh aura. This harsh atmosphere enveloped the entire courtyard, creating an oppressive pressure like an impending storm. Bai Xiaochun's gaze lingered on the man's back. Then he looked around, stunned. The courtyard was overgrown with weeds, but they couldn't overshadow the scattered pieces of wood and nails from children's toys, wooden horses, wooden figures, and rattles. These toys were exquisitely crafted and beautiful, not looking like they were made by a man, but rather like toys a mother made for her child. Around them lay some torn and scattered children's clothes. All of this struck Bai Xiaochun deeply, leaving him with an inexplicable unease. Although he wasn't Bai Hao, and his face was merely a mask, seeing those toys and clothes stirred within him a feeling that he was indeed Bai Hao. Could it be the place where Bai Hao grew up? Bai Xiaochun stood there, looking at the toy, sighing for Bai Hao. I heard Kyer say you cheated when refining spirit herbs, soul medicine, and fire. Just as Bai Xiaochun was feeling conflicted, a figure with their back to him spoke. The voice was icy cold, seemingly devoid of emotion, the tone frigid as if speaking to a stranger, yet repeatedly carrying a reprimanding tone, like a master speaking to a servant. Bai Xiaochun fell silent, not knowing what to say, sighing inwardly. Bai Hao, is this your father? This isn't something you should have either. You don't seek development, that's fine. Stealing the method for refining the 15-colored fire from Kyr's research is also fine, and now you're cheating. His voice was icy cold, like a biting wind. The patriarch of the Bai family, Bai Hao's father, turned around, his face expressionless, his whole body radiating an icy aura. He looked at Bai Xiaochun as if he were a stranger. Bai Xiaochun understood from that one sentence. Bai Hao's death was due to revealing his fire-refining talent, wanting to gain his father's approval. Obviously, he was too naive. The Bai family patriarch didn't give Bai Hao a chance at all. Perhaps the Bai family patriarch understood, but he still chose to ignore it. This is a matter of shame for me, and it further violates the family rules. According to the family regulations, I should revoke your cultivation and punish you by confining you to the soul pool for 10 years. I am sparing you this time out of consideration for your Bai family bloodline. If there is a next time, I will personally clean up the mess within the family. A murderous glint appeared in the eyes of the Bai family patriarch, his voice as cold as winter. Bai Xiaochun felt a chill in his heart for Bai Hao, for there was no familial affection to speak of. Looking at Bai Xiaochun, the patriarch seemed displeased with Bai Xiaochun's silence. He frowned, a flash of hatred appearing in his eyes, and raised his right hand, pointing to the dry well. Your mother died here all those years ago. She was born a maidservant and died as a maidservant's spirit, so she should accept her fate. You, as the second son, I hope you should also learn to accept yours. Do you understand? The Bai family patriarch clasped his hands behind his back, speaking indifferently. I don't understand. Bai Xiaochun raised his head. After the patriarch pointed to the dry well, the anger in his heart was uncontrollable. Bai Xiaochun's heart burned with rage. He sympathized with Bai Hao and felt even more heartbroken for him. Even though he claimed not to understand, how could he not understand? Combining the information he knew and the truth, Bai Xiaochun now clearly understood that perhaps the Bai family patriarch had never known about Bai Hao's fire refining talent. After Bai Hao handed over the method for refining the 15-colored fire, he couldn't possibly be unaware. He knew Bai Hao's fire refining talent, and he knew even more clearly that Bai Xiaochun wasn't cheating. He knew everything. As a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator and the patriarch of the Bai family, nothing in the Bai family escaped his notice. Bai Xiaochun even realized that even if Bai Hao were to be hunted down, the Bai family patriarch would know, and obviously wouldn't care or intervene. Everything Bai Hao did was disregarded and ignored by him. He focused all his attention on Bai Che, aiming for Bai Qi's advancement, even if it meant Bai Hao's death. It was clear that, to the Bai family patriarch, Bai Hao was nothing more than an insignificant insect, even less significant than an ant. As for today's conversation, it was meant to make Bai Hao submit and not interfere at this crucial moment. The murderous intent in his eyes made Bai Xiaochun realize that Bai Hao's father intended to kill him. Furthermore, he chose this particular location for the conversation, clearly intending to force Bai Xiaochun to comply. Compliance meant life, non-compliance meant death. Using the place where Bai Hao's mother died as the venue for this conversation was extremely malicious. Even from an outsider's perspective, Bai Xiaochun couldn't bear it. How could he not be angry? Bai Hao was his disciple. Today's actions would have consequences tomorrow. Bai Xiaochun sensed the bitterness and resentment in Bai Hao's heart, further solidifying his resolve to accept him as a disciple. Bai Xiaochun's personality, though seemingly fearful of death, was actually very righteous. When a friend faced life or death danger, even if he trembled with fear, even to the point of tears, he would grit his teeth and rush forward to help. Similarly, once he considered Bai Hao his true disciple, any injustice suffered by Bai Hao would be seen as his own humiliation. His personality was incredibly contradictory. Despite his fear of death, he was also incredibly brave. Now, facing the cold and ruthless Bai family patriarch, Bai Xiaochun's previous aspiration to gain Bai Hao's father's approval now felt utterly unworthy. "What did you say?" Upon hearing this, the White family patriarch's eyes instantly turned icy cold. His cultivation erupted, transforming into a murderous aura, like a dark cloud descending and a storm sweeping in all directions. After all, he's your flesh and blood. A fierce tiger doesn't eat its cubs, and yet you. Bai Xiaochun glared at the White family patriarch, angrily uttering each word. "How dare you?" The White family patriarch roared, his voice like thunder echoing in all directions. His eyes blazed with even greater killing intent as he advanced towards Bai Xiaochun, his approach like a raging storm. Bai Xiaochun stared intently at the White family patriarch. If the other party attacked, even if it affected his goal of seizing the heavenly human soul, Bai Xiaochun wouldn't hold back his anger, he would strike. Just as the situation reached its peak, the White family patriarch suddenly stopped near Bai Xiaochun. He frowned, looked at his storage bag, and then took out a jade slip. After his divine sense swept through, the White family patriarch's expression changed. A look of joy appeared in his eyes, then turned into disgust as he stared at Bai Xiaochun as if he were looking at a dead man. He didn't have time to pay much attention to him. He turned and left, coldly saying, "Don't court death." Bai Xiaochun looked up at the White family patriarch's retreating figure, then looked around, a complex expression in his eyes. He stood in the courtyard for half a day, sighing, "Bai Hao, oh Bai Hao, if you had a spirit." You would have seen the scene to Bai Xiaochun began gathering the tattered clothes and scattered toys in the courtyard, finally looking into the dry well. He sensed that there were no more bones in the well. After some time, Bai Xiaochun silently left the western area and went to the northern area. At this moment, a palace existed deep within the Bai family's territory. Inside this underground palace, the Bai family patriarch respectfully stood outside the main gate, bowing deeply without looking up, waiting. After a long while, an ancient voice, imbued with an aura of power that permeated the heavens and earth, echoed from the gate, each word seemingly transforming the very fabric of existence. "What you said earlier, it's correct. Thank you, ancestor." The Bai family patriarch was incredibly excited. He suppressed his emotions and bowed even deeper. He knew that the ancestor's words, correct, not only meant opening the ancestral land. The ancestor also agreed to bestow the heavenly human soul upon Bai Che. Opening the ancestral land couldn't just allow Bai Che alone to enter. It also required Bai Che and other Bai family members of this generation with cultivation below the nascent soul stage to enter. After all, the Bai family was so large, and as the ancestor, he had to maintain balance with the other branches. Otherwise, it would be difficult to convince everyone. Secretly, there was a way to help someone achieve the heavenly human soul, and that person was Bai Che. You may return. The time is set for 1 month from now. After half a day, the voice of the Bai family's heavenly human ancestor echoed from the main gate. The Bai family patriarch took a deep breath and then left. Very quickly, news related to the opening of the ancestral land spread throughout the Bai family. All Bai family members who met the requirements were moved after hearing the news, especially hearing that there was a heavenly human soul in the ancestral land. The geniuses of the collateral branches all participated, wanting to compete with the geniuses of the main branch. Opening the ancestral land was a major event, and the trials within it were an even greater event. The entire Bai family was in an uproar, and many clan members began preparing themselves. The Grand Madam was overjoyed, and she was filled with even more dreams for Bai Qi's future. Bai Che was the same. Naturally, he kept his mouth shut, not revealing his intentions. He watched with amusement as the other prodigies busily prepared, his heart filled with cold laughter and contempt. The heavenly human soul belongs only to me. Opening the ancestral land a month later, Bai Xiaoqun knew it was a little late. After all, this was a huge event, and everyone had been discussing it, which was why he knew the exact time. There's still more than half a month left. Bai Xiaoqun sighed. He was just looking forward to this, because he had waited long enough in the Bai family. He always felt pressured there, and he felt that if he didn't vent, he would surely suffer serious injury. For Bai Hao and for myself, I want them to have a truly spectacular opening of the ancestral land. Perhaps the danger within the tiger's lair wasn't too great. Bai Xiaoqun understood that snatching food from a tiger's mouth wasn't difficult. The real danger lay in being chased and killed by the tiger. As soon as he made a move within the lair, from the moment he began, he would be in mortal danger. He wanted to make a move, but he needed to be prepared. That way, it would be more secure and safe. By then, the savage wilderness will be so vast. I want to see how long the White family's heavenly ancestor can keep chasing me. If I'm cornered, I'll self-destruct my soul tower, thereby breaking the balance between the White family and the other two families. Let's see if the White family's ancestor still dares to continue the pursuit. Besides the White family's ancestor, there are others in the White family. If there are nascent soul cultivators, it won't be easy to kill me. Although Bai Xiaoqun was nervous, he had made up his mind to participate in this. Besides, I don't believe the White family has no enemies. A cold glint appeared in Bai Xiaoqun's eyes as he continued his cultivation. As time passed day by day, Bai Xiaoqun remained in his dilapidated room. He never stepped outside, and the elixirs in his storage bag were almost completely depleted. Finally, on this day, the last meridian of the immortal muscle opened, and his cultivation came to an end. Complete mastery. At the third level of the immortal longevity technique, when the immortal body was perfected, Bai Xiaoqun's body emitted a buzzing sound. Even though he was wearing clothes, the meridians within him emitted a golden light that pierced through his clothing. At the same time, his mind was constantly buzzing, and a feeling of immense weight, like a mountain, appeared clearly. The third level of physical shackles. He felt the shackles of his body again. Bai Xiaoqun desperately wanted to break through them immediately. Once broken, the feeling of being crushed by a mountain would help him undergo an astonishing transformation, reaching a very high realm. Bai Xiaoqun understood that to break through the shackles, he needed to wait until he had just broken through to the nascent soul stage, relying on the immense power that would allow him to do so. Back then, when cultivating the first and second levels of the immortal longevity technique, he used this method. When encountering the shackles, he would wait for a short time, and after his cultivation level broke through, he would break through. Bai Xiaoqun's eyes flashed, his mind stirred. He sat there, and a second figure appeared beside him. This wasn't a clone, but a high-speed afterimage. The afterimage didn't disappear as quickly as before. It lasted for several breaths before vanishing. Without needing to test it too much, Bai Xiaojun guessed that his speed had broken through again. At this moment, he didn't know exactly how his speed had broken through, but he understood that even a celestial being would find it difficult to kill him. Immortal Skin, the focus is defense. Immortal Diamond, the focus is strength. Immortal Tendon, the focus is speed. So, what about the fourth level of the Immortal Longevity Technique, Immortal Bones? Bai Xiaojun thought, his anticipation rising. Unfortunately, my cultivation level can't break through to the nascent soul stage, so it's very difficult to cultivate. There are too few resources in the savage wilderness, and the Immortal Bone consumes far more energy than the Immortal Muscle. Bai Xiaojun sighed. After half a day, he focused his mind on consolidating the Immortal Muscle to its peak. During Bai Xiaojun's cultivation, the time for the Bai family to open their ancestral land drew closer, and the Bai family was also preparing for a grand ancestral ceremony. According to the Bai family's rules, a grand ancestral ceremony was held the day before the opening of the ancestral land. All Bai family members with Bai family blood had to attend this ceremony. After participating in the ceremony, the clan elders would conduct an examination of the clan members, and those with good results would be rewarded. They even invited some members from other families to witness the ceremony, making it very grand. Even the giant Ghost King of the Ghost King City would arrange for someone to attend. After all, the ancestral land wasn't easy to open, and the time until the opening day was short. As time passed, on the day before the opening of the ancestral land, a solemn ancestral worship ceremony was held in front of the Beseech family's ancestral temple. Today, both major soul cultivating families in Ghost King City sent their clansmen, and the Great Ghost King also sent people to join in the festivities. The ancestral temple area was even more so, with a spacious courtyard where a massive stone tablet stood. The tablet's surface was carved with a majestic figure, seemingly bowing his head to the earth. This was the first ancestor of the Bai family. Around the ancestral temple, there were also many Bai family members, numbering over 10,000. Their sheer numbers overwhelmed the ground, creating an incredibly imposing scene. Especially closer to the ancestral temple, the Bai family elders were all smiling, some sitting cross-legged, others chatting and laughing with other family members. Everyone was waiting for the moment of the ancestral worship ceremony. Not far from here, the Grand Madam and a group of female relatives were in a separate area, chatting and laughing, attracting many admiring glances. Among the crowd, Bai Che shone like an extremely dazzling star. He sat near the ancestral altar, surrounded by many clan members who were laughing and chatting with the prodigies and elders. Besides Bai Che, several other branches of the Bai family also had noteworthy individuals. Although not as prominent as Bai Che, they still had several people surrounding them. One of them was the fifth young lady who had rescued Bai Xiaojun when he first entered the Bai family. This woman was incredibly beautiful, and despite her icy demeanor, she had the most people from outside the clan surrounding her. There was another man, not much younger than Bai Che, but considerably taller and more imposing. He stood there laughing and talking heartily, clearly having a wide circle of acquaintances both within and outside the clan. Bai Hao, being a secondary son, held a humble position, but as a member of the Bai family's bloodline, he couldn't be absent from this grand ancestral worship ceremony. However, due to his status, he couldn't approach the ancestral hall and could only remain outside. He sat behind a platform suspended in midair, bored, observing his surroundings. He also noticed the young man and the 5 young masters. Bai Xiaojun had heard of these two within the Bai family and knew that the 5th young lady was named Bai Yanner. She possessed exceptional talent and beauty and had a great reputation in Giant Ghost City, pursued by many talented young men. The handsome young man was named Bai Lei. He was a prodigy of the collateral branch of the family. Although his cultivation level wasn't equal to Bai Qi's, he had reached the late stage of the Golden Core realm. In fact, he was considered on par with Bai Che and was known as one of the 2 outstanding talents of the Bai family. The two disliked each other intensely. Everyone in the clan knew they were rivals. These 3 were the most talked about figures, becoming the focal point of the ancestral ceremony. If it weren't absolutely necessary, he wouldn't have wanted to be here. Looking around him, his mind was preoccupied with the opening of the ancestral land tomorrow. After the ceremony ended, he had other things to do. Today I must set up the soul-slaying nails. Bai Xiaojun was contemplating his next move when he suddenly noticed someone watching him. He looked over and immediately saw the grandmadam standing among the women, glaring at him with a venomous look. I was sitting so far away. How could she find me? Bai Xiaochun was surprised. He knew his position was very secluded, and he was among the crowd. Without knowing his location, even a search would be difficult. He never expected the grandmadam to find him. Without hesitation, Bai Xiaochun glared back fiercely. Madame Tai was stunned by his actions, seemingly enraged, her hatred intensifying. Before she could react, a solemn bell rang throughout the Bai family estate. As the bell chimed, silence fell, and simultaneously, 3 streaks of light flew towards them. The first was the Bai family patriarch, accompanied by 2 high-ranking elders with profound cultivation, both at the great perfection nascent soul stage. They were the senior elders in charge of the punishment hall and the court of justice within the Bai family. Our Bai family has existed for thousands of years. As soon as the 3 appeared, the Bai family patriarch's voice echoed throughout the estate. The Bai family members listened attentively, but Bai Xiaochun didn't want to listen. He closed his eyes and ignored them. The ancestral worship ceremony began quickly, filled with all sorts of elaborate rituals that had nothing to do with the majority of the clan members. Only the most prominent members of the clan could participate. Solemn bells rang frequently, and even ripples appeared in the sky, radiating a shimmering light that enveloped the void. Many cheered at this moment. I've seen too many petty scenes like this, Bai Xiaochun said dismissively, his eyes wide open, looking like an immortal hidden among mortals. Several hours passed, and at sunset, the ancestral worship ceremonies ended. When the bells rang again, Bai Xiaochun yawned, opening his eyes, thinking the ceremony was over and everyone could go home. Suddenly, the great clan elder presiding over the Bai family's main hall stood up and laughed loudly, his laughter echoing throughout the square. All right, if the clan leader requests it, and everyone is so humble, then I will step forward. During today's ancestral worship ceremony, I will be the one to present the examination questions. The elder of the Bai family's main hall spoke loudly, revealing his profound cultivation. As he spoke, ripples appeared in the void, as if sweeping away countless mists. The Bai family members looked at him with reverence. Even the members of the 2 great families and the 2 envoys from the giant ghost city were serious. Sensing the elder's cultivation, Bai Xiaochun's gaze became serious. This was already a half-step heavenly human level, the same realm as Bai Lin, and judging by the fluctuations in his soul power, he was clearly a soul-refining master. It must be a high grade. His soul-refining skills are incredibly profound, which is why he can use his soul to influence his surroundings. Bai Xiaochun mused as the elder of the Bai family's main hall continued. Brothers of the Bai family, you all know that the legendary limit for refining a feather is 30 times. Unfortunately, this is just a legend to this day. No one has ever achieved it, not even 20 times. So let's imagine, what would a feather look like if it were refined 30 times? The elder of the Bai family smiled, raising his right hand to hold a feather. This feather was very ordinary, without any magical properties, just a normal feather. There's no precise answer to this. Everyone can use their own spirit refining skills to let their imaginations run wild. After all, some things are unthinkable, so how could they ever become reality? As the grand elder of the Bai family spoke, his voice echoed throughout the Bai family estate. Everyone participating in today's ancestral worship ceremony fell into deep thought. The grand elder's examination was very interesting. Because there was no official answer, the variations were based on each person's skill in refining spiritual energy, further verifying everyone's understanding. This question even hides the understanding of fire refining and soul medicine that each person possesses. Their approaches differ, so the answers will vary. It seems simple, but in reality, it's not trivial. The truth is exactly as the clan elder said. If you don't even dare to think about it, how can you ever make it a reality? This kind of test aims to verify everyone's understanding. Not only were the members of the Bai family deep in thought, but even the clan elder, other clan elders, and the Bai family patriarch pondered this question, considering it carefully. Although the envoys from the other 2 clans and the people from the giant ghost sect did the same. They also saw through this question that the Bai family's clan elders' mastery of spirit refining had reached a very high level. No one spoke. The area near the ancestral altar was eerily silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone was deep in thought, contemplating the answer. The examination during the ancestral worship ceremony was a custom of the Bai family. According to the rules, everyone had to answer, but in reality, with so many members of the Bai family, it was impossible for everyone to give their answer. Therefore, only the most talented individuals in the family were qualified to represent the family and give their answers, thus competing with each other. The Bai family elders understood this and encouraged this kind of competition. As long as it could be controlled within certain limits, competition within the family was a way to maintain the enthusiasm of future generations and ensure the family's continued prosperity. Bai Xiaochun's eyes lit up slightly. Others might not be able to answer this question, feeling there was no correct answer. But for him, it was too simple. After all, Bai Xiaochun had participated in the spirit refining trial in the labyrinth, and he had personally refined spirits 26 times. Although he hadn't seen the results after 30 attempts, he could see the trick. If I answer, it would be a bit cheating, Bai Xiaochun muttered to himself. He was very excited, but he also considered his own integrity. Although cheating was good, it wouldn't be good for him. Why should he enlighten others? Thinking this, he yawned again, not bothering to pay attention to his surroundings. After half a day, the elder of the great clan's hall looked over at the Bai family members, and he smiled and spoke. Who will answer first? After a brief silence, a young man from the main branch who often accompanied Bai Che suddenly stood up. Since the others remained silent, he spoke first. Junior Bai Li, I wish to answer this question. As soon as he spoke, the other members of the Bai family looked over. Upon recognizing him, they cast various glances, contempt, jealousy, complex emotions, coldness at him. The elders' gazes were calm, some encouraging. Even the Bai family patriarch nodded. Bai Xiaochun looked over, wanting to know how this person would answer. Feeling himself becoming the center of attention, the young man was very excited. He felt this was his chance to shine. At least the elders of the family would pay attention to him, so he cleared his throat and spoke. In my opinion, if this feather is refined 30 times, it will become a supreme treasure, a treasure of heaven and earth wouldn't be enough. After the young man finished speaking, he anxiously looked at the clan elder. Before the clan elder could speak, the people around burst into laughter, and many shook their heads, some even mockingly. Isn't this nonsense? Even an ordinary item, after 30 times of spiritual refinement. Even a fool would know it's a treasure. Bai Xiaochun felt strange. He looked at the young man as if he were an idiot. The young man, hearing the surrounding discussion, blushed profusely. Commendable courage. The clan elder smiled, offering no comment, his gaze sweeping around. Does anyone have an answer? Bai Li sat down awkwardly, feeling very embarrassed. He knew his answer was opportunistic, but he had considered it carefully. He had caused a commotion with a purpose in mind and felt a sense of satisfaction. Elder, after refining the feather 30 times, it will probably become incredibly huge, capable of obscuring the sun. After Bai Li sat down, because he had started, the other clan members spoke up one after another. Elder, I think the feather will turn into a feather fan, capable of blowing wind across the heavens and earth. Elder, in my judgment, after refining it 30 times, it might even transform into a feather sword that dominates all directions. Not necessarily, Elder. I think the feather, when embedded in the body, will become wings. All sorts of answers came from the clan members, saying everything imaginable. The elders smiled, nodded if they agreed, and mostly remained silent. The grand elder maintained his usual expression. He said nothing more, seemingly considering each person's answer without taking it to heart. Hearing everyone's comments, Bai Xiaochun repeatedly wanted to speak up and correct them, wanting to prove his prowess. He greatly enjoyed causing a commotion in such situations, but he always restrained himself. I must hold back. There's no benefit in it. I absolutely won't do it. Bai Xiaochun muttered. Among the Bai family members, Bai Lei, a prodigy on par with Bai Che, stood up. As soon as he stood, everyone around him fell silent, their eyes fixed on him. Even Bai Che narrowed his eyes at Bai Lei. Not only them, but also the two major families and the envoy from the giant ghost city did the same, clearly aware of Bai Lei's reputation within the Bai family. Elder, my skill in refining spirit feathers isn't very high. Based on my intuition, it's hard to say what a feather will transform into after 30 spirit refinings. If I were to imagine it, in my imagination, after 30 spirit refinings, the feather might acquire a spirit becoming an existence like a fire spirit or a wood spirit, perhaps a feather spirit. Bai Lei's words stunned everyone, and then many were moved. The elders' eyes shone with light, and they looked at Bai Lei with encouraging smiles. Even the grand elder of the main hall nodded in agreement. His nod further surprised the Bai family, and the murmurs of discussion grew louder. Bai Xiaochun, sitting among the crowd, also glanced at Bai Lei several times. While the answer about feather spirit wasn't the exact answer, it was close to the truth. This transformation only occurs after 20 spirit refinings. As the members of the Bai family discussed, gradually many began to voice their own answers. Although their answers weren't as good as Bai Lei's, they were clearly based on his reasoning. These clan elders were all seasoned veterans. How could they not understand? The fifth young lady, who had been bowing her head, suddenly stood up and offered a different answer that drew everyone's attention. Elder, I feel it will become a rainbow. I know rainbows have nothing to do with feathers, but I still feel it will become a rainbow. The fifth young lady spoke up, then sat down. The elder of the main hall didn't nod, but smiled and commented for the first time. Anything is possible. Your answer is also possible. After saying this, the elder of the main hall looked at Bai Che. He was eager to know what answer the Bai family's #1 prodigy would give him. At this moment, not only he looked at Bai Che, but also the surrounding elders and many clan members looked at Bai Che. After all, Bai Qi's status was very high, and since many people had answered today, Bai Che had to have an answer. As everyone looked at him, Bai Che smiled and stood up. After bowing to the elder of the main hall, when he looked up, his eyes shone with confidence. In Lady Tai's eyes, there was a hint of arrogance. Even the patriarch of the Bai family looked at him expectantly, his gaze towards Bai Che softening, completely different from when he looked at Bai Hao. Fifth sisters and lay brothers' answers are only part of the story. I answered late, so I was lucky. Please don't pay too much attention to it. Spirit cultivation is the fundamental system of our savage wilderness. The transformations are immense. After 20 times, it might transform into a rainbow, or possibly a spirit bird, but not after 30 times. Bai Che was extremely excited at this moment, radiating an overwhelming charm. Standing there, he exuded an aura that intimidated most of his clansmen. After 30 times, I dare not say for sure, but I made parts certain it will transform into a bird, the phoenix, the supreme bird of all. Bai Che spoke so loudly that his words echoed throughout the square. Because of his extraordinary cultivation, his words didn't shake the heavens and earth, but they caused the twilight clouds to swirl, his aura like a rainbow. As if confirming his answer, the surrounding Bai family members were all terrified. After thinking for a moment, they gasped for breath, their eyes shining brightly as they looked at Bai Che. The phoenix, the supreme ruler of all birds. This answer. Why didn't I think of this answer? It's truly insightful. A single feather can transform into a living being. The fifth young lady's body trembled violently. She understood. Even Bai Lei, unwilling to accept this, could only clench his fists. He inwardly sighed, realizing his spirit-refining skills were inferior to Bai Qi's. This answer was a miracle that sparked new thoughts. Bai Xiaochun's gaze was fixed on Bai Che. Even though the answer wasn't entirely correct, he had forged his own path. Unfortunately, it's still wrong. Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun didn't care anymore. The other party's thinking aligned with the ultimate path. Knowing it was one thing, but reaching the ultimate limit was impossible. The Grand Madame's face flushed with excitement. Looking at Bai Che, she was incredibly moved. The man before her, like a dazzling sun, was her son. The feeling of maternal love and filial piety filled her with uncontrollable joy. The Bai family patriarch, Bai Qi's father, was even more delighted, his gaze upon Bai Che as if he were the Bai family's prodigy. The elders beside him were also astonished, their eyes radiating intense light. Bai Qi's answer had shocked them all. Even the grand elder of the main hall stood up and laughed heartily, praising him for the first time. Excellent! The grand elder laughed heartily, his expression showing admiration as he looked at Bai Che. He felt Bai Qi's answer was in agreement with his own. With his own experience, he had long since realized that spirit cultivation was divided into different realms, like rainbows and feather spirits, each a separate realm. Bai Qi's answer had reached a very high level. No wonder the Grand Elder values Bai Che so highly, even opening the ancestral land for him. This young man's talent and spirit cultivation skills are truly extraordinary. The Grand Elder smiled, his gaze shifting to the Bai family patriarch. The Grand Elder is too kind. This young man still needs much training, the Bai family patriarch said with a relieved smile. With the elders of the clan affirming, the Bai family members sighed incessantly, their discussions echoing across the square. Many admired Bai Che, and hearing the surrounding chatter, the grandmadam became even more delighted. Although Bai He's talent in spirit cultivation is excellent, he's definitely not as good as Kyer. It's just that my Kyer doesn't boast. A radiant glow appeared in the grandmadam's eyes, her inner pride indescribable. While everyone fawned over Bai Che, Bai Xiaochun was disdainful. He yawned, thinking to himself, I don't want to argue with you all, otherwise my answer will scare you all senseless. At this moment, he felt bored with this examination, wondering how long it would take. Meanwhile, Bai Che, under the watchful eyes of thousands, felt smug and self-satisfied. He glanced at the crowd and noticed Bai Xiaochun yawning, a sinister glint appearing in his eyes. Bai Hao, you once told me that you thought you had very high aptitude for spirit cultivation. Today, our Bai family is holding a grand ceremony, and everyone has given their answer. I wonder if you have one. Come here, tell me, don't be shy. Bai Qi's smile was not a smile, his words giving the impression that he was encouraging his younger brother. But in reality, he had a malicious intention, fundamentally wanting to humiliate Bai Hao. He was also very confident in his own answer, believing that others could not surpass him. No matter what Bai Hao said, it would all be a false answer. Bai Che thought that no matter how Bai Hao answered, he could directly accuse him of stealing his idea, and put on the appearance of a deeply pained older brother to give his younger brother a good lecture. Since then, Bai Hao's position in the family has become increasingly awkward and embarrassing. He was falsely accused of cheating last time, and since then, even if someone in the ancestral land were to accidentally kill him tomorrow, no one would say anything. As Bai Che said this, the surroundings fell silent, and all eyes turned to Bai Xiaochun. Bai Hao only has foundation establishment cultivation. What answer could he possibly have? He'd probably just cower and remain silent. Maybe he'll say the phoenix is the leader of all birds. Even if it's shameless, it's fine. That's not necessarily true. This guy relied on cheating to top 3 rankings. Luckily, young Master Qi's rule is impartial. That shows just how shameless Bai Hao is. Most of the gazes were filled with contempt and disdain. Only a few pitifully understood Bai Qi's malicious intentions. The 5th young lady and Bai Lei were among the few who felt sorry for Bai Hao. They didn't have a good impression of him either, only feeling sorry for him because they disliked Bai Che. They also lacked the standing to intervene, as Bai Qi's power had reached its peak. Lady Tai's eyes flickered. She understood her son's intentions. Although somewhat uneasy, she still trusted Bai Qi's judgment, her gaze towards Bai Xiaochun filled with hatred. The Bai family patriarch remained calm, seemingly oblivious to Bai Qi's intentions, his gaze not even glancing at Bai Xiaochun. The elders beside him exchanged scrutinizing glances, but none spoke. Only the Grand Elder of the court, who wasn't from the patriarch's lineage, though not treating all his clansmen equally, was smiling broadly, seemingly oblivious to Bai Hao. Bai Xiaochun frowned, seeing through Bai Qi's malicious intentions. His eyes were icy cold. Understanding the other's thoughts filled him with intense anger. He hadn't wanted to get involved in this, yet Bai Che was forcing his hand, clearly intending to drive him to his death. Bai Xiaochun snorted coldly and slowly stood up. When he stood up, the mockery intensified. He dares to stand up. Interesting. I'll wait and see his answer. He doesn't know his limits. Bai Hao, a mere illegitimate son, dares to compete. This kind of person only knows how to cheat. His existence brings shame to the Bai family. The vicious words continued to reach Bai Xiaochun's ears. He observed everything, noticing the malicious gaze of the grandmadam, the cold demeanor of the Bai family patriarch, and the fact that the elders didn't even bother to look at him. Even knowing he was being mocked, they didn't stop it, allowing the majority of the clan members to ridicule him without caring. Even the people from the other 2 clans and the envoy from the giant demon city were watching the commotion. But Bai Xiaochun wasn't angry at this moment. He looked around, slowly tilting his chin up, as if these people were just a bunch of little chicks in his eyes, easily crushed with a wave of his hand. He flicked his sleeve, his eyes arrogant, and pointed a finger at Bai Che before shouting, I originally didn't want to speak, but if you have malicious intentions to humiliate me, today I, Bai, will grant your wish. A murderous glint appeared in Bai Qi's eyes. He sneered at Bai Xiaochun. You must be proud of your answer, but in my eyes, it's nothing but dog's fart. Bai Xiaochun flicked his sleeve again, and although his foundation establishment cultivation was still present, his aura surged. One universe, one world, no matter what existence it is, after 30 times of spirit refinement, it will eventually transform into a single world. Bai Xiaochun's voice was like thunder, instantly shaking everyone's minds. It seemed this answer triggered the laws of heaven and earth. As soon as Bai Xiaochun finished speaking, a torrent of lightning appeared in the sky, engulfing the heavens and earth, and all the clouds dissipated. The setting sun shone on Bai Xiaochun, giving him an extremely strange feeling. In an instant, the answer spread throughout the minds of the Bai family members, a single word that stirred their hearts. Bai Qi's body trembled, his face turning unsightly. No matter what, he never expected Bai Hao to give such an unexpected answer. At this moment, there was no need for comparison. Anyone could see that, regardless of whether the answer was true or false, his realm had surpassed everyone else. Moreover, it was overwhelming, leaving everything behind. Shock. In an instant, all sounds fell silent. The surrounding mockery, the throwing of stones into the well, the indifference, the amusement, the various expressions and movements, all seemingly isolated incidents stopped as if struck by a paralyzing spell. It took everyone a long time to recover their senses. For a moment, gasps of breath echoed, many faces constantly changing, some even complex and incomprehensible. The minds of the 5 young ladies and Bai Lei were in turmoil, their expressions unbelievably blank as they stared at Bai Xiaochun. This answer surpasses everyone. My God, is he Bai Hao? The weak and incompetent Bai Hao, becoming the world. This aura of conquering mountains and rivers, how is that possible? The world, it must be so. This is the answer. This is the correct answer. Impossible. After a brief moment of silence and stunned silence, all the clan members finally erupted in excitement. Many stood up, their faces filled with disbelief as they looked at Bai Xiaochun, some even showing admiration. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun stood there, captivating everyone's attention. His slender figure exuded a transcendent aura, imbued with an ethereal and otherworldly aura. No one paid any attention to Bai Che. Bai Xiaochun's single sentence had stolen all the spotlight from him, leaving Bai Che himself to shine infinitely, as if everything belonged to him. Bai Qi's face turned pale. He tried to refute, but found he couldn't find any words to counter. Even he himself, after hearing this answer, felt in the darkness that this was the true truth. Not only them, but even the clan elders were shaken. When they looked at Bai Xiaochun, they were startled, and some even stood up. The grand elder of the main hall trembled violently, his lips moved slightly, his eyes gazed into the distance, his breathing gradually became unsteady, and even his cultivation was somewhat out of control. It was a feeling of enlightenment, a vast and clear understanding. The words just spoken moved him beyond description. The grand elder of the main hall was agitated, his face twitching uncontrollably. This scene greatly provoked the grand madam and the Bai family patriarch. The Bai family patriarch didn't know what to say. Bai Xiaochun had become so dazzling, and instead of feeling happy, he was quite angry. His gaze towards Bai Hao was like looking at a rebellious son, with thoughts of wanting to kill him. Just like Bai Hao, the more outstanding he was, the more humiliated he felt. Therefore, when he looked at Bai Xiaochun, he was filled with resentment, his anger almost erupting. However, as the clan leader, he sighed and refrained from attacking. His ability to restrain himself didn't mean Madame Tai could. Bai Xiaochun's words had reversed everything, even seemingly wanting to seize everything from Bai Che. Seeing her son's pale face, Madame Tai's heart ached, and her hatred for Bai Xiaochun reached its peak. Overwhelmed by rage, she shouted, "Nonsense! Bai Hao, you little bastard! You're too presumptuous! Shut your mouth, guards! Quickly seize this little bastard! I want him utterly annihilated!" Madame Tai screamed like a madwoman, having lost all reason. The Bai family guards surrounding her hesitated, unsure whether to obey or not. A few gritted their teeth and advanced towards Bai Xiaochun. "It's you who's acting recklessly." Bai Xiaochun turned around and looked at Madame Tai. "Currently, this is the solemn ancestral worship ceremony of our Bai family. As a member of the Bai family, it is only natural for me to answer the questions of the clan elders. You dare to disrupt the ancestral worship, acting utterly recklessly. Clan leader, in front of all of us Bai family members, in front of the spirits of our ancestors, this woman has no Bai family bloodline. At most, she is only half a clan member. Yet she dares to loudly shout and disrupt the ancestral worship. I respectfully request that the clan leader punish her to uphold the dignity of the family." Bai Xiaochun directly counterattacked. His words were careful, sharp, and righteous, leaving no one able to object. Even the members of the collateral branches who disliked Bai Che and the Grand Madam had their eyes light up, feeling that Bai Hao resembled one of their own, thus further supporting him. Bai Lei looked towards Bai Xiaochun, his eyes gleaming with a strange light, as if he had developed a keen interest and regretted not befriending him sooner. The fifth young lady was stunned, her expression unusual as she looked at Bai Xiaochun. The eyes of the other clan elders also gleamed. "Bai Hao, you are being disrespectful and audacious." Bai Qi's expression changed. Hearing Bai Xiaochun's words filled with murderous intent, he immediately shouted angrily, "You shut your mouth too." Bai Xiaochun turned and yelled at Bai Che. "I, Bai Hao, have the Bai family blood flowing in my veins. I am a member of the Bai family, standing here to pay respects to our ancestors and answer the questions of the great clan elders. I naturally have to be a little bold to show the ancestors of the Bai family the courage, wisdom, and fortitude of the Bai family. Disrespecting your elders. The 9th clan rule stipulates that during the ancestral worship ceremony, all clan members are blood descendants, without distinction of rank. This is what our ancestors said. Do you, Bai Che, think she's an ancestor of the Bai family? Bai Che, remember this, you are Bai, not Tai. I think the one disrespecting your elders is you, Bai Che." Bai Xiaochun flicked his sleeve, his voice resounding with power. His words were like sharp swords piercing Bai Che, inflicting a heavy blow that sent him staggering backward. His face changed constantly. He wanted to retort but couldn't find the words, and because of his overwhelming rage, he spat out fresh blood. "Bai Hao, you!" This scene astonished many. Bai Xiaochun turned to look at the Bai family patriarch, whose face was so grim it looked like it was about to drip water. He bowed his head in respect. "I respectfully request that the clan leader punish this woman. She disturbed the ancestral worship ceremony, disturbing our ancestors, and should be executed. Secondly, I respectfully request that the clan leader punish this man. He has falsely claimed ancestry, which is unfilial, forgetting his Bai surname. This is disloyalty, disrespecting his superiors, and he is unfilial, disloyal, and disrespectful and worthy of being a member of our Bai family." Bai Xiaochun's words were like thunder in a clear sky. All the clan members around him gasped in fear. His words were piercing, and everyone was unprepared. Most of them were still in a daze, feeling bewildered and speechless. Even the people from the other two clans were moved. Although the envoy from the Tai clan was somewhat displeased, when he looked at Bai Xiaochun, his expression became serious. He clearly saw the intention behind Bai Xiaochun's words. This wasn't a conspiracy, but an open scheme. He was proactively giving the Bai clan's branch a chance, and this contained a profound ulterior motive. The people from the two clans and the envoy from the giant ghost city dared not underestimate him. As for the other clan elders, they exchanged glances, their eyes shining. Internal conflicts had always existed within the Bai family, and today's events presented a rare opportunity for them. While they were contemplating, the Grand Madam, seeing Bai Che spitting blood, roared like a madwoman. "You little bastard! You want to die! Come here, kill him for me!" The Grand Madam shrieked wildly. She personally flew forward, her eyes gleaming, ready to cause trouble. But as she flew out, the Bai family patriarch slammed his hand on the table. Boom! The table exploded into dust, the loud bang still echoing around. "Shut up!" the Bai family patriarch roared, swinging his sleeve. A force struck the Grand Madame, causing her to spit out blood and fly backward. "Take her away!" the Bai family patriarch said through clenched teeth, forcing out those two words. At that moment, other clan members, terrified, rushed forward and carried the Grand Madame away. "Are you satisfied now?" The White family patriarch's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he stared intently at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun ignored the Grand Madam, his gaze fixed on the White family patriarch's terrifying killing intent. He didn't back down and clasped his hands together. And Bai Che, guilty of disloyalty, filial impiety, and disrespect. Enough! Fire seemed to erupt from the White family patriarch's eyes. Since becoming patriarch, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. He felt oppressed, and his desire to kill Bai Xiaochun was incredibly strong. He thought to himself that if it weren't for the clan's influence, he absolutely wouldn't allow Bai Xiaochun to act so recklessly. He won't die here, but I will kill him after we enter the ancestral land. Bai Xiaochun looked at the White family patriarch, a cold smile in his heart, and said nothing more. Bai Che stared intently at Bai Xiaochun, truly afraid that the other party would speak again. At this moment, his heart was still filled with fear. Seeing his mother being punished and his father enraged, he could only grit his teeth and bow his head, his heart screaming inwardly. He resolved to kill Bai Hao after entering the ancestral land. The solemn ancestral ceremony could not continue any longer. The Bai family patriarch waved his sleeve. This ancestral ceremony is over. As soon as he spoke, the great elder of the main hall, who had remained silent, suddenly looked up at Bai Xiaochun. It shouldn't end so soon. Bai Hao continued speaking. How do you imagine it? Why did it transform into a world after 30 times of spirit refinement? He spoke with extreme sincerity, his tone incredibly gentle, as if he didn't care about the conflict between Bai Xiaochun and the patriarch. In fact, that was true. As the grand elder of the court, apart from the patriarch, no one in the entire family, except for the grand elder of the punishment hall, could compare to him. As for the clan leader, he didn't care. The Bai family clan leader's face was grim. He would never forget what happened today. He didn't dare provoke the grand elder of the court, so he could only vent his anger on Bai Xiaochun. He gritted his teeth and sat down, his gaze towards Bai Xiaochun filled with immense killing intent, so intense that anyone could see it. Bai Xiaochun was surprised. Looking at the grand elder of the court, he heard the other party's gentle tone and saw the inquisitive look in his eyes. Knowing that the clan elder had no ill intentions and genuinely wanted to know the secret behind the 30 times of spirit refinement, he was silent for a moment, considering what to do. He wondered whether he should speak or not. Even though he had caused too much commotion before, being completely high profile wouldn't hurt. His silence, in the eyes of others, was unusual. The elder of the clan was serious and reserved, and he sensed that the other man was deep in thought, so he waited as well. The surrounding clansmen were silent. If it had been before Bai Xiaochun answered the question earlier, they would have certainly mocked him, but now they didn't dare. Bai Xiaochun's answer had shaken everyone's minds, and then he used sharp words to force the clan leader to arrest his wife. Bai Che was almost expelled from the Bai family by Bai Xiaochun, and there was even a possibility of him being killed on the spot. This scene was unclear, but the Bai Hao before them was far different from the figure in their memories. Especially seeing the elders of the clan hall admiring him, they noticed that the Bai Hao before them was growing taller and taller. The fifth young lady was also like that. She looked at Bai Xiaochun with curiosity. Bai Hao had changed so much that she couldn't help but doubt whether the person in front of her was really Bai Hao. In fact, she wasn't the only one wondering about this. Others had also thought about it. The clan elders and even the Bai family clan leader were pondering it. Especially the patriarch of the Bai family, relying on his status, secretly infiltrated the detection formation, but ultimately he discovered that it was Bai Hao. The Bai family's formation had an extremely strict bloodline verification effect. If the person before them wasn't Bai Hao, it would certainly be impossible for him to appear here without leaving any trace. Thinking of this, the fifth young lady also felt a sense of anticipation. Bai Lei was also there, looking at Bai Xiaochun with interest. He even felt he had underestimated Bai Hao, and today's rise was a good opportunity for him. Although not all clan members felt this way, the members of the main branch of the Bai family were gloomy. When they looked at Bai Xiaochun, they harbored hostility. Even if they didn't show it outwardly, their hearts were filled with intense hatred, wishing they could kill Bai Xiaochun immediately. A feeling of humiliation enveloped their hearts. Not only Bai Che and the Grand Madam felt humiliated, but the entire main branch felt humiliated. In their eyes, Bai Hao, also a member of the main branch, had betrayed the main branch with his actions. Time passed, and after half an incense stick's worth of time, Bai Xiaochun's eyes were profound. He raised his head to look at the clan elders in the hall, then bowed respectfully. The grand elder's voice trembled as he listened attentively, as did the others, their expressions serious and solemn. Reporting to the grand elder, after 30 rounds of spirit refinement, I was merely speaking nonsense. It's all because I've been eccentric since childhood, without brothers or friends. Often, I could only imagine this world alone, contemplating the heavens and earth around me as if I were the only one in the world, superfluous to this world. Perhaps because of this mindset, I imagined myself growing wings and flying endlessly to distant lands. Bai Xiaochun spoke in a hoarse voice, seemingly lost in his childhood memories. Many of the clan members present knew about Bai Hao's childhood, and after hearing it, they pictured the lonely child sitting in a corner, staring blankly at the sky, lost in thought about the world. The elders all felt the same way, and the fifth young lady felt increasingly sorrowful for Bai Hao as she listened. As everyone's emotions were stirred, Bai Xiaochun felt smug. After pondering for half an incense stick's time, he finally came up with an answer. He wanted to make everyone sad, and also to move them. After all, he was boasting, and while he didn't know how to do it well, he could still impress others. He continued to immerse himself in thought, his voice drifting through the heavens and earth, making everyone feel as if they were wandering in Bai Hao's spiritual world. I often think about how this world was formed. What kind of existence are we? Why are there souls? Why is there fire? Why is there spirit cultivation? I also often think about how there were no immortals in this world. So who taught us the way to cultivate? I often wonder, with such a vast sky, does another world exist beyond it? If it truly exists, what would that world be like? Bai Xiaochun murmured. As his words reached everyone's ears, the surrounding crowd fell silent, each engrossed in Bai Xiaochun's story. The clan elders restrained their auras, and upon looking at Bai Xiaochun, they suddenly realized how much they had underestimated him before. The grand elder of the main hall, in particular, changed his expression. As the leader, he seemed to see Bai Hao as a child, and he recognized that Bai Hao was reminiscing. Are there people in that world? In their eyes? What are we? Bai Xiaochun's expression softened, his eyes misty, his voice ethereal. Who can know for sure is our world, created by some powerful being who refined spiritual artifacts 30 times before transforming it into a world. These words silenced everyone around, followed by countless gasps of disbelief. Does anyone know why spirit cultivation exists in this world? Does anyone know where spirit cultivation originated? Yes, that's my answer. Bai Xiaochun said, then bowed to the elder of the clan. He remained silent, but his heart was filled with excitement and joy. When he spoke those words, even he didn't understand their meaning. For the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, he was pondering and crafting his story. Although he didn't understand, he felt he was scaring others. The more mysterious and inexplicable it was, the better the effect. At this moment, he calmly surveyed his surroundings, seeing everyone's apprehension. The surroundings were incredibly quiet. Everyone, including the clan elders, stared blankly at Bai Xiaochun, their eyes filled with bewilderment. They appeared calm, but their minds were reeling like thunder, stunned by Bai Xiaochun's words. Bai Xiaochun's imagination was unbelievable to them. They didn't know how to describe it. They soon understood why Bai Xiaochun could answer with world. After all, everyone found it difficult to process this information in a moment. Only after 10 breaths did they recover, and gasps of disbelief, discussions, and exclamations of shock erupted. Could there really be a world beyond the heavens? Our heaven and earth, perhaps it really is. A magical artifact left behind by a powerful being who refined it 30 times. My God, I remember the legend of the Kui Emperor. The legend says that the first Kui Emperor created heaven and earth, and died in battle to protect his people. The fifth young lady and Bai Lei were deeply moved. Bai Xiaochun's words, if not thought deeply about, were harmless. But the more they pondered, the more terrified they became, vaguely sensing that Bai Xiaochun's words contained the secrets of heaven and earth, plunging them into an unpredictable and mysterious realm with an infinite future. Hearing everyone's exclamations, Bai Xiaochun breathed a sigh of relief. He still possessed astonishing talent, and at this moment, he was extremely pleased. The eyes of the clan elders shone with a strange radiance, especially the grand elder of the main hall, who directly stood up, his face filled with excitement, and laughed loudly. Good, good, good. As the elder of the Bai clan, normally infinitely majestic, he nodded in agreement. Even to Bai Che, he only said one word, good. But now, he said 3 words, good, his face filled with excitement, showing how much he admired Bai Xiaochun. All of this was witnessed by Bai Che, whose heart ached as if it were being torn apart. His eyes turned bloodshot, and his fists clenched. His face was pale, and his eyes, filled with murderous intent, glared at Bai Xiaochun. In the ancestral land, the day I obtain the heavenly human soul will be the day of your death. As for the Bai clan chief, his gaze towards Bai Xiaochun was complex, but it was quickly replaced by icy coldness. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being a concubine's son. Your mother is despicable, and you are also despicable. Not learning to obey is the evil path, and you deserve to die just like your mother. This is the answer I heard, the answer I am most convinced of. Bai Hao, you are very good, exceptionally good. The grand elder of the Bai family laughed loudly, his gaze still filled with fervent admiration as he looked at Bai Xiaochun. Everyone present was from the Bai family, and they could all see the grand elder's excessive favoritism towards Bai Hao. One could imagine Bai Hao's status within the family would be vastly different from before. Bai Che gritted his teeth, the grand elder's gaze growing colder and colder. Many people had similar thoughts in their minds, and then the grand elder spoke again. The clan elder felt a pang of regret. If Bai Hao's cultivation had reached the core formation stage, even if it was only the early core formation stage, he wouldn't hesitate to turn against the clan leader and seize Bai Hao for himself. Unfortunately, Bai Hao's cultivation was too weak, only at the early foundation establishment stage. Although he was valuable, his value was significantly diminished. Giving him a mansion as a way to forge a good relationship was also a way to gauge the intentions of the Bai family clan leader. Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times, feeling that the mansion was useless. He was considering how to phrase it, wondering if he could exchange it for a vengeful spirit. The Bai family clan leader's gaze grew colder and colder as he spoke indifferently. This matter doesn't require the clan elder's expense. I will handle my son's affairs. He spoke with extreme firmness, tinged with dissatisfaction. The clan elder pondered for a moment, then said nothing more. Bai Xiaochun raised his head, clasped his hands, and said, "Thank you, grand elder." Then he calmly looked at the Bai family patriarch, a cold smile in his heart. Not giving Bai Hao any benefits. Fine, I didn't want any mansion anyway. I want the heavenly human soul. Tomorrow the ancestral land opens. I want you to see how I take the Bai family's heavenly human soul. The ancestral ceremony is over, the Bai family patriarch shouted, feeling as if he had swallowed a fly during this ceremony. He flicked his sleeve, turned around, and vanished into a beam of light. The grand elder of the main hall looked meaningfully at the Bai family patriarchs retreating back, secretly sighing. Bai Hao's sensitive identity was a pity, and he even offered encouragement to Bai Xiaochun. If your father has made arrangements, I cannot make decisions on my own. Bai Hao, if you have any questions about your cultivation in the future, you can come to me anytime for clarification. After speaking, the grand elder of the Bai family turned and left. The other elders also disappeared. Bai Xiaochun watched the grand elder's figure. He was one of the few Bai family members who had earned his favor. Knowing that Bai Hao is a secondary son disliked by his father, yet still saying these words, in a way, it's a form of protection for Bai Hao. I, Bai Xiaochun, accept this gesture from Bai Hao. When the ancestral ceremony ended, Bai Xiaochun turned and left. He arrived silently, but many eyes followed him as he departed. Bai Xiaochun pondered for a moment but didn't care. The pressure on the Bai family had reached its final stage. Tomorrow, everything will be clear. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, transformed into a beam of light, and flew into the night sky. As the sky darkened, he flew straight towards the northern region. That night, many members of the Bai family were restless. Bai Hao's rise to power stirred many. Bai Che was furious. The grandmadam screamed hysterically, and the Bai family patriarch was gloomy. All these events kept replaying in everyone's minds. Especially since the ancestral land would open tomorrow, tonight was arguably the final night for everyone to complete their preparations. Even though the fifth young lady didn't want to compete for anything, she still meditated to adjust her state of mind that night. After all, besides the heavenly human soul, the ancestral land contained other treasures of the family. There were things important to her inside. Not to mention Bai Lei, whose goal was the heavenly human soul. He wanted to compete with Bai Che for it, and although he knew the effect wouldn't be great, he was determined to do so. Bai Che, furious and determined to kill Bai Xiaochun in the ancestral land, meditated and cultivated his peak state throughout the night. The ancestral land is where you'll be buried. You won't beg for mercy, you have to go in, whether you want to or not. Meanwhile, the Bai family members were preparing for their entry into the ancestral land. Bai Xiaochun was not idle. Under the cover of night and the concealing power of his mask, he moved about constantly within the Bai family, setting up soul-slaying nails. He had already chosen the locations for the hidden soul-slaying nails, and on the night before entering the ancestral land, he had to place them all. He didn't open them, only using them as a means to his advantage. Once needed, a single thought could trigger the soul-slaying nails to explode, shaking the Bai family's formation. Nothing happened that night. At dawn, the sky was pitch black, devoid of light, but in the blink of an eye, light enveloped everything. Bai Xiaochun also awoke, his eyes blazing with fire. He stepped out of the ruined room. Although he hadn't lived in the Bai family for long, after constantly gathering information about Bai Hao, Bai Xiaochun understood him well. Bai Hao, if you had a spirit and knew everything that happened after your death, you might be moved. Although I don't like killing, I must complete this on your behalf now. Bai Xiaochun murmured, his gaze sweeping across the room, the light in his eyes fading. Soon, a bell rang in the Bai family, signaling the opening of the ancestral land. The bell rang 9 times, its sound echoing throughout the area. Bai family members preparing to enter the ancestral land flew straight towards the stone tablet in front of the ancestral altar. Bai Xiaochun also stepped out of the ruined room, walking quickly forward. Upon reaching the stone tablet, he looked around and noticed many people staring at him. Bai Hao is here again. Didn't he see Bai Qi's murderous intent yesterday? If I were him, I would ask to give up this attempt to enter the ancestral land. He just wants to die. That little bastard doesn't know his limits. Humph, does he think he can just let him go whenever he wants? Several hundred clansmen arrived at the ancestral land, most of them Foundation Establishment cultivators, with only a dozen or so core formation cultivators. Many were whispering amongst themselves. Bai Che was also among them, and upon seeing Bai Xiaochun arrive, his heart was filled with undisguised killing intent. The 5th young lady and Bai Lei were also present, surprised to see Bai Xiaochun dare to come here. But after careful consideration, they understood that this was perfectly reasonable. Bai Xiaochun ignored the whispers and contemptuous glances, acting as if he saw nothing. His heart remained calm. He was simply waiting for the stone tablet to be opened. After waiting a while longer, quite a few people arrived. Few missed this opportunity, although some came just to observe the situation. After noticing Bai Xiaochun, these people started discussing him even more. When the clan elders, the members of the 2 great clans, and the envoy of the giant demon king appeared, the grand elder of the main hall frowned upon seeing Bai Xiaochun's figure. Before he could speak, the Bai family patriarch flew closer from afar. After reaching midair, he glanced over the crowd, and the surrounding people fell silent. As expected, the rebellious son has arrived. The Bai family patriarch saw Bai Xiaochun, his eyes filled with icy coldness. This time, clan members with Foundation Establishment and Golden Core cultivation levels were required to enter the ancestral land. According to the rules, if they truly did not want to, they could report to the ancestral hall, and their request would be approved. In fact, quite a few clan members had reported to the ancestral hall requesting to forego the opportunity to enter the ancestral land, and all were approved. The Bai family patriarch had also made up his mind, even issuing an order that anyone who reported would be granted permission, except for Bai Hao. Up until now, he hadn't received any report from Bai Hao requesting to be released from the ancestral land. Although his plan had failed, seeing Bai Hao appear here made him sneer. If you want to die, don't blame me for showing no favoritism to the military law. The Bai family patriarch withdrew his gaze, raised his right hand, and chanted a spell, pointing at the stone tablet. He used his patriarchal authority to directly influence the formation. At that moment, the stone door exploded with a powerful burst of light. After the explosion subsided, a crack appeared on the stone tablet. When the crack appeared, a desolate and ancient aura erupted from within the stone tablet, as if from the distant past. The ancestral land is open. After everyone enters, it will automatically close. Only when someone obtains the heavenly human soul can it be opened again, and you will be released. All fortune depends on fate, and there are dangers within. In the Bai family's trials, throughout history, there have always been life and death situations. Do you understand? If we don't go in now, when will we? The Bai family patriarch said. The Bai family's ancestral land could only be opened from the outside. Each opening required extensive preparation and consumed considerable resources. Especially the longer it remained open, the greater the consumption. Therefore, each time it was opened, clan members would enter and then automatically close the gate. To open it again, the person inside needed to obtain a heavenly human soul, using the power of the heavenly human soul as a conduit to open the ancestral land from the inside. This method of opening from the inside wouldn't consume the quality of the heavenly human soul, because the so-called ancestral land was, in fact, a secret realm for nourishing the soul bodies of the Bai family. As the Bai family patriarch spoke, Bai Chia was the first to enter, followed by more than 10 others. After they entered, members of other Bai family clans also entered. Bai Xiaochun's eyes brightened slightly. He took a deep breath and suppressed his emotions. He knew that success or failure depended on this. Success will grant me the heavenly human soul and also avenge Bai Hao. Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth, and suddenly he flew into the stone tablet. Immediately afterward, hundreds of people entered, and at this moment, the gap in the stone tablet closed. When it closed, everything was normal again, and then an image appeared on the stone tablet, depicting the scene in the ancestral land. The highest mountain in the ancestral land could be seen, its peak illuminated by a bright halo, and faintly visible above it was an altar, on which a heavenly human soul was worshipped. The heavenly human soul was emitting a captivating aura. On this mountain, there were many other halos, each representing the creations the Bai family had prepared for their clansmen. There were magic treasures, soul bodies, cultivation techniques, all kinds of resources. Everything was on the mountain, all requiring opportunity and personal strength. As long as one's strength was sufficient, one could freely obtain these creations. It was clear that the closer they got to the mountaintop, the more intense the halo of light became, obviously indicating that the quality of the rewards was higher. This scene attracted many other clansmen watching from the sidelines. They saw several teleportation beams appearing at the foot of the mountain, and hundreds of people had already entered. Bai Xiaochun felt slightly dizzy and heard a loud explosion. When the sound faded and everything returned to normal, he looked around and saw himself standing on a fragment separating heaven and earth. There was both sky and earth here. The sky was purple, the ground black, and only the red sun was emitting a faint light. He looked at the towering mountain before him, seeing countless beams of light emanating from it. The mountain was enormous, and it radiated an incredibly terrifying pressure. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. Before entering, he had researched a lot of information and knew that the ancestral land had a mountain, but seeing it today still startled him. This mountain gives me a feeling. It seems out of place in this area. I feel like it was brought here from outside. Bai Xiaochun's expression changed. He vaguely felt that this mountain was somewhat similar to the fallen sword mountain that fell from the sky years ago. While observing, Bai Xiaochun's eyes saw streaks of light on the mountain, finally settling on the altar emitting a terrifying light at the mountaintop. His Tongshan Dharma eye in his forehead also opened slightly. He observed the mountaintop and saw that the altar was worshipping a celestial human soul. The celestial human soul resembled a mass of earth and sand. It was the celestial human earth soul. If we advance now, Bai Xiaochun thought excitedly. After a closer look, he dismissed the thought. Perhaps others wouldn't notice, but he used his heaven-penetrating Dharma eye to observe the restrictions surrounding the mountain peak. These restrictions carried blood energy and required the blood of a Bai family member to break. Using other methods, the difficulty of breaking them was considerable, and those with a high concentration of bloodline would be able to open the restrictions faster. Once I act, time is of the essence. The best approach is to wait for someone to break the restrictions. After capturing the heavenly human soul, I will advance and seize it. While Bai Xiaochun was observing, hurried breathing could be heard around him. Hundreds of people had entered the ancestral land, their eyes drawn to the treasure's radiance on the mountain. Bai Xiaochun pondered for a moment, then looked around. He saw that the ancestral land was sealed. To open it again, unless he used a heavenly human soul as a guide, it would take considerable time. This gave him even more confidence. It's just as I thought. This is heaven helping me. Bai Xiaochun was greatly excited, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Before entering the ancestral land, I gathered information. I guess the clansmen outside also saw the images inside. That's good. If I make a move, others will find out, so it'll be even more spectacular. Bai Xiaochun made up his mind. Suddenly, he noticed Bai Che standing not far away, leading more than 10 people who were staring at him. At this point, although Bai Xiaochun had many concerns, it was also a time to be fearless. If Bai Che dared to glare at him, Bai Xiaochun couldn't back down, so he glared back. A cold glint appeared in Bai Qi's eyes, his demeanor uncontrollable, wanting to immediately kill Bai Xiaochun. Suddenly, a companion beside him leaned down and whispered in his ear. Only then did Bai Che restrain himself and let out a cold laugh. That's right, taking the most important thing is to obtain the heavenly human soul. Once I have the heavenly human soul in my hands, I'll have the method to leave this place, and I won't fear Bai Hao escaping. Now that he's entered here, he absolutely cannot leave. Bai Che took a deep breath. He understood his purpose. He didn't want to complicate things before obtaining the heavenly human soul. He turned and led his people upwards. At the same time, other clansmen, some alone, some in groups of 5 or 3, ascended the mountain. Bai Che immediately withdrew his gaze. Bai Xiaochun snorted, thinking to himself that he had never lost a glare before, even though he was so old. Why glare at so many people? As he arrogantly prepared to ascend the high mountain, a girl's voice suddenly rang out behind him. Bai Hao. This mountain has a powerful aura, not to mention the difficulty of climbing it. Some areas are dangerous. Although this danger isn't great for everyone, for someone with early foundation establishment cultivation, it's still perilous. It's a bit difficult for me to go alone. Would you be willing to come with me? The speaker was the 5th young lady, her eyes radiating a gentle light as she spoke softly to Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun stopped and turned to look at the 5th young lady. Not only had she rescued him when he first entered the Bai family, but she had also been very kind to him during yesterday's ancestral worship ceremony. Now she wanted to look after him, even showing consideration for his pride, speaking in a very subtle way as if she needed help. Bai Xiaochun hesitated for a moment. He knew she meant well, and his task wasn't suitable for others. While he was hesitating, he suddenly heard Bai Lei laughing heartily as he approached. 5th sister is so considerate of Bai Hao. That's right, I'll join in too. Bai Hao, let's go together, the 3 of us. Bai Lei laughed heartily, stepping forward, his eyes sincere, as if he wanted to befriend Bai Hao. 3rd brother, it would be great if you could accompany me on this trip. Isn't your goal the heavenly human soul? Hearing this, the 5th young lady smiled. She was already beautiful, but now, her smile was like 100 flowers blooming, possessing a unique charm. Let's not talk about the heavenly human soul. We are merely supporting characters. Bai Lei sighed. He was somewhat unwilling and troubled. Last night he was full of enthusiasm, but this morning, after hearing the advice of his ancestor, he learned that the heavenly human soul had been given to Bai Che. Bai Che, upon entering the nascent soul stage, would refine his own nascent soul, thus participating in the competition for the position of Ming Huang's successor. Although this had been decided, there was a risk of life and death involved. Refining the soul 5 times no one could guarantee survival. Bai Che was willing, but Bai Lei didn't want that. Although he was resentful, he could only smile bitterly. The clan had also compensated him for his losses, which somewhat balanced his emotions. When the 2 spoke up, Bai Xiaochun couldn't refuse. Although he understood the 5th young lady's intentions, she probably agreed with Bai Hao and Bai Lei's involvement. Bai Xiaochun knew that this person wanted to use him to stir up conflict with Bai Che. Alright, Bai Che needs a considerable amount of time to obtain the heavenly human soul, so I should reciprocate the 5th young lady's kindness. Bai Xiaochun pondered for a moment before making a clear decision. The 3 of them approached the mountain. As they got closer, the pressure emanating from the mountain was immense, a pressure that significantly suppressed foundation establishment cultivators. Only those in the golden core stage could ignore it. Bai Xiaochun calculated that the peak of the mountain had the strongest pressure, and only those in the late golden core stage could ascend it. Because she considered that Bai Xiaochun was there, the fifth young lady used her cultivation to step forward and block the oppressive aura. Bai Xiaochun looked into her eyes, his heart moved, and he resolutely embraced this feeling. Before long, the three of them approached the high mountain. They had entered the mountain from many paths, randomly choosing a mountain trail and ascending. The mountain's oppressive aura intensified, causing the other foundation establishment cultivators to sweat profusely. They climbed slowly, not to mention having to endure the restrictions, so their progress was very slow. Bai Xiaochun, however, felt much less pressure thanks to Miss Wu's guidance. Even without Miss Wu, Bai Xiaochun didn't care about this oppressive aura. In his perception, it was just a hair's breadth. Not to mention the pressure at the foot of the mountain. Bai Xiaochun didn't care about the pressure at the summit. Because Miss Wu had good intentions, Bai Xiaochun could only pretend to be not particularly relaxed, appearing slightly stressed, but inwardly suffering greatly. Since everything happening here was witnessed by the local elders, Bai Xiaochun had no choice but to pretend, his eyes constantly glancing at Bai Qiao on the mountaintop. Watching Bai Qiao ascend rapidly, Bai Xiaochun kept his gaze fixed on him, calculating the time it would take him to reach the summit. Brother Hao, listen to your third brother, Bai Qiao. You shouldn't provoke him. Noticing Bai Xiaochun's gaze, Bai Lei's eyes lit up, and he immediately spoke up. Could he possibly kill me? Bai Xiaochun glared at Bai Lei and angrily retorted. Listen, third brother, you should get in touch with the elders of the great clan later. With their protection, even if Bai Qiao wants to harm you, he'll have to think twice. Bai Lei spoke meaningfully, his gaze deep and profound as he looked at Bai Xiaochun. He chuckled inwardly, thinking that Bai Hao's sharp words yesterday were actually just those of a child. Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times, feigning reluctance, and lowered his head. The fifth young lady frowned upon hearing this. Bai Lei's words, while seemingly caring, were actually an attempt to exploit the conflict between Bai Hao and Bai Qiao. She felt it was inappropriate to speak up, sighing inwardly. She felt that the entire Bai family acted according to their own will, clearly one family, but constantly embroiled in internal strife and conflict. Such a family made her feel weary, and she soon developed feelings of discord. She felt immense sympathy and pity for Bai Hao. His usual meekness was one thing, but now even the slightest display of talent was exploited by others. Just as Bai Lei was about to speak further, Miss Wu sighed and said, Bai Hao, look at that aura. There's a bracelet inside. It must be a suitable magic treasure for you. After Miss Wu finished speaking, Bai Xiaochun's gaze swept over and he immediately saw a green bracelet on the mountain path. Although the magic treasure didn't vibrate strongly, it was suitable for early foundation establishment cultivators. As Bai Xiaochun looked over, Miss Wu chanted a spell and retrieved the green bracelet into her hand. Once the bracelet was in Miss Wu's hand, she glanced at it briefly before handing it to Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun took the bracelet, looked at Miss Wu again, a gentle expression appearing in his eyes, and nodded to her. Thank you, Sister Wu, take it. You should have some things to protect yourself, this family. You shouldn't let anyone get away with it. Fifth Miss opened her mouth, a hint of melancholy in her expression, then shook her head and stepped forward. Bai Lei frowned. He knew Fifth Sister was deliberately interrupting him. He was already a little displeased, but then he thought of Fifth Sister's extraordinary status in the family, clearly indicating that she would be married off and her future position in the family would be extraordinary. He then dismissed his displeasure, acting as if nothing had happened, and continued to smile and talk. Fifth Mrs. Mood wasn't high. She only exchanged a few words with Bai Lei before continuing forward, giving Bai Xiaochun anything suitable for foundation establishment, whether it was a magic treasure or other item. A few hours later, Bai Xiaochun had acquired 7 or 8 magic treasures, even more than 1,000 vengeful spirits, and some soul medicine. These actions moved Bai Xiaochun even more. Looking at Miss Wu, he realized she was the second person he approved of in the Bai family. Most importantly, he saw that Miss Wu had no ulterior motives. She simply regarded him as a clan member and cared for her younger brother. He also noticed that there were many things Miss Wu coveted on the mountain, but unfortunately, her cultivation wasn't sufficient to obtain them. Although Bai Lei had also taken things several times, he only took what he set his sights on. Despite his gains, he felt unsatisfied, and later, He took a few more soul pills for Bai Xiaochun. Holding the items in his hands, Bai Xiaochun remained silent. He followed the two for about half an hour, and they reached the middle of the mountainside. At this moment, Bai Jia had also approached the summit, his path completely unobstructed. The heavenly human soul is mine, of course it's mine. Bai Jia took a deep breath. The reason he had been so successful was because he knew before coming here that all the restrictions on this path had been broken. His father had also guided him, and he had followed this path without losing any cultivation, feeling completely at ease. Standing on the mountaintop, he even saw the altar and the heavenly human soul on it. In his excitement, Bai Jia was filled with anticipation. He averted his gaze, because he still had one final hurdle to overcome, the restrictions. After completing that, he would ascend the altar to retrieve the heavenly human soul. Only one layer of restrictions remains, and it's the strongest one. It requires the Bai family bloodline to unlock it. The purer the bloodline, the faster it unlocks. Fortunately, I've prepared. Once I obtain the heavenly human soul, I will go kill Bai Hao. Bai Jia sneered, cutting his finger and using his blood to touch the forbidden seal. He also took out a jade bottle from his storage bag, crushed it, and inside was a drop of fresh blood. This drop of blood came from the celestial ancestor. Using the celestial ancestor's spiritual bloodline would make it easier to break the forbidden seal. When Bai Jia reached the mountaintop and opened the restrictions, many clan members witnessed it, expressing complex emotions, bitterness, and jealousy, yet feeling powerless to do anything. Outside the ancestral land, many Bai family members stood by the stone monument, witnessing the scene. The Bai family patriarch was visibly pleased, while the elders remained indifferent, clearly having reached a consensus that this trial was merely a formality. Even the captured grandmadam stood among the crowd, her eyes filled with excitement as she gazed at the stone monument. Bai Xiaochun observed everything Bai Jia was doing. When he saw Bai Jia using his bloodline to open the restrictions, he stopped and looked at her, his gaze incredibly profound. "Fifth sister, thank you for taking care of me. I have no way to repay you. If I were to give you half of the treasures on this mountain, I fear it would harm you. Tell me, what do you want? As long as I have it, I will give it to you." Bai Xiaochun turned his head to look at Miss Wu, his aura constantly increasing. His eyes were no longer dim, but incredibly bright and dazzling. Although his body remained the same as before, he gave off a feeling of being much taller. He stood there as if he could command the heavens and earth. The mountains beneath his feet seemed small, and the void around him twisted like a dark cave devouring everything. Everything changed too quickly, so quickly that they couldn't react in time. Even Miss Wu and Bai Lei were stunned. "You!" Bai Lei's eyes narrowed, his heart pounding faster than before. Bai Xiaochun gave him a sense of majesty like a great clan elder. Even his mind was deeply shaken, especially the look in the other's eyes, which frightened Bai Lei. Fifth Miss held her breath, her eyes wide with astonishment as she stared at Bai Xiaochun. She was stunned by what he said. "Fifth sister, what do you want?" Bai Xiaochun asked again, looking at Fifth Miss. Fifth Miss gasped for breath again, seemingly understanding something. Her body trembled slightly, her eyes shining brightly. She smiled and said, "You said you could give me half of the items on the mountain, if you dare to take them. Why wouldn't I dare to want them? Good." Bai Xiaochun understood Fifth Miss's meaning and laughed loudly. At this moment, no one on the mountain saw Bai Xiaochun's transformation. They were all captivated by Bai Qi's actions. Seeing Bai Jia removing the restrictions on the mountaintop, most of the Bai family members had mixed feelings, some complex, some envious, some jealous, some helpless, and some feeling a sense of injustice. There's no fairness to speak of right now. That's right, even if Bai Jia is a prodigy, even if his cultivation is at the great perfection of the golden core stage, why can he ascend the mountain so quickly and smoothly? HMPH, I've observed him many times before. Bai Jia didn't touch any restrictions along the way. It seems he knew this in advance, so his journey was very smooth. Doesn't everyone understand? This opening of the ancestral land is only for Bai Lei, to prevent others from competing with Bai Jia, so Bai Jia will definitely obtain the heavenly human soul, and use it to exchange for the 5 elements heavenly beast soul to form a nascent soul. The Bai family members on the mountain were angry and indignant, most of them from the collateral branches, while those from the main branch were smug and satisfied, shouting upon hearing the surrounding discussions. Bai Che is our Bai family's prodigy. It's only right that he obtains the heavenly human soul. Such discussions spread throughout the mountain, and even the Bai clan members outside the stone monument felt unbalanced. At this moment, they didn't care about Bai Xiaochun's transformation. The entire ancestral land was now captivated by Bai Che, radiating boundless brilliance. Everyone's eyes focused on one person. Seeing Bai Che using his bloodline to break the mountain's restrictions, various opinions arose outside the stone gate. It really is Bai Che. I suspected before that it would definitely be Bai Che, but the fact that he could open the ancestral land leaves us speechless. Although I had my expectations, it's not that others couldn't achieve it. It's just that no one has the advantage Bai Che has. While everyone outside was whispering amongst themselves, the clan elders remained silent. Everything was within their expectations. Even the great clan elders of the court and the disciplinary hall were the same. The patriarch made his decision, not allowing them to object, and Bai Che was indeed the most famous among the younger generation of the Bai family. Compared to them, the most excited person outside the main stone gate was Madame Tai. Her body trembled, her breathing became rapid due to excitement, and she joyfully gazed at Bai Che in the image. Bai Che is the killer of the Bai family, and the heavenly human soul has been prepared for him, she exclaimed. That little bastard Bai Hao daring to compete with Bai Che. What right does he have? Everything he has is prepared for Che. He only needs to take his notes and record his insights. I just wanted him dead, but he wouldn't comply, unexpectedly daring to resist. Just wait a little longer. After Che gets the heavenly human soul, I'll kill that little bastard. Madame Tai laughed loudly, her mood at this moment overflowing with joy. The Bai family patriarch's expression was no longer gloomy. He was overjoyed, his gaze towards Bai Che filled with warmth and pride. He had waited for this scene for too long. Bai Che had been constantly trying to break the restrictions on the mountaintop, and suddenly, among the crowd outside the ancestral land, looking at a corner of the image on the stone tablet, it was the position of Bai Xiaochun, and an earth-shattering aura erupted from him. The burst of aura also distorted the image on the stone tablet, as if acknowledging the powerful force disturbing the heavens and earth, wanting to release it into the sky. At this moment, everyone outside trembled, their expressions changing. That is, Bai Hao. What's happening? What is Bai Hao doing? Amidst the exclamations of shock, many clan members widened their eyes. The elders were stunned, and even the Grand Madam and the Bai family patriarch involuntarily stared at Bai Xiaochun. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun looked up at the sky and laughed loudly, then spoke to the fifth young lady. Fifth sister, if you dare to ask for it, I dare to give it to you. Bai Xiaochun laughed heartily. He realized that although the fifth young lady seemed weak, she actually possessed a strong will and confidence. More than half of the treasures on the mountaintop, once obtained, would be difficult to protect. Bai Xiaochun also believed that the fifth young lady had seen something. If she had such confidence, then since she had spoken, Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but agree. As he laughed loudly, Bai Xiaochun's hair fluttered in the windless air. At this moment, his cultivation level surged violently, breaking through from the early foundation establishment stage to the middle, late, and then to the great perfection stage. And then breaking through again, his aura transformed, becoming a golden core cultivator. His aura erupted as if piercing the heavens. A storm formed around him, sweeping through space in an instant. His aura intensified beyond imagination, the void roared, and all the Bai family members on the mountaintop exclaimed in shock. This my God, what happened? He's so powerful. Bai Lei broke out in a cold sweat, his mind blank. Even the fifth young lady was breathing erratically. She had previously figured out some answers, but after Bai Xiaochun's cultivation erupted, her expression changed constantly, and her eyes shone brightly. To put it simply, it all happened in the blink of an eye. Bai Xiaochun's cultivation had reached the great perfection of the golden core stage. He even took another step closer to the false nascent soul stage. After reaching this realm, Bai Xiaochun seemed to transform into a god or demon. His eyes shone like stars, his physical strength erupted, his slender body and youthful face concealed a terrifying dragon. He raised his right leg and laughed loudly, venting all the frustration in his heart. He released his sympathy for Bai Hao, further provoking the Bai family's resentment to erupt. He raised his right leg and stomped forcefully on the mountain beneath his feet. When Bai Xiaochun's right foot slammed down, the entire mountain seemed to be crushed by a giant, a thunderous explosion reverberating everywhere. Even the mountain itself shook, the earth-shattering scene terrifying the Bai family members present. This kit contained Bai Xiaochun's cultivation power. It was the combined force of his 3 clones, surpassing even the Golden Core stage. And it also carried the power of his own body to strike the mountain. His physical strength, combined with the 3rd level of the Immortal Longevity technique, erupted completely. He released the pressure he had been suppressing within the Bai family for the past few days, channeling it all into this single kick to the mountain. Numerous cracks appeared on the massive mountain, spreading outwards and instantly engulfing it. For the Bai family members on the mountain, this was the end of the world. They screamed in terror, and the protective enchantments surrounding their treasures shattered. It could be said that all the enchantments on the mountain had exploded, countless dim rays of light fading, and simultaneously, all the enchantments vanished. After the restrictive aura dissipated, treasures, magical artifacts, creations, and numerous soul elixirs were all drawn away by some strange force. This sight shook everyone. They saw countless dazzling lights, countless soul elixirs, and vengeful spirits flying straight up into the sky above the mountain, as numerous as raindrops. That's mid-range soul elixirs. The shattering sword technique, my god, that's a treasure of our Bai family. That's a metal attribute heavenly beast soul. The Bai family members on the mountain trembled uncontrollably, their hearts pounding as they watched so many creations fly past them. Bai Lei was also speechless. Everyone present was shaken by Bai Xiaochun's actions. He waved his sleeve, controlling the treasures to fly towards him. It could be said that more than half of the treasures on the mountain flew towards him. Bai Xiaochun didn't even glance at any of them. He pointed towards the 5th young lady. 5th sister, why don't you take them? 5th young lady was stunned, her chest heaving uncontrollably. Even though she was prepared, the actual event still shook her inexplicably, especially when Bai Xiaochun kicked the mountain, shattering all the protective aura and sending all the magical artifacts flying into the air. She had never seen such divine power before. She even felt that some of the clan elders couldn't do it. While she was still in a daze, Bai Xiaochun's words awakened her. She snapped back to reality, her eyes shining brightly. After a moment of consideration, she gritted her teeth and opened her storage bag. Even if Bai Hao betrays the clan today, the treasures are already in my bag. The clan can't take them. No. 5th young lady appeared weak, but her character concealed a strong will. Without hesitation, she opened her storage bag and began to collect the items with all her might. With Bai Xiaochun's assistance, each magical artifact, each medicinal soul, and each soul body flowed into 5th young lady's bag, instantly filling it to capacity. The Bai family members clearly witnessed this scene, and they cried out in shock. The one most shocked was Bai Lei. He stared blankly at everything. The changes were too great. Bai Hao, whom he had previously seen as a foolish boy, had instantly transformed into a peerless powerhouse. Everything shook his mind. Even the treasure on the mountain had been taken by the 5th young lady. He felt even more shocked, yet under Bai Xiaochun's oppressive aura, he dared not utter a word, not even express dissatisfaction, because his intuition told him something big was about to happen to the Bai family. His intuition was not wrong, and even the Bai family members on the mountain shared this feeling, especially those outside the ancestral land, seeing the image on the stone tablet, felt the same way. Everyone knew something big was about to happen. Outside the stone monument, because Bai Xiaochun's sudden rise shattered the mountain, all the treasures flew into the sky, and all the clansmen were constantly terrified, their minds reeling as if struck by lightning. My god, what is this? Is that Bai Hao? That's impossible. Isn't he just at the early foundation establishment stage? At this moment, he's not at the early foundation establishment stage. He's a nascent soul cultivator. What exactly happened? Bai Hao? He's been so secretive. His cultivation is on par with a nascent soul cultivator, yet no one discovered it before. Impossible. Something big is about to happen. This is the ancestral land, and today Bai Hao is invincible inside. Heavenly human soul. My god. His target must be the heavenly human soul. Bai Chai is in danger. Amidst the chaos and panic of the clansmen outside, an elder stood up and cried out in terror. Their minds were in turmoil. Others couldn't discern Bai Xiaochun's cultivation level, but he, being a nascent soul cultivator, could see it clearly. Bai Hao is a fake nascent soul. Damn it, maybe he wasn't Bai Hao at all. Not necessarily. If he didn't have the Bai family bloodline, even if he were a nascent soul cultivator, he couldn't escape our Bai family's detection formation. Such cultivation, if he really is Bai Hao, then he is the true prodigy of our Bai family. These clan elders discussed among themselves, their eyes shining brightly. The Grand Elder of the Court and the Grand Elder of the Punishment Hall were the same, especially the Grand Elder of the Court, whose eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Bai Xiaochun in the image. The false nascent soul realm. This Bai Hao must have encountered a great opportunity, a profound level of forbearance, a kind of forbearance even more terrifying than his cultivation. This person has astonishing spiritual cultivation skills, and his cultivation must be even more so. His talent is the strongest in the Bai family in the past 1,000 years. Such a person is the true prodigy of the Bai family. The minds of the two Grand Elders raced, Bai Xiaochun's rise and outburst surpassing everyone's understanding. They had never imagined such a thing would happen. Not only were they shocked, but there were others even more startled, the two great families and the envoy from the giant demon city. Their eyes widened. They couldn't have imagined that their trip to the Bai family would lead them to such an unbelievable sight. This talent, the Bai family didn't realize this before. Bai Hao's resentment towards the Bai family is too obvious. That's good. If we don't stop Bai Hao's powerful talent, I'm afraid the Bai family will rise again. Bai Hao. Interesting. This must be reported to the king immediately. The Bai family is showing signs of splitting, the envoy from the giant demon city and the two great families were even more terrified than the Bai family members. Some were on the verge of going insane. The Grand Madam trembled, wailing mournfully, Bai Hao, you bastard! You deserve to die! You deserve to die! You deserve to die! Guards, kill him for me! Kill him! Kill him! In Lady Tai's eyes, a bloodthirsty glint appeared. She stamped her feet frantically, her hair disheveled, seemingly unable to accept this reality. She screamed, causing a commotion around her. She couldn't help but be distraught, for Lady Tai felt an unprecedented terror. She realized that the assassins she had sent earlier weren't killed by outsiders as Bai Che had claimed, but killed by Bai Hao. Just thinking about Bai Hao's cultivation level, that even assassins were dead, and Bai Qi's words and gaze suggesting he wanted to kill Bai Hao. She knew the outcome without even thinking. Everything before her turned black, and she screamed uncontrollably. Bai Che! Danger! No, this isn't true. This isn't true. Tyre, hurry! Lady Tai screamed like a madwoman, but her cries couldn't reach the ancestral land. At that moment, she disregarded everything and immediately rushed to her husband's side, grabbing the hand of the Bai family patriarch. Bai Che is the prodigy of the Bai family. He cannot die? Without needing further explanation from the Grand Madam, she instantly grabbed the Bai family patriarch's hand. The Bai family patriarch, Bai Hao's father, immediately looked up to the sky and roared, his cries filled with uncontrollable humiliation and anger. Bai Hao, you deserve to die! The Bai family patriarch threw his hand up, his face contorted. Just like yesterday, he wasn't happy about Bai Xiaochun's rise. Instead, he was unimaginably furious. Why do you have this talent? Why do you have this cultivation? Your fate is to follow it. Your status is lowly. You are a secondary son. Why do you resist? The Bai family patriarch roared in anger, just like the Grand Madam, extremely worried about Bai Che. At this moment, he swung his hand, forming a hand seal and striking the stone tablet. The stone tablet trembled and crackled loudly. Even the White family patriarch couldn't simply open the ancestral land at will. He was exerting more force to open the ancestral land to enter and kill Bai Xiaochun. Once the ancestral land closed, opening it from the outside would take time. It couldn't be opened immediately. In his confusion, the White family patriarch's eyes blazed red. Elders, help me! This rebellious son deserves to die! As soon as he spoke, several ancestors from the main lineage immediately flew up to join forces with the White family patriarch, attempting to accelerate the opening of the ancestral land. The other elders hesitated, especially the Grand Elder of the court, who didn't intervene. You dare not intervene. If anything happens to my Kyre, I will absolutely not let you off. The Grand Madam roared angrily and mournfully, glaring disapprovingly at the other elders. In desperation, the Grand Madam had no choice but to plead with the envoy from the Tai family. As her maternal family, the Tai clan hesitated for a moment before intervening. They all joined forces, but the door wouldn't open. Even the heavenly human ancestor couldn't do it. It would take at least the time it takes for an incense stick to burn out before the door could be opened. Outside, chaos reigned. The Bai family was in utter disarray, all clan members harboring different thoughts. Inside the ancestral land, ever since Bai Xiaoqun shattered the mountain, Bai Che, who had already removed half of the restrictions, was terrified. His breathing hitched, and he staggered backward. He saw Bai Xiaoqun's cultivation form a storm, and from within the storm, he saw Bai Xiaoqun's eyes. Unfortunately, Bai Qi's head ached as if someone had hammered him. He cried out in agony, his heart filled with unimaginable fear. Those eyes were terrifying. Bai Che trembled as he looked at them. Those eyes saw him as nothing more than an ant, his life or death decided by the other's whim. That's impossible. This can't be true. Bai Qi's mind trembled. In a way, he had never experienced such a life or death situation. Every inch of his flesh, every bone in his body seemed to tremble with fear. He was terrified to the extreme. He abandoned the attempt to break the restrictions, desperately wanting to retreat, his only thought being to escape for his life. If only I could hold out for a while, father would definitely come to save me. Bai Che recoiled in terror. The moment he retreated, Bai Xiaoqun coldly stared at Bai Che, his eyes filled with a scrutinizing gaze. Why don't you go break the restrictions? Let me help you. Bai Xiaoqun spoke, causing a shiver to run through everyone inside and outside the ancestral land. He took a step forward. The distance between him and Bai Che was still over 3,000 feet. But for Bai Xiaoqun, 3,000 feet was just a hair's breadth, completely insignificant. He walked like a celestial being, each stride covering 300 yards, his body leaving behind afterimages. Before one afterimage vanished, another appeared, especially as his killing intent increased with each step, directly soaring into the sky, causing chaos in the ancestral land, the purple sky darkening. He wants to kill Bai Che. Inside the ancestral land, all the Bai family members were stunned with fear. Bai Lei's body trembled. At this moment, he swallowed hard and was speechless with terror. The fifth young lady remained silent, her eyes shining brightly. At the same time, outside the ancestral land, the same situation unfolded. When the earth-shattering killing intent erupted from Bai Xiaoqun, Bai Che trembled with fear, crying out in terror as he fled far away. At this moment, everyone exclaimed, Bai Che is in danger. My God, Bai Hao actually dares to kill someone. Not only were the clan members terrified, but even the clan elders were serious. Bai Xiaoqun was in the ancestral land. It was one thing if he didn't value other treasures, but if he actually dared to kill someone in front of them, this became a serious matter. In truth, this was unfair, because the roles had changed. If Bai Che had killed Bai Hao, they might have frowned, but it wouldn't have been that serious. But now it was different. The moment they realized Bai Che was the one chosen by the patriarch, and Bai Xiaoqun suddenly rose to power, even though they were deeply shaken and taken aback. They couldn't immediately grasp the sudden shift in the two men's statuses. At this point, the Grand Elder of the main hall couldn't sit idly by. Along with the other elders, he stepped forward to open the ancestral land. He had different thoughts from the others. He cherished Bai Hao's talent, and he couldn't stand by and watch the Bai family's long-suffering prodigy descend into a path of no return. Bai Hao, there can be no mistakes. I will take charge of everything for you. The elder of the Bai clan was worried. He knew that if Bai Hao killed Bai Che, especially at this time of rising power, it would be tantamount to turning his back on the Bai family. Doing so would be tantamount to declaring betrayal of the Bai family. While the elders were frantically attacking, the messenger from the giant ghost city stared intently at Bai Xiaoqun's figure in the image, his eyes filled with worrying. You rebellious son, how dare you? Seeing the scene inside, the Bai clan chief went completely insane. He roared fiercely, his heart torn apart, relentlessly attacking the stone tablet. Little bastard, stop, the Grand Madam shrieked, her body trembling. Her hair was disheveled, and she was like a madwoman, her voice sharp and piercing. Seemingly sensing the chaos and the bombardment outside, Bai Xiaoqun's killing intent intensified. After taking a step forward, He turned his head to look at the sky, his gaze seemingly piercing through the stone door to look at the white family patriarch and the grandmadam, who were in a frenzy. "Are you impatient now?" Bai Xiaochun sneered. He saw a swirling vortex appear in the sky, and without much thought, he understood that someone intended to open the ancestral land. "I wonder if the heavenly human ancestor will make a move." Bai Xiaochun's eyes lit up. He withdrew his thoughts and looked at Bai Che, who was fleeing into the distance. A surge of killing intent erupted from him as he took a step forward. With that one step, the heavens and earth roared, as if a giant's foot had pierced through the void, twisting everything around him. Everything in Bai Xiaochun's eyes slowed down. His figure took another step, surpassing the first, covering 700 meters. This single step caused the sky to twist as if about to collapse, the ground to shake violently. Bai Xiaochun's speed was incredibly fast, as if piercing through a barrier. He was now more than 2,000 feet away from Bai Che. "Bai Hao, the clan elders are watching outside. Do you dare to kill me?" Bai Che was terrified beyond imagination. The 2 steps Bai Xiaochun took, though described as slow, were actually incredibly fast, so fast that he hadn't even run 10 meters. A sense of impending death enveloped his mind, and Bai Che trembled with fear. The Bai family patriarch and the grandmadam outside the ancestral land were also terrified. They watched helplessly as Bai Xiaochun approached Bai Che at an extremely rapid speed, their despair growing. The ancestral land needed time to open, no matter what. They wouldn't be able to get in time to save Bai Che. At this moment, the grandmadam's eyes were bloodshot, and she wailed mournfully, "Bai Hao, you will not die in peace." The Bai family patriarch gasped for breath, his face filled with extreme worrying and gloom. He feared his son would be annihilated. He had forgotten Bai Hao was also his own flesh and blood. The other clansmen held their breath, watching Bai Xiaochun, who resembled a demon god, charging towards Bai Che in the ancestral land. Bai Xiaochun flicked his sleeve, his killing intent filling the sky. He took his 3rd step, and the moment his foot touched the ground, his speed exploded, far surpassing his previous speed. In an instant, he had covered 2,000 feet. He stood before Bai Che, his aura erupting like a storm, leaving Bai Che like a willow tree in the wind, his body trembling and a sense of despair engulfing his mind. 1 step, 300 feet. 2 steps, 700 feet. 3 steps, 2,000 feet. The speed was incredibly fast, and at this moment, the fear of the Bai family was like a tsunami crashing down on their minds. The gasps of cold air disappeared, everyone's hearts pounding in their throats. "Bai Hao, I am your brother. You dare to kill me. You are a traitor to the clan." Bai Che stared blankly as Bai Xiaochun appeared before him. The oppressive aura emanating from the other party terrified him to the point of losing his wits, his outward strength giving way as he let out a mournful scream. "So what?" Bai Xiaochun said, his words like a chilling winter's day. His words echoed across the sky, the purple sky constantly swirling with Bai Xiaochun's aura. A vortex formed in the sky, spinning rapidly, its core emanating an aura indistinguishable from the will of heaven. Even the mountain trembled violently, countless fragments of rock breaking off. The Bai family members on the mountain had lost their ability to think. They were speechless with astonishment. They were witnessing fratricide. One was the Bai family's prodigy, the other the second son. One was the son, the other a mere worm. But now everything had reversed. The prodigy had become a worm, the second son a son. As Bai Xiaochun took a step forward, his figure appearing before Bai Che, at that moment, his body grew so enormous it could cover the entire sky. The swirling vortex above was like a red sun, and in an instant, all the light obstructing him dimmed. A single person replacing the heavens, usurping the creation of heaven and earth. This image transformed into a shockwave that overwhelmed the minds of the Bai family members, especially the main branch and collateral branches. These clansmen forgot to breathe, their minds reeling so intensely that they completely forgot what they were supposed to do. Bai Lei trembled, not daring to move. The 5th young lady was terrified and bewildered. Bai Xiaochun's figure had become an unforgettable presence in their lives. He had left an indelible mark on their hearts, so deeply etched that they would never forget him. "Bai Hao, you shouldn't push this too far." Bai Che shouted, his eyes filled with unimaginable despair. His body trembled like someone suffering from malaria. He wanted to resist, but Bai Xiaochun's aura and pressure had transformed into a crushing storm, rendering him insignificant. Even though he was a great perfection core formation cultivator, even though he was a Bai family prodigy, in that instant, facing Bai Xiaochun, he felt utterly hopeless. You can't escape either. Even if you do, the savage wilderness is vast, but you have no chance of survival. Bai Jie quickly retreated, shouting in despair. Bai Hao, don't be impulsive. Let's talk things over calmly. I'm your older brother. Facing the imminent threat of death and overwhelmed by fear, Bai Jie was on the verge of madness. His mournful voice echoed everywhere. So what? Bai Xiaochun's voice boomed like thunder, reverberating across the sky. He raised his right hand, and at that moment, the red vortex above erupted with overwhelming pressure. Bai Xiaochun also carried a terrifying aura. Boom! 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 The ground shook violently, the entire land threatening to shatter. Bai Xiaochun unleashed a palm strike. At that moment, everyone's ears and eyes lost their senses, as if their souls had been ripped away by this single blow. Not only them, but the Bai family members outside the ancestral land were also like that, especially the Grand Madam, who wailed mournfully, her cries filled with anxiety echoing everywhere. Bai Hao, stop! The Bai family elders were also greatly shocked, their auras chaotic, watching Bai Xiaochun's figure in the image, watching him raise his palm. Bai Qi's face turned deathly pale. Every Bai family member watched without blinking, their minds in turmoil, their eyes and spiritual senses focused on Bai Xiaochun. Is he Bai Hao, this palm strike? This palm strike, Bai Hao. Is he about to betray the clan? The Bai family patriarch became even more frantic, his shouts echoing outside the ancestral land, similarly bombarding the stone tablet with even more force. Blood tears welled up in his eyes. He watched helplessly as his beloved son was annihilated, time and again unable to do anything, only able to watch. Bai Hao, I want to tear you to shreds. The Bai family patriarch roared like a madman. In that instant, he was no longer the patriarch. He had become a father. Time and time again, he forgot. He forgot that he was not only Bai Qi's father, but also Bai Hao's father. The entire Bai family was in an uproar. In the underground palace of the Bai family, in a secret chamber, 9 thick candles, as thick as arms, burned with blue flames. In the center of the 9 candles sat an old man meditating as if he had just crawled out of a coffin. The old man was skin and bones, as if only skin remained. He had little hair, and his eyes, which had been closed, suddenly opened. In an instant, a sun-like light shone in his eyes, a light that carried an oppressive aura. He raised his head, his gaze seemingly piercing the ground, looking towards the stone tablet, seeing Bai Jie and Bai Xiaochun inside. He didn't look up at Bai Jie, his gaze fixed only on Bai Xiaochun. Such talent, such aura, he's more suitable to become my reincarnation than Bai Jie. He murmured to himself, his voice hoarse and strained against the air. He saw the heavens and earth in the ancestral land explode with light, the sun and moon reversed. And Bai Xiaochun appeared with a crushing force that overwhelmed the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He was the center of all things. Bai Xiaochun raised his palm high as if grasping the universe. In Bai Qi's eyes, his hand became the entire world. The purple sky vanished, the crimson vortex faded. Bai Xiaochun's hand was the sole will of heaven in the ancestral land. It became the hand of death. Bai Hao, you want to betray the clan. Bai Jie roared, his blood seemingly stopping. He knew his parents outside were desperately attacking the stone monument to save him. He knew hundreds of clan members on the mountain were watching him. These people were useless. In his heart, no matter how vast the world was, no one could save him. As Bai Jie shouted, Bai Xiaochun's reply chilled him to the bone. So what if I'm a traitor? As he spoke, Bai Xiaochun raised his right hand. In Bai Qi's eyes, it transformed into a black hole devouring all light. It was an existence capable of destroying everything. A single palm strike. Descended. No. Bai Jie screamed in agony, his voice filled with madness. He refused to die here, and even more so, refused to die at Bai Hao's hands. He wanted to unleash his inner frustration, to gather all his cultivation, all his potential, all his life force, and unleash his greatest power. He clasped his hands together, forming a hand seal to block the incoming palm strike. Bai Jie raised both hands and used all his strength to stop Bai Xiaochun. He wanted to live. His resistance was like a grasshopper trying to stop a chariot. It was utterly futile. Under this single palm strike, the power of heaven and earth crushed everything. With a resounding explosion, Bai Qi's head shattered. All his divine abilities, his entire cultivation, and his bones were annihilated. His mournful screams vanished with this single blow. I'm not reconciled by how, what do you have to compare yourself to me? From a young age, I've been stronger than you, more respected than you, my cultivation is higher than yours. I'm not reconciled. Bai Qi cried out tragically. This was his final, desperate cry, his last moment of madness. He was like a fleeting flower, shining brightly only once before disappearing. The sound of shattering bones echoed throughout the ancestral land. Bai Xiaochun's palm strike destroyed everything. The moment it touched Bai Qi, all of his divine abilities and magic shattered, completely useless in resisting. Although he was at the great perfection of the core formation stage, and considered to be on the same level as Bai Xiaochun, he couldn't compare to Bai Xiaochun. He also didn't know that the person who killed him wasn't Bai Hao, but an existence he couldn't afford to offend, Bai Xiaochun. He was even less aware of how incomparably inferior he was to Bai Xiaochun. The difference was as vast as heaven and earth, fundamentally incomparable. Bai Xiaochun was a Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment cultivator and a Heavenly Dao Golden Core cultivator. Today, he merged 3 heavenly human souls to form 3 great heavenly human soul clones. Even without considering the explosive power unleashed by his profound foundation, Bai Xiaochun was still able to escape death at the hands of Hong Chen-nu. This was something other great perfection Golden Core cultivators couldn't do. Bai Qi certainly couldn't, so he was unwilling to be nothing more than a laughingstock. In a deafening explosion, his divine abilities and magical techniques vanished. His bones shattered, his flesh and blood torn apart, and he died a gruesome death. Bai Xiaochun's single palm strike annihilated his soul, even shattering his golden core, utterly destroying his body and spirit. Everyone standing on the mountain, Bai Lei, Miss Wu, members of the main branch and collateral branches of the Bai family, were stunned. They didn't have time to think. Their bodies trembled. Their breathing became rapid, and all they saw was the image of a palm strike landing on Bai Qi's body, followed by a blurry mass of blood and flesh. The scene was so shocking that all the members of the Bai family on the mountain forgot to breathe, forgot to murmur, forgot to cry out in astonishment. The Bai family members outside the ancestral land seemed to be in a strange realm. Although they were also shaken, they still had some reaction, and gradually, the people outside began to shout incessantly. He actually killed Bai Qi. That's Bai Qi, the killing son of our Bai family. My God, what's going on? Is he really Bai Hao? Unbelievable voices rang out, as if they couldn't believe their eyes. The people outside the ancestral land kept shouting and discussing. Everyone's scalp tightened as if it were about to crack. Such a thing had never happened in their Bai family. Countless people were stunned. The envoys of the 2 families kept gasping for air. Even the envoys from the giant ghost city, as witnesses, had extremely peculiar expressions. Their eyes filled with disbelief. Even though they had anticipated Bai Xiaochun's attack, they were still shaken when they saw him officially kill Bai Qi. Bai Hao, I swear I won't rest until I kill you. As everyone's minds reeled, the Bai family patriarch, his hair disheveled, looked up to the sky and wailed mournfully. His body trembled uncontrollably, his hands shaking uncontrollably, his eyes bloodshot, and tears of blood streamed down his face. His son was the Killin's son, the future of the Bai family. Now, he was gone. When the Bai family patriarch saw Bai Qi reduced to a pile of mangled flesh, he went mad, desperately pounding the stone tablet, trying to break the seal and enter the ancestral land. The surrounding elders gasped for breath, their hearts filled with unease. Even the great elder of the main hall was stunned, his eyes filled with regret. Compared to them, the white family patriarch was even more insane than before. But the most insane person here was Madame Tai. Bai Hao, you bastard, you won't die in peace. I want to kill you. I want to kill you. Kair, my Kair, this isn't real. This isn't real. Bai Hao. Madame Tai's screams were like those of a wild beast, sharp and filled with madness. At this moment, she seemed to have transformed into a vengeful ghost, her whole body trembling and screaming like a madwoman. Bai Xiaochun didn't know about these things, but he knew that after Bai Qi's death, the Bai family outside would likely go mad. Bai Xiaochun appeared to have terrifying killing intent, but his heart was incredibly calm. He had brazenly killed Bai Che, and although his mind was unsettled, he didn't think too much about it. He suppressed his anxiety. What mattered most to him now was to leave the Bai family as quickly as possible. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, his aura erupting once again. Without hesitation, as Bai Qi's body collapsed, his flesh and blood scattering everywhere, Bai Xiaochun raised his right hand and grabbed Bai Qi's storage bag. Then a storm directly swept Bai Qi's flesh and blood, colliding with the mountain's protective barrier. The barrier on the mountain required the blood of the Bai family to open, and now, having incorporated the blood of the heavenly human ancestor, the addition of Bai Qi's flesh and blood made it open even faster. Those on the mountain, seeing Bai Xiaochun use Bai Qi's flesh and blood to break the barrier, trembled, their hearts turning to ice. Those outside the ancestral land were the same. The Grand Madam wailed mournfully, and the Bai family patriarch roared, his grief so intense he spat out blood. I swear I will never forgive that rebellious son. A loud explosion resounded as Bai Qi's flesh and blood collided with the Forbidden's formation. Because Bai Che had previously broken it, the formation was already shaky and on the verge of collapse. Now it was visibly dissolving. As the light on the mountaintop faded, a cracking sound echoed from the altar, and the bloodline Forbidden's formation was broken. In an instant, the formation shattered. With the formation gone, no light was produced, and the heavenly human earth soul on the mountaintop appeared before everyone. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun strode straight towards the altar. His speed was incredibly fast. In the midst of the crowd's watchful eyes, Bai Xiaochun reached the mountaintop in a flash. Without hesitation, he lunged forward and grabbed the heavenly human earth soul. At this moment, the sky was affected, generating rolling thunder. Bai Xiaochun's right hand transformed into a blur as he touched the heavenly human earth soul, seizing it. As the heavenly human earth soul was taken away, the ground in the ancestral land trembled. Bai Xiaochun felt the heavenly human earth soul merge with the sky and earth of the place. It really is the heavenly human soul. Bai Xiaochun was excited. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. The heavenly human soul, it's in my hands. Bai Xiaochun's heart pounded. He couldn't help but be excited. For him, the heavenly Dao nascent soul was the only path he had to take. If he didn't take it, his path to immortality would be over. He already had 4 heavenly human souls. As long as he found a heavenly human metal soul, he could gather the 5 elements completely, use the 5 elements heavenly human soul to break through to the golden core stage, and form the legendary heavenly Dao nascent soul. Only a heavenly venerate on Tongshan Island had ever done that. The Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment and Heavenly Dao Golden Core both greatly increased my lifespan, far surpassing my peers. The Heavenly Dao Nascent Soul is so difficult to obtain, it will surely increase my lifespan even more miraculously. He immediately captured the Heavenly Human Earth Soul and stored it in his Crystal Soul Tower. The Heavenly Human Soul, he took the Heavenly Human Soul. Bai Ha's target was the heavenly human soul. What exactly does he want to do? Kill Bai Che, then use Bai Qi's flesh and blood to break the restrictions and take the heavenly human soul. Does he think he can still get out and then use the heavenly human soul to exchange for the 5 elements heavenly beast soul? The Bai family members outside the ancestral land didn't understand Bai Xiaochun's actions. They imposed their own thoughts on others, believing themselves to be Bai Hao. After killing Bai Che, he had essentially betrayed the clan, and even if he obtained the heavenly human soul, he couldn't withstand the Bai family's wrath. This is a demonic delusion. Not only does he want to rebel against the Bai family, but he also wants to steal the Bai family's heavenly human soul. The elders of the main branch outside the ancestral land were furious, and the eyes of some of the elders of the collateral branches flickered slightly. I don't think so. Maybe Bai Hao killed Bai Che simply because of a personal vendetta, and whoever obtains that heavenly human soul owns it. That's right, Bai Hao going out to exchange the heavenly human soul for the 5 elements heavenly beast soul clearly shows he has no intention of betraying the clan. Because of Bai Xiaochun's actions, many people have different opinions. The Grand Madam roared mournfully, her eyes filled with hatred. He must die. He killed my Kyre. He must die. No matter what he thinks, Bai Hao must die. Killing someone in the ancestral land is treason. Many members of the main clan kept shouting. At this moment, the surroundings were in an uproar. Even the Bai family patriarch, who was constantly bombarding the stone tablet, turned around and shouted at the people defending Bai Hao. His thunderous roar drowned out all other sounds. In my capacity as patriarch, I announce to the world that Bai Hao is a traitor. He must be utterly annihilated, body and soul. The clan will be cleansed, and this will serve as a warning. His voice was icy, as if emanating from between clenched teeth, directly using his clan leader status to declare Bai Hao a traitor. At the same time, deep within the Bai family's underground palace, in a secret chamber, the Bai family's patriarch, seated amidst 7 blue flames, opened his eyes. His gaze was even more profound. He didn't care about the chaos raging outside the Bai family. His eyes were fixed only on the image of Bai Xiaochun on the stone gate. As time passed, his hazy eyes grew increasingly agitated. He's very suitable to be my reincarnation. The Bai family's heavenly human patriarch was so excited he wanted to stand up, but hesitated, looking at the 7 flames surrounding him, before sitting back down. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun had taken the heavenly human soul, and his heart was filled with intense emotion. He looked up at the sky, his heaven-penetrating dharma eye in his forehead opening slightly to see how far the gate to the ancestral land had opened. There's only about half an incense stick's worth of time left. It will be opened soon. Bai Xiaochun's heart raced. He took a deep breath, his mind racing as he potted his storage bag. This storage bag belonged to Bai Che, but after Bai Qi's death, the imprint on it disappeared, leaving it ownerless. He quickly pulled out a bone scroll from the storage bag, which contained the complete handwritten notes of Bai Hao, the method for refining the 15-colored fire, and the insights derived by Bai Hao. Bai Xiaochun's face lit up with joy. He breathed heavily. This item was of immense value to him, no less than the heavenly human soul. Refining the 15-colored fire was secondary. The most important thing was Bai Hao's insights, which contained so many insights into fire and soul cultivation. For Bai Xiaochun, these deductions would elevate his fire refining skills to a higher level, their effect no less than that of the medicinal text in the Tongshan River region. Putting away the bone slip, Bai Xiaochun calmed down, his eyes resolute. His main purpose in coming to the Bai family had been accomplished. Other things were beyond his current capabilities. Today, the most important thing was to leave safely. Bai Xiaochun was extremely concerned about his own life. At this moment, he could use the Immortal Forbiddance technique to leave the formation, leave the ancestral land, or even teleport out of the Bai family's grand formation. But he felt it wouldn't be safe. Even if he left the Bai family, he felt it was safer to use the soul-slaying nail to shake the Bai family's grand formation. My life is only lived once. Whether it's carelessness or overconfidence, it could lead to unimaginable disaster. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaochun broke out in a cold sweat and instantly gritted his teeth. Because of my small network, more preparation is worthwhile. After I leave this place, if there's any way to cause chaos for the Bai family, I'll also entangle them with the Bai family's heavenly human ancestor. Only then will I be safe. Bai Xiaochun thought to himself, his eyes shining. Yes, before I could make the heavenly fire descend upon the Bai family. That would definitely cause widespread chaos within the Bai family, forcing the heavenly human ancestor to extinguish the heavenly fire. Suddenly, he realized that before he left, he should inflict significant damage on the Bai family. This rare but powerful feeling made Bai Xiaochun's heart pound. That way, after I leave, those who are hostile to the Bai family will be even more interested in me. Bai Xiaochun sneered, and suddenly he soared into the air. As he soared into the air, the Bai family members on the mountain trembled uncontrollably. Not only were they watching, but the people outside the ancestral land were also paying attention. At this moment of intense scrutiny, Bai Xiaochun's emotions surged. He felt that his wish within the reverse river sect had been fulfilled in the savage wilderness. Filled with pride and exhilaration, Bai Xiaochun swung his hand and struck the soul tower, causing countless vengeful spirits to appear. While the Bai family members were stunned, Bai Xiaochun raised his right hand and squeezed a group of vengeful spirits. This single grab transformed his palm into a black hole, and as he squeezed and crushed the spirits, when he opened his hand, a single-colored flame appeared. This scene astonished the Bai family members, and those outside were even more bewildered. He's refining fire. He's created such a tower, though it's only a single-colored flame, and he accomplished it with just one swing of his hand. The eyes of the clan elders narrowed. The grand elder of the main hall was deeply shaken. He had gleaned much from Bai Xiaochun's single strike. Bai Xiaochun's fire refining wasn't finished yet, and many shocking and outrageous things were already happening. He held the single-colored fire in his hand, devouring vengeful spirits. Then he squeezed it again. 2-colored fire, 3-colored fire, 5-colored fire, 7-colored fire. In just a few breaths, Bai Xiaochun had refined the 7-colored fire, his movements incredibly skillful, as if he were just strolling around. Everyone was stunned. A third-grade soul refiner, my God, I'm not surprised he's a third-grade soul refiner, but his fire refining speed and success rate are too high. Am I seeing things? It was all done in a single attempt. I can't believe he achieved the 7-colored fire in one go. Bai Hao's rise to power crushed Bai Che, stealing the heavenly human soul. This event shook the Bai family like a world-destroying tsunami. Even the two families attending the ceremony were utterly astonished. The envoy from Giant Ghost City was even more excited. He had already sent this news back to Giant Ghost City. He had thought what he had seen before was the limit, but he never imagined Bai Hao would also display such astonishing fire refining abilities. It seemed it was just the beginning. A third-grade soul refining master. This Bai Hao was once called a good-for-nothing by the Bai family. His status as a second son was also discarded, and it was said his aptitude was extremely low. It's rumored that despite his low aptitude, he's now displaying astonishing cultivation and combat power. Unless he's impersonating a substitute. While everyone present was astonished, Bai Xiaochun's fire refining in the ancestral land hadn't finished. He continued, this time using his hand to lift the 7-colored fire and unleash a sea of flames around him, using some kind of pattern to refine the vengeful spirits. Ordinary soul refiners couldn't discern the pattern, but in the eyes of the elders of the great clans, it held an astonishing allure. This is. As they trembled, the 7-colored fire spreading around transformed into 8-colored fire. Bai Xiaochun clenched his hand, condensing the sea of flames into one place, and in an instant, a mass of -1-colored fire appeared. The scene deeply shocked many people because Bai Xiaochun's movements were terrifyingly skillful. He refined the 8-colored fire as easily as writing, with no difficulty whatsoever. The clan elders knew exactly what this represented. They narrowed their eyes, their hearts trembling, then they widened their eyes again. Bai Xiaochun raised his right hand, scattering the 8-colored flames around him. The flames absorbed the vengeful spirits and then condensed, becoming 9-colored flames. Before anyone could exclaim in surprise, Bai Xiaochun raised his head again, continuing to raise the 9-colored flames in his hand, transforming them into a sea of fire spreading around him. At the same time, many vengeful spirits flew out of the soul tower. These vengeful spirits were devoured by the 9-colored flames. As Bai Xiaochun raised his hand and tightened his grip, the sea of fire condensed into one, transforming into 10-colored flames. 10-colored flames. Peak 3rd grade. My God, am I seeing things? From 1-colored flames to 10-colored flames, he succeeded in a single attempt. How is this possible? The crowd outside gasped uncontrollably, their voices filled with astonishment and disbelief. Bai Xiaochun didn't wait for them to recover, constantly stimulating their minds. They were drawn to his rhythm, and many eagerly anticipated the bizarre spectacle before them. As everyone cried out in fear, Bai Xiaochun acted again. His eyes gleamed, and he raised his right hand. 10-colored flames spread outwards. As the sea of fire engulfed the ancestral land, numerous vengeful spirits emerged from Bai Xiaochun's soul tower. These spirits were instantly absorbed by the flames, and in the astonished and terrified eyes of everyone, the flames continuously transformed. Everyone realized Bai Xiaochun was about to refine 11-colored flames. The clan elders involuntarily held their breath, watching as the 10-colored flames devoured the vengeful spirits. Their hearts trembled, and their expressions changed constantly. Can he cultivate the 11-colored fire? Absolutely impossible. The 11-colored fire, that's the ultimate level of a high-grade soul refiner. Bai Hao would find it difficult to cultivate, you must know. Even they are only peak 3rd-grade soul refiners. To advance further is highly unlikely. Bai Hao has already reached the same level as them. One more step and he'll be a high-grade soul refiner. In the Bai family, there are only 2 high-grade soul refiners, the elders of the main hall and the elder of the punishment hall. Even the Bai family patriarch hasn't reached the high-grade level. At this moment, his face was pale. He looked at the image on the stone tablet, his heart filled with madness, his eyes blazing red. He felt an overwhelming killing intent. He didn't care whether Bai Xiaochun was a prodigy or not. He wanted to kill him mercilessly. The Grand Madam was even more so, her hair disheveled, her eyes filled with hatred as she stared at the image. At this moment, countless eyes stared intently at the 10-colored fire devouring the vengeful spirits. Their breathing was barely audible. They noticed that after devouring the vengeful spirits, the 10-colored fire acquired another color. The moment this color appeared, everyone gasped. The space seemed to fall silent. Bai Xiaochun raised his right hand, condensing the sea of fire into his palm. The 11-colored fire burned within him, shaking the entire Bai family. 11-colored fire. He's not a peak third grade. He's a Huang grade soul refining master. That's impossible. How is that possible? All the Bai family members exclaimed in unison, their cries filled with disbelief and utter astonishment. Huang grade! Those clan elders trembled, their faces grim. Today they had witnessed to many unbelievable things, even more unbelievable than seeing Bai Xiaochun kill Bai Jie. The grand elders of the court and the punishment hall exchanged glances, their minds shaken, and they were also astonished by Bai Xiaochun in the image. The most shocked were the Grand Madam and the Bai family patriarch. The Grand Madam was stunned, her face contorted with anger, while the Bai family patriarch felt as if he had been struck by 1,000 lightning bolts. He knew that Bai Hao had extraordinary fire-refining talent, but talent was talent, and whether that talent could be transformed into strength was another matter entirely. Now, seeing Bai Hao refine the 10-colored fire into 11-colored fire, this scene shocked him beyond compare. This can't be real. The Bai family patriarch whispered, his heart trembling. He felt an unspeakable humiliation. When the 11-colored flames appeared, he couldn't believe it was real. This is the Bai family, Akilan's son. The other two families and the envoy from Giant Ghost City were deeply shaken. Such a young man, already a high-grade soul refining master, such a feat was as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns across all the forces in Giant Ghost City. Before the onlookers could stop their astonished cries, Bai Xiaochun, within the ancestral land, raised his hand. With a wave of his hand, the vengeful spirits flew out of the soul tower. The current number of vengeful spirits was only enough to activate the 11th to 12th colored flames. At this moment, the sea of fire spread outwards, leaving the onlookers stunned. He wants to cultivate the 12th colored flames? Crazy, insane. A gleam appeared in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. At this moment, his mind was completely immersed in the flames. As the flames merged with the vengeful spirits, the sea of fire began to tremble erratically. Bai Xiaochun knew that if he used his clones to stabilize the flames, he could condense the sea of fire into 12-colored flames. If he could condense the sea of fire into flames in his palm, he could summon a meteor shower of fire. This is the moment I want. Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth. His body appeared within the layer. When the layer appeared, the fire clone emerged, and the suppressed sea of fire erupted with a towering blaze. The dazzling light shone like the sun. Everyone stared at the image, completely unaware that Bai Xiaochun's clone had emerged. After all, it was just an image. Those in the ancestral land couldn't see it clearly, but they could see the earth-shattering sea of fire engulfing everything. In an instant, the sea of fire covered the sky above the ancestral land. After the long and arduous bombardment by the Bai family patriarch, the ancestral land opened. Bai Hao, accept your death, the Bai family patriarch roared, immediately entering the crack in the stone tablet. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun, who was refining fire, looked up and saw a crack appear in the sky, an external crack. He saw the Bai family members outside staring at the sea of fire. He also saw the Bai family patriarch entering, and a look of madness appeared in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. Success or failure depends on this moment. Bai Xiaochun roared inwardly, immediately taking a step forward. He wanted to unleash the 12-colored sea of fire from the Bai family's ancestral land. He's coming out. He's taking the 12-colored sea of fire out. My God, the Bai family members trembled as they looked at the stone gate, especially the servants, their faces ashen, their eyes filled with despair. All eyes simultaneously turned towards the exit. In an instant, the Bai family patriarch burst through the main gate of the Bai family's ancestral land. Even with the sea of fire, Bai Xiaochun didn't care. He charged straight ahead. The temperature of the 12-colored sea of fire was extremely high. The patriarch's expression changed. He even felt a hint of threat, but he couldn't suppress his madness. He watched helplessly as his beloved son was murdered, watched helplessly as Bai Hao, whom he considered a worthless outcast, rose to power, watched helplessly as Bai Hao trampled on all his hard work. At this moment, his anger and madness were unparalleled. He wanted to kill. He wanted to kill Bai Hao. He unleashed his full cultivation of the mid-stage nascent soul, becoming like a powerful sword charging straight towards Bai Xiaochun. "Rebellious son, die for me!" Shouting, the Bai family patriarch transformed into a sharp sword and plunged into the sea of fire. Before he could penetrate the flames, Bai Xiaochun, within the sea of fire, swung his hand, creating a storm that collided with the Bai family patriarch from a distance. A deafening roar shook the heavens. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. He had no time to care about the Bai family patriarch. At this moment, he unleashed his speed to the limit. The surrounding scenery seemed to slow down. Only he remained normal. His speed was unimaginably fast. He carried the sea of fire past the White family patriarch, and when he was still 10 meters away, he sped past, piercing through the entrance and bringing the sea of fire down upon the White family. As soon as it appeared, the 12-colored sea of fire erupted and spread in all directions, dyeing the sky red, creating an extremely powerful pressure and aura, suppressing the minds of the White family members to the extreme. At this moment, a terrifying scene unfolded. The 12-colored sea of fire transformed into a fiery storm. When everyone saw the scene before them, 7 or 8 of the surrounding elders from the main lineage rushed out, their eyes filled with murderous intent, wanting to kill Bai Xiaochun. Because Bai Xiaochun was surrounded by the 12-colored sea of fire, the elders were wary. Although they rushed forward, they dared not step into the flames. Bai Xiaochun swung his left hand, crushing 7 or 8 jade slips. As the first jade slip shattered, hundreds of soul-slaying nails he had placed in hundreds of locations around the Bai family exploded, creating a deafening roar. Hundreds of areas within the Bai family erupted with earth-shattering killing intent, enveloping the Bai family's protective formation. In an instant, the Bai family's strongest formation twisted, spiderweb-like cracks appearing at the twisted points, and a creaking sound echoed in all directions. The grand formation showed signs of breaking. The first signs of breaking appeared, followed immediately by the remaining jade slips shattering simultaneously. A teleportation force enveloped Bai Xiaochun's body. After the jade slips came the teleportation talisman. Everything happened in such a short time that a rift appeared in the grand formation, and a teleportation talisman materialized. In an instant, Bai Xiaochun's body became indistinct, and the nascent soul-level clan elders simultaneously used their divine consciousness to penetrate the surrounding void. They relied on their divine consciousness to disrupt the void's power and prevent the teleportation talisman from being activated. This is the most common method. Simply disrupting the teleportation talisman will prevent teleportation. Leaving aside whether the nascent soul cultivators can disrupt space, their combined actions cause the heavens and earth to become hazy, and the winds and clouds to reverse. Bai Xiaochun's activation of the teleportation talisman also interrupted the teleportation force. Bai Xiaochun's eyes narrowed, his heart pounding. He had anticipated this, and without hesitation, he roared to the heavens and entered the void before him. In an instant, the nascent soul clan elders attacked, and the Bai family patriarch in the ancestral land also turned and flew out. Bai Xiaochun had already taken a step forward. With that step, Bai Xiaochun used the Immortal Forbidden's secret technique, his body becoming indistinct. He dissolved and disappeared, bypassing the spatial reversal. The scene before them terrified the clan elders and others. Even using spatial reversal couldn't stop the opponent. At this moment, they had no way to stop Bai Xiaochun, as he was surrounded by a sea of 12-colored flames, a sight that frightened even them. Just as Bai Xiaochun's body was about to disintegrate and disappear, a cold snort echoed. The snort came from the secret chamber of the Bai family's underground palace, clearly indicating that the heavenly human ancestor had taken action. In the underground palace, the old man sitting amidst 7 burning incense sticks opened his eyes, a brilliant radiance emanating from them. He raised his right hand and made a clawing motion in the air. At that moment, in the space above the Bai family's residence, the heavens and earth twisted and warped, as if an unimaginable will had directly descended to replace the will of heaven, transforming into a hand to block Bai Xiaochun. "Stay!" This clawing motion filled the void surrounding Bai Xiaochun. The immortal forbiddance technique wasn't severed, but it was slowed down. Upon seeing this, the Bai family elders and patriarch rejoiced. Ancestor! The ancestor has attacked. By how, you will undoubtedly die today. The heavenly human ancestor's immediate attack terrified Bai Xiaochun. All of this was within his expectations. His eyes flashed with ferocity. He had gone mad, disregarding everything. I've been waiting for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Xiaochun raised his right hand, instantly causing the 12-colored sea of fire to erupt. He intended to condense the sea of fire into his hand and then transform it into a mass of 12-colored flames. It would have been better if it hadn't condensed into a solid flame. Once it did, it would cause internal instability, and once this instability erupted, it would create a violent force. At this moment, the elders of the main lineage and the Bai family patriarch felt uneasy. Their expressions changed, and before they could react, the sea of fire contracted slightly. Finally, the instability reached its limit and exploded, a deafening roar echoing throughout the Bai family. Boom! In an instant, the 12-colored sea of fire covered 100 jong radius, sweeping across 7 or 8 elders of the main lineage and the Bai family patriarch. Everyone retreated continuously, as the exploding sea of fire collided with the hand of the heavenly human ancestor that was striking down. A thunderous roar shook the 9 heavens. 100 jong radius in the air collapsed, a hole appeared, the sea of fire vanished, and the illusory hand of the heavenly human ancestor did not collapse. It remained as before, but was considerably dimmer. Even so, the hand struck directly at Bai Xiaochun. The heavenly human divine power had been greatly weakened, but Bai Xiaochun was no longer as fearful as before. He looked up at the sky, his body appearing as overlapping illusory images. 3 clones flew out from him and attacked the hand simultaneously. The 3 clones used all their strength to bombard the hand. Boom! The wit clone collided with the hand first, spitting out fresh blood before transforming into a green light and returning to Bai Xiaochun's body, causing the hand to momentarily pause. Boom! The water clone followed, blocking the hand. Although more than half of its body was shattered, it still managed to slightly halt the hand, its light dimming considerably. Finally, the fire clone, instead of passively blocking, took advantage of the hand's momentary pause to launch a full-force attack. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed throughout the Bai family. The fire clone spat out fresh blood and retreated. The hand, continuously weakened, eventually fell to the ground, only a small remnant remaining before finally striking Bai Xiaochun's main body. Although a powerful explosion occurred, it only caused Bai Xiaochun to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Bai Xiaochun, spitting out blood, laughed loudly. Heavenly human, nothing more than this. As soon as he finished speaking, his body rapidly disintegrated, about to merge into nothingness. Even the heavenly human ancestor couldn't stop Bai Xiaochun from leaving. All the Bai family members were stunned. Even the elders and branch clan leaders of the Bai family couldn't believe what they were seeing. This was beyond their imagination. Although they all knew Bai Xiaochun was very strong, he was still only at the core formation stage. No one believed that a mere core formation cultivator could escape a single move from a heavenly human ancestor personally unleashed. Even though it wasn't his true body appearing, but merely a divine spell, even seeing it with their own eyes was unbelievable. Of course, everyone present didn't see that at the moment the ancestor's divine spell descended, 3 of Bai Xiaochun's clones joined forces to resist. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun's body became blurry, ready to disappear at any moment. In the underground palace's secret chamber, the heavenly human ancestor of the Bai family's face turned grim, his eyes filled with cold light. He raised his right hand again, and as he did so, his body swelled up, his withered flesh becoming full again. Especially, the heavenly human ancestor's right hand now contained spatial power, causing the surroundings to twist and distort, the sky seemingly about to explode, giving the feeling that heaven and earth were about to collapse. Then, the heavenly human ancestor wanted to attack Bai Xiaochun again, but his expression changed. He struck the sky with a claw, not at Bai Xiaochun. As the heavenly human ancestor of the Bai family unleashed his claw attack, the sky, which had been azure, turned crimson. Clouds of fire hovering in the air transformed into seas of flames, falling to the ground at incredible speed, each cloud carrying a destructive force. These falling clouds of fire were 12 different colors. It's by how he created the fire dance from last time. Everyone's expressions changed as they watched the falling clouds of fire, the intense heat scorching the Bai family below. More importantly, a gap had appeared in the Grand Formation. Although the gap was closing, its recovery speed was not as fast as the descending sea of fire. As soon as the sea of fire touched the gap, it would infiltrate the Bai family. When this 12-colored sea of fire descended, the Bai family's legacy would suffer severe losses. Even if the heavenly human ancestor intervened, one person's strength could not avert such serious damage. From the moment the sea of fire descended, its super powerful flames were enough to destroy the Bai family, and disaster would engulf all its members. Currently, the heavenly human ancestor of the Bai family had two choices: either save Bai Xiaochun or extinguish the sea of fire. With the ancestor's abilities, he could easily accomplish both, but it would leave a loophole. The heavenly human ancestor of the Bai family chose to extinguish the fire and save the Bai family first. Just as everyone in the Bai family was feeling despair, a giant hand appeared in the sky, preventing the sea of fire from descending directly upon the Bai family. The hand grew larger and larger as it rose higher, and just before reaching the sea of fire, it expanded to a size of 100,000 feet, engulfing the flames and even surrounding Bai Xiaochun. Obviously, the ancestor of the Bai family, the heavenly human, didn't want to let Bai Xiaochun go. Unfortunately, Bai Xiaochun wasn't an ordinary core formation cultivator. He was a Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment cultivator, a Heavenly Dao core formation cultivator, and with 3 heavenly human soul clones. His combat power had long surpassed the limits of core formation. He could kill early-stage nascent soul cultivators and even fight against mid-stage nascent soul cultivators. As the number of clones increased, he could even defeat mid-stage nascent soul cultivators. The saying "many small things make a big difference" was absolutely true in Bai Xiaochun's case. He had continuously improved during his journey to nascent soul. In an instant, as the giant hand enveloped him, Bai Xiaochun vanished without a trace, having just used the Immortal Forbiddance technique to escape the Bai family. A deafening explosion echoed across the sky, and the sea of fire in the sky, which had been constantly battling the giant hand, was finally extinguished. Inside the underground palace, the White family's heavenly human ancestor's expression was extremely cold and grim. He looked toward the direction where Bai Xiaochun had just escaped. As Bai Xiaochun was about to take a step forward, he noticed the 7 flickering candles around him. The 7-life Lotus Heart Lamp. We've reached the final stage. We can't leave so easily, the White family's heavenly human ancestor muttered softly, then took a deep breath. He sat down cross-legged and issued another order to the Bai family members. Take my divine seal and use several soul-piercing staffs to find Bai Hao's whereabouts. He must be captured alive within 7 days at most. The heavenly human ancestor used his divine consciousness to transmit his voice, the sound echoing in the ears of every Bai family member. Each clan elder acted simultaneously, bowing respectfully to receive the order. In an instant, a mysterious divine seal appeared in their minds. This mark helps them search for Bai Xiaochun's whereabouts. Although Bai Xiaochun has escaped, the Bai family's heavenly human ancestor had previously placed a mark on him. As long as the mark remains, he can sense Bai Xiaochun's location. Besides the mark, 9 soul-piercing boats flew out through the underground palace. This is a technique of the heavenly human ancestor. The speed of the soul-piercing boats is incredibly fast, comparable to a nascent soul great perfection cultivator. The Bai family patriarch was shocked. He then looked up at the ancestor, his eyes filled with intense killing intent. His heart was filled with madness. He desperately wanted to kill Bai Xiaochun himself, but he dared not disobey the ancestor's order. The ancestor had said to capture him, and he absolutely had to capture him. During the capture process, physical harm could be avoided, but the punishment for his actions was unbearable. He wanted that rebellious son, Bai Hao, to know what suffering was like. The White family patriarch waved his hand, and he flew onto a sailboat before leaving the White family. Please, ancestor, grant me a speedy reward. I'm sure I can capture that rebellious son alive. All right. A voice echoed from the underground palace, and immediately a purple light appeared, a small flag which flew straight towards the White family patriarch. Rebellious son, no matter how far you teleport, you can't escape. Father Bai Hao's face was ferocious. Without another word, he accelerated his flight to search for Bai Xiaochun. At this moment, the Grand Madame stood among the crowd, her heart filled with intense sorrow and resentment. "Little bastard Bai Hao, I want to skin you alive, rip out your bones, butcher your ox and feed your flesh to the dogs, and torture your soul for eternity." With the Bai family's transformation and Bai Hao's escape, there was nothing left to see. The envoys from the two major families and the extreme ghost city had no obligation to conceal the matter for the Bai family, so it was easy to imagine that before long, all the forces in extreme ghost city would know about it. This incident was the greatest humiliation the Bai family had ever suffered, unprecedented in history. Although the elders who were not part of the main branch of the family also carried out the ancestors' orders, they did so half-heartedly. For them, capturing Bai Xiaochun was just a matter of time, and they didn't need to put in too much effort. But the main branch of the Bai family was different. Their killing intent soared, and they used all their strength to hunt him down in a short time, constantly fanning out in all directions to search for Bai Xiaochun. Once they found Bai Xiaochun, they had to immediately notify the experts to come and deal with him. They felt that 7 days was too long. It was best to quickly capture Bai Xiaochun to avoid any further complications. While the Bai family relentlessly searched for Bai Xiaochun, the space within a mountain range warped, and Bai Xiaochun's figure gradually solidified. He staggered as he appeared, then spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, clearly indicating he was severely injured. Still underestimating the heavenly humans, Bai Xiaochun trembled, his face pale. Previously, while still within the Bai family's territory, the surrounding gazes had been calm, but now he alone trembled with fear. Taking several deep breaths, Bai Xiaochun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He turned his head to look around, shuddering at the thought, feeling like he had just narrowly escaped death. Thankfully, he hadn't used his demigod soul. Damn them, I mustn't be so impulsive again. It was too terrifying. Bai Xiaochun shook his head with a bitter smile. This trip to the Bai family had made him feel a little bolder. Bai Xiaochun's inner self was constantly battling with itself, and he kept correcting the mistakes he had made. In this vast world, my own insignificant life is the most precious thing. Bai Xiaochun's face was filled with sorrow as he thought about how his escape from the Bai family had relied on extensive preparation, the soul-slaying nail, the teleportation talisman, the immortal forbiddance technique, and the far dance secret technique. He had meticulously planned every moment, yet even with such extreme planning, he still faced a life-or-death situation, clinging to a path of survival. If he had been even slightly unprepared, or made a mistake in timing, he would have been forced to use his demigod soul. If he had used such a powerful killing move, Bai Xiaochun wasn't sure if he could have resolved everything smoothly. Bai Xiaochun, you must remember this lesson. If you encounter such a situation again, you must be well prepared. Only then will you be safe. Bai Xiaochun took out the spiritual liquid and drank it in sips to restore his cultivation. He then used a jade slip to send a message to Zhou Yixing and Li Feng, instructing them to wait for him at a designated location. These two were indirectly involved in causing chaos at the Bai family and were accomplices of Bai Xiaochun. Moreover, judging from their previous behavior, Bai Xiaochun felt he could reluctantly trust them. He only kept a close watch on them, not really intending to go there himself. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun lowered his head and stared at the heavenly human earth soul in his storage bag, his eyes burning with intense desire. Obtaining the heavenly human earth soul this journey to the Bai family, though dangerous, is worth it. As Bai Xiaochun thought this, he suddenly shuddered, realizing how dangerous his thinking was. It was clearly like seeking wealth and fortune in danger. He was instantly terrified and quickly corrected his misguided thoughts. No, my thoughts are wrong again. It's not worth it, not even a little bit. This heavenly human soul can only be considered a small consolation. Bai Xiaochun patted his head, as if trying to extinguish the wrong thoughts that had just arisen in his mind. However, from another perspective, I'm in the savage wilderness, which is inherently fraught with danger, and my body is acting involuntarily. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun took out the heavenly human soul, his eyes filled with anticipation, and he took a deep breath, as if trying to fill his chest. The moment the heavenly human earth soul appeared before Bai Xiaochun's chest, he used the heavenly human soul-devouring secret technique he had obtained in the burial palace. Wherever Bai Xiaochun channeled the secret technique, the heavenly human earth soul emitted a golden light, each ray shooting straight up into the sky. illuminating all directions and transforming into countless visible light beams before merging into Bai Xiaochun's entire body. The feeling of merging the heavenly human soul reappeared in Bai Xiaochun's heart. Others hadn't experienced the process of merging the heavenly human soul, but Bai Xiaochun himself had gone through it 3 times, so he naturally didn't feel any strangeness. He adjusted his breathing. The merging didn't take too long. After all the light had merged into Bai Xiaochun's body, he slowly opened his eyes. He could clearly feel that although his cultivation hadn't increased, his combat power, at this moment, it had increased significantly. He saw 4 astonishing vortices hidden within his body. Each vortex was a clone of Bai Xiaochun. The 4 clones had the same cultivation and physical strength as the main body. Even their divine consciousness was the same. Once released, including the main body, it was as if they had become 5 people. 5 peak-level Heavenly Tao Golden Core cultivators, 5 bodies possessing the 3rd level of the Immortal Longevity Technique, have broken through the shackles. Any one of them has the power to fight a nascent soul early-stage cultivator or even kill one. If all of them appeared, the level of terror would be even greater than a nascent soul mid-stage cultivator. Bai Xiaochun was excited, his excitement uncontrollable. At this moment, he felt a little bit like he had some self-defense capabilities in the savage wilderness. I have 4 great clones. From there, even if a nascent soul great perfection cultivator chases after me, crushing me is impossible. Unless a celestial being chases after me. Unfortunately, if a celestial being ancestor attacks, I have no power to resist and can only use the demigod soul in the tower. Bai Xiaochun's heart pounded. Although he was nervous, he couldn't find any other way out at the moment. He understood clearly that the Bai family wouldn't let him off the hook. Since embarking on this path, he had encountered countless pursuers. He believed that if he could hold out for a while, the Bai family wouldn't be able to withstand it. Let's see who perseveres to the end. If they truly force me, I'll use the demigod soul in the tower. I don't believe I can't severely injure a celestial being. Even if I can't kill them, the other 2 great families or the opposing forces of the giant ghost city will spare the Bai family. Bai Xiaochun carefully considered his options. He gritted his teeth and turned to head straight into the distance. His goal wasn't the giant ghost city. He intended to go deep into the savage wilderness to avoid the current situation. Not far from Bai Xiaochun, outside the Bai family compound, the Bai family patriarch unleashed an overwhelming aura of killing intent. Around him, countless wailing vengeful spirits converged to form a large ship, carrying him away at an astonishing speed. The speed was incredibly fast, surpassing even the speed of the White family patriarch himself. Using this secret technique consumed a great deal of energy, but because he was the White family patriarch, he had plenty of soul elixirs to restore his strength, so he wasn't afraid of the depletion. However, he wasn't satisfied with this speed, but he had no other choice. He used his own cultivation to boost the soul boat, increasing its speed even further. Amidst the resounding explosions, a phantom image appeared in the heavens and earth, pouring into his mind the ancestor's divine seal, guiding him in the right direction. Hurry up! The White family patriarch sensed the divine seal's movement. The divine seal was guiding Bai Xiaochun, who was fleeing. He was far behind. If he maintained this speed, it would take at least 3 days to catch up. These 3 days were against the patriarch's orders, not to mention that the Bai family patriarch himself couldn't wait any longer. He was consumed by a desire to kill Bai Xiaochun, a desire as strong as darkness devouring everything. The longer he didn't kill Bai Xiaochun, the more pain he felt. Seeing his opponent flee, the White family patriarch's eyes blazed red. He raised his right hand and struck his forehead. With that strike, a purple aura appeared between his eyebrows. As soon as the purple aura appeared, the space around him turned red. It was a small flag. The White family patriarch cast a spell, pouring his soul power into the flag, which grew into a fan-like shape. He held it in his hand. Rebellious son, you can't escape. The White family patriarch opened his mouth wide and spat a stream of his life force into the flag. The flag, now as large as a fan, expanded. At the same time, the White family patriarch poured a large amount of soul medicine into the flag. The flag exploded, and after the explosion, countless lightning bolts appeared in the surrounding space. The White family patriarch's eyes blazed red as he planted the flag into the ship. Boom! The soul ship trembled, countless lightning bolts swirling around it, its speed increasing dozens of times. It seemed faster than lightning, appearing on the horizon in the blink of an eye. This kind of speed wasn't something a nascent soul cultivator could achieve. It was comparable to a celestial being. Maintaining this speed requires a huge price. Even a single second of this speed consumes a tremendous amount of energy. Even with the White family patriarch's vast collection of soul elixirs, he couldn't sustain it for very long, at most an hour. 1 hour, and I'll catch up to you. The White family patriarch went berserk, disregarding everything else. With a whooshing sound, the soul boat flew straight towards Bai Xiaochun, disappearing without a trace in an instant. Using such incredible speed, as time passed, the White family patriarch gasped for breath, feeling the distance between himself and Bai Xiaochun growing ever closer. He's right ahead. The White family patriarch looked up into the distance, overjoyed to see a dark figure before him, Bai Xiaochun turning to look behind him. Bai Xiaochun was deeply shaken. He thought that if he had summoned the heavenly human ancestor, no one could have chased him for an hour. Even when he realized someone was pursuing him, he hastily took out the soul tower containing the demigod soul and stared intently at the pursuer. He saw it was a soul ship, and seeing the Bai family patriarch standing on the ship's bow, he was slightly startled. He looked around in confusion, finding it hard to believe that the Bai family patriarch dared to chase him alone. His eyes fell on the flag planted on the soul ship. He felt a heart-stopping sensation upon seeing the flag, vaguely seeing an eye on it. The feeling wasn't the eye of a heavenly human. It felt similar to when he saw the true spirit of the Reverse River sect, or the tall tower at the Great Wall. Although not as intense as at the Reverse River sect and the Great Wall, it was much weaker, but the feeling was the same. Could there be deception? Bai Xiaochun felt something was wrong. He looked around, the Bai family patriarch's roar echoing in his ears. "Rebellious son, die for me!" Amidst the roar, there was a terrifying explosion. The Bai family patriarch used incredible speed to control the soul boat, aiming to collide with Bai Xiaochun. This speed was too fast. Bai Xiaochun's expression changed. He relied on his own extreme speed, causing the surrounding space to slow down, but this slowing down was ineffective against the soul boat. He could only barely dodge, hearing the sound of the soul boat tearing through the air as it passed by. Bai Xiaochun retreated quickly. This kind of speed, this is a treasure. Could he be the only one chasing me? Bai Xiaochun retreated, using his divine sense to scan the surroundings. There was no one else around, yet he still found it unbelievable. "Ancestor of the Bai family, I see you, come out. And the other clan elders too, I see you all, come out." Bai Xiaochun quickly retreated, letting out a loud roar before looking around. The Bai family patriarch's body flew out of the soul-piercing vessel, his hands forming a series of incantations. Countless vengeful spirits appeared around him, coalescing into a gigantic demon that immediately lunged forward, as if to devour Bai Xiaochun. "I came alone. I alone am enough to kill you. By how you killed my beloved son, today I want you to suffer a fate worse than death." Is it really just him? Bai Xiaochun looked at the approaching demon, his eyes shining brightly. He then formed an incantation, condensing a phantom purple cauldron that descended upon him. The cauldron collided with the charging demon. Amidst the deafening explosion, Bai Xiaochun bit his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood before letting out a pained cry. He retreated rapidly, feigning helplessness and appearing on the verge of fleeing, even clutching 7 or 8 teleportation talismans. His eyes darted around, unsure whether the heavenly human ancestor would pursue him. Seeing Bai Xiaochun clutching 7 or 8 teleportation talismans as if about to crush them, the Bai family patriarch cried out in anguish, his heart filled with extreme resentment. If Bai Xiaochun had only crushed one, he would have been confident he could have disrupted the teleportation force, using his speed to pull Bai Xiaochun away. But now there were 7 or 8 teleportation talismans. It's worth noting that in the savage wilderness, even a single teleportation talisman was incredibly valuable, enough to buy the water of the Tongshan River. The eyes of the Bai family patriarch were filled with murderous intent. His desire to kill Bai Xiaochun was so intense it was like an irreconcilable feud. He roared, then clasped his hands together, his mid-stage nascent soul cultivation erupting completely. His body transformed into a black vortex that twisted and destabilized the surrounding void. He used his divine consciousness to disrupt the surrounding space, taking a step forward, instantly teleporting to Bai Xiaochun's side, then raising his right hand to grab him. "Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I will still catch you. His claw pierced through the void, appearing directly in front of Bai Xiaochun. Even if Bai Xiaochun crushed a teleportation talisman, he would be severely injured. Even if he escaped, he wouldn't survive. Seeing the Bai family patriarch's ferocious expression, which didn't seem feigned, Bai Xiaochun, accustomed to composure, his eyes flashed, and he crushed a teleportation talisman. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the White family patriarch extended his right hand, and Bai Xiaochun's figure was pulled away by the teleportation force. Unable to catch him, the patriarch roared ferociously upon discovering Bai Xiaochun's escape. You can't escape! The White family patriarch stomped his foot in anger, then flew onto his soul boat and activated the flag, pursuing Bai Xiaochun according to the markings left by the heavenly human ancestor. After half an incensed time, in another area, Bai Xiaochun, still fleeing, was puzzled, seemingly pondering what had just happened. If there were others lying in ambush, they wouldn't just stand by and watch me escape. They should have attacked. Could it be that only the White family patriarch was chasing me? Bai Xiaochun found it unbelievable, but in reality, his astonishing performance in the White family ancestral land, having managed to evade a heavenly human ancestor's claw, was truly remarkable. In the eyes of others, he was merely a cultivator at the great perfection of the core formation stage. Even if he escaped the divine abilities of the heavenly human ancestor, everyone judged that he possessed an excessively self-serving element, whether it was the teleportation talisman or the soul-slaying nail. What made nascent soul cultivators wary was the 12-colored sea of fire. Bai Xiaochun could rely on flames to fight against nascent soul cultivators, yet he was still ignored, not to mention the Bai family patriarch, who was a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. He was absolutely certain he could kill Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun was vaguely still a little panicked. Furthermore, it seems the Bai family patriarch can pinpoint my exact location. It could also be a coincidence. Bai Xiaochun pondered, his heart pounding. He turned to look behind him, his eyes twitching. He saw a purple light appear in the distance, moving at an extremely fast speed, and the person within the purple light was the Bai family patriarch. He's chasing after me again. Moreover, he seems to have pinpointed my exact location, not wasting time focusing on where I am. Bai Xiaochun's eyes flashed, his heart pounding. Although he couldn't help but feel nervous, he understood that he couldn't escape any longer. Mid-stage nascent soul, Bai family patriarch, you're forcing my hand. Bai Xiaochun roared angrily. He had no intention of running away now. His physical strength erupted throughout his body. After a loud bang, his body appeared normal, but in reality, the power of the third level of the immortal longevity technique had spread throughout his entire being. Like a raging dragon, Bai Xiaochun roared as he charged towards the Bai family patriarch. He took a single step forward, but his speed was incredibly fast. He transformed into a blur, faster than lightning, flying towards the patriarch. Bai Xiaochun felt his speed wasn't enough. Mountain-shattering strike, he roared inwardly, employing the immortal scroll secret technique. His speed was astonishing. In an instant, his body expanded, and he appeared before the Bai family patriarch. He raised his hand, gathering his strength, and then squeezed the patriarch's neck. He used the throat-shattering lock. All of this sounds lengthy, but in reality it all happened in a flash, so fast that few could believe it, especially the Bai family patriarch, who was shaken and roared in anger. You want to die? He clasped his hands together, chanting incantations. A purple aura enveloped him, then expanded outwards, forming a protective shield. This shield condensed his own cultivation, containing sharp power and killing intent. He wanted to kill Bai Xiaochun immediately. Rebellious son, although your cultivation surpasses my expectations, that's only physical strength. I don't believe it surpasses my expectations either. The Bai family patriarch roared, and in an instant, the distance between him and Bai Xiaochun was very close. From afar, the two looked like two shooting stars. In a split second, they collided, creating a huge crater in the ground. In the instant of their collision, the heavens and earth roared, the surrounding void exploded, and the earth-shattering explosion reverberated in all directions. The sound surpassed thunder. The deafening blast was unbearable, and the surrounding void collapsed, with cracks appearing in space. A heart-wrenching scream echoed in all directions, the scream of the White family patriarch. He spat out fresh blood, his soul-binding staff entangled, sending him flying backward like a kite with a broken string. His hair was disheveled, his face contorted, his eyes wide with disbelief as if he'd seen a ghost. He cried out in defiance, "You're not Bai Hao." During the class, Bai Xiaochun's body trembled, his entire being numb. He hadn't experienced such a collision in a long time, and it was at this moment that he realized something. His physical strength was incredibly powerful. The impact, far from causing him pain, only left him slightly numb, feeling incredibly comfortable. Bai Xiaochun's eyes shone brightly. He didn't have time to assess the situation carefully. At this moment, he unexpectedly struck the White family patriarch, causing his opponent to lose the initiative. Bai Xiaochun's eyes gleamed with excitement as he took a step forward. He potted his storage bag, drew the large bow he had obtained from Zhou Yixing, and, taking advantage of the White family patriarch's loss of the initiative, fired over 100 light arrows. This bow didn't require physical arrows. Once drawn, it condensed his own soul power to form soul arrows. Although Bai Xiaochun's cultivation wasn't based on soul power, the mascot transformed spiritual power into soul power was just as effective. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. In an instant, over 100 arrows flew from Bai Xiaochun's hand, tearing through space and sweeping everything in their path, all aimed at the White family patriarch. With incredible speed, amidst the explosions, the first arrow blasted in front of the Bai family patriarch. Other arrows followed, creating a barrage of blasts and tremors. The Bai family patriarch's expression changed rapidly, his breathing quickened. At this moment, he had no time to think, focusing solely on dodging. Just as he was about to evade, a strange cold light flashed in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. The heaven-penetrating dharma on his forehead opened, and a purple light shot from it towards the Bai family patriarch. "Defend!" Bai Xiaochun roared. The Bai family patriarch's heart trembled violently, a massive wave surging through his mind. He was horrified to find his body momentarily frozen. That brief pause cost him over 100 arrows surrounding him, all exploding simultaneously. The sky twisted, the ground shook, and the scene at the center of the explosion became indistinct, only a blur of reality visible. Even the towering mountain beside the White Clan chief was shattered and vanished by over 100 arrows exploding simultaneously. Suddenly, a roar rang out. It was the White Clan chief. He was still alive. "You are not yet qualified to kill me." His roar carried a sense of resentment and anger that nearly drove him insane. He was furious at the unprecedented humiliation he had suffered. He had witnessed his beloved son die right before his eyes. He still remembered the moment Bai Hao questioned him when they first met. All these things had enraged him, rendering him incapable of reason. A multitude of angry emotions converged, and the voice of the Bai family patriarch echoed through the heavens and earth. At that moment, a soul scroll swept across the area, and over 100 arrows simultaneously exploded, vaguely carrying a harsh aura. The soul scroll, approximately 100 feet in size, looked earth-shattering, entirely composed of vengeful spirits. This was one of the Bai family's secret techniques, the 10,000-foot soul scroll. Although it was called the 10,000-foot scroll, the Bai family patriarch's cultivation wasn't sufficient to unleash a range of 10,000 feet. 100 feet was still more than enough. The words were slow, but the process was swift. The 100-jan-long soul scroll appeared extremely suddenly, instantly shattering the sky and appearing before Bai Xiaochun in a flash. Bang! A deafening explosion echoed in all directions. Bai Xiaochun's expression changed, and he retreated. In an instant, the Bai family patriarch roared, his roar reverberating through the surrounding space. 100-foot-long soul scroll appeared, carrying the power to shake heaven and earth. Then came the third punch, the fourth punch. In a flash, the heavens and earth twisted. He unleashed 9 consecutive punches, like over 100 arrows from Bai Xiaochun. 9 soul punches, each carrying a different seal, could cause the heavens and earth to change color and the winds to reverse. Now they struck directly at Bai Xiaochun, shattering everything around him. Even with his dodging and retreating, he couldn't avoid them all. At this moment, a deafening explosion shook the heavens and earth. Bai Xiaochun's body became unstable, his aura trembled, and his eyes narrowed. This was his first time fighting a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, and he had his own judgment. A mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, based on his current combat power, could be held off without using a clone, but not killed. Even so, it proves that the current Bai Xiaochun is not the Bai Xiaochun of the past, Bai Xiaochun encouraged himself, taking a deep breath. His eyes widened, and suddenly the void twisted. The Bai family patriarch, who had just unleashed 9 punches, instantly stepped out of the range of the 100 arrows explosion. His hair was disheveled, and terrifying bloodshot eyes flickered. In an instant, he transformed into a rainbow and flew towards Bai Xiaochun. Bai family's secret technique, 100 Ghosts Night Parade. In a flash, he lunged forward, his words echoing from the depths of hell. A chilling wind enveloped the surroundings, and his divine consciousness erupted. Unlike the secret technique of the Lingxi sect, the Bai family used divine consciousness to transform into ghosts. Under this technique, the sky was as clear as day, and the void within 100 yards around the Bai family patriarch turned into darkness. A pitch-black darkness devoured the surrounding light, forming a black sun, within which appeared 100 eyes. These eyes were blood-red and incredibly ferocious. After appearing, they let out earth-shattering screams, and then 100 vengeful spirits emerged from the sun. These vengeful spirits had black bodies and 2 horns, wielded clawed weapons, had crimson eyes, large, blood-stained mouths, and their entire bodies exuded boundless negative energy. After appearing, they resembled 100 Ghosts Night Parade, circling around the Bai family patriarch. They shrieked and threatened Bai Xiaochun, their eyes filled with malice. The Bai family patriarch glared fiercely as the vengeful spirits charged straight towards Bai Xiaochun. Unlike the sun, wherever they went, the light receded, and the vengeful spirits surged forward, continuously expanding in range. "You rebellious son, let's see how you survive." A voice filled with boundless hatred echoed in all directions. Bai Xiaochun's heart trembled. These vengeful spirits were truly terrifying. But after navigating the labyrinth and refining his soul with fire in the savage wilderness, he was no longer as afraid of ghosts as before. Seeing the vengeful spirits baring their fangs and claws, howling at him, his eyes narrowed. "I'll let you see how I survive." Bai Xiaochun chanted a spell, and his figure appeared as a series of overlapping illusory images, a fire clone emerging. The Bai family patriarch was astonished, his eyelids twitching. "A clone? You have a clone?" The fire clone was identical to Bai Xiaochun's original body, its cultivation and physique equally powerful. The only difference was that the clone had fused with the fire attribute of heaven and earth. When it emerged, it and Bai Xiaochun's original body simultaneously struck the vengeful spirits with a single punch. The appearance of the clone doubled Bai Xiaochun's combat power. As he threw a punch, a storm erupted in front of him, soaring into the sky and colliding with the vengeful spirits. The sound echoed in all directions, and amidst the deafening explosions, Bai Xiaochun and his clone cried out in pain and retreated. The Bai family patriarch's expression also changed. He stepped back a few paces, his anger intensifying. "Even with a clone, you will undoubtedly die," the Bai family patriarch roared. He took a step forward, instantly teleporting to Bai Xiaochun's side. He raised his right hand, creating a 1,000-foot wide soul mist that struck directly at Bai Xiaochun. Teleportation. I know that too. Bai Xiaochun looked up, a burst of icy energy enveloping an area of several thousand feet, instantly forming a snow-covered zone his own world. As more and more glass shields appeared, Bai Xiaochun's thoughts stirred. Just as the Bai family patriarch's palm struck, Bai Xiaochun instantly vanished, reappearing behind him. He raised his right hand and struck directly at the patriarch's back. As he unleashed a palm strike, his fire clone also attacked. A hazy phantom appeared around Bai Xiaochun, and a second clone. A wood clone also materialized. After appearing, the wood clone, along with his main body and the fire clone, attacked the Bai family patriarch. Damn it! The Bai family patriarch's expression changed. He turned, raising his right hand, and a 1,000-foot-long cloud of soul mist reversed, attacking Bai Xiaochun's main body and 2 clones. Boom! Bang! The collisions caused the surrounding air to explode, and cracks appeared in the ground. The Bai family patriarch's face turned pale. He retreated, his eyes fixed on Bai Xiaochun, filled with killing intent, yet unable to conceal his disbelief. "You still have clones. How many clones do you have?" He was already scared. The difficulty of chasing and killing Bai Xiaochun startled him. Every time a clone appeared, the opponent's combat power increased dramatically. "I don't believe you still have clones." The Bai family patriarch gritted his teeth, his body instantly teleported, and he rushed straight towards Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun and his two clones collided with the Bai family patriarch, who immediately retreated, his expression changing. Bai Xiaochun's heart was filled with excitement. He now understood that with two clones, his strength was slightly inferior to a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. Once he summoned a third clone, the difference would disappear. If a fourth clone appeared, he had the confidence and certainty to suppress a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. Oh my god! This is the Heavenly Tao nascent soul. I'm only in its initial form, merely a clone, not yet perfected, yet it's already this powerful. Bai Xiaochun couldn't believe it, his heart pounding with uncontrollable excitement. Seeing the Bai family patriarch teleporting towards him, Bai Xiaochun's eyes flashed with ferocity, and he also teleported. The two continuously clashed in midair. As time passed, even the White family patriarch realized that the damned Bai Hao hadn't used his full strength yet. He was relying on his familiarity with the coordination between his main body and clones. The opponent possessed an astonishing talent for understanding combat, and after becoming familiar with it, his combat power would skyrocket. Feeling humiliated, the White family patriarch roared in anger, raising his hands to emit a dark light. He chanted incantations, and 9 soul towers flew out from within him. From the 9 soul towers came screams, and countless vengeful spirits flew out. These vengeful spirits were different from others. Instead of rushing straight towards Bai Xiaochun, they flew into the White family patriarch's eyes and entered his body. White soul fusion. The White clan chief raised his head and let out a mournful, heart-wrenching scream. The vengeful spirits entered his eyes, residing within his body. They were even visible beneath his skin, each face appearing beneath. His entire body swelled up like a fat man, his appearance drastically altered, and the oppressive aura emanating from him was far stronger than before. Bai Xiaochun sensed danger. He hadn't yet reached the heavenly human realm, or even slightly lower, and before achieving the heavenly Tao nascent soul, any nascent soul expert couldn't be underestimated. Perhaps the early nascent soul stage was somewhat better, but the middle nascent soul stage, or even the late nascent soul stage, meant they had too much time and weren't focused on breakthroughs, instead immersing themselves in cultivating their ultimate killer moves. The Bai family patriarch was also incapable of reaching the late nascent soul stage, so he also devoted considerable effort to cultivating his ultimate killer move. The Bai family's soul fusion technique was this: absorbing vengeful spirits into the body, enduring the pain of the fusion, and then activating oneself through a secret technique, controlling all souls to become one, using the body as a conduit to unleash earth-shattering power. This secret technique, even if he used it, consumed a huge amount of energy. Because his anger and desire to kill Bai Xiaochun were so overwhelming, he didn't care. "I want you dead," his voice turned into a roar. The Bai family patriarch's scream caused the heavens and earth to change color, the wind and clouds to reverse, and a storm swept over Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's expression changed, his face becoming serious. Seeing the Bai family patriarch no longer resembling a human being, he was terrified. "Die for me," the Bai family patriarch roared, endless black mist appearing in his hands. The mist condensed around him and transformed into a gigantic skull. The ferocious skull, after enveloping his body, flew towards Bai Xiaochun. As it approached, the void collapsed, cracks appeared in the ground, the surrounding mountains were impacted and crushed, and an area of several thousand feet caved in, turning into a valley. "Die, die, die!" Different screams echoed from within the enormous skull. Bai Xiaochun's expression turned serious. At this moment, his body blurred, and a clone emerged, a water clone. As the 3 clones appeared to protect Bai Xiaochun's main body, the gigantic skull flew straight towards him. Human mountain technique, boom! Bai Xiaochun roared, his main body expanding. Countless rocks piled up around him, and Bai Xiaochun's figure vanished. A 100-foot-tall stone figure appeared. To be precise, not just one. Bai Xiaochun's 3 clones simultaneously unleashed the human mountain technique, and immediately 4 stone figures descended simultaneously, attacking the skull transformed by the Bai family patriarch. The simultaneous attack of the 4 stone figures caused a transformation in the heavens and earth, instantly colliding with the Bai family patriarch's secret technique. A deafening explosion reverberated through the 9 heavens, shaking the underworld. An unimaginable impact force appeared, obliterating everything on the ground for tens of thousands of feet. The void twisted and warped, and countless cracks appeared in the sky. The enormous skull shrank by half, and at the same time, Bai Xiaochun's main body and 3 clones retreated. Blood flowed from the corners of his mouth, and a creaking sound echoed through the sky. The stone figures of Bai Xiaochun were riddled with spiderweb-like cracks. The stone figures of Bai Xiaochun's main body and 3 clones were shattered by the impact. After the explosion, they simultaneously retreated. When they looked up, the skull, transformed from the Bai family patriarch, shrunk by half, let out a loud, sinister laugh. Rebellious son, what other tricks do you have? With a sinister laugh, the skull, now formed from demonic energy, grew even more menacing, charging straight towards Bai Xiaochun with murderous intent. He wanted Bai Xiaochun to be utterly annihilated. I didn't expect that even 3 clones couldn't withstand his secret technique. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, his eyes filled with determination. He intended to hold back to prevent future trouble. Now that the two had fought to this point, if no one else appeared, Bai Xiaochun was basically certain that the heavenly human ancestor had encountered some unexpected problem or other reason and, therefore, wasn't pursuing them himself. Other Bai family members would probably chase after them, but they were obviously not as frantic as the Bai family patriarch, so their speed wouldn't be as fast as his. After all, there are those who don't have a greater enmity with me than the Bai family patriarch. Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun didn't hesitate. His eyes were filled with intense fighting spirit. His body trembling under this fighting spirit. It was instinct, something he couldn't suppress. His path was immortality. He didn't want bloodshed because he feared death. Time and again, on his path of development, he couldn't avoid fighting, even risking his life to avoid being killed. Therefore, to survive, no matter how afraid he was, he had to grit his teeth and fight, slowly changing his temperament. Even a celestial being couldn't kill me, and you, a mere mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, certainly can't. Bai Xiaochun shouted inwardly, his hands forming a series of incantations, and then a 4th clone appeared on his body. The Earth clone had appeared. All 4 clones descended, protecting the main body. In an instant, the 4 clones appeared simultaneously. Thunder roared in the sky, the ground shook inexplicably, and the clouds began to disperse. The Bai family patriarch gasped at the sight before him, gritting his teeth and sacrificing his own life to transform into mist, the skull's aura becoming even stronger than before. My how, I'm fighting your father. I will make him understand for you. The gap between you and him is unimaginably vast. Bai Xiaochun regretted in his heart. His 4 clones had already descended, and he raised his right hand to strike the ground. Water marsh. As if receiving a unified command, the 4 clones also made the same movement. Water marsh. The 4 clones, plus Bai Xiaochun's main body, simultaneously cast a spell, transforming the ground within a radius of 10,000 feet into a vast expanse of water. A damp aura continuously enveloped the surroundings, the ground seemingly brittle and porous. A hazy mist covered the area within 10,000 feet, giving off a sense of primordial energy. Within this radius of 10,000 feet, the savage wilderness was separated, becoming an independent world. The Bai family patriarch's expression changed drastically, becoming increasingly grim, even turning slightly pale. Without waiting for him to get closer, a terrifying expression appeared in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. He pressed down on the ground again. Kingdom, the 4 clones roared simultaneously, causing the surrounding area to tremble. Boom! Roar! A deafening explosion, like the pounding of the Earth's heart, shook the heavens and Earth within a radius of 10,000 feet. Space trembled, and a gigantic thorn appeared on the ground, shooting straight up into the sky. 5 massive thorns, like mountains, pierced the air as if tearing the sky apart, startling anyone who saw them. 5 pitch-black mountains seemed to pierce through the void. These were the claws of Bai Xiaochun's life-bound beast. The claws weren't fully revealed, only the talons were visible, but their aura was incredibly powerful. Even the Bai family patriarch's secret techniques were like fireflies compared to the moon. His entire body trembled violently, uncontrollably. Since the White family patriarch reached this point in his cultivation, except for facing the heavenly human ancestor, he had never been as terrified as he was now. His chest heaved, his eyes widened, and he had a strong premonition. No matter how powerful his ultimate attack was, it would all be buried before the extremely terrifying beast claws. No, I can't die. His breath was chaotic, and he screamed desperately. Instead of flying straight towards Bai Xiaochun as before, he turned and fled. His heart was already terrified to the extreme. Although he hadn't expected his rebellious son to be so powerful that he couldn't face him, reaching a state that even he found terrifying. He's definitely not Bai Hao. Even the family's formation can't see through his trick. Is he Bai Hao? The White family patriarch's heart was in turmoil. The specter of death had engulfed his mind. He could only flee, desperately burning his cultivation to speed up. If he didn't escape, he would die. Although his speed was fast, the speed of the beast claws was unimaginably fast. The Water Marsh Kingdom. This was a divine ability Bai Xiaojun had comprehended in the Lingxi sect. His life-bound beast hadn't fully manifested. Bai Xiaojun had fused with the heavenly human soul and then created a clone. Even in front of Hong Chen knew only the beast claws could appear. Now that the beast claws had appeared, they were much larger than when Bai Xiaojun faced Hong Chen knew, their aura vaguely matching his talent. Although only the curved claws were visible, the ground beneath them was as black as the claws themselves. The black ground wasn't the ground, but the beast claws beneath the claws of Bai Xiaojun's life-bound beast. It was impossible to imagine how enormous the beast's claw would be if it were fully revealed. Bai Xiaojun was in a state of spiritual turmoil, his eyes filled with intense longing. He yearned for the day when, during the Water Marsh Kingdom, his life-bound beast would fully appear. However, if the beast's claw appeared completely intact, that would be fine too. Bai Xiaojun breathed heavily, his chest heaving. He tried to imagine if, one day, the beast's claw truly appeared completely, it would undoubtedly cover the entire sky. If it were to descend, even a celestial being would likely despair under its overwhelming force. This day will definitely come. Bai Xiaojun yearned intensely. He raised the beast's claw, sending the Bai family patriarch flying. The aura was immense, vaguely resembling Mount Tai pressing down. The Bai family patriarch looked up and saw 5 curved mountains, 5 mountains so large that he felt despair. No. Unwilling to accept defeat, his despair was tinged with madness. Without hesitation, he transformed his entire body into mist, desperately struggling to block the beast's claws. Boom! In an instant, all barriers of heaven and earth vanished, the void torn apart like thin paper. A heart-wrenching scream filled the air as the beast's claws descended, a deafening explosion echoing through the sky. The earth trembled, and after a long time, when the claws disappeared, the vast pool of water dispersed, the mist that had covered the land vanished, leaving only 5 deep imprints. Within these imprints lay a figure, blood still trickling from the corner of his mouth, countless bones shattered. If it weren't for his chest still rising and falling, he would have been considered a corpse. This was the patriarch of the Bai family facing Bai Xiaojun's Water Marsh Kingdom. The Bai family patriarch was unlucky to escape. After all, he was a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, while Bai Xiaojun hadn't yet become a nascent soul cultivator. Although Bai Xiaojun's combat power was strong, he couldn't possibly annihilate him with a single blow. Even so, under the Water Marsh Kingdom's divine ability, the Bai family patriarch was severely wounded. If it weren't for his powerful cultivation and life force helping him prolong his life, he would have struggled to stand, only to find that many of his bones were shattered, rendering him immobile. He could only stare at Bai Xiaojun, his smile a pathetic grin, but the hatred in his eyes was unimaginable. Rebellious son, if you have the guts, kill me. The White family patriarch gasped for breath. He was very weak, his inner grief and indignation overwhelming his mind. He refused to believe that the person before him was Bai Hao. He couldn't imagine why, if the other party wasn't Bai Hao, the family's formation hadn't detected anything. From his understanding of the heavenly human ancestor, and from the heavenly human ancestor's words, he could see that even the heavenly human ancestor hadn't found any clues on Bai Hao. Could it be he really is Bai Hao? The White family patriarch's heart was filled with doubt. He didn't care what the answer was, whether it was him or not. He wouldn't hesitate to kill Bai Hao. Want to die? Bai Xiaojun patted the dust off his clothes. The 4 clones surrounding him transformed into beams of light and merged into his body, disappearing without a trace. Bai Xiaojun slowly walked to the Bai family patriarch's side. He circled around the patriarch, confirming that the patriarch was truly severely injured and unable to move. Only then did he squat down and pat the patriarch's head, glaring and threatening him. Be honest. You. The Bai family patriarch's eyes widened. His previous raging anger had turned into a blazing sea of fire. In his eyes, this behavior was utterly rebellious and humiliating. Before, the difference between him and the other party was like heaven and earth, but now he felt the other party was a true dragon, and he himself was just a worm. He couldn't help but hate him. Disobedient son, the White family patriarch was furious. Unable to control his emotions, he spat out a mouthful of blood and then fainted. I only patted him. I didn't use much force. Bai Xiaochun felt guilty. He thought that since he was Bai Hao's father, if the Water Marsh Kingdom's divine power killed him, he would kill him. But in the current situation, killing the other party would be a bit unwise. After all, the White family patriarch was more useful while alive than after he died. His eyes darted around. Well, never mind. I'm not someone who likes to chop and kill. The White family patriarch has many uses. Using him as a shield wouldn't be bad. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaochun coughed once, then chanted a spell. He frantically struck the Bai family patriarch, unleashing hundreds of restrictions, but still felt worried. Therefore, he took some elixirs and sprinkled them on the patriarch. Feeling reassured, he retrieved the storage bag from the White family patriarch, then used the rope and infused it with his magical power to make it strong, thus tying up the White family patriarch and lifting him up. Haha, with this shield, let's see how the White family dares to lay a hand on me. Bai Xiaochun was extremely pleased with himself. He felt incredibly clever, unexpectedly coming up with a solution that would satisfy both sides. It's a pity this old fellow is only at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. His soul-searching ability isn't very effective. He could find my location. He must have a guiding mark. I just couldn't find it. Bai Xiaochun pondered for a moment, thinking of the White family's heavenly human ancestor who had attacked him before, his eyes gleaming. Perhaps he left a mark at that time. Bai Xiaochun touched his mask. After a moment of thought, he realized that while the mask could conceal his appearance and aura, it couldn't possibly dispel the external mark. What's there to fear? I'm the one who's afraid. Bai Xiaochun encouraged himself. He shuddered at the thought, but then he leapt forward, directly into the air. He occasionally turned his head to look back, the Bai family patriarch being dragged along like a kite. Bai Hao's spirit will surely be pleased. I am his master, after all. Bai Xiaochun coughed, flying rapidly forward. At this moment, a strong wind blew against the Bai family patriarch's face, quickly bringing him back to his senses. Seeing his own situation, the patriarch looked miserable, his eyes filled with resentment, constantly cursing Bai Xiaochun. You wicked son, you won't die in peace. Bai Xiaochun ignored him, continuing his flight. 3 days passed, during which the Bai family patriarch's voice was hoarse from cursing and insulting Bai Xiaochun. Finally, Bai Xiaochun lost his temper. Shut up, you old geezer. Will you shut up or not? Otherwise, Bai Xiaochun angrily turned around and shouted, Kill me. The Bai family patriarch ignored him, his eyes fixed on Bai Xiaochun as he roared. Don't worry, I won't kill you. If you dare say another word, I'll strip you naked. Bai Xiaochun roared. After he said this, the Bai family patriarch's eyes widened. His weak breathing became rapid, his face flushed red with anger, and he gaped, unable to say another word. He didn't believe his rebellious son was threatening him, but that he could actually do it. Just thinking about being stripped naked and hung up filled him with extreme humiliation, causing him considerable fear. His body trembled violently. Seeing that the threat had worked, Bai Xiaochun's eyes lit up. He gave a cold smile, his gaze fixed on the Bai family patriarch. The patriarch trembled at his gaze, anger rising within him. He still tried not to say a word, his heart burning with bitterness and rage. He dared not provoke further. As the patriarch of the Bai family, if he were truly treated like that, not only would he die, but after death he would become a laughingstock for the Bai family and the forces in Giant Ghost City, even spreading throughout the savage wilderness. Even after countless years, it would still be a topic of conversation. The Bai family patriarch felt like he was about to explode at the thought of such a result. If I had known this earlier, why bother cursing? Seeing the Bai family patriarch like this, Bai Xiaochun's heart softened. However, thinking of this man's attitude towards Bai Hao, Bai Xiaochun's eyes flashed with cold light. This kind of person doesn't deserve any sympathy. Bai Xiaochun turned and continued running, studying the soul binding staff and the purple flag of the Bai family patriarch along the way. Although these two items were not bad, especially the small flag. Even Bai Xiaochun was startled. The flag had 100,000 seals on it, all related to speed. The energy consumption was high, but when used, it could unleash incredibly astonishing speed. Even the Bai family patriarch couldn't fully utilize it because the consumption was unimaginably huge. Bai Xiaochun calculated that if he activated it completely, it would consume 10 mid-grade soul pills in a single breath. This kind of consumption was unbearable even for the Bai family. Most importantly, both the soul-binding staff and the small flag bore the seals of the Bai family's heavenly human ancestor. Before breaking the seals, no one could use them as they wished. Moreover, these two items had only been refined 11 times. Looking at the runes covering them, Bai Xiaochun sighed, knowing he couldn't use them. If you give me some time, perhaps I can use the water from the Tongshan River to slowly corrode them. Bai Xiaochun pondered for a moment, then threw the two items into the large container filled with the Tongshan River water. Before activating the soul boat, it was only the size of a fist. Bai Xiaochun threw it into the barrel, then withdrew his consciousness. The mark on my body, Bai Xiaochun frowned. After a while, he took a deep breath, his hands forming a hand seal to examine his body. Even his entire body's blood surged, following some kind of pattern as he scanned his whole being. He did this while fleeing at full speed. Time passed, and at noon on the third day, Bai Xiaochun was flying rapidly when his mind trembled. He turned his head to look behind him and saw a tremor in the sky. Something was flying towards him. It was an old man sitting on the soul boat at an extremely fast speed. His face was weathered and weary, but it couldn't hide his intense killing intent. He flew straight towards Bai Xiaochun. Although Bai Xiaochun didn't know the old man's name, he recognized him as the nascent soul clan elder of the Bai family, seemingly close to the mid-stage of nascent soul, and belonging to the main branch. He's chasing us again. And alone, Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened, and he stopped running. The moment the old man approached Bai Xiaochun, he saw the Bai family patriarch tied up like a kite. Seeing this, the old man's eyes nearly popped out. He took a deep breath, his body freezing in place. The patriarch has been captured. How is this possible? His face showed an expression of utter disbelief, as if no one could have imagined that even the patriarch had been captured. This scene placed immense pressure on the old man's heart. His current cultivation was inferior to the patriarch's, and if the patriarch was captured, how could he possibly intervene? Seeing the patriarch's pathetic state, the old man felt uncertain. Regardless of the reason, there's no need to take risks for this. The old man's forehead was covered in sweat. Thinking this, he no longer hesitated. He took out the teleportation talisman and crushed it. Boom! His figure disappeared in an instant. He ran away. Bai Xiaochun was stunned. He's too sensible. It turns out I'm not the only one afraid of death. Even nascent soul cultivators are like that. He had intended to capture the old man and bully him, and also intended to catch a few more birds of a feather. At this moment, he scratched his head. The Bai clan chief saw this and gritted his teeth, displeased to see Bai Xiaochun so smug. This talisman works. Bai Xiaochun was excited. He carried the Bai clan chief and flew away. From that day on, the number of Bai clan members increased. As expected, the people from the various branches gasped in shock upon seeing the Bai clan chief behind Bai Xiaochun, and after hesitating for a moment, they left. The White family patriarch regretted fainting to avoid further embarrassment. Capturing the White family patriarch proved what methods Bai Xiaochun used. Unless their cultivation was stronger than his, they couldn't accomplish anything. Not all of them were like that. Some members of the main branch of the White family, relying on the seal, tried to hunt down Bai Xiaochun, immediately attacking him upon encountering him. Facing these bloodthirsty individuals, Bai Xiaochun's eyes held a cold expression. He unhesitatingly unleashed his divine power, staining the sky with blood along the way. Not only the White family, but also members of other clans and soul cultivators from the giant ghost city in the savage wilderness witnessed Bai Xiaochun dragging the White family patriarch away. Some of these people flew over upon seeing Bai Xiaochun, and when they saw clearly, they were all startled. Who is this person he's dragging? Is that the White family patriarch? Impossible. As more and more people witnessed this, or heard about it and rushed over, the news spread like wildfire, instantly reaching the entire sphere of influence of the giant demon city. Initially, such matters were only secretly circulated, and the information itself wasn't very certain. But then the news about the Bai family's ancestral land was also secretly spread by people from the other two families and the envoys of Giant Demon City, instantly causing an explosion like water poured into a boiling pot. Who is the Bai family's prodigy? Who killed Bai Che, stole the heavenly human soul, and then escaped when the Bai family's heavenly human ancestor intervened? After he escaped, the Bai family's patriarch personally chased after him but was forced to hang himself like a dog by this person. Many people witnessed this. My God, Bai how? Is he plotting against the Bai family? The commotion grew larger and larger, attracting much attention. The Bai family sent many clansmen to kill Bai Xiaochun, but after news of Bai Xiaochun's counter-kill spread, the matter caused a sensation throughout the royal city. Every heavenly marquis and member of the various clans in the royal city was moved, learning that the Bai family had produced a prodigy. Bai how? This person not only stole the heavenly human soul and betrayed the Bai family, but also bound his own father. He killed countless clansmen. His heart was vicious. I heard that this person suffered humiliation within the Bai family, enduring countless insults and contempt, even facing life-threatening situations several times, yet he remained patient, waiting for the moment the ancestral land opened to unleash his full power, his roar astonishing everyone. What's so special about that? I heard Bai Hao possesses earth-shattering fire-refining talent. His cultivation is at the great perfection of the golden core stage, unlike ordinary people. The Bai family is too short-sighted. Even so, Bai Hao is too cruel. He tied up his own father. All the forces within the Giant Demon City were discussing this matter. As news spread, everyone was terrified of Bai Xiaochun's methods. In the eyes of many, although they had never met Bai Xiaochun, their impression of him was that he was ruthless, possessed extraordinary talent, disregarded family ties, and was cold and heartless. Not only did the clans and the heavenly marquises know about this, but even within the royal city, news spread. At this time, in the central area of the royal city, there was a colossal statue with the royal palace atop it. Inside the palace, a towering figure in royal robes stood before the railing, his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the distant heavens and earth. His figure was not only majestic, but also possessed an indescribable aura. Standing there, he seemed to crush the will of heaven, and even the celestial beings trembled before him. It was as if, with his presence, the entire universe had to bow down. He was a middle-aged man, exceptionally handsome with sharp, well-defined features. His eyes held an air of superiority, as if he alone possessed the power to suppress the entire world. This person is none other than the Supreme Emperor, one of the four great heavenly kings of the savage wilderness, the Giant Ghost King. His status is second only to the Emperor and above tens of thousands of others. Especially today, with the Emperor's power weakened, any existence among the four great heavenly kings can cause the savage wilderness to tremble at the slightest step. He is a truly powerful figure. Bai Hao, interesting? The Giant Ghost King spoke, a strange glint in his eyes. After a moment of thought, he chuckled faintly. Lord Wu Chang, go find Bai Hao and bring him back to Giant Ghost City. Arrange a proper identity for him. The Giant Ghost King's words were icy cold, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. His words echoed to the left of the statue, where a palace stood. An old man flew swiftly out of the palace. The old man was incredibly weathered, his eyes and body imbued with the aura of time, vaguely merging with the heavens and earth. He was a celestial being. Obeying the king's command, the old man bowed deeply, then turned and disappeared into thin air. The Bai family wants him dead, but I want him alive. The three great families, perhaps you've prepared quite well. Let's see who dares to step forward. The Giant Ghost King laughed arrogantly. In his eyes, Bai Hao was just an insignificant young man. He didn't care about Bai Hao's life or death. Since he was connected to the Bai family, he would use him as a pawn to probe them. At the same time, within the Bai family's city, all the Bai family members fell silent. For the past few days, Bai Hao's actions had pushed the Bai family to the forefront of controversy. There was much discussion outside, and the Bai family couldn't bear it. Bai Hao had betrayed the clan, killed Bai Che, stolen the heavenly human soul, and then captured the Bai family's patriarch. The main branch of the Bai family relentlessly pursued him, but many had died. This shocked the Bai family, especially since dissenting voices arose within the branch family. People from the branch clan clamored, using Bai Hao's death as a pretext to launch a counterattack against the main clan. Bai Hao is the true prodigy of the Bai family, yet Yumeng clans forced him to betray us. If such a prodigy remained in our Bai family, once he reached the nascent soul stage, he would undoubtedly elevate our Bai family's status to new heights. Such words grew more and more frequent. It seemed that the more dazzling Bai Hao became, the more passive the main clan became. Although their desire to kill Bai Hao was intense, they were repeatedly powerless. Even the mid-stage nascent soul clan chief had been captured, leaving others helpless. And today, the main clan's only late-stage nascent soul elder had gone out to hunt down Bai Xiaochun. If he still failed, it would mean the main clan's defeat. As for the elders of the Law Hall and the Punishment Hall, they didn't belong to the main branch. Although they had to go out to search for Bai Xiaochun by order of the Patriarch, finding him was clearly a great achievement, while failing to find him would be the fault of the main branch. The Grand Madam silently watched the Bai family members, her heart filled with sorrow and despair. Previously, no matter what, she never imagined that Bai Hao alone could put the Bai family in such a vulnerable position. Thinking of her beloved son's murder and her husband's capture, her heart shattered, and her hatred and resentment towards Bai Hao intensified beyond description. It could be said that without the heavenly human patriarch, internal conflict was likely brewing within the Bai family, and even now, intense undercurrents were forming. The most important factor was the Bai family's silence. These branches were waiting for the heavenly human patriarch to express his stance. Then a reasonable explanation would be found. However, today, the Bai family's heavenly human patriarch had no time to concern himself with the Bai family's affairs. Even if the Bai family patriarch were captured, he wouldn't care. As long as the Bai family's legacy remained, that was enough. He was just the patriarch. At most, he could be replaced. What he cared about most right now was Bai Hao. A bunch of useless fools. A whole family couldn't even capture Bai Hao. In the underground chamber, the Bai family's heavenly human ancestor raised his head, his eyes filled with determination. I can't wait any longer. If I wait any longer, once the giant ghost king intervenes, I'll miss my chance. I must gamble. The Bai family's heavenly human ancestor made his decision. He took a deep breath and walked out. His gaze fell on the 6 burning incense sticks in the 7 small bowls. After a moment of silence, he stepped out. The instant he left, a whirlwind swept through the chamber, extinguishing one of the 6 incense sticks in the 7 small bowls. The White family's patriarch didn't linger. He took 6 steps, and after the 7 small cups formed a formation that extinguished everything. As they extinguished, the White family patriarch's body emitted a creaking sound like bones clashing together. His body, which had been withered, instantly regained its normal vitality, transforming into a middle-aged man. A shocking surge of cultivation emanated from him, his eyes like lightning, and he stood there as if representing the will of heaven. 7 blessings, life-locking technique. They lock my lifespan, allowing me to live a few more years. But this method can only be used once in a lifetime. Bai Hao. Don't disappoint me. The White family's heavenly human patriarch's face was fierce, his words gloomy, but his eyes gleamed with cold light. He stepped forward, instantly piercing through the void and disappearing without a trace. As the White family's patriarch departed, a thunderous roar echoed across the sky above the White family estate. At the same time, far away in the heavens and earth, Bai Xiaochun was advancing. Along the way, he had killed many members of the Bai family. These weren't his own doing. They had attacked him. Bai Xiaochun retaliated, killing them all, and also 3 clan elders. He had now reached the border of the giant ghost city's sphere of influence. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun's face was flushed red. He was flying and chanting incantations, patting himself. He had learned this secret technique from the Starry Sky Dao Extreme Sect of Foolish method to remove the mark clinging to his body. Using his own blood to cleanse the mark, while effective, its duration varied depending on the strength of the mark. If slow, it could last for several years. Specifically, besides examining the strength of the seal, one also needs to consider the strength of the blood energy.